Acho que a minha primeira válvula de escape que eu realmente encontrei para escapar disso tudo foi justamente os jogos e o Rainbow Six.
O João, tem na janela aí, viu? Você toma cuidado. Peguei um. Ele falou agora, boa. Tem mais um, tem mais um. Isso! Ah, que isso, velho. Boa! Vamos, caralho.
Meu nome é João Pedro Sudário, eu tenho 19 anos e eu nasci no interior de São Paulo, numa cidade chamada Cruzeiro, São Paulo. A minha relação com os jogos, ela começou muito cedo, eu tinha entre 2 ou 3 anos de idade. É uma coisa que uma das minhas primeiras memórias que eu tenho assim da minha vida, que é de eu chegando na casa dos meus avós e eu ver assim na mesa o meu avô e meu pai sentado conversando e tinha uma caixa grande assim dentro de uma sacola na frente dos dois. E aí meu pai me deu meu primeiro videogame, que foi um PlayStation 2. Meu pai, ele sempre foi muito presente na minha vida. Ele é um dos grandes alicerces que eu tive na minha vida, juntamente da minha mãe. Quando eu tinha entre 8 e 9 anos de idade, isso lá em 2014, meu pai acabou sendo diagnosticado com uma doença mental, no cérebro, no caso. E foi uma coisa que me pegou muito de surpresa. É uma coisa que você nem imagina que pode acontecer, sabe? O seu pai simplesmente ficar de um jeito que você nunca imaginou. Então eu tive que amadurecer muito cedo mesmo. E foi um período muito difícil. Ele ficou... A gente tinha uma UTI dentro de casa. Então eu vivi num ambiente muito pesado, que eu não tinha muita escapatória, a não ser enfrentar aquilo diariamente na minha vida. Então foi com certeza o período mais difícil da minha vida. Esse momento aqui foi no meu aniversário de 7 anos. É uma memória que eu tenho muito presente ainda na minha cabeça desse dia foi que eu estava fazendo um book de fotos com os meus pais. Só que meu pai, ele odiava tirar foto, então foi meio que um pouquinho difícil para ele, mas a todo momento minha mãe estava dando algumas ideias de poses, do que a gente podia fazer na foto. Então é um momento que ainda está muito presente, assim, tá muito fresco na minha memória. E esse momento aqui em específico é de quando eu consegui formar no colegial, no ensino médio. Eu acho que essa foto representa a minha superação no meio disso tudo, porque apesar das minhas dificuldades, apesar de eu ter que passar por tanta coisa assim, eu consegui sair de cabeça erguida, consegui sair com o diploma. Eu acho que o mais importante é eu conseguir sair com a felicidade que eu estava tanto precisando há tanto tempo, assim. E do lado da minha mãe, que ela foi a principal pessoa que estava no meu lado durante esse período. A maior dificuldade que eu tive foi lidar com isso tão novo, então eu acho que a minha primeira válvula de escape que eu realmente encontrei para escapar disso tudo foi justamente os jogos e o Rainbow Six.
O João, tem na janela aí, viu? Você toma cuidado. Peguei mais um. Ah, tá nas costas, Lucas, nas costas. Ó, não tem calma, não tem calma. Tá, tem um aí. Valeu.
Eu acho que o Invitational, ele representa o sonho de qualquer jogador de Rainbow Six. Desde que você seja um player casual, desde que você seja um jogador profissional. É a combinação de tudo que o R6 representa, sabe? A gente poder receber esse campeonato no Brasil ainda, que todo mundo sabe que a torcida brasileira não existe igual. O Invitational vai ser a grande representação do meu sonho relacionada a tudo isso que eu vivi nesses últimos anos. E o pessoal da página da Six News, onde eu participo, a gente já está montando uma força-tarefa. Não sei como é que vai ser, mas eu estou ansioso. Eu estou muito ansioso para conhecer alguns jogadores que eu sempre tive interesse em conhecer. Posso citar o Pengo, o Fabian, o Joystick, então eu realmente estou esperando conhecer eles, eu realmente espero que eles tenham uma ótima experiência aqui no Brasil, porque O Brasil é um país único, então vai ser uma oportunidade única de mostrar toda a nossa paixão que a gente tem pelo nosso jogo, que é o Rainbow Six.
A falta que o meu pai faz na minha vida é muito grande. Eu queria muito que ele estivesse aqui comigo, e ele acabou falecendo em 2018, mas eu tenho certeza que aqui dentro de mim ele está comigo até hoje. Eu digo com tranquilidade que ele é provavelmente a minha maior inspiração de vida. Então, 9 anos acompanhando esse jogo, desde os meus 10 anos de idade eu estou jogando, acompanhando, e hoje com 19 anos eu posso dizer com toda a tranquilidade do mundo que esse é um sonho realizado, um dos maiores sonhos da minha vida está sendo realizado aqui hoje no ginásio de Ibirapuera.
Já em choque, já era, já era, já era, já era.
O Rainbow Six, ele marca um momento da minha vida que eu estava totalmente sem esperança. Eu estava num limbo muito pesado e o Rainbow Six foi essa luz na minha vida. Foi minha principal forma de entretenimento até os dias atuais, depois de 9 anos. Então é uma coisa que eu sou muito grato ao FaZe e tudo que ele representa na minha vida.
The show goes on every night. Did you book your trip yet? Boston never gets old.
They do say in Boston there's a show on every night, and today that is by absolutely no means any exception. We've got FaZe 2 kickstarting. We've gone through groups and now we are here for the elimination phase. This is the scary moment where teams get put to the test, and I'm welcoming back two of the most handsome to ever do it on the analyst desk, Leo, Jack. Jack, I know you had a wonderful day off yesterday.
Yeah, we were all off yesterday. We managed to rest, recuperate. We managed to watch some hockey as well. Unfortunately, Boston didn't win, but we're back today, and this is where it all gets real for absolutely everybody because we're now into the bracket.
I know it's actual snow everywhere.
Yeah.
There's like 15 centimeters of snow here.
It's actually insane. Like when you look outside, it's gusting everywhere. But let's have a look at what these players are competing for. Not only are they looking for domination, are they looking for pride, for privilege of lifting the hammer, there's also $3 million on the line here for all 20 teams that appeared. And speaking of all 20 teams, I mean, they've been dwindled away. We only have 16 left. That's right, we sent 4 home at the end of last week. This is a very sad day for APAC, but maybe, just maybe, Leo, an even sadder day for EU.
Oh, that's fine. We just sent one home. Come on. We still have big chances for Europe at this event.
There's big polarity here in the EU teams, the 4 EU teams, 3 of them topped their groups and 1 was bottom of their group. For the APAC, for Europe, 3 of them bottomed their group and 1 got through, scraped through in 4th. So maybe it's an optimistic day for APAC.
It is very optimistic, but I think that's all I could call it. Are there any big surprises for you, Leo, coming out of group stages?
I mean, obviously, we've mentioned it right now, right? Secret not making it into phase 2 is a big surprise. I think other ones, if you look at Group A, Liquid being in 4th place is also a big surprise. We expected them to be the most consistent team at this in this group and making it to 1st place. I think looking at other things, you know, NA being very mid, being 3rd everywhere.
Well, let's have a look at how all of these groups panned out into our elimination bracket. You've got 2 chances. Some only have 1 though, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. We're playing a double elimination bracket. That means that if you're in the upper bracket, which most of our teams will start in the upper bracket, you are allowed to lose once. The teams that were in the 4th place of their groups, you can see them there, Falcons, Liquid, Oxygen, and Cyclops Athlete Gaming. They do not get that benefit. If they lose, they're out as soon as you are in the lower bracket. Of course, we are covering the upper bracket today in today's games.
It's exciting, Leo. I'm looking forward to the upper bracket. I think for me, it's more so just looking at how quickly some of these teams can make it to main stage.
Yeah, today we're going to send 2, right, Jack?
4.
4, actually.
So the winners of the BDSG2 VP Furia, that game there, in that block of games, the winners of all of those games will go to main stage regardless of the outcome of the rest of the playoffs.
So on Sunday, right now, you can guarantee yourself being on stage at the MGM Music Hall. That's huge.
Well, we had a lot of action last week. We were just talking about it. How about we relive some of those moments from day 5?
You can't beat me.
Some of these teams elevated to new heights in group stages, but unfortunately you could see it on the faces from most of them, Leo. There was a lot of heartbreak.
I can say, in these events, you go from such highs to such lows. It's insane, right? And like looking at how much this meant for Savage, especially like when he broke down after getting eliminated, for sure that came as a surprise.
Certainly did. It was heartbreak for the Europeans. But let's go ahead and deep dive into the monster from group stages. Jack, there was a lot of questions about G2, particularly as well about Alamau, the new, well, I should say, the former IGL, giving up the reins. Boy, did he perform.
Yeah, he absolutely did. I think Alamau's playing with such a level of freedom inside this tournament that we've maybe not seen out of this guy from G2 in a long, long time. Obviously, he was the IGL of this team, and I think that somewhat inhibited him. It somewhat limited his gameplay because he was having to IGL every single round. When you allow him that freedom, when you put somebody else on the IGL, Alamo can just see what he sees. He can be really smart. He can make those plays, and I think we're seeing him. Like, top performance at this tournament so far. He's a major contributing factor to why G2 are so good right now.
These stats are insane, by the way. He has the best EPS score out of anyone in FaZe 1, the best KOST as well. He's one of the best entries, and he's the second best in KD. I mean, he's been dominating that entire phase.
I just love the duality there of his main operators
Ash
there
and
as well.
Smoke.
Ash and Smoke. It's like, does he want to be an entry or a support player? But he was once, you know, when he won a major on Team 1, he was known as the best Smoke player in the world at that point, and he can get back to that.
It elevates the team to new heights, and that's really scary considering they went flawless in group stages, something that is echoing 2024 as well. 730 days since G2 last lost a game. But, of course, there was one moment that stuck out above all else. We've already mentioned it, I think, twice in the opening segment, Leo.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
It shook us, and that's not only because we're Europeans, right? But we've seen Secret consistently develop as a team throughout the SDR events the entire year, being so consistent, being always that top 8 team, and always losing to BDS in quarterfinals. But we expected these guys to maybe make it to main stage, right?
Yeah, coming into this tournament, people were expecting them to make main stage, maybe top 3, top 4. For them to get groups was absolutely unheard of. And I will say it, my heart absolutely broke for Team Secret.
Yeah.
Because they needed to 2-0 CAG. They got the first map, and then they lost the second map, which meant after being eliminated in such an emotional fashion, they still had to go through and play that third map.
Up the CAG. That's all I'm saying. Up the APAC. It only took us so long. Hey, we beat the world champions as well. I say we as if I am from Japan. It's all right. I'm from APAC. I'm close enough. Let's have a look at the must-see for today. Of course, we've got another 8 best of 3s coming to you. Jack, there's a lot of games to be played.
Yeah.
Yes. I want to get your thoughts on which game you're looking at the most. It doesn't have to be a game that is ready to play. It could be one that is waiting in the wings.
Absolutely. So a quick explainer of this. If you're in the game 1 slot, you feed into the game 3 slot. If you're in the game 2 slot, you feed into the game 4 slot. Now, it would be very easy to say G2 is the game of the day. It's not for me. The must-see today is the BDS game that's in slot 3. Why is that? That is because whoever wins out of Unwanted and W7M, who is the Montreal Major Champions and the Manchester Major Champions, whoever wins will be going up against BDS, the team that they beat to win their relevant championships. So we're going to get a major final rematch in that game 3 slot on the B stream.
So we have a huge game between the 2 major champions of this year, and at the same time, a grand final rematch of whichever major will be, you know, whoever wins that match, right? Obviously.
3 international winners in 2 games.
That's insane.
That is absolutely mental. BDS have done phenomenally throughout this year, but they are absolutely going to have to do one better if they want to lift the hammer, which, hey, who knows? Anything could happen. It is SI, and it is Boston. Let's start transitioning into our first matchup. Of course, FaZe and SSG go hand in hand at some of these international events. I want to see what both of these teams have in the tank. I think, Leo, looking at this matchup in particular, it does feel like FaZe may be favored.
And it feels like a deja vu as well, right? We've seen these guys play from time to time, but yeah, FaZe, you look at these guys, they're amazing. They were the global standing number 2. Obviously going against Space Station, we'll always see them as favorites, like you think. But when you look closer at matchup history, it's actually a little bit closer.
Yeah, it's so close. That's the big thing to focus on. 8-6 in Montreal in overtime. 2-0 to SSG, SI 2024 last year.
7-5 and 8-6 against, very close.
So close, could have gone either way. And the same in Atlanta when they played out there. I think it was on the main stage, if I remember correctly. 7-4, 6-8, 7-5. Out of the last, 5-6 maps that these teams have played, only one of them has not gone 12 rounds. That means that when these 2 teams play each other, it is always a really close affair.
They were runners-up, the bridesmaid in what is the greatest game of Siege ever played. FaZe coming into SI 25. They've got the world on their shoulders. Leo, had they delivered in group stages?
I think they've not looked as dominant as they should, right? Obviously, everyone is setting big expectations on these guys. I think looking at FaZe coming into this tournament, if they don't make grand finals, I feel like that's a failure for them. It would be a disappointment. And so far, they have not looked like the team that could make it.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I think, you know, they're a team that in my mind, is a very, very consistent team, and they have a very consistent play style. They've got really, really disciplined players, and then they have this one wild card in Cyber that when he's hot, he can really make a huge difference, and FaZe will go out and stomp. But if he's not, then they have to rely on that team play, which is still exceptionally good. It's still got them to this point. But yeah, I think there's levels to come from FaZe Clan.
They may have been really consistent, but there's one thing that sticks out like a sore thumb, Leo. Their attacking win percentage just has not been up there with the best.
I mean, if you look at this, right, they have a huge difference between every major champions, Jack.
Yeah, a big delta. So we've plotted this out from 6th Invitational 2024, which is what FaZe should have won. They were on par with W7M in terms of a 49% attack win rate. Let's go to Manchester. Big delta there, 14 percentage points away from Beast Coast, 39% attack win rate, 44% at Montreal, again below W7M. And so far this tournament, obviously I'm not saying G2 are going to win this event, but we're comparing it to the highest attacking win rate team, G2 at 61% and FaZe at 37%. Now, for me, I judge teams on how good they are based on their attack win rate because it's the hardest thing to do in Rainbow Six Siege, and FaZe are currently significantly short of where they should be.
I just want to mention something about this. The delta is huge between their attacker side and their defense side, right? But if you pay this attention to this, they're the 4th best defending team in this tournament, and they're the 16th worst at attacking. Scars did better than these guys, and they're out.
That's heartbreaking. Don't say it like that. When you say it like that, it gets a little dirty. Let's start talking about the North American Hope right now. The team that most people are saying are most prepared when it comes to international events, especially over the last 2. They have really started to put the heat onto the teams above them. And boy, are they making a name for themselves.
Yeah, I think Space Station keep providing this level of consistent performance in terms of international events. We're used to seeing them. We're used to seeing them make main stage. You could maybe argue that they've kind of hit a ceiling, and then they made out a big change. They brought in Benjamaster into this roster, but they've got some exceptionally talented players on this roster as well. J90 particularly is having one of the tournaments of his life, and I genuinely believe this. I think he's in the top 5 players in the world conversation.
What's crazy, if you look back at this team roster, is that he's playing Hibana, Castle mainly. You know, he's playing on support roles most of the time, and he's always delivering. He's one of the most consistent players on that roster.
Consistency is something this team is becoming very well known for, especially when it comes to their preparation, Jack. They are above all else.
Yeah, I absolutely love the culture of this team. I think it's so excellent. I think they really buy into various different cultures from professional sports organizations, and it sets them up so well.
I used to play with Callout, so I've experienced firsthand that vision he has for every team he plays with, and I will tell you, no one has a better work ethic than these guys. Let's take a look at a day in the life of a Space Station player in bootcamp. You wake up at 6:15 a.m. No one does that in esports, right?
No.
You wake up at 6:15 a.m., you go work out for 2 hours. After that, you go for your daily cold plunge in a frozen lake, because why not?
Yep.
You go back to the team house, meditation, communication training, cognitive skills being trained on, warming up. Then you get lunch. You go for game reviews after 45 minutes of lunch, then you scream for 5 maps, and then you go to dinner, and after it's bedtime. That's so consistent. Work ethic, discipline. No one does that but Space Station.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. When that first came up, I thought for a second, hang on a second, is that Ace's schedule at events? Lovely, lovely stuff. But I do think as well, Space Station continue that throughout not only the boot camp, not only the preparation, Jack. I saw them. I went down for breakfast at 7:30 this morning. The entire team is in the gym prepping.
It's because it's a way of life, right? It's all about the team, the culture, the energy within each other. This is just before our game. This is literally moments ago, right as we were preparing to go live. They are sat there meditating. They are getting themselves in the right mindset for their game whilst their coaching staff are going through just the finite details. Every single player is about getting themselves into that zone to go and perform.
Speaking about getting into the zone, Leo, I mean, this roster have had some pretty great results at past events, but their game against W7M, does that stick out most of all?
For me, this was a big turning point. They were able to beat the current major champions, a leading Brazilian team, and we've said this before, right? FaZe in this matchup should be a favorite. Well, I will tell you, SSG has the power, the firepower to beat a huge Brazilian teams like they've done against W7M.
Now, let's, I guess for me, like, looking at SSG going into this game, yes, they're the 8th best in the world. FaZe are currently 2nd. However, still feels like FaZe may well have that upper hand. Let's deep dive into this one nice and quickly.
with FaZe's big consulate right now, it's they're on a 9-win streak on it. So it's such a big map for these guys. And also, by the way, Space Station dropped the ball against OXG on that map just recently. So no surprise to see FaZe picking that. Will he put into Space Station picking Labs? So that's a great map for them as well. They're on a 3-win streak on it. But FaZe has been consistent on it, and they've beat KAG and Shopify Rebellions, right?
I'm looking at both of these maps, Leo, and I'm thinking they're somewhat difficult to attack in terms of the first 2 maps. That's been FaZe's weakness, so I do worry for them very slightly. And then moving through to Bank, this will actually be the 4th time for FaZe Clan that this map has been a decider matchup. They've played it twice in the deciders, they've won it twice in the deciders, but it's a comfortable map for both teams.
All right, well, it's time to get underway. You see the teams prepared there. I know that our commentators are even more prepped for this one. Ace and Des, enjoy the first game of Phase 2.
Thank you very much, Rob, on the desk. Yes, what a game it is to kick things off, Tim, as well. I saw this one when it's getting matched up, and I just thought, FaZe, that team that everyone wants to beat, they're kind of the most accomplished team without really accomplishing anything, right? They won that Sweden Major a few years ago. Haven't quite been able to get there yet, but the really fun story about them is when they've been knocked out of a tournament, it's only ever been to a grand finalist.
This is almost always the bride, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, isn't it? You know, they are the team that, like you say, gets almost all the way. SR24 was 99% of the way. They were one rank. Yep. They could not have got closer. Look, these two teams coming in, Des, you know, they are both probably making a shout for having a long run, maybe being a finalist, maybe being a winner. You know, teams are looking to shape up towards that. But the honest truth is, the performances from both of them so far haven't necessarily been at that level. They haven't quite got there. You know, through the group stage, FaZe, they only dropped 1 game. They had 1 loss, but they were dropping maps along the way, 2 of them having to go 2-1. If we look at the individual player stats coming in as well, there's only J9O breaking into the top 15 out of both of these teams, and he's in 15th. That's why I picked the top 15.
If he was in 17th, would it have been
the top 17, Des, you've got me. But no, that's the reality. You know, none of these players so far have been able to get into those sort of top 10 positions that we see in the big names at the tournament hitting so far.
Sen's ban coming out as a real spicy one. We spoke about Sen's quite a bit throughout the tournament. That might be the first time I've ever seen Sen's bans. That might be the first time.
Very popular so far since the change to the gadget where you can optionally put it up and down.
Might genuinely be the first time I've ever seen that operator banned away, so definitely comes in as a big surprise. But they've watched what's been going on over the last week. They've seen SSG rolling it out, quite literally, with the light screens, and now it's banned away. Very, very interesting. So we get to start things off then, Tim, on Consulate, as mentioned. SSG kick things off on the defense. I have a feeling, Tim, this one's going to be a really close series as well. It doesn't feel as clear-cut as you might imagine, looking at it and saying, well, SSG have gone home from every competition in the quarterfinals since they won SI all those years ago. FaZe have always been close. On paper, you feel like you know who the winner should be. But SSG have had 6 months now with Benja being on the team. They've got themselves bedded in. They've got all those, I guess you call them rituals in a way that you heard the desk speaking about. They've really locked themselves into a lot of the psychology and the physicality of being at the top level of performance. So maybe, Tim, just maybe, they can cause a bit of an upset here today. I don't think it'll happen on Consulate. As Leo said, FaZe have won this map in the last 9 times they've played it. Every single time. A hard team to beat, so we'll see how things go. Starting things off on the top floor. Let's see how FaZe do on the attack.
Rob mixing up SSG's daily rituals for mine at the beginning there, Des. I can tell you now there's been no frozen lake plungers in my week.
No.
I don't think it'd work here in Boston. It's that cold at the minute. I think I'd just bounce off, to be honest, if I went for it.
We were walking back yesterday from our game of hockey, and Fresh was like, how much to run across that lake that's frozen? I was like, you won't pay me anything for that, mate. I'm not doing it. Cannot face it. I was just looking at the numbers as well, by the way. Very interestingly, Sen's is actually SSG's 3rd most played attacking operator at the tournament. I didn't expect that. I thought we'd see, when we see Ace and Twitch in there, I thought we'd see a few other candidates stepping up, but no. The Sen's being in 3rd, I think it is a very intelligent band coming out from SSG. And in this round, at least, they've got themselves, of course, in the defense. They are very, very dug in. That comp to me just screams, Tim, a big-time Turtle focus. You'll see a bit of roaming, of course, out towards admin, but you're not going to see them going absolutely nuts across the entire map. It's just not what this comp is built for.
No, I think SSG recognising now that a lot of the pressure is going to come towards Yellow's side. They've just undergone a bit of a shift. They were out towards admin, but particularly Forrest on the clash. He's the one you want to watch because you're going to send that opera. Oh, it's too easy, but Handy misses his opportunity. Fultz would have been a big takedown as well. One of the top-rated players on SSG on the smoke. That would have been a real big moment. Ashen manages to take down Cyber with a nitro to get things kicked off, and SSG holding firm for the time being at least.
And this clash is doing so much work, Tim. So hard to bring down, but naturally feeds information on when FaZe are stepping across to go for their peaks. At this point, we're going to go ourselves straight in towards the middle of the smoke here, Tim. Vidaking's got in, and the backstab is there. You can't rely on the smokes to hold everyone at bay forever, Tim. And Vidaking has just shown that. But SSG, they recover down to a 3 versus 1, and Handy has got it all to do.
Yeah, moves up those yellow stairs, and it's going to be difficult. There's not really much he could do. He could potentially, relocate, reposition over to the admin side, but in a 1v3, probably not much point. It's just about going in there, try and get some kills. He's going to pop the gadget on. He can keep that going for as long as he wants. He will only be shown on cameras. You can see there, they are checking the camera. They won't know that he's there, Des, because he's not going to be seen because he's not running, but they see him with their eyes. That's the one thing that they cannot deceive is the eyes of the players when they're looking directly at them. Sprays through the wall, does manage to down Fultz. 1v3 becomes a 1v2. This is winnable with 45 seconds. Takes some damage. Downs another, I think, but J9O manages to find the final kill. SSG holding firm on the top floor.
Very close to finding the last there. Would have been heartbreak for SSG because they did hold it really well, Tim. I think outside of Vidaking being in the spot that he was to rappel into the smoke and then say, right, I'm going for the backstab onto this clash because it's holding us at bay. That was a very high-risk play, but you saw the reward coming out when he managed to find 2. This play here, in through the smoke, most players wouldn't do that. And there's probably a question really on Fultz, like, yeah, eventually he swings and gets the kill, but you've let a man in where you're really not meant to. You're relying a little bit too much on those smoke canisters to do the job. But SSG hold on. We now move down into the basement. Starting off well, Tim. We've got that Skopos on side. We love seeing a Skopos getting picked out. Just because we've seen so many interesting plays from it over, well, the last 6 months, I'd say, across the stages, across events as well. Is Fultz got one of those in the tank?
We'll keep an eye on where that spare shell ends up. I would imagine Fultz will do a little bit of setup and then he will take himself to the position that he's going to then transfer back, because the spare one at the minute isn't much use nor ornament, I would suggest, in the position that it's in. So he will be looking at the top floor potentially here, which is always an exciting one because you've got that potential for just teleporting up, getting into your opposite shell and getting down on the flank. It's those exciting moments. We saw Hot and Cold, of course, in the group stages. Use it to perfection. We will keep an eye on that as we go. The rest of the defensive lineup, got the Legion, got the Warden, got the Mirror, so pretty standard as we would expect here. Benja on the Solace suggests he's going to get out in the map as well. He's currently up on the top floor. So FaZe are going to need to be careful here. Make sure that they're going in, that they're aware of where everybody is and that they're clearing them as well, because right now the Skopos, the Solace, they could do some real damage in this round. Definitely something to keep your eye on.
Yes. I mean, Benja already being pushed back as well as the key one. He's the one out there trying to waste a bit of time, and if inside 30 seconds you've almost lost your life, it's a bit of a stinger. KDS now starting to spin his way around as well. J9O is tucked in the back corner though, so it's not going to be too easy. Elsewhere, the kills are beginning to fly across the map. Will they get in and get a freebie here? J9O's got a swing, goes in, and finds just that. It's still, yet again though, Tim, a 3 versus 2 for SSG.
As the pressure began to mount, we saw Fultz just teleport back down into sight, into his other Skopos shell. Actually lost his life now, so that's going to remove the threat for FaZe on top floor, but the real threat that's up there is Benja. He takes down Souls. He was part of this roaming duo of him and Fultz. Fultz with the opportunity, the option to just get himself back to sight quickly. That's the way that he was using the Skopos, an operator that we know has many different ways that it can be manipulated, that it can be employed, but in this case it was just a quick return to sight. 3 versus 1 then. Vidaking just trying to work his way in from the back of sight. J9O, super important position, and he played it to perfection. On that pillar, he stopped KDS doing the damage from bottom yellow stairs. That was the first important move, and then he gets the final kill onto Vidaking as he comes down from spiral stairs, and that is why that pillar is such a powerful position in basement.
I brought the numbers for it earlier when I was looking at Consulate, and I was like, cool, it's a great map when you look at it for FaZe, but it's not exactly an unpopular map for SSG. Over the last 6 months, they've played it 6 times. They're 3-3 on it. You look at it and go, okay, 50% win rate. That's that's okay. Not forgetting they played it at international events as well. They played it against big competition. To have a win record is definitely a big accomplishment in FaZe's books, but SSG are certainly not like new to this map. To me, it's not like they barely ever play it. And I think across those first 2 rounds, they've looked largely unbothered by FaZe. And maybe this comes back a bit to FaZe's playstyle. They are one of the more like slow teams that we have at the tournament. They do kind of remind me a lot of Virtus Pro to some degree, where they will take a lot of control. They will play things slow. They're not really going to be a hard rush team. You might see it once in a blue moon. And outside of Vidaking's kind of surprise back in that first round, we've not really seen much that suggests SSG are too rattled by what they're seeing coming out of the Brazilian side. So a lot of comfort being shown in those first 2 rounds and already starting to build up a little bit of a war chest for when these sides flip.
It's been a great start, a great start for SSG so far. Like you said, just building themselves that buffer that they can rely on later into things. We can see that there's 3 of SSG up on that top floor. So once again, I feel like FaZe maybe failed to, you know, successfully do that last time. I said to watch Benja, and he was indeed the one that hurt them from the top floor. So FaZe got to be aware of that, and I want to see them getting in there, taking top floor control, and then we can see a little bit more from them on the attack. We can see exactly how they deal with the site, how they deal with the utility, how is that execution push, because right now, Des, we haven't had an opportunity to see that from them. They've lost in the early round battles, they've lost manpower, and then they've just had to go and look for kills.
Yes, need to see a little bit more, I think, coming out, because every single time they've pulled off this sort of push forward as a team, they've always come out men down. 3 versus 2s we commonly see building out for them, and now Bittaking falls on the Grim, no less, Tim. Remember all those bees to buzz around and bother this SSG lineup and find themselves a bit comfier as a result. Benja going down, the Goyo being the Roma here. Once those Vulcan canisters are deployed, it is far from the end of the world. So I can't imagine SSG are too fussed about losing Benja, but it does give some more map control over to FaZe.
Yeah, still 2 on the top floor for FaZe to deal with as well. We've got Ashen and J9 up there, and again, they're just going to try to hold those positions. Ashen likely has the shotgun, I would imagine, but going to be taken down. That's a big one from Cyber, because it prevents SSG from being able to make any new verticals. They've got top floor control. This is more what I wanted to see out of FaZe. Come in there, get that map control by the halfway mark. Now they can pile the pressure on Forest and Fultz. They can start thinking about sight. They can start thinking about getting handy in there with that diffuser. We've got a little bit of a standoff here, Des. Cyber and Fultz on those backs.
I love this.
It's too easy for Cyber. Takes down Fultz with a few shots to the back, and FaZe are cruising in round 3.
They just looked him like they slowed things down even more in this round, and where SSG get a bit impatient and start trying to find members of FaZe to bring down, expecting a hit to come through. FaZe have just sat either outside the map or, as you saw from Cyber, on yellow stairs, and let the members of SSG come to them. So a good little switch in pacing there from FaZe that has actually got them around on the board. It is 1 in 3. SSG still in the lead at 2-1 after that first quarter. We're now going to repeat those same 3 sites again, starting up on the second floor. But again, just a real good switch of things there from FaZe. Really liked what I saw. Like I say here, these next 3 kills you'll see on your screen, they just sat and waited. They let SSG largely come to them. It's good stuff. That one was a bit ridiculous, really. Full Flash is still getting a kill. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, just playing a little bit less of SSG's game and a little bit more sort of patient, which is what we expect out of FaZe. They're going to set up in their own way. They're going to play their game, and they're going to let you play into them. And SSG that time have sort of fallen foul of that, really. FaZe able to get themselves around, but I don't think SSG will really care too much. You know, don't get me wrong, every round you win is fantastic, but it was their 3rd choice start. They went top floor, they went bottom floor. Piano was then their 3rd choice, so you're kind of not always expecting to win that. If you can come in here with a 4-2 half, it plays into what Jack was saying on the desk to begin with, that FaZe's attacking percentage is just not good enough realistically in terms of what we're seeing at the tournament. Way behind teams like G2, who are absolutely flying at the minute. FaZe have been winning games despite that, but this is getting to the sharp end of the tournament now. When we start moving into phase 2, it's those sorts of issues that, whilst you got away with it in groups, you probably won't get away with it for too long here in phase 2. So FaZe need to start sharpening up. If they only come away with 2 attacks again, they're in that same position, 30-something%, and it's going to be tough for them to continue like that. They've got to start getting those 50% plus attacking halves.
It's quite dire to say that your attacking win rate is lower than a team that has already been sent home. You know, Stars have a better attacking win rate than what FaZe do, which is crazy to think about. And you would hope it's going to warm up, but as you often say to me, Tim, what you see in the groups is not always indicative of how the rest of the tournament will play. We've seen teams go, I mean, like G2 had, they go flawless in groups, and then everything can start falling apart when you get to phase 2. I'm not convinced it will for G2 this tournament. Admittedly, they've looked great so far, but we've seen it happen at events for other teams before. Either way, here we go. Handy starting his march up here from basement. He's having a little sniff around here, of course, assisted by the drones off towards his right-hand side, so he knows this is relatively safe. Imagine trying to head his way out towards Spiral here and cause a little bit of bother, knowing that we've got to think about that top floor here, Tim, once he gets underneath inside a piano. Oh, they're in a great spot. Start chewing up that floor, unsettle some defenders, while the rest of your team gets set up for the execute behind that Ying and the Grim, and things start to look good.
Twitch drone just being allowed to take out an awful lot of utility there. Minute 30 mark, losing 2 Vulcan canisters is really going to facilitate this top floor push across from the admin side that FaZe are trying to build here. They're going to open up the cubby wall, just give those angles in, a little bit of phantom pressure as they get themselves up onto the roof to a little bit of safety. The Clash is going to be in a super important position here. Forest is going to be probably at the sharp end of this FaZe attack. It looks like that's where it's coming from, unless they have a little wobble, lose a man or two, and choose to rotate. But right now, it's coming their way, and it could be a tidal wave.
You see Handy just starting to harass them from underneath in the backline here as well, so there's not really a super safe spot for SSG to get themselves inside of. 2 players stepping through Barb here to step forward and try and find the fight. They found one, traded back onto Souls immediately, but once again, Tim, FaZe are in control.
They haven't dealt with Forest, and that's been part of the problem. They've been so magnetised towards that shield that Fultz and J9O have been able to move into long desk and start picking kills up. Absolutely fantastic stuff from them. I think a little bit of pressure from Meeting Door at the same time, and that Clash has done its job. Just absorbed so much pressure there has Forest, and been such a focal point for FaZe to clear out that the rest of the attack has crumbled. SSG holding on really well. 3-1 start.
I think a lot of it came down to one, Fultz getting a couple of kills. J9O in this spot here, he'd been harassed earlier on the long desk by that buck from below, so he was forced to step back here in towards the back room. Has found himself a 3K from the spot as well. Wonderful stuff. And I think for FaZe, probably just not accounting for, as you say, that Clash and how much bother it was really going to cause them. When you had 2 players stepping up through barbed wire, you had the Clash still shocking them out. It was like walking through mud. They couldn't really get anywhere, Tim, without SSG being able to react in time. Really good defense yet again. They've kept FaZe at bay. Now we go down to the basement.
And the thing is, Des, the Clash was present in round 1 on the top floor. I don't feel like FaZe have done what they needed to do to recognise that that was probably going to be a problem again, and how are we going to deal with it? Last time, yeah, they managed to get in there behind. It was a little bit of a rush playing through the window. It didn't pan out in terms of the round, but yeah, they got the Clash down. But if you're going to push from admin and you're going to face a Clash, you might have a more difficult time. So I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, what have you really brought along to deal with that Clash? They haven't really brought the utility that they needed to deal with it. There's no Sophia there to create a shield break. There's no, you know, are they getting nades into that position? Have they got a Capitao to burn them out? Not enough thought towards that Clash, potentially.
Right, in we step. Got this blitz on side, joined up with the Dokkaebi and the Jackal. They want to go fast, Tim, and go fast they will. Ashen on the Vigil being punished. And we spoke about seeing Vigil play throughout the week. G2, more of a kind of trolling nature. It felt against Joel a little bit, Doki having a little bit of fun with it. But the problem a number of teams have fell short on at this tournament is having players out on their own entirely by themselves. And top teams, and you know what? FaZe's attacks might have been a little bit lackluster so far this tournament. However, they will be able to punish a player. I tell you what, you're not getting a kill in that spot, I'm afraid. It's just far too close. They're very good, though, Tim, at isolating out players and punishing them. The Jackal and the Dokkaebi together here, really sending them full hell for leather for Ashen to begin with, and Benja was almost going to suffer the same fate. But yet again, Tim, they've held an angle, KDS has waited, and Fultz has ran right into his waiting arms.
Yeah, this clearance has been way better from FaZe. They've brought what they needed. I've been critical of that in the last round, but this time they've got everything they've needed. They've recognised what happened on the defence last time around. They've adapted their attack, and they've made it very difficult for SFG. Getting those 2 kills, Fultz and Ashen, gives them now a big platform to work from. They're starting to open up the hatches. They're going to start softening the sight up. Things are going to get difficult, but Benja manages to find a lifeline, just a glimmer of hope in the round for SSG as he takes down Cyber.
You've got Forest looking towards Bunker here, where he's been sat for the longest time. He was hoping to catch the blitz out earlier on. I was going to say they don't know that he's here, but he's just been droned out. The problem is now he's got a Jackal and a blitz starting to bear down on him from those Visa stairs, Tim, so he's in a spot of hot bother unless he can get back to side site safely. Has got cover from Jane on the south side, so he should be good to get back and join his team here. FaZe have got 60 seconds to play.
Yeah, FaZe have continued doing work upstairs and have decided to just drop directly into site, and it's been a fantastic decision as Handy manages to find J9O. The Zoto canister's going to slow his progress down, and Benja is able to find the kill, but Souls is there for the trade. The diffuser goes down. It's 1v3. Forest has it all to do on the Kaid. Can do absolutely nothing as Souls manages to find that crucial second attacking round. But can FaZe go better than their previous stats suggest, and can they get this final attack in round 6 to go 50-50?
That felt like watching a game of chess from FaZe. And it sounds weird to say that when you've got quite a fast comp that consists of a Jackal and a Blitz charging through the map, trying to hunt down those that are on the roam. But that's exactly why it was like a game of chess. Every time they've managed to force a player from SSG to move, they've taken the ground, they've double-checked everything they're trying to do, they've identified that the team was split in half because, as I mentioned, Forest was stuck out in blue. Once they saw him on drone, Tim, 10 seconds later, they're dropping Hatch inside of sight. They know they've got the man advantage and are like, this is cool. He's so far away, he really can't get involved here. He's a little bit pinched out, if nothing else. So every time they've seen the opponent make a move, FaZe are just one step ahead and have got something else in mind to deal with it. Really smart round from them.
Well, that's it. You saw the decision-making process. As soon as the drone sees Forest, there's only 3 there. So there's 2 on site, guys. So let's just drop the hatch and take the fights. And yet Forest, you know, makes it back into that fight, but it's no surprise he was the last one left alive.
And they knew where he was coming from.
Yeah, exactly. They know that he's coming from the rear side. They know he's going to be 10 seconds late to the fight. So all they had to do was find the first 2 kills, and they did it beautifully. So FaZe, great play on the fly, great adaptation, and just recognizing the intel that they had in front of them, what it was telling them, and working effectively around it. So we're going to see our last defensive round now, and SSG are going to bring out the split site. There's tough one to win on. We've spoken about this at length. Multiple attacking options. FaZe can go in above. They can look to work the verticals and go for a planting tellers alternatively, and it looks like this is going to be the choice. Get yourself into garage, work laterally across, and look for a plant inside of archives.
This is the starting point, right? There's a lot that you've got to figure out if you want to try and get a push onto the side. It can be that garage side start. It can be the top floor working down. There's a lot that you can think about. They aren't leaning in towards things like the Jackal, and they're trying. Still got the Doka on side. No Blitz as well. It's instead the Monty. Suggests a much slower lateral push to me for Tim, rather than trying to play Rover Hunter. A bit of cat and mouse across the entirety of the map for those that might not be on site.
Interestingly, Cyber elsewhere on the map on the Ram is currently on Repel. I don't know whether he's going to look to get himself into Visa. That's not gone quite to plan. He'll go for that one again, I think. I don't know whether he's looking to get into Visa or maybe even looking to get into admin on the Ram. He's could potentially go in there and look to open things up a little bit. Just get those verticals down into Visa, make it difficult to hold that ground, but he's on the rappel in between both at the minute, so we'll see what he chooses to do. He does have 1 boogie drone left.
If nothing else, having those verticals opened up, it's the threat of someone being there that can often force SSG to be a little bit more mindful of how they're rotating through the site. It starts to restrict their movement. If someone is in that vertical, you're dead to rights. But most of the time, someone won't be there, as we've seen for the most part. Forest, I can just see on the screen now as well, dipping away from playing in bunker, almost conceding that aware thing and not wanting to hang around there too much longer. Ashen going down a Handy. Not a great start. Ashen, I know, has gone down quite early on in a few of these rounds too. What a shot across onto Fultz as well. 2 have collapsed on SSG, and with the Monty now bearing down on them, and the C4 being shot out by his teammate, it looks like FaZe team are in a great spot to close the half 3-3.
Yeah, and again, patience has paid dividends for FaZe here. They've got Cyber in above now. He's just operating in and around Visa. He's got that advantage. He's using it perfectly to take down Benja. Souls manages to find Forest. They're getting absolutely cut down here. J9O with a big double though. Nitro and a headshot onto KDS. Makes this slightly more winnable, but no, can't pick up the fight with Handy. FaZe close it out, and that is better attacking from FaZe. We know that they like Consulate, and we can see why. 3-3.
Won 3 of the last 4 rounds, and honestly, Tim, it felt like they'd warmed up. Those first couple of rounds, they felt like SSG had the answer to them. There's a problem, I think. FaZe looks a little bit unsettled. Couldn't quite get into their groove. That third round, when they really slowed things down and started just waiting for SSG to push into them, for them to get a little bit antsy, that's when they started finding success. And in those last 2 rounds, I think really showed their prowess and their attacking chops. Whether it was Roamer Hunter, whether it was going straight towards site and just being very, very careful in terms of watching flanks, they've showed a little bit of everything in my view. And as mentioned, for me, a couple of players in SSG in that half, I get it. You're playing a Vigil, for example, you want to be out on the road by yourself. That's kind of the nature of that operator. It's very selfish, Tim, which sounds like a really bad word, but it can work magic sometimes. But I just feel like FaZe have consistently found the answer to dealing with those roamers, and it has always left SSG and Man down. Now we get the swap, and this is where FaZe, Tim, can really show their strength, because while they might be a bottom 5 attacking team at the tournament, they're a top 5 defensive team on their favorite map, and SSG are really going to have to work hard to get something out of this.
Yeah, things not going to get any easier for the North American side from here on in. Really needed that 4-2 half, you feel, on their defense to be able to get anything out of this one. And, you know, we've spoken about FaZe's performances so far and how, you know, have they been as strong as we might expect through the groups? The players aren't breaking into those top 10, top 15 rated players at the tournament just yet. And I say this time and time again, form is so important at a tournament, and hitting form at the right time. Having a great group stage, wonderful. But if you don't show up in this phase, in the next phase, it's not going to count for much. So if FaZe can start hitting their stride now, if they can start finding that form over the next few days, get themselves through to live finals, and that's when they really deliver their big performances, they ain't going to care about those drop maps at groups, I can guarantee you that. And so far today, they're looking pretty good, especially over the last couple of rounds.
If you are joining us late, by the way, obviously we're halfway through our first map here, but the winner of this game goes on to face off against G2 later. The winner of that is guaranteed to make our live finals on Friday, so we will have a good few teams, 4 of them in fact, going to our main stage already on day 1 of Phase 2. The other, they drop down to the lower bracket, Tim, where you have no more lives left at that point. You're losing the lower bracket, you are out. SSG, halfway into the round, as soon as you see that Finker juice supply across the whole team, Tim, you know there's a bit of a move going on. Forest doing what he can, but has been held down by 2 players here. That LMG is starting to sing, finds one, but Souls with a quick step over, brings down Forest, and now all things are square, 4 versus 4.
SSG shaping up for a completely yellow-sided attack at the minute. There is nothing going over on the admin side. Benja did have a little look, but he's going to move away, look to support his team over yellow. He did try to make his way up Visa Stairs, but KDS and FaZe in general were very aware of that potential danger. There was a little bit of an exchange there, and Benja was scared away. So he's going to move up yellow stairs now to join his team, but Fultz is in, more importantly, and getting that diffuser down. The cover is there on the rappel. Ashen gets the kill that was needed onto Souls, who tried to challenge the diffusers down, and FaZe have fallen apart in a matter of seconds. They've allowed that kill, they've allowed that diffuser to go down, and Benja being underneath was critical because nobody could play there, and he didn't move upstairs until that diffuser was going down, and they were sure they were in the clear.
Very, very good stuff from SSG to kick it off. Just when we were worried about FaZe's prowess on the defense, SSG show they can still most definitely attack on this map. Yeah, I love so far. Actually, it's been pretty quiet. I don't know actually if I love that. Is that true? Do I love that? I don't know. But he has had a pretty focused day so far.
I think they're very focused on the game here.
That meditation to stay calm before the game.
We've spoken about SSG's culture at length. We've spoken about, you know, the things that they do, the meditation, the teamwork, the working out to get, you know, everything is about what is going to deliver us that end result. And right now, they are just super focused on getting this won. They know this. If they were to go on and win this tournament, Des, this could still end up being one of their toughest games. Make no mistake about it.
Oh, anyone who has to beat FaZe is probably thinking, great,
yeah,
I've got to beat a potential winner of the tournament. Because we said it earlier on, Tim, there's not been an event that FaZe have been at where they haven't, when they've got knocked out, they've only ever been knocked out to grand finalists. That is a crazy stat that has applied through the last 4 years or so of play. Not even an exception in that sort of stat. It's absolutely unbelievable. So if you're bringing down FaZe, one, you feel like it's a bit of a good luck charm for yourself, Tim, that you can go on and go make quite a deep run at the tournament. But I think, too, more than anything else, it's a bit of belief in yourself, too, that if you can beat a team of that caliber, you can go on and achieve anything.
Well, it's one of 2 circumstances that creates that stat, and it all leads into what you're saying, Des. It's because either FaZe, and this is half of the time, FaZe just get really far in the tournament, so naturally get knocked out at like a semi-final point because they're a brilliant team and therefore, yes, lose to a finalist. Or alternatively, they get knocked out earlier in the tournament, but yes, it takes the best team at that tournament in order to knock them out. And this is what we see, you know, routinely. We're talking since 2021, you know, this is a long time that we're looking at where FaZe have been almost at the peak of this game.
Almost, but always one step too short. SSG, just a quick point before this round really gets moving, is they've got better every year too. Obviously, they won back in 2020. They finished in lower bracket round 1, so if they lost here and then lost the next game, they'd have the same outcome as 21. Then across the next couple of years, it was lower bracket round 2, and last year, it was lower bracket round 3. So they are getting deeper and deeper into every tournament run, every SI that we get get closer to lifting that hammer once again. If we're seeing them being even close to where they were last year, Tim, they'll be extremely close to making it onto our live stage, and things will be looking up for them. Anyway, Ashen, again, has found himself going down. He's been the entry death in quite a few of these rounds, Tim. It's not been the best, especially here when you're playing on that ramp. Such a crucial bit of vertical utility for your team.
A bit of an exchange between Benja and Handy there. Benja unable to come away with the kill, and Handy definitely recognising it was his time to dip away and prevent more pressure coming in on himself. But then he just waits for his moment, manages to take down Benja. The trade is there from Fultz up above, but 3 versus 4 halfway through the round. Things are not ideal for SSG on the attack at the minute. FaZe just kind of dipping deep at the minute and holding their positions, letting SSG do the work, letting SSG come to them.
It's always been the tune, hasn't it? FaZe, when they slow things down a little bit and let SSG be the ones to get a bit antsy in that first half, was the solution. It carries on in the second half. When you're on the defense, the attackers have to come to you at some point. They've got that 4 versus 3. Still got quite a lot of utility sit behind as well. 3 smokes in the back pocket of Souls. As we get towards this last 50 seconds, you hit that 30-second mark, Tim, and those smokes suddenly become a way to block out an entire entry point into the site, or at the very least, a way to guarantee panic when SSG step forward. But they're lining up. They've got a lot of utility of their own, Tim. I'm looking at smokes. I'm looking at flashes. I'm looking at a Capitao. They've got everything they need to get this done.
Similar to when SSG were defending, Vitaking was all the way back in archives, but he's made his way forward at the perfect time. Unlike SSG, were just a little bit behind that curve. Forest does manage to get the diffuser down, though, and takes up a position outside. This is not going to be easy for FaZe to clear out. It is one of the tougher retakes inside a siege. Forrester's got a real opportunity here, but no! KDS manages to see him through the angle, takes him. As I'm saying, it's going to be difficult, FaZe. They just make it look easy.
They're hitting
and get the disabled.
They're hitting some ridiculous shots this game, aren't they? I just feel like every time they're swinging out, SSG don't even get a chance to see the player.
You couldn't see a thing of KDS from there. No, he's obvious. He's just in his Neo or something, and it tells him where he is. I mean, you know where you're looking. You know they're going to be in behind the boxes on one of the sides.
Yeah. I did think to myself, they've still got a smoke in back pocket from Souls here as well, so the option being you could smoke out one side and force them on the other. Not that it was required at all because the shots were there. This 2K from Handy for me was the big one though, Tim, because not only have you got rid of the Ram, you've also got rid of the Jackal with the ITA secondary. So where do most of those verticals come from? Quite simply, they don't.
I think the assumption from Benja there might have been that I've done a lot of damage to him. He's probably gone back down spiral. And really, maybe more tracking was needed, maybe a little bit of drone work, because, yeah, he's just giving himself away for free then, and he's going in there looking to do that vertical, and it's something that SSG have then lost. Like I said, FaZe just had, it felt like a bit of a better read on the pulse of the round, on the heartbeat of how things were going, because Vitaking was in the same position as Forest all the way back inside of archives, but as SSG realised that and went for a similar play, we're going to rush in here, we're going to get this done with 3v3 on site. Vitaking was already moving up. The call had already been made from FaZe that, look, there's nothing coming rear side, get yourself back in here. And so they did, and it worked out well for FaZe ultimately. SSG, yes, they get a plant down, but it was largely meaningless in the end. So 4-4 on the scoreboard. I woke up this morning just knowing this was going to be a good game, and, well, it is. It's everything that we'd hoped for.
It's funny because a couple of years ago, I looked at this sort of match and been like, oh, SSG ain't that team, really. They're not going to be able to stop FaZe. It's, I wouldn't say a foregone conclusion, but you expect the outcome is that FaZe would walk away the winner. Whether it's a 2-0 or a 2-1 is up for debate. How close the match might go, another one. But this is one of those games I've looked at and thought, with the slower start FaZe have had to this tournament, how SSG have been playing, how they've warmed up over the last couple of years in terms of tournament results, especially here at SI, it just feels like it could be one of those games we look at the end of this and go, wow, what a series that turned out to be.
Forest is one to keep an eye on through this round. On the blitz this time, always a focal point for the attackers. It's always part of that clearance. It's always part of creating the space you need for the round. But Forest 2-7, a little bit quiet so far in this game, and definitely one of the players that could, you know, give SSG that kickstart. If he can just get a little bit more going, if they can just get a little bit more out of him, he could be a difference maker. When we look across the team of FaZe, much more even. 4, 5, 6, 8 kills, you know, all making their contributions.
Sniffing themselves around. We always talk about this being such a key entry point to this top floor, even if you're not so much trying to use it to actually push in. It's the threat that it provides onto the defensive side, and just like this, Benja going against that, he's starting to make his march on forward. Right idea, sees this man, but can't bring him down, and Vidaking pops his head up. SSG get the entry, and surely now Forest starts thinking about a burst forward.
He does, and can he get his kill? That was just in the... That was really close for him, just losing his life there, but he did manage to flash out the player. Ashen gets a kill, will be traded out, but this was a really unfortunate Soul and Handy. They just get caught out in a crossover, and they're going to take one of their own down. 4 versus 2, but look at Benja and Forest, super low health now. Those two need to be very careful, especially with the Nitro being primed underneath. KDS is going to be nowhere near where he needs to be, and so FaZe, 30 seconds left to go. Not going to be easy for them to hold up.
Sees the vertical and Benja's gone.
That's the problem.
I mean, you're now at a neutral point, Souls, after the team kill. Forest also down. They may yet be able to recover this, and my God, is it going to feel like a massive loss for SSG? You had a good start and got the entry. There was a team kill to help you through as well. You were in control, and FaZe have wrestled it back away from the North American side. J9O can do nothing but look on with despair here in a 1 versus 2. FaZe are going to hold on, but that really feels like it should have been an SSG round, Tim, given how it started.
I was planning not to mention Souls and his clutch ability. I thought, you know, we'll maybe leave it. We'll see what happens later in the tournament. But you just can't avoid it with this man. Souls is one of the best clutch players that we have inside of Siege. Factual.
Yes.
He's just absolutely unreal in those positions. Whether it be 1vx, whether it be 2vx like that, just brilliant stuff. His movement in those situations, his ability to read what the attackers are going to do is unbelievable. He was just ahead of them at every step there. He only had about 15 HP himself, and he's gone through, got a 2k, and all of a sudden your 2v3 is a 2v1, and it's a big, big problem for SSG. And it's a shame for them, Des, because their attack was really nice. What happened was, for that top floor clearance, Benja went and opened Cubby Wall, and he waited to peek until Forest pushed long desk with the blitz. So the smoke goes down, spiral and long desk. The blitz starts to push in, and that's when Benja looks. Because look, everybody's looking the other way because the smoke's gone down. It was so well worked by SSG, and then they get the other kill on the other side, the two coming in, Ashen and Forest. It was brilliant stuff to get that top floor clearance, and they've got to be kicking themselves. They lost HP along the way, but then FaZe were just able to take full advantage of that.
Talk about timing to get the down on the blitz as well. Just as you get flashed, Forrest is put on his backside. Wonderful stuff. And I know they've had the timeout there, and you may be looking at it and thinking, okay, why the hell are we taking the timeout? We've just won the round. As we said at the end of it, it really feels like SSG let that one get away from them, and we would be at a 5-4 to SSG. In which case, you're saying after that quarter of those 3 rounds, that quarter of the game of regulation, this is an SSG quarter, and FaZe start to feel a little bit nervous. And no doubt a lot of things being spotted there by the team, by the coach, to have that timeout, have that conversation, and get things course corrected in time for these final 3 rounds. Here we go, though. FaZe, again, looking at least pretty dug in. Say looking towards that clash. Spoke about it earlier on, too, when we saw it coming out of SSG. It caused real bother. And to be fair, they did find a way through FaZe. It was Vidaking repelling in through that smoke canister and shooting the clash in the back. Otherwise, it was an absolute nightmare. We've also seen it played up here on this main corridor, where for SSG, we'd argue Tim won in the round. So already quite a lot of effects being shown by the operator. It's always that debate when teams play the clash, you know, just how much impact is it having? I think as we've seen these 2 rounds on this map that's been used so far, extremely high impact, if not round winning.
The position of the clash, it's a point, the round exploded and I got cut off from making it where SSG were using it. If you keep an eye on the clash, it's going to tell you a lot of what's going on in FaZe's mind at that point in time. Where do they think the push is coming from? Because you're going to want the clash facing up, fronting up to that push. So if King's over on yellow, it suggests that they think SSG are going to be pushing from yellow. If he's moved over to admin, it means they've recognised what's going on over there. At the minute, he is dug in on yellow. He's going to be looking, but they need to be cautious because on the opposite side of the map, Forest is having a look at admin. So this could be a double-sided push from SSG. I always like to see that. Don't be too one-dimensional. Put a little bit of pressure on either side and make teams think, because it can make them move that utility away from where it is causing you a problem.
Trying to work his way around the mute jammers, if nothing else, while picking off what utility he can. So far, it's been that default cam that you saw up above. Not regularly too impactful, as it is quite a high traffic area on this top floor. FaZe no doubt playing around here a lot. No one gone down too early, Tim, and this might be one of the slowest rounds that we've had so far in terms of entries. 2 minutes have gone and no one's died.
So we see it from the clash now. He's moving across. He was stuck inside a CEO watching that window, but FaZe have recognised now the push is coming from admin side. They tried to challenge onto the Blackbeard. KDS not able to get anything going there. So SSG starting to take ground now, starting to move forward. They've got themselves into long desk, into vending. They're finding kills. J9O with a double hashing onto Cyber, and FaZe just haven't been able to deal with this aggression from the admin side. As Fultz takes down King. Can Souls do anything about a flawless round? No, he cannot. Final kill comes in, and again, really nice from SSG. They took what was given to them. Admin was left undefended as the clash had gone over to yellow, thinking that's where the push was from. King then spent too long inside of CEO. There was nobody yellow, there was nobody pushing window. He should have been moving over sooner to be ready for that challenge coming in from the admin side, but by the time he gets over there, it's too little too late, and SSG are already dropping kills.
For me, Tim, it actually was a repeat of what you said in the prior round about Benja. When FaZe, all of them are distracted, looking towards the smokes, the top spiral. You just saw it on your screen there. Now they're so focused on the march that is coming up from admin side on towards the Blackbeard. Who is it that swims to spiral when all attention is elsewhere? It's J9O, and he nets 2 kills, and that can be enough to get a game going. We speak about the success rate of finding an entry and what that does to your odds of winning a round. How about getting a 2K super early on? SSG so far really good at drawing FaZe's attention to one part of the map normally where there's a shield, and I don't blame them. Shields are absolutely terrifying. And then it's just one player that makes a difference by sneaking in undetected and doing enough damage to get the round moving for SSG. Things all square to at 5-5. I really feel like this is going to turn into a barn burner of a series.
The thing is for FaZe as well, Des, that's very difficult to deal with because the pressure that they're responding to elsewhere when Benja looks for that backstab, it's not phantom pressure, it's really there. And it's because it's just good timing from SSG. They get everything in position and then they create a lot of noise over here and hurt you from here. But if you focus on Benja then and think, oh, right, no, that's just to create a distraction, it's not. They're going to hurt you because there's a blitz coming in. There's going to be a big problem. So it's SSG doing a really good job of just splitting FaZe's attention and taking full advantage of it. And at the minute, it feels like FaZe, a lot of the time, don't kind of know which way to look. You know, we look over there, we're going to dive from Benja. We look at Benja, we're going to dive from over there. And it's creating a real problem. Look at this as well. Forest getting very aggressive on the top floor clearance. Love to see this, looking to chase down any roamers that are there, force them out of position.
For now, it's clearing through a hell of a lot of utility. Largely ignored. I think that pressure built up so quick that FaZe are like, yeah, cool, we're out. And it's just gone through and cleared out the entirety of that top floor. FaZe wanting to give nothing away. And what I actually love is a little bit of respect being shown by FaZe there. Think back to that first half. One of my main criticisms that was coming in against SSG was they were leaving roamers out when Benja was out, when Ashen was out. And FaZe would just realise it and hard punish that player that was by themselves. And FaZe here, rather than going, well, we've committed a bunch of mute jammers upstairs and we've dropped other utility down, they've said, look, we know there's a blitz on side now. We do not want to get ourselves pushed, isolated, and down to a 5 versus 4 too early on. So instead, they've dropped away and said, look, if SSG want it, fine. The utility's gone. Don't worry about that. We'd rather have the gun alive. So I think just really good discipline and respect being shown by the Brazilian side here.
In 70% of the rounds so far, the entry kill has been decisive, so that's another thing for you to keep an eye on at home. Where's that entry kill going, and how do the team follow it up? Look at this Cyber just keeping that distance beautifully. Yes, he's lost his life, but you would trade that for a blitz. He was on the mute. His jammers and utility are already used. That is really good stuff from Cyber. It removes a huge threat.
And look how close he was to getting rid of Ashen as well. He gets that 2 there. The round is done, essentially. It's almost unfortunate for him that he didn't, but I think we all know shotgun ranges are absolutely ridiculous, so I'm glad that SSG managed to get a 1-for-1 here. A very close 1-for-1 breaking out. King and Benja exchanging a couple of shots, but look at this, Tim. He's pinched it in, and this is what I said about FaZe earlier, Tim. They were respectful about getting isolated, and that's exactly what King is.
He has to die here, and they can't allow him to take any with him, and they do that fantastically well. Nice teamwork. Get the flashers there, get them in, find the kill. 4 versus 3, but 15 seconds. There's, as you say, time becoming the factor, and SSG are having to push from one direction here. The smoke is going to slow them down. J9O could be crucial on the backside from Yellow Stairs, but no, he gets taken down by KDS and SSG. They fall like a house of cards in round 11, one after another. FaZe, super cool, super calm. They'd done their job, they'd wasted their time, and they get the round done. They will have the chance to win this in regulation, and yet another round goes in favor of that entry kill.
Is it another timeout? Yes, it is. SSG bringing this one in. Let's listen in. And we've got the quietest coach in the world. I didn't really have to jack my program feed up there to hear what was being said. Extremely quiet behind them there, not offering to run an awful lot. But essentially saying, look, react to what you see is the key thing. I mean, that was number one, but more than also talking about when we go to OT. Obviously believing they'll get there. They win this round and we're there. Tim talking about the plan for the basement there and really trying to guide Fultz in that as well. So not a lot you can hear, I imagine, at home as well either. It was extremely quiet, but that was the main bits that I managed to take away from it, Tim.
Just seeing that fantastic play from Cyber on Spiral Stairs. Dealing with the blitz is no mean feat. It's no easy thing to do, and he just kept that distance perfectly so that he didn't get hit by a flash. It was wonderful stuff from him. So 6-5, FaZe now in the lead. SSG running them the full distance on their map pick and one of their favourite maps in Consulate. Certainly a marker being put down here by SSG one way or another to say, FaZe, you're not going to have this all your own way. And looking in towards Labs, of course, as our next matchup, SSG's pick. Honestly, I can already see this one going to 3.
I hope so. I really hope so.
If FaZe managed to lock this down, still winnable for SSG.
I mean, Labs feels like a bit of a cursed map at the best of times for FaZe, given how last year went out for them in the 6th Invitational Grand Final. 6-1 up, only to lose it. A reminder, actually, as well, Tim, of course, we saw it come out on social media yesterday. The new documentary, it's just shy of an hour long, but it recounts what led to that grand final. I've only watched about half of it so far. I need to watch the rest of it later today when I've got time, but I've really enjoyed the first watch of it. So if you are looking for something to do between games today or perhaps later on tonight, please do go and watch that documentary. It is a fantastic watch so far, and I can't wait to see. I guess spoilers already know the outcome, but I can't wait to see the second half of it as well, to see what's said and what happens. And getting that inside life into the teams and their communication, what they're speaking about in-game as well as out of it, is just super valuable, insightful.
Okay then, round 12 is underway. We're a minute in. SSG not really established inside of the map yet. Just moving across that top floor now. Forest is in on the blitz, looking for that roam clearance again. We've got the Twitch drones just raining around, taking out that utility and clearing a path for him. Also just providing any intel if there's anybody ahead of him. And there is. Let me hand it on the mirror if my silhouette knowledge doesn't fool me.
Hopefully it's not. It has been a slower start, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that as well for SSG. It's, again, during the timeout, it was a very small snippet we heard, but, you know, reacting to what you see here, relying on the drones, taking action based on that. My only concern is they did that a little bit in the last round. It was quite slow and composed, and they ran out of time, and it could prove to be more the same here. Forest now knocking on the door, has got Ashen with him, a C4 taking down neither, but definitely doing some damage to both. Almost a scary moment there. Still 2 more, that's about 3 more C4s. Sat in back pockets, him a lot of room for damage. Another one comes out. Not going to find Forest, but the constant threat is absolutely huge. Cyber's now on his backside. Ashen trying to find a new way in towards the site here. He's getting some shots down in the back, and Souls is down and out.
This is good from SSG. I was a little bit concerned that they were banging the head against the wall there, trying to get in, but no, they've been able to brute force it. KDS and Cyber did everything they could to hold on, but 45 seconds, there's an opportunity to get the diffuser down, and as I say that, Forest will do just that. He is almost certainly going to confirm this, and does. Now then, FaZe, you are fighting to get this one done in regulation to avoid those extra rounds. Vittaking manages to find Ashen. 30 seconds left for him and Handy. Will the Nitro find its mark? No, it does not. Going to have to drop back to site at some point, surely.
He's got 1 HP, Forest.
He's just trying to hassle them at this point. He's just trying to give them something to think about, just to force them onto that back foot. 11 seconds left. Very unlikely that FaZe are able to come away with this, but Handy manages to get one. They're going to have to get onto the diffuser soon. They have not done it. They will run out of time, and we're going to overtime, Des.
Nothing to be said here. This one is done. It's well played by SSG. Balancing the challenges around the diffuser, around the site itself, to keep FaZe busy and leave them with nowhere near enough time to get that one done. We said it might be a barn burner, Tim, and Map 1 is starting just that way. FaZe start things off on the defense. It's worth stressing. A reminder of how this works, again, if you pick the map, in this case FaZe have the other side pick in regulation what side they start on, and then when we get to overtime, the team that picked the map get to choose where they start. And I think quite naturally, given how Consular often shapes up to beat him, you'd pick the defense, and that's exactly where FaZe are going to start. Kicking things off in the basement, then we'll switch sides and SSG will get to defend, and then for potentially round 15, if we need it, FaZe will be back on the defense. What we're saying, Professor Tim, I see you looking at the numbers. What they're telling you?
Well, yeah, I'm just having a look. Garage is the site. I mean, naturally, Garage is the site that FaZe have won twice.
Can I ask, can you actually see anything on that screen? Because it is so dark.
Yeah.
You know what you remind me of? You remind me of a message.
To be
Her
fair,
phone brightness is always on 0. It's like, look at this. I'm like, I can't see your screen, love. What are you doing?
I have turned my brightness down because the battery's a little bit low on my iPad. I thought I'd put it on charge last night, but I think it wasn't quite plugged in properly.
I see. Okay.
Behind the scenes for you there, the boring stuff. My iPad's not quite as charged as it might need to.
It turns out both loves in my life, my missus and you, like your screen's really dark. That's all I've taken away from this.
It would usually be a little bit higher. I'm just saving that battery. But yeah, so far we've got 3 sites to look at for FaZe. They've got the Garage, which they're going to go to now. No surprise, 100% defense in their defensive half. We've got Piano and Exposition, 50%, 1 win of each, and then we've got Top Floor, which we're not going to see here because they didn't win it once. So SSG won it both times. I would imagine we're going to see FaZe first go to Garage. If they get the win here, the next one is going to be Piano and Exposition. That's really interesting because, let's for argument's sake say SSG get their defense as well. We go to 7-7, we go to 15, and we go to a 50-50 site. We go to a site that both teams have won. However, we might not even get that far, as Ashen has managed to pick up Cyber. And as I said, a lot of these rounds have been following the trend of the entry kill. That is a really big start, taking down the Mute and getting them the advantage.
A Thermite getting an entry onto a Mute?
Why not?
What world are we in?
Why not?
In the first 30 seconds or so, it's craziness, Tim. Because if Cyber got the killing towards Ashen, you probably actually find that it's SSG who start to feel in hot water. Yeah, you've got the hard breach gadgets available for the Capitao, but main breach probably ain't getting opened up to any great effect. You've also got the hatch to worry about. That could have been disastrous. But instead, they've got rid of Cyber. They've taken a C4 offline. That's only a good start for SSG as long as they keep this attack moving and don't stall out and find themselves running out of time again. They're in a great spot to take an attacking round in OT.
Forest is going to be clearing out through tellers for the time being. We've got vertical work going on above.
Oh, they've got another tip. KDS is gone. It's a castle. It's somewhat disposable, but at the same time, it's a player. You don't want the players off your team, Tim. SSG surely get this one closed out. They've got so much time to work with. I'm only nervous because we've seen a couple of rounds go against them when they've had the numbers advantage. Admittedly, very rarely was it a very cozy, settled down 5v3 as it is now, where SSG have got time to react.
SSG have got so long as well.
Oh,
They've got a lot of map control now. They've got a minute to work on. The Blitz is relocating. You can see just ahead of you there onto yellow stairs.
No.
Andy does manage to find Benja. That is a big pickup for FaZe. It maybe gets them something going, but FaZe gets Ashen. They're standing up. FaZe are fighting back. 2 versus 3 though, as Fultz is there for the kill onto Souls. The diffuser's going down, Des. FaZe are going to be working against the clock. Fultz onto King as he tries to get back into sight. It's all up to Handy, and he's less than half health at the moment. Nitro goes out. He hears the Blitz off to his left. He finds a freebie. Forest, where are you looking, my friend?
Oh, and he always gets a second.
This is winnable. 1v2, Des.
So close to getting Fultz if he kills him. I actually think this round is doable, Tim. But I think missing those shots with this fire burning out, it's pretty cooked. Just like his legs might be after charging in through that fire. He's got about 15 seconds, or 15 HP to his name and 15 seconds on the clock. This one feels pretty done, Tim. No chance to get both kills and get this diffuser stuck at the same time. SSG will surely take the round here. There is now no time remaining. It is done. He might have got a 3K, but so too did Fultz. And FaZe now find themselves a round away from losing this map. SSG. And there's the noise I was expecting.
I think Ashen might have woken up.
I think so.
Look, SSG played that really well. So when it went from 1v3 to 1v2, 30 seconds left to go, you look at that, and we said at the time, this becomes winnable, even on half health. If Andy gets one of the kills quicker, then maybe he's got an opportunity to do it. And that was the point where SSG, they played it really smart. It was smart siege. They got themselves to opposite sides of the site, and they just tucked in. They knew all we have to do is survive 15, 20 seconds here. It doesn't matter if one of us takes a death, so long as we are pulling Handy in opposite directions. And there, with the one out on yellow stairs, absolutely no option really for Handy to be able to go for that kill. So well played, SSG. As soon as they go from 1v3 to 1v2, they make the smart decision. They get themselves into the perfect positions, and they lock out the round. They are one round away from taking FaZe's map away from them. And looking back at SSG's half on the defense, it was 50-50 on Garage.
Woo! I mean, also thinking about it, this is exactly what during the timeout we had the coach speaking to the boys about, was, right, cool, you know, call out during the timeout, was saying to them, right, hold on a second, talk about basement here. Fultz, I want you to do X, Y, and Z. Here's how I want it to be focused. So we've seen a real mixed bag of timeouts from coaches throughout the week, where sometimes it has been very tactical. Others it has been as simple as get the vibes up, because sometimes just reminding the boys, look, you're not speaking to each other can be enough. But there was some more tactical instruction. For this site in particular, SSG are going to be cooking something.
It's an interesting choice because it's the site that they won only once. It was 50-50. Top floor, they won twice with that great clash play on the second time, if you remember, from Forest in at vending machine. J9O getting the triple at top spiral. It was really good from them. But maybe they feel like they've just burnt their lives up on that top floor. They've, you know, done both plans and they've worked, but maybe they don't have much more and think FaZe might have them sort of figured out. So we're going to go down to the basement. Cyber already in the building, looking to soften things up with the book.
Ooh, okay. Time is of the essence. It's one thing I'll stress. Both of these teams have lost rounds throughout this game to the clock. Sometimes it's down to a couple of seconds. Sometimes it's been down to far more than that. But the point more being that with a very, woo! Like making a flashy entrance, Tim, is the way to do it. More than anything else, I think SSG have got quite a lot of time waste potential here with that Kai, with the 2 Brow, with the smokes on side, a couple of C4s. They can waste a hell of a lot of time here. So FaZe have got to move at a bit of pace. Key thing for me, though, we haven't seen anyone getting picked up on the roam, yet we've got a Jackal and a Blitz on the other side. FaZe expected to find players around the map, and they have not.
SSG are defending this super deep at the minute. There's nobody in the garage side whatsoever. They're all back towards Spiral and Archives. They're obviously expecting a lot of pressure come from there, and it's fair because we haven't seen the breach getting opened by either team, really. It hasn't been a focus. SSG did it once and got a plant on it, but ultimately lost the round. So there has been much more pressure coming from Spiral, from Security Corridor, from Visa Stairs. It's been more of a focal point. Yellow Stairs is going to be used by Handy. He gets himself down there on the Blitz. He can clear out the barbed wire, but that would normally signify his presence. But honestly, SSG probably not in a position to even hear this Des. They too deep, but they managed to find him. Ashen with a beautifully placed smoke, and now SSG can take that as a cue to start pushing forward and reclaiming a little bit of ground.
Still got the smoke to play behind, of course, out of C4. So yeah, the utility game is looking a little bit light here for SSG with 30 seconds to go. FaZe play this well. They play it at that longer range. The superior scopes, the guns, everything. It can be there. Smoke is down there inside of the site, but they've got to recover that diffuser, Tim. And right now, it's fully smoked out. Ashen goes aggressive, pays the price. Benja back the other way. It's a 3 versus 2, Tim. They could hold on.
They're going to try and get the plant down. Souls, he's going to stick this. The cover is there from Viking. He's checking every possible angle that he can, but Fools gets the planter, and SSG are on the retake. 3v1, surely it's a matter of time, and Fools rains death from above to take Viking out. All that's left is to disable the diffuser, and SSG, they lock out Consulate and go 1-0.
Wow, what a performance from SSG. Not forgetting again that FaZe were 9-0 on this map, Tim. They've just been handed their first loss. They aren't going to break it into double digits. That's it. And SSG, as we said, Tim, could be really cooking something here today. An 8-6 victory is a statement. Don't take it as anything else. We'll go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll break this game down.
Available now.
Boston is below freezing at the moment, and I haven't even been outside. It's just ice in the veins of the North American roster. SSG looks so impressive, Jack.
Yeah, they were so good inside of that map. I thought their team play genuinely was so good, and it started all the way from round one here. And we saw FaZe get off to actually quite a good start, Rob. They managed to get themselves a 3-3 attack split, which I think was maybe a little bit unexpected. I think they got there by trying to rush, trying to play a little bit more unpredictable. We obviously know that SSG are a really big team into the counter analysis. So when FaZe were rushing, when FaZe were doing things a little bit differently, I think it did throw SSG off guard. But they had to regroup, and they managed to get their own 3-3 attack split to take us to overtime and then ultimately see it out.
And that's the thing as well. A map of Consulate, we expected it to be a little defender-sided, but it was ultimately round number 13 where SSG got an early kill on attack and converted that round. Albeit it was still close, they did a phenomenal job, and SSG from that point on looked very confident. One thing we noted throughout the entirety of this match, the shields, they're just everywhere.
Yeah, we saw 14 different shields played in 14 rounds, Rob, and that wasn't just one shield or the other. We saw various clash. We saw 4 times we saw clash, 7 times the Blitz, 2 times the Monty, and 1 time the Blackbeard as well. And it was absolutely incredible. Both teams utilizing them, especially the clash play from SSG that I know we'll come on to.
Another critical factor in this one, I know Tim and Derry were both talking about it on the cast. The entry stats were very heavily skewed in the favor of being able to convert them.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as you get the entry in Rainbow Six Siege, you literally put yourself into a 5 versus 4, but very often when there's a shield on the board, guns up, that can be a 5 versus 3, and you can just play the mathematical numbers from there.
Well, we did definitely give the props to FaZe on their attacking half. However, SSG, they backed in on the defensive half. We've got Leo to help us break down one of those rounds.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight SSG's incredible teamwork, and we're gonna do this on a defender setup. Now we're on top floor, bomb site, on Consulate, and they're facing an admin take. So this is for you guys, next time you face an admin take, how you should defend against it. As you can see, usually on top floor, you've got 4 entry points. You've got the meeting door here, you've got the spiral stairs, you've got the yellow stairs, the CEO window, and technically a 5th entry point here with the meeting bridge. Now, how do you defend against that? 2 players in meeting, 1 close range on the doorway, 1 supporting him and also holding the meeting bridge. Then you've got a clash here, or a shield, playing the corridor to burn information, burn time, and at the same time a crossfire setup with him in spiral stairs. And last but not least, 1 player scoring the flank, right? From this yellow stairs, from the CEO window, and technically from bathroom. Now we look at the footage, as you can see here, we have the crossfire, we have the guy watching the back, and we have our 2 players here in meeting. And the first key to the bomb site is Ashen, right? From meeting bridge, as you can see, we have a Ying there that's gonna send a Candela to start the execution onto meeting, and he's gonna make him move to get the pick, and that's the opening kill. Now look at Fultz's reaction. Fultz instantly goes aggressive, kills the diffuser, and as soon as his teammate is dead, he's gonna turn around and go aggressive with his shotgun to prevent the Ying from pushing deeper. And that's exactly what he does and gets the pick here. Now, as soon as he's done that, at the same time, as you can see here, Clash is pressured by 3 players, and they're set up in a perfect crossfire for J9O to come, replace Benja, who's just died, and set up this crossfire to get the kills. As you can see here, J9O from the Clash will get 1 kill, 2 kills, and a 3rd kill. All of this supported by Forest, that's burning time here as the baiter. Amazing play from SSG, great teamwork. That's SSG for you guys, and now they're going on their 2nd map after a short break.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez Então, assim, foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, you know, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali, e a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
The North Americans are getting it done on home soil, and they don't even have the crowd buff yet. I'm not just talking about this matchup. I'm talking about B-Stream as well. That's right, Unwanted are 1-0 up in their series against W7M. The Brazilians right now, they're on the ropes, and I mean that literally. This is quite intense. We are not yet out of the upper bracket. Leo, this is huge.
Yeah, this is huge, and I know we've been, talking a little bit on NA, but let's be real, like they've got a lot of potential in their teams at this event.
It's scary, isn't it, Jack? Because having come into this event, NA, well, most events, NA seem third in the regional conversation. They never feel like they take that #1 spot. But here today, they're kickstarting with the right start.
I was about to say, I wouldn't say that too loudly around here, Rob, but yeah, certainly. I thought SSG were genuinely excellent, but I'm actually, as we look ahead to Labs, I'm looking for improvement in FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan usually are unflappable in a lot of their situations, but we saw nerves coming out of them. We saw them misplaying in 3v3s, 2v2s, the things that make them so strong normally, they misplayed inside of Consular, and it was just an overtime loss. If they can improve on those things, if they can actually play with some conviction and with some authority, then they'll do well.
I will say one thing though. Before coming into this matchup, this was a 9-win streak for FaZe. This was their best map by far, and I will say this, SSG dominated them on this. I know it's overtime, but how many rounds did FaZe win when they were in the 2v4 and 3v5 setup?
Yeah.
At least 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, two that I can remember, maybe even 3.
So strategically right now, Space Station is the better team, and now they're going on their map pick, on Labs.
It's kind of scary, not gonna lie. It's nice to see that they're getting up in the series. But before we get underway with Labs, we need to take a look back. That's right. We've got the trifecta of the 1K Kings. We've got Cyber, yet 7 kills away. He was 13 heading into map 1, which is a little bit of a concern, Jack, considering he only managed to get 6.
Yeah, he's overtaken Palu as well in terms of that leaderboard. Like, you don't want to be second to anything, but if he can get over 1K kills, it's still a monumental achievement at the 6th Invitational.
And I will say this right now, Cyber, for the longest of times, has been the savior of FaZe. He needs to step up right now, not only for his record, but also for FaZe to make it further in the upper bracket.
Well, this is quite scary if you're a FaZe fan. It's well and truly NA's time. SSG are up 1-0 in the series as we head to our casters, Ace and Des.
Thank you very much, Rob. Indeed, it's really weird, Tim, how those top 3 players that are all in the 1K club or getting close to it are Brazilian.
Funny that, isn't it?
Weird
it's,
that.
It's as if they're quite
are
good
we
at the
just
game.
Bad?
However, maybe not good enough today, Des.
Maybe not. I mean, 6 kills on that first map tells you enough, Tim. They definitely fell short back on Consulate. It did require some magic out of SSG for 3Ks, 2 1v1s. But what matters is they got the job done and they broke that 9-map win streak. Labs is going to be a good one. It's one of my favourite maps to watch. It's got probably some bad memories on it for FaZe, given how last year went down. But they've got to get it done here, Tim. They've got to send us through to that 3rd map. Otherwise, SSG starting off Phase 2 with a 2-0 against one of the tournament favourites. What a statement that would be.
Let's not forget as well who the loser of this will face. FaZe in the... I don't know, is that a little sight for the...
Do we know who they faced in the lower bracket?
I do know who they faced in the lower bracket, Des.
Who's that?
Liquid.
Ooh! Ah!
That could be tasty.
Ah! That would hurt the heart.
Bad day for the Brazilians, potentially. If FaZe drop down to the lower bracket, they will go against Liquid, and so we will absolutely guaranteed have one of those 2 teams going home before the last stage.
Wow. I mean, on paper, you look at it now and say Liquid would be expected, but you just never know when it comes to Brazil versus Brazil.
Never know when it comes to... It's not just Brazil versus Brazil. When it comes to FaZe versus Liquid, oh, there have been some tasty matchups over the years.
A reminder that these bans are flipped as well. If blue team starts in the defense at the minute, there is a visual bug in terms of which team is banning what. So these are 2 bans out of SSG, the Deimos and the Mira. The Blackbeard was banned away by FaZe.
We'll have our final defender ban coming on through. Having a little bit of a think about it, maybe a little bit of a chat about it here. Our FaZe as to exactly what they're going to do with it. We'll get locked in now, either way. And we will see. It's going to be Azami.
Yes.
Easily the most banned operator. I'm not even bothering to pull up the stats.
I was looking at the stats.
I'm not even bothering to pull up the stats. I'm going to confidently, with my chest, say the most banned operator at 6 Invitational 2025.
By a country mile as well, it's probably worth stating. I gave you that stat the other day about presence being when an operator is available, how often are they picked, plus the rounds that they're banned away for. What does that number sit at? She's like 30% clear of Monty. I think she's like 80% plus. Monty's down at 50%. Yeah. So while Monty himself has been, I wouldn't say, like, I actually think he's in a really good spot at the minute where he doesn't feel too oppressive, but I think that's somewhat masked by the fact that Blackbeard exists in the game now, and teams, as you're seeing here from Forest, still love running things like the Blitz. It does give a good balance around the number of shields, but Azami is still up there as probably our most banned, I'd say, across the last 12 months. Like, not even just this tournament, it has been a staple ban, even after the nerfs.
Let's get into it then. Round 1, FaZe kickoff on the defense of Nighthaven Labs. That will have been their choice, as it was SSG's map choice. They, I can't stress this enough, need a good start. Like you say, you know, we talk about SI 2024 final and Nighthaven Labs, and forget all that. You know, FaZe will come in here confident that they can get a win. I'm sure that, you know, ghosts have been laid to rest. It is what it is. You move on, you win some, you lose some. Right now, they need to be winning some, because SSG are going to be moving on to take that spot against G2 later on today. A reminder of the stakes. The winner goes on to play G2 in the next upper bracket round later on today. The winner of which will guarantee themselves one way or another getting onto the main stage. So it is really, really big for both of these teams to try and get through to that matchup with G2 and FaZe. They've got to cling on.
Being on the main stage of 6 Invitational is what every player dreams of, whether you're just getting started out, whether you've been playing for a number of years, like those 3 players we were speaking about being in or near that 1,000-kill club. Everyone wants to be there. Everyone wants to lift the hammer. So to be able to do so on day 1 of Phase 2 will be an absolute... Oh, you'll have a fantastic week off the back of it. You'll be buzzing going in towards Friday for the weekend, Tim. But it does mean getting through this game first and winning that one later. Cyber, there's 1 of 7. Benja taken down super early on here. It's the Dokkaebi that's been removed too by the Boss G, no less.
SSG, I think, maybe just letting things slip a little bit there. Cyber able to, granted he's on the vigil, may well have been keeping himself cloaked and off the radar, but they were unaware of his position and he gets a free kill. But the diffuser's going to go down. Forrester's walked in with the Monty. This has been a super simple plan. Open up the breach, walk in with the Monty, put the diffuser down. What's the problem, Des?
So under the cover with that smoke being down and the glass standing over shoulder, not really much you can do. You look towards the C4 for that, but they were not available to toss in. And SSG, just like I'm back on Consulate, Tim, are starting out strong in round 1. They've got themselves this one comfortably in the bag, it looks like, unless Bitterking and Souls can really pull off some magic against the glass and a Monty. And of course, Fultzu's there for good measure. Looks like SSG, the North American side, will start things off pretty strong. FaZe back to the drawing board, I'm afraid. That Soulless Reliance, I think, really bit them there. Not quite scanning down to his bottom right corner. Didn't see the Monty with the plank going down. And they probably assumed that there was a bit of a bait plank going on, just didn't find time to react.
SSG have just seen an opportunity there, and they've taken it, and it was brilliant play from them. And honestly, I think FaZe fans out there watching that are going to be a little bit worried. FaZe should be playing well on this defensive half. We said coming into today, top 5 defensive team at the tournament. Nighthaven Labs, basement, it is very, very defendable, and they should have been winning that out. Cyber gets himself one to open things up. I think Benja was maybe aware of Handy, and they've just used Handy as a little bit of bait. Keep the vigil off the radar. Benja takes a risk in trying to move into challenge pillar and gets taken down by Cyber, who, as a reminder, once he hits 7 kills, that will be the magic 1,000 kills in 6 invitational competition across the years. 6 more to go for Cyber, but I tell you what, Des, it could be a very bittersweet moment for him. He may well get it done this game and still find his team dropping down to the lower bracket. And I won't put words in anybody's mouth, but I know if it was me,
I'd rather go the upper bracket.
I would choose the win, and I'll worry about the 1,000 kills later.
Completely agree, but sadly those 2 things may line up, as you say, Tim. We'll see how it goes as the map plays out. Into round 2 we go. It's top floor, right in the basement this time round. Other end of the map. And then one of those, I was looking at the analysis from Leo in the break earlier on, Tim, during that desk, because he was bringing up the telestration segment. Very well done, as always.
He does quite well with that, doesn't he?
I was talking about these multiple entrance points on towards Consulate. It's a very similar story here, where there are a few points of ingress that you've really got to be focusing on. Very commonly, you'll see a shield sent up through garage and warehouse to try and take control of balcony. And we've seen so many teams do the dance of death, and there's army that's planted there with Mirror being deployed, of course, both those operators taken away, so it will be a bit easier to do. Before we can think about all that, though, there's 2 main walls that you want opened up, the IT wall and also the connector wall.
And SSG are going to be doing exactly that. They've done a great job at surrounding FaZe when they've been attacking, at creating those multiple pressure points. We've spoken about it a few times. Push multiple angles at the same time as a team, and they get the kills because FaZe are just found kind of spinning on the heels. They don't know exactly which way to look because they know that pressure's going to come from everywhere. For the time being, Handy is delivering those toxic babes onto the catwalk door, just preventing them from walking in with the shield there, which is what they were trying to do. Forrest is going to relocate. Ashen for the time being on the book. He's working around underneath. May well look to open up the floor around pillar, around connector wall once SSG take a little bit more ground on that side, which is, I think, what they're working for now. Forest, you can see his silhouette in the distance, about to go into meeting.
They've cleared away a lot of the utility very quickly on catwalk, which is the main one to look at. I think the camera's still there and still zapping away as they try and step forward. It's the main frustration point for them. This one here gives them a lot of information if any push comes forward. It's a very little camp to have, and the Twitch drone hasn't managed to get in and shock it off yet. I think maybe they missed that one as a bit of oversight, but as you say, Ashen has dropped away from pushing the doorway and have gone underneath and now found Cyber. Great spot to be in, but probably got to be careful because Souls is also still lurking around nearby. As soon as he steps up here, he's in hot water. I think they've seen him on the drone that was just outside the door, though. Yes, and a great shot from Ashen. Instant headshot onto Souls. A 5v3. SSG once again in full control.
FaZe are in big trouble right now. Vittaking doing what he can to keep them in the round. Manages to find a kill onto Benja, but the pressure is going to mount in this last 45 seconds as SSG try to get aggressive now. The diffuser is currently on IT breach with J90. That's where the push is going to have to come from. They don't really have too much time to relocate that. So once they've got catwalk, they will then start moving into IT. It's going to force Vittaking away, or so they're hoping. He has a look, but no, he picks the wrong target. Gets taken down by J90. SSG, again, just having to pause to take out that goo mine. It's all up to Handy. All he can really hope is to kill the right one. He manages to get one on catwalk, but he's going to be pushed by the Blitz. Fultz just looking to get in there. He has diffuser. He has a goo mine in his leg. They need to think about getting this plant going. There's 3 seconds left to go. He does exactly that, Des.
He's got the cross, and that's the main thing. There's no way that Handy was ever getting across to stop him, but that first bringing down the shield and the other player challenging him. Well played by SSG. Got a little bit nervous. They were in that 5v3, and then Benja went down and thought, please, let's not see the man advantage of 5v3 slip away. But they hold on, and that's the important part. Same as on Consulate, Tim. SSG have started up with 2 rounds to kick things off. I don't want to say FaZe are going to start sweating here, but they did manage to recover things back to a 3-3. It's a very different ball game, though, when it's not your favourite map that you've got a 9-0 record on.
I've been saying for the longest time...
Oh, that's a good swing into a flat.
Yeah, it was nice. I've been saying for the longest time about SSG, I'm talking a couple of years now, that they're on this steady upward trend. We've seen they had a little bit of a dip at one event, but otherwise we've seen their finishers at events slowly improve time after time after time. And now we're starting to really see that work over the last 18 months. The culture, the preparation, the belief, all coming together in what is so far a brilliant performance against FaZe.
It was like I was saying at the start of our last map, like you look at the SI results they've had, and sure, the team has changed a bit over that time, but they've gone from going out in lower bracket round 1 to then going out in lower bracket round 2. Last year it was lower bracket round 3. They can't quite crack the major curse. They keep on going out in quarterfinals, but still making main stages at events is a great way to get that exposure. And again, like I said earlier, SI is the big one. That's what every team wants to win. And if you're constantly pressing on forward and getting higher and higher results, and given how they're playing today, you start getting very excited about their potential.
I say it just feels that very slow burning upward trend.
We're going to go into an event at some point, probably in a year's time? SSG, they win SI, they go on to win the next major, everyone's like, oh my god, they're really onto something, and suddenly everyone's jumping late.
Everyone's jumping in frozen lakes.
We walk in and they're all sat in a massive, like, kumbaya meditation circle at the start of a day.
Up at 6:15.
All in the gym together. None of us can get in there because it's fully packed out 24/7 with players. Could well change the face of the game if it goes that way.
Here we go, that round 3, SSG going to be opening up the IT wall. FaZe have moved on, they're not going for top floor again. SSG are going to be looking for top floor, not control, but they're going to be looking potentially for a pillar plant. So they need to get that wall open in IT, they need to get the wall open underneath to prevent FaZe playing in those positions where they can hold the vertical onto that plant spot. Then it's a case of generally the shield just hopping through the window and get that diffuser down on the ground. At the minute it's with Fultz, he may well take that job on. We will see as we progress, but there's not a huge top floor presence from FaZe either, so there's, you know, a real opportunity here for SSG to go in and take this ground, and that's what they're going to do.
It's been a good, again, I spoke about our last map as well, the composure from FaZe to know when to back away and not get yourself caught out and punished by SSG collapsing on a solo roamer. I do like how they've played that game out, whereas SSG, as I mentioned back on Consulate, were getting caught out by it quite a lot. Ashen especially, Benja a couple of times is where they were losing players. This time round, even with the composure from FaZe, it's still SSG coming up and getting themselves involved. Ashen, by the way, Tim, I need to go and check the numbers. I'm pretty sure he's been involved in about 9 entry engagements throughout the series so far. They've tried to rush in, but the ratting on the bomb site itself, KDS manages to bring down 2, and like that, the advantage they were building has completely fell away. FaZe with a comfortable closeout, just because they had no idea where KDS was on site itself.
Yeah, I think SSG have made a bit of a mistake there. There's nothing wrong with trying it. They've gone for the rush, drop over, see if we can just get into the other side and try and get something going. But there was a real opportunity for them to take on the default plant. They'd got IT, they'd got top floor. They needed to deal with the Soulless Vitaking, who was in the basement. Makes sense. He's there to, you know, use the scanner, see if he can see when the plant is going down. But that's not very difficult to deal with. All you need to do is open the double wall down in basement. If you get that double wall open, he can't play in a position to be able to impact on the plant. And then they had enough verticality above, did SSG. They had IT floor opened up. They could watch the door into storage. There was a real I feel like they'd done a lot of the work to create that space to get the plant down, and then just went, no, there's a chance over here, let's just go there. And it kind of fell apart because FaZe, that's where they were set up, that's what they were ready for. So SSG, they dropped 1 attack, FaZe picking it up, but they're not going to mind at all. First 3 coming away with a 2-1 attack on that Haven Labs. They're going to be more than satisfied.
Certainly no complaints. That one definitely felt like a Hail Mary, so I'm with you on that front, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit. Broke concentration for a second and paid the price. FaZe, that kind of team that are going to get away with that kind of magic. Here we go, though, down that basement again. We've got Ashen moving over onto the Jackal. Still got a shield play coming along. It's not going to be the Monty like we saw back in round 1. I mean, why change your weight, Tim? Forrest has been doing a pretty good job. Now, you might look at that and go, Desi 0 and 2, he's doing an absolutely terrible job, but the space that he's creating is the key part I want to stress. Shields, Monty players especially, they aren't going to be high kill players, but the amount of space they create for the team, the information they feed across, that can't easily be reflected in numbers. It's what it does for everyone else to enable them to shine that really matters the most, which is why you have to assess the team as a complete picture and not just as, is that Monty getting kills or not? It's really not that simple.
SSG going to be starting things off with the top floor clearance again. Ashen manages to find KDS. That takes down the Legion. Great stuff that SSG have been doing on the entry so far. Cyber manages to get his 3rd of the game. 4 to go for him, taking down Fultz. Handy manages to find Forest. J9O puts an end to the 1,000-kill party here for Cyber in round 4. He's going to have to wait a few more rounds yet as he gets taken out. Ashen finds Souls. This is a great flurry of kills from SSG to give themselves a real opportunity here in round 4. They could well go straight to site here and think about putting the diffuser down.
I was about to say, we do know that the site's down in basement, right? All the action has gone on top floor.
The diffuser's cold in IT at the minute.
The problem.
Fultz was taken down there, so they need to go and get it back. Handy is up there, I think, just trying to play that position, knowing they're going to have to come in and take that diffuser back. He gets an absolute beauty onto Benja, just spins 90 degrees, takes him out, finds Ashen. FaZe rescued by Handy in a 2v3 that becomes a 2v1. J9O picks him up, but loses so much health in the process. He has a lot of time here. He has the diffuser, but he doesn't really have what he needs to put it down on the ground.
Doesn't really have the health against the smoke. This is like dreamland for Vitaking. Hasn't even got to take a gunfight to him. He's got those 2 smoke canister to play behind. And knowing surely that shots came onto J9O, that's the moment where in ranked you're calling is one. It's not going to take much to see him blown over here. FaZe then bring things up to a 2 apiece. Unless J9O can pull some real magic. We've heard a lot of high praise for him. You heard the desk speaking about him being one of the strongest players that we've got.
J9O, this barbed wire.
I can't believe I was midway through saying one of the best players we've got and he jumped straight into a barbed wire and nearly dies to a smoke. Let's not do that again, please.
One thing I will say is that does not change the situation he's in at all.
No.
The loss of those few HP, he's still 1 bullet, he's still 1 breath of smoke. He was anyway. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, man. Definitely making it hard for himself here, but the last smoke has come out. That's the problem. Shots being fired. Now he knows where his man is. It's a case of winning the 1v1, but all we've got to see Vitaking do, I was going to say his hideaway because the time is on his side, but he goes to the swing to try and catch him off guard, expecting a sprint, gets the kill, and indeed they hold on. It was a really good 2-man hold on that top floor from FaZe, to be fair. Diffuser going down there definitely helped them out, but the 2-man stack up there just made life a living hell for SSG.
Yeah, I think what that round does is it highlights
Can we appreciate this kill, by the way?
It was beautiful. The way he looks away and then the 90-degree swing back, absolutely beautiful stuff. Handy's won the round for them there with that double. Absolutely brilliant stuff. But let's focus on what that highlights for us as well. It highlights the importance of diffuser handling. That win, that round win has been possible for FaZe because the diffuser was lost up on the top floor. Fultz was pushing pretty much on his own. He just breached IT and he moved inside. He probably didn't expect the aggression, but they get the kill there, and as soon as they see that FaZe, they're probably going to feel like, you know, their birthday's just coming because they know that they can then play off that case on the ground. Great stuff from them, and SSG maybe again just need to be a little bit more careful with that. You can't have your diffuser in a situation where it's just going to get dropped out in the cold on its own and you've got to try and rescue it. It's a big moment in the round.
Nice bit of play here as well, hiding Vidaking away. Now the drones saw him out. They kept that soft wall going towards Aqua, like fully locked up, no rotation holes being opened up early on, so that Vidaking could stay hidden away behind the desk. With him being concealed now, there's not too much going to be on side for SSG to help unseat the clash. So Vidaking could be a massive part of this round. We've seen a lot of clash in this series already, and I think in this round we might just see the biggest impact yet.
RT wall is going to be opened up. We spoke about this already. It'll be RT wall, it'll be connector wall. Just apply pressure into sight. It's something that SSG did very well last time. They ultimately pushed in through IT to get those final kills to create a situation to put the diffuser down. They may well look to do something a little bit different this time. They didn't push Aqua. I'd maybe like to see them go out there. Handy is there on the smoke, so maybe we'll put a little bit of pressure there. You've got the blitz. It's perfect sort of close quarters to use him and just turn FaZe's head. That's something they were doing so well on Consulate, turning FaZe's head in every direction.
First smoke down here from Forest, starting the march on forward for Ashen, who's crept his way forward in this knock, hoping to find a bit of a freebie. Right idea, but I think he's going to get figured out here. Indeed, he has. The Clash has hunted him down, and Souls all too happy to join up with his teammates, secure the first kill of the round. Now got the Blitz hidden the other side, and Shield versus Shield Tim. It's not happy fun time. Going to have to get himself away and dropped off the balcony as KDS goes down elsewhere. The Goya removed, and it's a 4 versus 4 with half the round still to play.
Yeah, I feel like FaZe definitely have the advantage here. They've dealt with SSG's initial push. They've dealt with the IT presence. The Blitz has been scared away. The damage has been done by the Clash. The Clash is always going to win in that circumstance because they can still just do that electrical damage through the shield of Blitz. So never going to win in a face-off. SSG, I'm not going to say they're stalling out. They are moving around. They are adapting. But it feels like more of a sort of roll of the dice now rather than this is what we wanted to do. FaZe know exactly where they're coming from. They've now got Aqua locked down with the smoke canisters. Handy's going to take Forest out because of the damage that was done earlier by the Clash.
No, but he's ran back into the smoke. He was clear.
He has, but SSG, they're going to find it very tough from here.
Stamwell getting opened up. I thought for a second we'd see Vidaking definitely taking that off, but they've let it go. Probably nothing else to give themselves another angle to be able to challenge in towards IT, knowing they've got the man advantage, and sure enough, a swing off towards the right from Handy. A great couple of rounds from him, Tim. 3 kills in the last round, 2 in this one. It's looking good. And J9O will try and do what he can, but this is going to be 2 rounds in a row now that we've seen SSG drop. They started strong, but just like on Consulate, FaZe have worked their way into the game. They've warmed up, and they've got SSG figured out.
That was great use of the Clash there from FaZe. It's really helped them get that round over the board. It's prevented the it's prevented the blitz push, it's prevented the pressure from IT, it's closed out the round there at the end of things. Really, really well utilised utility. 3-2 then FaZe as they wake up on Nighthaven Labs. SSG were able to get the first 2 attacking rounds, but FaZe now have the 3 in a row.
He was clear of it for about half a second, and I thought he was trying to go down Aqua stairs, but must have stepped back into it. Unfortunate.
I think it's one of them, sometimes when you're just right on the edge of it, you kind of like, no, I'm all right here, and then you're like, oh, maybe not. I'm really not all right. Yeah, and when you've only got enough HP to take 1 breath of it, it's, you know, it's a very quick and easy mistake to make.
And great smoke placement as well, really can't fault
it was.
At all. It was good stuff from FaZe, hit away that Clash, and when you spoke about it yourself, Tim, the impact it had was palpable. Here we go for the last round of the half. Then FaZe with a good spot to go up 4-2. And given SSG started up 2-0, Tim, I imagine the Brazilian side will feel very happy about how this one is playing out. The North American side, maybe less so. Normally you're trying to claw an attacking round or 2 over the line, normally on the tertiary sites that teams go to. Whereas they found it very, very early on in this game. Going to be that first floor site to hold things down. Need a few of these players to start getting on the board as well. Benja, I know, of course, he was a big pickup and a big move to SSG when he went over there. It felt like a statement, signing in a second world champion. Fultz, of course, being the other on this roster. But not really seen him shine the way that we'd like. I've been watching his stats throughout the week, and he's hovered around the sort of 15th place mark. He is putting up numbers in the right positions, but I think in this series, when things really start to matter, when you can start getting sent home, you've got to put on a big show.
Last time attacking this site, SSG, of course, we saw them drop over the balcony and try and get aggressive through warehouse. It didn't really work for them. I'd like to see them look at that default plant spot, keep it simple. The last couple of rounds have been tough for them. They don't need to take too much ground that way. They can just work on securing basement, securing IT, and then they can think about the potential of putting the diffuser down. 3-2 on the scoreboard. SSG could really do with this round, Des. A 3-3 half is big for them. On their own map, going onto the defense, they will back themselves to get 4 rounds.
I certainly would. I'll back him as well, Tim. It's one of those maps. Massive map, lots you can do, lots of trouble you can create, and we know that they like roaming, as we saw back on Consulate. FaZe will 100% have their work cut out for them, and again, being a bottom 5 attacking team, you do start to worry about the Brazilian side when we get onto that side of things. For now, though, SSG have really started a lot of work and a lot of push up on this top floor to try and force back these would-be roamers. Handy and Souls up here at the minute, dancing around on Aqua. We had drones on them. We had Ashen hoping to find someone with a little punch hole or a bullet hole coming in through the barricade, but finding absolutely nothing for it. And FaZe have drawn out the phone calls. Ben just used both of those Dokkaebi calls, Tim, and they found no one for it. Yes, they've forced them back, but they've lost half a round and got nothing to show for it.
Forrest just getting aggressive here, looking to get in there and get some clearance work done, get access into site, but he's going to be caught in a crossfire. One on the stairs, one inside his site. KDS finds an easy kill, headshot onto the blitz, and again, SSG have lost the tip of the spear. This could get difficult. Cyber manages to find Fultz, FaZe onto Ashen, and it's falling apart for SSG on the attack. Jane, I know, taking some serious punishment. 50 seconds left to go. Handy finishes him off. FaZe to close out the round, and flawless it is for FaZe. They have looked a different team in the last few rounds.
The final 4 rounds of that half, 100%. The first 2, it was all SSG, and FaZe looked lost, had no idea how to deal with what was coming at them. But something definitely changed in round 3, and they've flown ever since. A bit of disappointment for the North American side. They really would have hoped to have a 3-3 split there, being up 2-0, but instead, it's the Brazilian side on top going on to the attack. We're going to start things off down in the basement here in round 7. We'll see how things set up. I mentioned earlier on about SSG and their enjoyment of roaming. I'm seeing a Solus coming out from Forest, which again just suggesting we're going to see some vertical denial coming in for this basement site, the same way we saw FaZe try and do in round 1.
I feel like there's maybe, from SSG's perspective, been a little bit of over-reliance on those aggressive blitz plays for a few rounds there. It hasn't really worked. At any point, it hasn't got them into sight. It hasn't really created too much space for them, and we've seen a few rounds basically crumble after the blitz gets taken down by FaZe. FaZe have dealt with that operator really, really well in the last few rounds, and SSG didn't adapt to that. They didn't either, utilize it differently or bring along somebody else in place of the shield, but ultimately they've paid the price for it as they find themselves now 4-2 down on the back foot, and kind of fighting more for overtime than for a win, which is, if they'd have got one more round, the position that they could have been in.
Absolutely. Never easy. Let's see how things shape up, though. Still a lot of siege to play, and we're dying. We're baying for a third map at this point, Tim. How close the first one went. I know Fresh is dying for it for his bingo card. Wants that 40-plus round best of 3. Kind of feels weird to say, but obviously there's only a few days of best of 3s left. We start getting towards that best of 5 grand final on Sunday. I think we've got to, today, tomorrow, Tuesday, a couple of days break, and then on Friday we're back, and that's when the action really kicks off on the live stage here in Boston. Can't wait to see the arena either. I've not actually seen any previews of the stage this year, so it's all...
I'm so excited for the venue. It's such a cool location as well. Just, in general, it's such a storied and historic location that, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing it, as I think everybody else is at this point.
Yep. Plenty more to come. Well, here we go. First phone call coming out from Handy. Had Dokkaebi trying to hunt down across this top floor and force away anyone who might be upstairs. Drones also rolling through as well. But so far, SSG unmoved him, and we're not far off halfway through the round.
Cyber just needs 2 more kills for the 1,000 in SI history. Currently sat on 5. He started on 993 coming into this one, so currently sits on 998. All-time 6 invitational kills. We will keep an eye on that throughout the round, but it could be any time now, especially with Cyber on the Ash. He's an absolute nightmare on the Ash. But
he was never getting out.
The nightmare is for Forest as he gets tracked down. Souls manages to find the kill. Vitaking does take a lot of damage along the way, but ultimately it's FaZe that come away on top of that one, and an opening win on the attack would be true nightmare fuel for SSG at this point.
I should know you had the right idea, buddy. Oh, almost got away with it too, but Handy's hunted him down. This has become a real consistent theme, though, Tim, across both Consular and this map. The SSG, their roamers get punished by FaZe when they move as a team. Fultz somehow has managed to get away with one as well, despite being down to 1 HP himself. Like that, Tim. SSG, though, have wasted 2 minutes and brought it down to all things equal in a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, they are back in it, and this is what you tend to see from teams that are struggling on the attack. Yep, they can get a couple of kills, but it's just that level of being able to clinically close the rounds out that causes them problems, and SSG are holding angles well. They're getting themselves back into this. Fultz manages to find Vitaking. Souls onto Benja elsewhere. Leaves us now 2v2, but Souls is low, as is KDS, as is everybody at this stage. J9O with the most HP finds the first, Fultz the second, and SSG, they turn round what could have been a difficult round.
One thing I will probably say to it is I know that they are getting caught out on their own, Tim, and losing a couple of players. They are wasting a lot of time. The difference being for FaZe, they fall off a little bit early. They give up ground sooner to SSG. So there's two different styles in a way, whereas SSG are often trying to play their life out there and upset the apple cart constantly. The fact they got down to a 3v3 and 1 off the back of that just shows multiple play styles can work out here. Oh, I can't believe he nearly whiffed on that as well. Crazy. They get what they need, Tim. 4-3 to FaZe. SSG starting that fight back.
It's time for Forest to step up here. I'm not being critical at this point.
Yes, you are.
I'm not. I'm not being critical at this point that he's 0-6, because I'm going to follow that by saying he played a lot of blitz on the attack, and it's not always the operator that's intended to go in and get the kills. You're creating space, you're forcing players out of position. That's what you're looking to do. And FaZe dealt with him very, very well on that operator. He doesn't have a rifle, he's going in with the pistol. You can kind of forgive a low kill count from somebody who's done an entire half on a blitz. And that's why we need to start seeing a little bit more from him now on defense, because SSG don't need much more. They just need an extra 10%, and you feel like they will kind of leave FaZe in their dust at this point. They'll just move on. 2-0. Labs is winnable. They just need to find that little bit of extra juice from somewhere. As it is, Forest is going to stay on the shields. We saw how great the work was that he did on Consulate on this clash. So forget the kills. Let's just see how critical, how important Forest can be in this round on the clash. How much of a headache can he give FaZe?
I'm always the first to praise a shield player that does a lot for the team, and taking space is a big part of the responsibility in that. He's had 8 rounds in total throughout this entire series where he has been guns up, has not been on a shield operator. Doesn't really forgive so much that he currently sat at 3-18 across the series. You do need to see a bit more than that. However, when Ashen's having a phenomenal series so far, J9O still putting up big numbers as he has all tournament long. It's quite hard to say, oh, well, you need to do your part, mate, because clearly it's enabling the rest of his team to absolutely fly. First 60 seconds have gone by here, and as I said earlier on, 2 main things you want opened up is going to be that main wall inside a connector and the one into IT. They have got both of those done now, so the work of the Thermite is done. Handy can now go back to being a guns-up player for the round, but I imagine a good chunk of it, he'll be sat on drones for his team.
Forest is pushing out into connector here to prevent the progress coming through from FaZe, and this is why we see Cyber working on that electrical window. We've got Vitaking, we've got Souls. They're all kind of held up at the minute, and this is what I was saying. It might not be kills that we get out of Forest, but given the limited effectiveness of Blitz in the first half, this is where he can really shine and facilitate the rest of his team, burn a lot of time, and have those moments on the clash again. And so far, so good. He has been able to hold them at bay. He has been able to support his team. 1 minute 15 left to go, and FaZe haven't really taken too much ground yet.
Yeah, but at least they're inside of IT, which is the starting point for most attacks here. Here we go, the swing comes in from Souls on towards Pillar. In fact, there's 2 of them starting to push their way into sight here, and they've got the control they need at the same time. Cyber's in on Catwalk. It's a good team move from FaZe, and they're getting the kills they need, Tim. SSG are falling like Skittles at a bowling alley. Only one left standing, and it's Fultz in a 1 versus 4.
I think they know exactly where he's coming from as well. It will be a trade. Fultz manages to find KDS. It was Handy on the left of him, or right as we look now, that managed to get the kill. Cyber got one more in there, which leaves him on 6 kills. 999. There's just one more.
So close.
We'll see him get the 1,000. It was a really nice round from FaZe. It was unfortunate. Forest moved through into electrical, and I think they knew that because they'd grimmed it heavily. The bees were all in there, so they knew his location, and it knew that it left them a little bit of space inside a pillar, and FaZe were only too happy to go in there and take it aggressively. And once they did that, once they had pillar, it was such a power position for them. Kills just rained in.
So like 4-man roam top? Like we had 4 roamers.
No, I'm saying, yeah, but if you're gonna do it, like fully fight, don't try to layer off and show. That's my point.
Basement slack. We gotta go supply. Let's do supply.
They couldn't hear a whole ton. Come on, that's very quiet. I think he knows we're listening. He's just like, nah, you guys ain't getting nothing from me. There was a little bit of a conversation about the roam game that we, again, touched on throughout this series. Both teams having a different style and approach to it so far. SSG willing to play their lives and somewhat pay the price for it. I think here you might well see a few players up on that top floor looking to cause a little bit of bother, though Tim, no surprises at all. Then the onus becomes onto FaZe once again to clear through, get that top floor control, and then look for their execute, likely in through storage window.
Forest is on the solos. Keep an eye on where he plays. Likely down in the basement to prevent any potential. I mean, it could play both. It kind of works in both directions, but I think we will probably see, as Vitaking was, just underneath and trying to keep himself off the radar. Like you say, for the rest of them, it's going to be a case of trying to hold on to that top floor. For the time being, there's 2 of them up there, Ashen and Benja, to kick things off. I think we will likely see them joined by more as the round progresses. That's big.
Oh, well, he'll stay denied for now, Tim. It's not going to be in round 9 of map 2.
999. Still.
Imagine if he doesn't get another kill all series long. And then goes to the they get down to the lower bracket, doesn't get a single kill against Liquid, and he goes home on 999.
What? Cyber's
0.1% chance that happens.
Cyber's too quality for that.
He is far too quality. You don't get near 1,000 kills at SI playing mediocre, that's for sure. Still, it's a great first start that the Maverick being taken down will make some of these walls a little bit more of a nuisance to get opened up. Not forgetting that we've got the Bandit on side, we've got the Mute here as well. The Maverick, of course, aim to cut through those gadgets and enable walls to be opened up regardless. And now they're going to have to go back the old-fashioned way, Tim. Let's get ourselves the shock drones in, if we can, and get rid of what we need to. Handy's also fallen. That's the buck-off line too. Not a good start for FaZe and SSG. They keep on rolling.
Not at all a good start. Absolutely great stuff from SSG. You're just going to see the camera there, just getting a little EMP onto the Blitz. He's going to relocate anyway. It won't matter. Vitaking up to the top floor, but they knew exactly where he was going to push from. SSG not really moving too much in line with that. They know they don't need to. It's 5 versus 3. They have top floor. They can kind of just wait. As long as they know where this Blitz is coming from, they can just spin around and react to it when he does. Souls manages to find Ashen, so that gets something going for FaZe. And FaZe have been doing really well at this, having a man disadvantage, getting a couple of kills and getting themselves back into the round. So SSG need to be focused here, make sure that doesn't happen. Forest is down in the basement as expected, so they just need to be careful they don't get caught short-handed on site.
Oh, trying their best here to march on forward of gain anything away from SSG, but they give them nothing but a shot to the brain. Vitaking is gone. KDS doing his very best onto this challenge on Catwalk as well, but Tim, it looks a little bit cooked. Souls very isolated up towards Cargo at the same time. So the last 2 players aren't even together here, and Forest waits for him. So 4 versus 1. SSG are going to keep things tight. 5 and 4 it will go to, Tim. We could yet see a second overtime here in this series.
Sees his man. KDS manages to take down Benji. He was low health anyway, but a headshot will do the job.
He's not having a good day.
He's not. It's been a rough one.
The flick from Handy back to him earlier as well. I was just like, that ain't the Benja we know. We know what Benja's capable of. We've seen him do it so many times over. But not quite flying. I think across the series he's now 11-18 on KD. Again, that's not the Benja that we know. But when the rest of your team's flying, J9O, Fultz and Ashen all having great series so far, you don't mind too much.
Great finish from J9O. He was in the right place at the right time. Forest had a good round as well. I want to shout that out. He was down in the basement. He's facilitated his team to play top 4 there by being down there to basically deal if there's any attempt to just get in and plant a little rush, try and throw the diffuser down. That's why he's down there on the solo list, to monitor that and make sure it's not possible. But his timing was great. When they get to the 4v2, he's back up onto site to support his team to hold an extra angle, and he gets himself a kill. So well played from SSG as a whole, but also Forest's understanding of the round was good there, and leads SSG to a 4-5 on the scoreboard. They keep on fighting. Like I said, they're going to be chasing overtime realistically. That's what they're going to be looking for. I'm sure they're going to be looking to close it out, but when FaZe have a 4-2 half, you're kind of looking to come back with a minimum of a 4-2 and get some overtime out of it.
And I think realising that some of this denial-focused game has really impeded FaZe, they're going to go for it in a different fashion, Tim.
Yeah.
Once again towards the Kai, mind you, but the Yokais. These days, you never see the Yokais coming out because they're no longer invisible. They haven't been for a long time. There's always this very specific game plan with them. We've seen teams, for example, on Cafe, rather than hide them on site, they'll chuck them away inside a VIP, wheel them out late round, and then try and make an impact with them. But they're also leaning in towards the Mute and the Mozzie here. We've seen a hell of a lot of Twitch throughout this game. I don't want to say in every single round, but I think in all round bar 1 or 2, it's been picked up. Yep, round 7 and round 1, the only 2 rounds we haven't seen a Twitch brought along by the attacking team. So it's, I think, a way also to try and deny that away, keep some of this gadgetry online, mainly the bulletproof cameras I'm looking at here, probably also to shield the electro claws, and of course, these Yokais. I still love when you speed boost those, by the way.
Speed boost!
Sounds like it's going for it, because normally they're so, like, pedestrian, just like... and it's like...
I feel like that noise and that action, Des, it's like a good summary.
Oh, that's an unlucky bounce.
It's a good summary of your life.
What?
I feel like you operate on
0 to 100, no in between. Yeah, fair.
KDS will pick up J9O to level things out, and the pressure is mounting. Cyber in this challenge could win it out, and that is 1,000 for Cyber. Picks up the kill that he needed, and that is one hell of an SI history that he's got.
And a good kill to find as well. Ashen at close range with the shotgun. Very rarely do you walk away the winner in that situation, but it's exactly what he's done. Got the shot down first. Great stuff from him. A 3 versus 3. These two teams are so neck and neck, Tim, across so many rounds. Still hard to see who walks away the winner. They've got half a round to play, but they are seriously lacking in man count.
Yeah, SSG have just got themselves all back to site now. If you look across the bottom right of your screen, you can see all their locations there, all with a little B next to them for basement. They have decided that they are just going to try and lock things down. So, FaZe, they've got a lot of time. That's the thing here. 1:15 with complete control of the map to start softening things up. This is definitely possible for them. They've still got the RAM. The boogie drones are out, but likely has the shotgun secondary if they want to be opening up any more verticals. And certainly work that can be done here.
It is, like I say, with the control they've got, it's not a bad spot in the 3v3. You are down 2 guns, and one of those being the shield, it does sting. That space taker, the comfortable plant that can come off the back of it, the smokes that go down in back pocket. In fact, I don't think he brought, in fact, he did bring smokes this round. They've still got 2 to go, though, because Cyber has got those ready and waiting. Steps on forward, and can he really make this 1,000-kill round something a bit special here? Still 3 players to bring down. Not an awful spot to do so. Down to this last 25, though, the movement's got to begin now. With the self-flash coming on through, but it's going to give some room for FaZe to start their march on forward. Cargo starting to come into their control. Here we go. Fultz for now going to hold that side. Suspects a push coming in. Vita King might backstab, but the plant's going down inside of Smoke Tim. There's Yokais, as we spoke about, are now coming out and doing their work. I don't think they can stop this in time.
4 seconds left to go. They have to get something done here. KDS back onto it. Yokai drone taken out. KDS likely to stick it. FaZe, they seem to have rescued this one from the very brink of a loss. They've managed to somehow get that diffuser down, even against the Yokais. 2v1 though. Forest, he's fighting back. He's had a quiet game, but this could be his moment where he really goes big. 1v3 has become a 1v2. Can he find the others? No! FaZe have got the angles that they need, they've got the vertical, and they get that job done.
Vita King on the vertical was the big one there as well. Didn't see a need to push down through Cargo, just held the angle for his team. Nail-bitingly close with those Yokais, but they get away with it and move up to 6 and 4. But again, just to reinforce, for Cyber, the second one in our 1,000-kill club. Joins Nest up there, Palu's not far behind and should, outside of an absolute bomb out by his team at this competition, be able to get there as well. 3 Brazilian players, 1,000-kill club. What an accomplishment that's going to turn into. It speaks to the tenure of that region as well, that we still got players that were playing at SIs 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Onwards, yeah, absolutely. You know, they really have had one hell of a streak in this game. Cyber, like you say, the second to join. Palu has the potential to do it here at SI 25 as well. He will be the third to lock it in. It's all going to depend on that performance in the lower bracket game from him, but it's definitely doable.
See the Thunderbird coming out, Tim. Very rare we've seen that one being brought out. In fact, it's that first one.
One of the remaining.
Is that one operator left to play?
Thorn was the other one that we hadn't seen. So Thunderbird being brought along for those salvation stations.
Get the buff recently, it's worth stressing.
Yeah, get the mobile healing out, the opportunity. Quite often, nice little trick, keep one in pocket. If you're a roamer, you know, get them laid out, get them ready, but you can always keep one in pocket and then just pop it down if you need it.
I forget exactly what the details of the buff were, because you just haven't seen it in that long, to be honest, Tim. I'm going to recount just to double check exactly how it all rails out, but I'm pretty sure it came down to a big buff to the healing, wasn't it? Yes. Now heals to full juice rather than occasionally spitting out what feels like a band-aid being slapped on. So much more significant healing capacity being brought along for the defenders. We've seen it before, that's been re-weaponized by attackers. I think back to a game of when Kavana was still playing. It was Sloth who on Clubhouse in gym bedroom. I think they were defending downstairs. He was set up there and had a Thunderbird dropped on that top floor, sat between the two rooms. He was killed off, and then the attackers just sat there and started using it for themselves to get juice back up before they were carried on through the rest of the map. So it can work both ways against you. You've got to be mindful of that.
Top floor hold it is going to be from SSG. No more mistakes possible for them on this. Their own map choice as FaZe have really stretched their legs. They've found another gear. They have taken that loss on Consulate personally. And they've come out to try and make sure they get through to the third. And what a showdown it'll be on Bank. It'll be a beautiful map to see this one go to for a decider.
The buff, I've just remembered, it's the one where it heals you over time. So you step in the range, it tags you, the buff is then applied, and it keeps on regenerating health until you hit full. So it's not a big juice to the hit. It's more that you haven't got to stay in range and wait to get healed back up to full all the time. It will do that after you leave the zone. So you're able to be more mobile. It's more of a quick pass through. Don't stop, don't pass go, don't collect $200. Just keep on marching through the map. Not that I think we'll see too much of it really having an impact in this round, because FaZe, it's going to be very execute focused as these things start to cook. Can I say that? Timmy runs straight into it. There we go. Very good. So we are going to see a little bit. It's only 5 HP, but it still had a use, Tim.
FaZe are going to be using the Monty rather than the Blitz, where SSG were trying to use the more aggressive shield option. This time, Vitter King will have the big shieldy boy with the complete coverage to go in there, use it as a window and try and feed that information back out. Handy does manage to just sneak inside of Catwalk Door there, get his kill onto Ashen. The smoke, a big loss when you're facing up to a Monty, and then was able to drop away, keep his life. Cyber manages to continue going fast one onto J9. Oh, a double for SSG keeps them in it. 30 seconds left to go. SSG look like they might hold on and do a big double from Forest. He's finding his feet and keeping the North Americans in this one.
If that's the round where you start racking up some kills, Forest, then oh my God, is it the one to do it. 6-5. SSG just need one more, Tim, and we'll have our second overtime of the series. We said it at the start. We expected, we anticipated, we predicted a barn burner, and it is turning into one. It's going to be a defense of the basement. We've already found ourselves down there a few times. It came nail-bitingly close just a couple of rounds ago with the Yokais having, what, a second to go and just not quite being able to get that final shot off. Could all come down to this. FaZe could bring us up to one apiece. We go to that third map where SSG can send us into overtime, and they could still do this in 2-0 fashion.
It will all be decided down in the basement. FaZe, unfortunately, know a thing or two about not getting games closed out.
They'll never pick this map again.
They know a thing or two about it, and I'm sure they're going to want to avoid that happening this time around. We can see SSG have managed to pick up a couple of drones there, so not a bad start. Just a reminder, of course, we had the changes to Solace. Fultz is not able to use that gadget during prep phase. It is not available until action phase. So, you know, just working on a normal basis to try and take the drones down. But still plenty of information possible on the board for FaZe.
There is, and yet again, no surprises at all, Tim. You've got a member of SSG out on the road. You'll probably have a couple of them. And I spoke about it so much throughout the series, it still remains true. They're enjoying having these solo roamers out and about, causing a spot of bother, and not looking to play back towards site or being cautious to hover near a hatch the whole time. They're happy to play their lives and just assume that if FaZe make a small mistake, they don't drone a certain room, that they can lose a couple of players to someone like Benji. You can see that he's been gagging for that jump out on the meeting side. Don't think he'll get it though. Cyber is now out there and Vidaking's not far away. Thing is, Tim, FaZe, they're a very diligent team. You can see the drone from Vidaking rolling on through the map now around his location, so he probably will get sniffed out at some point. Just don't forget that he's on the Mozzie, and they're going to see this too. Uh-oh, time to run, folks.
Benja did go out of the meeting window there. We saw the icon flash up on our screens briefly. He did try, but didn't manage to find Cyber. He was just tucked far enough around that it wasn't a problem. Benja didn't want to risk going quite so far into enemy territory. Still aggressive onto the window, though. Nitro, can he get out of the way? Yes! Cyber just surviving there. He had to turn tail and run very, very quickly.
This is going to be crazy. They managed to get back to site here or keep on wasting time. This is brilliant from SSG. Like, FaZe are playing it right. They're being really cautious. They're playing behind the shield. They're playing behind the Dokkaebi calls. The thing is, SSG are soaking all this utility and time away from site, Tim. This is the top floor. We're defending in the basement. This time round, it feels like they've found that answer. They've managed to rotate all the way through this top floor, and by the looks of it, potentially even get all the players back towards site. Really great roam.
Yeah, I think FaZe are giving up a little bit on the top floor. They've kind of recognised, look, we're not getting anywhere here. We're wasting too much time, and it is just giving SSG that freedom to be able to play out in the map, to hold the verticals, to pile the pressure on. FaZe did manage to get the diffuser down last time they played here. Vitaking is going to go for it just inside of Exo. So important, a double shootout of the Nitro. Kneeling on the third, but Action pulls the trigger in time and takes the Monty down.
So close as well. They've done all the hard work except for the last hurdle. A couple more kills fly on through an SSG team. They're going to do it again. This one feels like it's got to go the distance. Andy and Cyber with a... Please no team kills in the death, but Cyber gets the drop and gets one. Good bit of team play. False there for the trade back. It's a 3 versus 1. Tim, warm up them pipes because you've got to say the line again.
Certainly looks like we're getting that way as the kill comes in from Falls, and we're going to overtime, Des!
Again! An 8-6 back on our first map. This one guaranteed to have at least the same. We could have been on course to see all 45 rounds, but at least we're going to see a good few, assuming, of course, we even get to the third map. SSG, they start on the defense, Tim. It was their map pick. They chose to come here. FaZe get to choose where to start in regulation. Now we're in overtime. SSG get that choice. They choose defense, and I do not blame them. 4-2 split so far. We're returning to the same site, down in the basement. That roam game, I think, is going to rattle FaZe a little bit, because now you're coming into this round, like, are they going to do the same thing again? Are they going to bunker up? We've seen Echo strats down there. We've seen hard roam strats. Here's a third one coming out of the SSG wheelhouse that FaZe are going to have to adapt to.
Ashen is the only player on SSG so far to get an entry kill here on Nighthaven Labs. So FaZe have had a fair share of them as well. It might be a nice opportunity, a nice area that SSG could look at to, you know, somebody like Benja. He's had a quiet one here on Nighthaven Labs. He's struggled to get into it. Maybe just get himself a little livener coming into the round.
Give you a little update on the B-Stream game as well. So if you don't want spoilers, please feel free to take your headset off now or mute the stream. 3, 2, 1. Unwanted have just won 2-0 against W7M, Tim.
Wow.
Did not have that in my predictions for today. That is an unreal result to have against them. And like you say, it could start off going from bad to worse for Brazil, but NA could be on top. The first 2 games of the day could see SSG and Unwanted carrying on through to the next games of today. What a story. Wow.
Let's get focused up on this one then. Overtime is underway, 30 seconds into the round. 6-6 SSG start on the defense, as you said. So much success with the roam last time around. I'm sure they're going to be out in the map trying to cause problems for FaZe. We've got Benja working on the pulse this time, just going to be feeding that intel into his team. Very difficult. I was just going to say it's a tough spot. It's difficult to do anyway. They've missed it twice, and it's because of the angle they're trying to do it from. If Handy gets up to the window a little bit more, probably doesn't want to risk it because he doesn't want to be challenged on there. You can throw it so it hits the door for him and it kind of stops in its spot and gets the castle barricade, but throwing it from that angle, it's naturally going to roll underneath. So having to now use more utility, but FaZe, they are not wasting any time here. They are racing through this map.
Frustrating for them, however, still got to keep the move going. Every player's alive, I think, is the key one. And for the side of SSG, they are pretty dug in at this point. And they're playing behind those 4 C4s, joined up by, of course, that Pulse. And you've still got the 2 Brow to make use of if you wanted to really slow things down and guarantee that those C4s hit their mark. They've got the Sense on side, they've got the Monty. I can't imagine they go for a plant in the same spot, Tim, because it didn't work out last time. Here they might try it in the one that did work out, where the Yokai zapped them away. But there are still, again, 4 C4s to be conscious of. First one comes out and finds nothing.
This is it. SSG know what's coming here. They've got the intel. They've got the pulse scanner. J9O manages to pick up Cyber. 5 versus 4. That just forces Vitaking away. We see a Nitro shot out by KDS as it's thrown across. Handy Souls get one apiece. FaZe might be able to do this, but Benja, he's not had many, but he gets an essential kill. Down in the diffuser and taking the Monty out. It's all up to Action, but he can't close it out. FaZe, they clinged onto a round that looked like it was going to SSG, and they get what could be a crucial attack to keep them in this matchup in the upper bracket.
It's FaZe again, just playing chess while we're all sat here playing checkers, Tim. It was one of those moves where everything was focused around Animus. They've drawn all the attention in. And then just when it looks like SSG is saying, cool, swinging in, 3-4 players, step out into tank, just go kill them all now, and this round is ours. They didn't fully account for Handy, who was sat inside a cargo. He gets the backstab spray down. All that they needed was one player to go unchecked, and the round crumbles. Both teams have undone that to each other throughout this series a couple of times. FaZe up 7-6. Take their tack time out, Tim. They're going to be scheming here how they can get this done 8-6. What a series. What a series.
I really thought Benja had won the round for them then. Like I say, he's had such a quiet map and, you know, struggling to get going. He goes on the pulse, he's feeding all that intel in, but then he gets the kill onto the Monty. He steps out, takes down Vitaking, puts the diffuser on the ground, and from there you're thinking this one's surely done, but no. Somehow FaZe find a way, as they have done so often in this tournament over the years. They get those final couple of kills and they keep themselves fighting for another one. It was here, Ashen versus Handy at the end, and Ashen was just low health.
He had the right idea.
This is the problem. He was just so low health. It was a difficult challenge. It was one that he had to make realistically, but 7-6 we find ourselves then. FaZe go on to the defense and they're gonna take storage.
Ooh, okay. The nice thing about this site is they had success here already.
I'm bothered about Forest being on Blitz, because both times that FaZe have successfully defended this, they've tried to just push the Blitz into site, and it hasn't really worked. They've just tried to get aggressive into control room, once from the warehouse side, once from the Aqua Stairs side, and FaZe have just completely shut it down both times. I feel like SSG have a look towards that default plant spot, get a bit of control underneath and above, and try and get this diffuser down, because brute forcing into control with the Blitz has not worked.
The key thing, when you look at the 2 times that FaZe have defended this site this game already, is that SSG have found 1 kill across those 2 rounds.
Yeah.
It has barely been close. One of them was flawless, one was a 4K. So there's work to do. The thing as well in both those rounds is FaZe got the entry. They started things out strong, and they just rolled the round forward from there. If SSG can have a strong early round, get some initial control, then I think things will start to look up for them a lot more. But that entry could be decisive.
Looking at working to open IT wall, that should be successfully completed now, so that's kind of the first step in what I was talking about. You've got IT, they can't hold pillar from above now because of that breach, or they shouldn't be allowed to. Consider your basement. What are your options down there? There's no Solace on side this time for FaZe, so it may well be that it's a little bit easier. Looking across their positioning, they have nobody down in the basement. This plant spot could be open if you get in there and you can hold your cover. Open the warehouse wall so you can hold through to lounge. Just try and take a small area. You don't always need to take the whole thing.
Don't. That's why, again, being careful. They want that entry. They don't want to concede too much. Bit of team play here. A flash over the top, and then a swing could be the play. Here we go with the push on forward. Sure enough, Benja gets the entry. Good moment, good bit of team play coming out from SSG. It has taken 1 minute and 45 to get to this point, Tim. Don't forget, this is still the top floor. We are attacking down onto the first.
Forest has just chased Souls away as well. Fultz has Diffuser in hand up above, and I'm keeping a close eye on him for where is he going. He's out of IT breach. It looks like he's heading for that spot that I spoke about, getting in towards Pillar for a plant.
I'm watching KDS because don't forget, last time round he just sat on the A-bomb chassis and got the 2K. SSG should know about this. It should be droned. He should not be allowed to play there. Has been moved away, but now Ben just been caught out on the IQ too. Not the end of the world, it's just the IQ. But Tim, they've moved things over. They're going to try and go for a plant here inside of storage. Nice.
Both nitros are gone. I think this is the play. Get in here. You just need to worry about lounge door, and that's going to be Forest's job. They've got one underneath. That's the kill they need to find. They haven't opened that up. But the Fenrir's movement was good. Souls, he wasn't down there for the longest time. He went there when he recognized that this was the intended plant, but it wasn't enough. And that was the attack that we needed to see out of SSG to take it to 15. They saw the space. They knew the opportunity was there. Souls nearly undid it. He recognized with great game sense that they didn't have anybody in basement, and he went to take that spot but couldn't find his kill. And SSG, they take us all the way to 15, Des.
So clean and clinical from SSG. I was nervous after how it went before. We had that FaZe tack timeout. They knew they'd done so well on this site twice already. Why fix what ain't broken? No doubt would have been a bit of a conversation. I'm sure there's a comparison to that expression in Brazilian that I don't know, but it would have been said. Unfortunately, can't get it done. They look, they're on the rocks, Tim. They barely won round 13 on that attack. It went down to a 1v2 for Handy. And SSG have just steamrolled over them. Now FaZe have to attack. Bearing in mind that during regulation, both teams only took 2 attacking rounds in their halves. It's not looking pretty. And in all rounds, to do something a little bit bananas, Forest is on the Cav.
Why not? Why not, Des? This game's had everything so far. Fultz, just a shout as well, 15-7. What a game he is having here on Nighthaven Labs. I think he feels like becoming a two-timer, Des.
I think he wants that second
He
hammer.
wants that second one, doesn't he?
Across the series, Jane Ono, I think, is 27-16. Fultz is now 26-16. They're both having brilliant games so far. Yep. On the other side, it's mainly Handy and Souls that you see him putting up big numbers for them. But Jane Ono and Fultz definitely even clear of Handy at the moment and looking solid.
Forest,
one more round, boys, is all they need.
Forest on the Cav is currently down in basement. As I've said, generally you will have a basement player for this site to prevent what we've just seen happen. If Souls wins his kill there, you can hold on to Pillar, you prevent the diffuser going down. That's what you're looking to do. But Forest is in and around. He's kept himself off the radar. I think that's why he was down in basement to begin with, because they didn't want to get spotted out. And he's still in and around that area, up and down the stairs.
The key thing for me is there is nothing on the side of FaZe this time to hunt him down. They've ran Jackal, they've ran Dokkaebi, they've ran tools to deal with roamers, and now you're dealing with one of the most elusive roamers in the game. This is great because SSG have wasted so much time in the roamers. We've said time and time again, if FaZe have to go down in the basement and hunt him out, this starts to get really, really messy.
My only question is, how much of an impact can Forest have if FaZe don't go looking for him? Can he get himself into the round? That's the real question we will see as it plays out. But let's focus on what's happening right in front of us for the time being. They're going to get the IT breach open. So again, boxes being ticked by FaZe. They're doing the bits of the job that you need to do. I'm wondering, are they going for the pillar plant themselves? It looks like they are certainly operating around that area. They've got the book there, so they can open up the floor if they want to, if they want that visibility. Maybe go down, open this wall into the basement.
They need that kill.
SSG getting away with it. The Nitro! The Nitro comes out from Benja. That's the second entry in a row. Takes down Cyber, and that could be the first step towards a matchup with G2 for SSG.
Did they miss him? I don't think he saw him on the stairs. They suspect that he might be nearby. There's a flank drone watching him. Cyber needs to have this and be calling it out. In he comes and goes with the Monty. The Blitz can't quite bring him down, but he is down to about 2/3 HP. He's still here, and Tim, they've let him go. How has has he got away with this? KDS now down, it's a 3 versus 5, and this is looking miserable.
Forest now, it's like having a wasp in the room with you, Des. They know the cabin's there, but they can't do anything about it. He was thinking about it. There will be no interrogation. Full steps around, gets the kill onto King, and SSG, they look like they've found that extra gear exactly when they needed it, Des. 4 versus 2, 4 versus 1. Interrogation! To close it out, Forest takes their handy. Action with the last, and SSG continue in the upper bracket to face G2.
Laying it on thick as Ashen is known to do. All the boys are up for it, and Tim, after a 2-0 against one of the tournament favourites, how can you be surprised?
Handshakes now.
All is fair in love and war, Tim, but at the end of the day, they're competitors. There's that mutual respect.
FaZe are laughing there, I think, you know. Yeah. So, anyway, FaZe dropped down to that lower bracket, of course. SSG versus G2, a classic EUNA matchup to come later, Des. But let's not forget the old Brazilian face-off. We are going to lose FaZe or Liquid out of that match, out of the tournament.
Heartbreaking stuff, but our desk is standing by to talk about this. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, we'll break it down for you. See you in a few.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
I'm here with Ashen. I don't really need to introduce you, but what a match that was. 2-0, clean series from you guys. It's always close between you two. Is there something in the water for this series?
Yeah, well, since Montreal, whenever they came back and beat us on Consulate, you know, Vidaking came over and started screaming in my face, so I had to return the favor right there. So, yeah, you can take it.
Now, one question I was just about to ask Call Out, and then you got the swap in. Call Out made 2 tactical timeouts. Both of them changed the game for you guys. I don't know if you can tell me what's being said, but what is it that changes the momentum?
Honestly, it was just, you know, I can't really say too much, but it's just us, you know, playing more. We're all invested into one thing, whether it's, you know, we're all fighting or we're all, you know, playing back and playing for the late round. It's just like, you know, we're all playing for the same win condition pretty much. So, yeah.
You guys are looking really confident. You're looking really good on the trot. I think it's 4 games in a row now, maybe. Going into phase 2, how confident are you that you're going to be able to take this all away?
You know, we take it one game at a time. I think a lot of teams, you know, they have false confidence, deja vu, or not deja vu, just delusion, honestly. They have delusion because everyone believes in themselves, and, you know, we believe in ourselves. But, you know, it's just, you got to dig deep to go far, and so we're digging deep. So.
Finally, G2, how's that one feeling?
We're, you know, Alemao, me versus Alemao screaming at each other, you know, and, you know, Benja's going to come out on top, so there you go. I'm
looking forward to it, mate. Best of luck. Short and sweet from Ashen, I tell you what, that is probably the quietest I've heard him in a long time. Big time yapper, Leo.
I mean,
but even bigger time game.
He spent all that energy yelling at Vidaking in his booth, so no wonder he was quiet here. But like, honestly, like so much impact in that game from Ashen. He was the real guy pulling these guys together. Whenever at the beginning of this map, everybody was struggling on the side of SSG, especially Forrest and Benja, and he was consistently there.
Oh, jeez, I tell you what, this series...
Look at this one pick.
Like, it's just unbelievable to see that SSG, once again, were in a position where they were down toward the end of the map, and they still bring it back.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. I think if you look at how SSG attacked, FaZe actually adapted their defenses. They really read into it. They played lots of traps. They played the clash up against it. And then SSG had to dig deep. We'll talk about how well Callout was communicating, I guess, in his timeout, because SSG, since that timeout, won basically every single round. I will say, though, Fultz, J9, Ashen, they really are hard carrying this team. Look at the scoreboard. Even Forrest at one point, I know he came back, Leo, but he was 0-0-7. Well into the defenses of SSG.
That's insane. He then went back to 9 and 10. That's crazy. But what really buggles my mind here, look, Ashen, he was involved in 8 opening engagements in more than half of the rounds.
That's absolutely mental. I mean, from here on out, SSG, do we now put a pin in them? I mean, this is a really solid-looking SSG, Jack.
I think you start looking at some point their performances were going to improve with all of the outside of the server stuff they put in.
Yeah.
All of that team culture, the brotherhood, you know, the jumps in the lake, all that type of stuff. It will reap benefits when these guys have to dig deep, when these guys have to trust each other to pull themselves through a series. This was always going to be a close series, but I think that the reason that SSG came out on top is all of those intangibles that you can't necessarily, you know, teach inside of the server. It's just that trust between one another and a big game player like Ashen, of course.
Yeah, and you can see as well, like this. So for those of you that have lost the reference, Vidaking decided to, at the end of their game at Montreal, walk over and literally verbatim say exactly what was being said in the exact same tone. That's going to feel good going into the rest of SSG's campaign. They've beaten a really big team, a favorite, but also 2, they got their revenge.
That's 2 now with W7M. We've stated it before. These guys have the potential to upset the biggest teams in the world, and that includes the best Brazilian teams. If you look at the way they've been doing it, it's so consistent, but one more thing, they were led every time. They were led on match point, and they came back. That mental fortitude that we see from these guys is amazing.
Breaking down, I guess, call out and the impact. Not very often do we get to see the impact of timeouts directly after something has just happened. Like, they were down the series, down in both maps each time before he got to speak to his team.
And that's the second tactical timeout. After they came back, after a first timeout on first consulate, this is the second one they take when they're being laid by FaZe. And straight after this call out, tactical timeout, look at Ashen. full of aggression, go get that pick, and then Fools again, go get that pick. Full of confidence.
And who's the best person to go and get that pick right after that timeout? It's Ashen, of course.
Of course.
Because that level of hype, that level of just energy is going to go so much higher if it's him as well.
Now, this series went deep, maybe not in the maps, but definitely in the rounds, and that led to some interesting strats.
You needed to have everyone step up. And we've mentioned before, Forrest was in the 0-0-7. And then look at this match point. He brings the C4, kills the ace here, then the Grim rather, then gets the pick on the Nomad. And then here, look at his revolver play. One tap, boom, well, triple tap.
A few taps.
And then look, Caveira again. Who brings that on overtime match point? He brings Caveira and gets the interrogation here late. And more than that, he was actually the mental pressure for FaZe here.
This guy is crazy. This guy is absolutely crazy. 7-7 match point. He's like, guys, I'm playing Caveira. Who the hell would think of it? And then it became the big win condition as well. You know, he was just a thorn in the side of FaZe that wouldn't go away. Ends up getting an interrogation, winning his team the game after being 0-0-7 in the game. There are so few players in Wild Siege that would have the confidence to do that.
Confidence is one way to put it, because he was 3-17, I think.
I think even went deeper than that. I think it was
like in the series, yeah.
In the series, at some point, I think it was 3-19.
That's crazy.
And
that
he came back.
He just doesn't even think about it, does he?
No,
and he won't care.
On the shields for the first, what, 20 rounds?
And not only in attack, the guy was forced to play Clash in defense after playing 6 rounds of shield in attack.
It was Clash or Solace Shotgun. Like, he is on some of the worst roles for this team in his entirety. And obviously that's why he suffers statistically.
Yeah.
Still has the confidence to make those plays.
Well, fanboying a little bit here. You can see how intrigued we were after that one. But of course, we have the blacklight detail to help break down some of the action that we saw throughout this series. What'd you decide on?
Go ahead, Jack.
We decided on a smoke play all the way back from Consulate. It's actually going to be Souls from FaZe. Now, Smoke isn't necessarily the most picked. He's not the most meta that Smoke has ever been. But when the attackers are such low HP, Smoke literally wins rounds. Look at the 3 of them. Tweedledum, Tweedledee there. Ashen and Benja, they're on such little health. They've got to try and wait it out. They both actually end up having to run through the smoke and dying. And it literally picked up FaZe around to get them at least to overtime because of the efficacy of this smoke. And not in the meta necessarily in every single strat, but it's still so good.
For any ranked player out there, and next time I play rank, please, my teammate that's on smoke, stop overpicking. Don't split pick. You're so important in late round.
And not only that as well, it also came back to impact in the later stages of Consulate. Yes, it was great for FaZe. It also was great for SSG. And on that, I mean, like, this is huge now heading into the next series. SSG and G2.
That's going to be a banger game.
I don't know what to expect.
Honestly, G2 has been looking so dominant right now, but if there's one team that is consistently able to bring down Titans, it's SSG. It's going to be a heavy one.
G2 have been able to stomp roll through a lot of teams inside of groups, but we've seen from SSG, they're not just going to lay over and die. Even if they are 6-2 down, they are still going to have the confidence to make those plays. I think we're in for a hell of a spectacle.
We certainly are. I'll tell you what, NA have kickstarted the day absolutely phenomenally. Let's have a look back at how Unwanted won their series.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Completely unaware of this clash because Unwanted hit it in the prep phase, and that does somewhat change how you're going to go for your push. It was just spotted there on that drone. Now Volts can start calling how he thinks they should deal with the clash.
And the clash is the biggest kind of winning operator for Unwanted. They can kind of escort their teammates up the hallways, they can play for the boiler breach, they can sap the plants if they go for it, slow things down, and a constant information game as well. Floro Shield just got gone 6, that is now gone. So you have a C4, you got the clash, you got Toxic Vision Smoke. That's really all you have to play around. I think he's trying to block the Kite Claw right now to try and keep that wall alive for as long as possible. There are no EMPs in the pocket of the attackers, so if the deep wall stays intact, I mean, this is huge for Unwanted.
The Tubarão is still active as well. Comes to life to take down the tin can opener on the boiler wall. Smoke to go down. Meanwhile, there is a flank here from Dash. The fire bolts. The first one goes out. The second one to try and suppress that clash. Doesn't seemingly work as of yet. Spirits has found his pick onto that player. Looking for a backstab from Blue. It's not enough. And then through the smoke, Dream manages to find his. Unwanted on the verge of a match in series point as Dotas and Loben are completely locked out of that site, and the clash can continue to terrorize around Boiler and hold on to that diffuser. Dodes, with no options left remaining, he has to brute force his way down the main stairs. Dream finds him. Nothing for Loben to do but lay down and die. And this band of misfits have match point over the Montreal Major Champions. In a 2-0 fashion, they could finish off W7M right here and right now.
The fact that W7M are holding on to the timeout until this very moment is saying to me that Norris and the players probably thought, we got this, don't worry, not a big deal, it's Chalet, it's attack inside. And all of a sudden they're being, okay, it's 4-6, we're losing badly, and every single time Unwanted has called a tactical timeout, they have done so much better afterwards. I mean, Mint called it, Unwanted won their final attack round, and they played 3 defenses, 2 of those 3 were flawless, and now we're here. They had such a good time, and for Unwanted, hot and cold on the clash. I mean, he played that, I want to say perfectly. He was, you know, protecting the Kite Claw, he was going out of the smoke grenade. They had full vision on the backside of the info of the clash, and on the backside, or on the, I guess on the front side in that case, Blue Staircase, Goyo Fire. Fireplace Staircase, Toxic Babes, and Goyo Fire. There was no way into the building or to the bomb site for the attackers of W7M because, again, Unwanted, they're a strategical team. They know where to put their guns, and they know where to put their utility, and they can just match their opponents so well and saying, we have full control, you have no way in, you gotta make all the right moves, we're just watching you make the wrong ones.
So W7M, tactical timeout with match point staring down them. We talked about Unwanted's tactical timeout. They won 4 rounds in a row on map 1 after taking their attack.
Yeah.
How many in a row did they win on map 2?
They won 2 in a row, then they lost 1 and won another one flawlessly.
Yeah.
So they won 3 out of 4.
Yeah. And W7M, if I recall correctly, in the first map, they actually lost straight after their tactical timeout. Have you got the numbers on that? They did.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
They did.
Uh-oh.
To the value diff here.
Very value diff.
There was a stat, I think it was an SI23 or 4, it was some SI, I believe. Somebody on the social media did a calculation of who had the most impactful tactical timeout. So when a team calls it, what's their win rate afterwards? Do they win the round, they lose the round? What's their conversion streak? And there's no real, value in saying, oh my god, this team always wins after tactical timeout, so the coach is like the best coach in the world. It's not that simple, but it's fun to see how some teams, like Unwanted, seemingly have all the right solutions to the problems when they get their 60 seconds with their coach. I mean, Min is a former player himself. He knows what these players are going through. And a lot of these players are also... Actually, this doesn't apply anymore. The old Beast Coast was very young. This current version of Unwanted is not all that young, actually. Hot and Cold, Dream, they're both up there.
Yeah, Hot and Cold 26.
Yeah, Spirits is also...
Actually, one of the older teams at the tournament.
Actually. I was going to say it, but I caught myself.
Oh,
the catch!
Godas! Nice usage of the nade there. Flush Spirits and then quickly catch him. It's hard to find shots like that with the AK. Very slow rate of fire. Looking for a second now. Ooh. I think it's on the other side of the wall, so he hasn't seen Gavin in library. Oh, spots the player. Eventually, Gav does pop his head out too much. Second kill at the start of this round for Dodes. W7M looking a lot better than what we've seen so far on the back of that tactical.
Exposes aggressive. There's just a guy against Scars. They're running them over, but Adam fights back, takes down Dodes. No follow-up actually from W7M, so they lose a play for free. But these bees, the red pings, and they act upon it because right now they're slowing the game down rather than pushing forward.
He didn't wait for the bees to come out before going for the push, and Volps again!
He's trolling.
Falls, trolling, and there's nothing for Dots to do. Adams finished him off, sprays him down on the top floor. He's got that diffuser now as well. Dash and Loban in a 2 versus 2. Adam on the retreat, finished off. It's all up to Dream, the hard anchor on site. We've talked plenty about this guy today, and he has played so well.
Such a big round.
He's going to go for this.
He's got the yellow ping, but the drones are there.
So tempted to go up to site. However, these two players have now dropped down into bar. He doesn't seemingly have information on it. Takes the head off of Loban. And now Dash has to decide. Does he go for a plan?
50-50.
Dream wins the fight! Manchester's Miracle Boys are looking battle-hardened in Boston.
What's up? I'm Bolo from Dark Zero R6. Okay, let's see. Ooh, that's Heritage. That's Heritage right there. This is the first ever boot camp for my professional career. It was leading up to the Raleigh Major in August 2019. I was a mint 18-year-old right here with TSM, and this is where kind of started everything. This was like the first moment where I was like, ooh, it's kind of happening, right? Because it's like, for the longest time I wasn't a pro. It was kind of anticipation on what would happen and what would it be like. It's like getting to the big stage, the big leagues, and you're in some crazy big company's headquarters in California, just playing games, getting ready for some more games. I can't even look back to 18-year-old me. I mean, it's not that long ago, but I've been with Siege throughout the whole time, and it's crazy to see the person that I was to the person I am now. And I mean, I'm about to have a kid, so it's some crazy times. Crazy times have happened in between then and now. Been blessed the whole entire way throughout. Ooh, beast. Wait a second, I'm wearing the same shirt under this right now. This is, my brother got me a replica of Maximus's sword from Gladiator, his Roman sword. I love Gladiator, favorite movie. Classic movie. Again, this was my birthday present from my brother. Shout out Justin. He's always got the best gifts for me. This is a very nice little collectible I got.
Well, I gotta say, that's a pretty insane gift to give someone. A full-on Gladiator sword from the movie.
Hey, I think Gladiator is a phenomenal movie, so I'm glad Bolo's on that same aspect of liking those kind of movies.
I wonder if it's like fully sharpened and he can just practice with it in his room.
Swiss cheese, cutting through.
That easily could be.
You never know, you never know. Look, Bolo has had an incredible career at this point and continues to add events to the tally. Lax, I mean, like, what is there that you can't say about this guy? He's done it all at the moment.
He's about to be a dad. I mean, he's literally done it all. He's won an SI World Championship. He was a big-time content creator. I mean, everyone in Siege knows who he is. So for anyone that you don't know, this guy, you're going to find out about him. Just in his gameplay, you could just look him up. Type it in on Google. There's everything you need to know about the kid. But just from my experience, I mean, scrimming him, playing against him, I mean, Bolo is truly an impressive player.
Yeah,
and
the roadmap of his career is really impressive. I mean, it just goes to show how important it is to always start creating content as soon as you're playing games, because he did it straight out the gate, and he was popular on socials before he became a pro, and he wanted to accomplish
Everyone thought
that.
he was cheating.
Yeah, everyone thought he was cheating. We thought he was cheating, and he wasn't. He beat us, so.
Well, I mean, like coming from NA, you guys would understand the similar struggles that Bolo would have been throughout his career. Fox, I guess knowing that you've been in for your entire adult life, just as Bolo has, I mean, like, how much of an achievement is it for him to still be here, still competing and still putting up the numbers?
I mean, it's really difficult. I mean, his aim alone is something that's so impressive that he's been able to maintain since the start of playing Siege. That's such a difficult task to maintain, but some people just got it. I mean, you look at some of the great FPS players in the world, and I would put Bolo among them, among Shroud, among players like that. I feel like he kind of looks a little like Shroud too.
I was actually,
maybe,
you know what, I don't mind that shit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
He ain't Shroud. He's Bolo. He's Bolo.
There's the one and only. Look, DZ at the moment, I guess, going into this series, we won't talk about the series yet, but we'll just talk about Bolo's impact and potentially what is still left for him for the future, Lax. Does he still have it in him to lift the hammer again?
Absolutely. I don't think he's ever letting up in terms of his performance. I mean, we still see him flicking the mouse just like he typically does. That hasn't shifted. You know, maybe, you know, he's getting arthritis for all those flicks that he has to do in these games, but I don't see anything tapering off anytime soon. And look at that. This is regular Bolo in his environment, in his own habitat. So again, I see Bolo going as long as he wants to go along.
Well, it's a perfect time for us to head to a break. DZ and M80 are on the other side.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
The North Americans will be very happy with how they've kick-started Phase 2. 2 clean wins against the Brazilian, I would say somewhat favourites for both of those games. W7M and FaZe have just been taken down. That's a pretty impressive feat.
Oh yeah, those games were such upsets, I think, for a majority of the world, but not for us. We believed in NA. We believed in the great American power. Let's go. Eagle Scream.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was honestly about to do an Eagle Screech, and I was like, okay, I'm just not going to do that.
You don't want to do that for me?
No, I need my voice.
I reckon I'll get a screech out of you before the end of this event. Let's deep dive into the roster that honestly could go the distance. They've slowly started to look better throughout this, but is it enough?
I don't know if it's enough. They could go the distance, but it's going to need some trades. Dark Zero, in my opinion, is in this struggle phase that most teams that swap their IGL, it takes a little time after your first bag of tricks has been found out to slowly develop more strats, new innovation.
You know, when we talked about the inception of this overall roster and losing a player like Troy and what that was going to look like, losing Gavini, bringing on Nate, bringing on Kobilax, it's definitely been a transition. And I have a performance graphic that kind of demonstrates what that change has been. You see the average EPS, you see their attack win rate, you see their defense win rate. Obviously, this goes back to their group stage of 2024, all the way to their group stage, leaving in the stage, and the Montreal. It's tapered off quite a bit since group stages of SI 2024, but that goes with the shift in dynamic of playstyle. They picked up Nafe to be their new IGL. They now changed their playstyle to be a lot more aggressive. So we really have to start seeing those attack win rates really go up here, because that's where they were finding their stride at the last SI during their group stage.
And you can see their biggest issue from last event to this event is their attack win rate, and they've been slowly making it better, but their defensive win rate has tanked a bit, and I think that's a big part of losing Min Canadian. You just don't have that much firepower to go over strats and fix things in the moment.
Yeah, and another thing, I mean, it's Dark Zero literally versing Dark Zero. That's where this really needs to be fixed. This is the last round of Dark Zero versus Talon, where, you know, when we think of old Dark Zero, they were good at punishing. This is where Kobe, Yash should be punished here. Absolutely doesn't get punished, gets away a free kill. This is where the cut should be cut off. Yash should not be getting another kill. Unfortunately, he does. They were in a prime position here. They could have been using drones. They could have waited a little bit. Unfortunately, NJR does try to go for a massive pickup here. He knocks down Soldier, tries to go for this pick, where realistically, if NJR gets this kill, I do think Dark Zero overall takes this map. But because, I mean, you can see the frustration in his face right there, and how this round just fell apart, and how Talon just picks him apart. It's really Dark Zero versing themselves here. If they just waited, they used more time, they just used utility, information gathered, they easily could converted that round into a round win, a map win, and just looked overall more impressive. And again, that's why we're seeing the lack of discipline on the attack or being tanked in that percentage graphic. We just need to see better, well thought out attacks.
I mean, when we were players, that was one thing that we always knew. Never let DZ set up, because once they set up, you're losing the round for sure. And that's not what we've been seeing so far.
Now, coming into SI, I guess, just as the overall tournament, there was one player that we were highlighting a lot. Kobilax really struggled, but he's picked up. However, Lax, has someone else taken his place?
Yeah, you know, you got to give it to Pamba. I really want to see Pamba performing. This is him compared to his NAL Stage 2 versus now 2025. Now, the biggest thing that sticks out to me here is the KPR. Obviously, a 0.85 in comparison to a 60, that is a big drop off for Pamba, especially in terms of the player that we've known him to be, that we versed. He is a strong player. Just right now, he isn't that strong. He is actually the 83rd or 87th lowest rated player here at the event. So for me, if we can see Pamba and make it a Pamba party time, we can 100% see that attack percentage skyrocket. But that starts with Pamba having a performance today, and thankfully, he is going against his NA brothers, so it should be an easier mindset to transition back to of understanding the dynamic and tempo of the game.
Speaking about their NA brothers, M80 are going head-to-head here. This will confirm that NA will win 3 opening matches.
Go.
It doesn't matter how it works. That's how it happens. M80 have looked really good after a sluggish start.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, I was a little, even myself, I hesitated with this roster change. You know, obviously Diffuser and Gunnar are very big pickups, and Packer as well. But the Packer was the question mark for me, because he was coming from that T2. Granted, he did make that run, but still, this roster as a whole, I just wasn't convinced, but I am seeing the improvement, which obviously is a positive note, and that they are finding themselves here in the upper bracket.
Yeah, Packers alleviated this team so much. He's allowed everybody to really play their full frag ability, and one player that he's been able to completely make better is Kino. I think Kino is arguably the most improved player of this last year. I mean, you can see it from the moment of him getting benched in SI24. He bounced back. He was the worst rated player on his team in Manchester, but he was still doing better than the year prior. And now he is the best player rated on his team. And he's slowly been getting better and better. He hasn't really made any mistakes at this tournament so far. I mean, I think we've been seeing him play perfect, and Packer has allowed him to do that.
Tell you what, blossoming like a sunflower in the summer.
Wait, what's going on? Kino, no! Kino! Kino, turn around! Kino, he's behind you! Well, he almost played perfect, but I mean, that's a situation where Kino had to give Nesk his 1,000 kill, I guess. I mean, what a shame for him, but for the most part, he shouldn't be playing Shields. You know who should be playing Shields? Packer, because Packer has alleviated the pressure from this team. He's been so smart in the way he's played, and he's been the main player that was brought on to be a different look at this team. Watch this. Against Liquid, round 6, Spoit's down, and Matey goes to pick him up. Packer's alone in sight. He realizes the time, and you're going to see him just zip by. Instead of fighting for the site and risking a 2v1 situation and losing the potential bomb plant, he runs away. Where's Packer? Packer's top metal, waiting for his teammates to rotate back up metal so that he can then attack in the man advantage. And that is such a genius play. Yes, his statistics don't look as high as everybody else on the team, but those little plays are guaranteeing wins. Instead of taking that risk in sight, going down, Diffuser gets down, he waits for his team, gets the pump kill, and as a team, they execute onto the side.
Now, I want to say, we even talked about this when this roster was being made, and you even saw Packer being brought up, and you, as an IGL, you questioned what he was going to bring in his capabilities to this roster, and it's nice to see you actually hyping him up and giving him his flowers, because I absolutely agree. Being able to read that situation, and especially his performance in the beginning of this event so far, it started out. Let's face it, it was horrible.
Yeah,
it was absolutely horrible, and I've said it as a player, you are only as good as your last game, so the fact that Packer can put that past him, put away the drama online, and just focus on his gameplay and have key moments like this that are shaping the entire match, the entire layout of it, it's phenomenal.
They've really bounced back since their first 2 opening matches, and now they could be looking like a serious threat heading into the rest of Phase 2. Let's have a look at the maps to see where we're headed for this one. We're going to show them all at once. Skyscraper to start with.
Skyscraper is a good one because we actually had a chance to speak to Bodega before the bans, and he was jumping with joy. He was so excited that DZ let this map through. It's not necessarily a map that both teams like to play. I believe DZ's only played it once in the last year, so them allowing this map to go up, and Matey instantly jumped on it, but obviously we know when teams leave maps up, there's a reason for it. So hopefully we'll get to see it once we get into it, but I do think that's a great pickup from M80 to recognize that DZ's not the best on Skyscraper right now.
Looking at Clubhouse, even for DZ, I mean, it's just a show match at this point for Clubhouse being in the NAL circuit. Of course, it's going to be brought out here now in the upper bracket. Again, Clubhouse, that's not a crazy one for me. The bank is going to be the biggest decider for me, is how that map is going to be shaped, because especially with how DZ is lacking on their attacks, that's where it's really going to be a question mark for me if we get to that map, because so far M80's been looking significantly better on that side, whereas again, DZ is just better on their defenses currently.
I think M80 needs to win it in a 2-0 because Bank in the NAL, if you remember in Stage 2, they played it 4 times. They lost all 4 times.
True.
Bank is not a good map for those guys at all. Obviously, things can change, but I do believe that DZ may have the edge on it. I'm hoping for an M80 2-0 if they want to take it
And
out.
as you were saying, in that Bank match where these two actually met up, it was 8-7 going in DZ's favor. So there's a little caveat there.
Well, one thing is for sure, it's been cold here in Boston to kickstart this event. It's been ice cold. Snow has been raining down upon us. But 2 gents that took their day off to go to warmer climates, it's our casters for this evening, sipping on some fine drinks there, gents. Lovely to see you, Jesse.
Good to see you too, Manic. You know, everybody's talking about how cold it is in Boston. It's always so frightening. We had a snowstorm last night, but they don't realize we're about to watch M80 versus Dark Zero. Bolo versus Spoit, the spiciest matchup in the upper bracket of the 6th Invitational. So, we're dressed properly for the occasion. I know for a fact these players are going to play and make Boston feel like the beaches of Honolulu.
All I'm saying is you guys look like the budget version of some kind of Die Hard movie, so enjoy this one. It's sure to be a banger.
Thank you so much.
Greatly appreciated. I think it's great that whenever you want, you can go out on Halloween as a gorilla and you don't even need a costume. I think that's wonderful. Very, very low effort for you to scare children and other people celebrating Hallows Eve. Jesse, the NA Derby. 50% of people think that DZ will be the better team here. 50% think it's M80. We've seen some very close community votes. We've also seen some very lopsided community votes.
We have.
What do you think of this one?
I think we're in for a great game, Parker. We got two of the biggest names in Rainbow Six Siege. I want to see some emotes spammed in Twitch chat. Show your support, Bolo subs. Show your support, Spoit subs, and everybody else as well. We got some fantastic NA matchups, and this is just going to get us started here at the 6th Invitational. We're starting on Skyscraper, and I actually caught Budega, coach of M80, in the hallway just before this match. He was giddy that Dark Zero didn't ban this map, and he should be, because Dark Zero have a horrendous record on Skyscraper. Only a single play since Kobe has joined the roster, and that was a 7-2 loss to Sonics back in September. Before picking up Kobe, it was not a strong map for them either. You got a bit of a HUD bug, so M80 have banned out the Blitz and the Clash, hard targeting the shield for Dark Zero. Now DZ will ban the Deimos, and DZ's last ban will be the Tubarão. DZ banning out the Tubarão here makes some sense. I thought maybe we'd see an Azami because that is historically what they've banned, but they've been moving away from those Azami bans, Parker. They haven't really been playing the Azami bans as much, and we've seen them bring out the strongest defender in Rainbow Six Siege on a number of different matchups here in Boston. So excited to see Dark Zero expand their repertoire a little bit. I did expect the Monty ban from M80, but I didn't think that they'd be going back-to-back with 2 shields.
What could possibly have changed for Dark Zero that they no longer ban the Azami all the time, Jesse? I feel like something's a little different.
Well, Parker, in case anybody didn't catch any of the group stage or social media at all, Dark Zero obviously dropping their captain over the summer, Canadian, and picking up Nafe. But I will say, even after they swapped out Canadian, they kept on with a lot of those standard bans throughout Stage 2. And it's only kind of really been recently at this event that they've been expanding their repertoire a little bit more. They did drop Mint as well as their coach and brought in Kangaroo Kenny, so I'm sure he's had a big impact on Dark Zero changing their style a little bit. But I kind of like the new DZ. They seem a bit more versatile, a bit more fresh, and I'm honestly been really excited watching their games so far through the tournament.
Kangaroo Kenny's probably one of the nicest people in our entire scene.
Yeah.
Just effortlessly positive. He loves being here. He loves his job. You know, there's people who work in esports, and for a lot of people, it's just a job. And at the end of the day, it is a job. It's a spectacular one, but it's still something you got to do to help pay the bills. Kangaroo Kenny, though, for him, it's more than just that. I saw that there was some heat that he received on social media for things that he was saying, I think in the PSG Talon game. Some fans took umbrage with that, and you got a problem. Let me say it this way. You got a problem with Kangaroo Kenny, you got a problem with me, and I'll let that marinate. You got to let that marinate, okay? So, don't think I scared anybody. What do you think?
I mean, you had a pretty scary-looking leather jacket on and some scary sunglasses. I think we were pretty intimidating, you and I.
I was hoping Rob would say something about that. Like, why are you wearing a leather jacket if it's so hot out? And it's like, okay, well, let's take a second here. Cool guys wear leather jackets no matter the temperature, okay? It's a way of life. It's not a reaction to the weather.
No.
And I am a cool guy. We'll workshop it. Bambazoo, who's been not great so far this tournament, was highlighted by the desk. Jesse, he gets off to a rough start here in round number 1.
Yeah, he leaves Nafe all alone here on the extension. He's trying to get back through Dragon. He's made it quite far, headed for the hills. Nafe does escape back to his teammates. It was a little close. He took some damage, but he makes it out alive. Was trying to play that forward position alongside Pambazoo, and I think the two of them wanted to delay a little bit more time than they actually got away with. Usually that office position on the extension on the site is so powerful. You see a lot of teams play that with the Azami. Pambazoo obviously choosing not to this time around. And maybe have the map controlled.
That was NJR playing in that position for the last 30 seconds, Jesse, just waiting things out. And I mean, the frustrations that NJR has battled as a player have been very well documented. Many people on social media have talked about it. There's been chatter about it here at the actual event, both in our green room and amongst other players. Something is off with the DZ vibes. I don't know what it is. Despite that, they're still in a good spot. Nitro Cell from Naval collect Kino Spoit Dines as well. 2 for DZ as we hit the 1 minute to go mark.
Yeah, the flashbangs are the force Nate to rotate back to the bottom floor as well. Leaving his two teammates, Bolo and Kobe, alone. Bolo falls. An answer, though, coming out from Packer as he finds another pick, leaves Nate all alone in the 1v3.
He's going to have to contend with that big shield of Gunner and two other players who will eventually be in the action. Diffuser's the one getting the plant down. Packer, the final kill on the Ying. So many things going right for M80 in that round. Hard to mention all of them in the rigmarole of the actual round. Oh, he's so loud.
M80 is the most versatile coach because Bodega can scream at the opponent whether they're an English-speaking team or a Portuguese-speaking team, and that covers the vast majority of teams at the 6th Invitational. People talk about what Bodega brings to the server sometimes, and I think that's an underrated aspect. He's gonna get in your head no matter what language you're speaking. Love to hear Bodega fire it off at the end.
Kobe didn't even look at the Nitro style. Cool guys don't look at explosions. See, it's just a cool guy day today, Jesse.
It's a cool guy summer, I feel.
It's cool guy summer. It was, you know, a lot of people said it was Brat summer. And maybe it is Brat summer for M80. Let's put it this way. M80's colors, their green in particular, is very close.
That's true.
To the green album cover of Charlie XCX's Brat. And it's not just Brat, it's actually M80.
A little tie-in there is possible.
It's a great record. I actually quite enjoy it.
Did you?
I did not think I would like that kind of music.
I didn't think you'd like that kind of music either.
I know, because you think that I listen to...
You listen to music from like the 30s, Parker. Exclusively. You're an old man with old man taste.
Okay. Really hurts my feelings.
Great start coming in round number 1 from Packer. He's had a bit of a tough start, and Gunner as well, obviously, rocking that Blackbeard. I feel like we don't see Gunner on the Blackbeard too often, although I guess he's run it a few times. That was his 5th round at this event that he's played on the Blackbeard, and now as he jumps on the operator again, this will be his 6th time playing the newest shield operator in Rainbow Six Siege. Of course, a lot of people talked about how dominant this Blackbeard has been, and he is scary. If you're playing him correctly, if you're playing him well, he can get you so much free space and then find frags on players that are running away as well. He gets a lot of value in the right hands, and Gunner, not a player you expect to be on the shields all the time, but Blackbeard's a bit of a different ballgame, you know? It can be kind of an aggressive player's shield, as it's still got that primary weapon with the fast rate of fire. So there's a lot that you can do on this operator. And he looks to jump in Geisha to start this round. Looks like they want to wait for the wall to open first.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like anybody's actively holding it. The silhouettes are hard to tell. Nave has now been put in a position where he can retake it. The Bandit, too, is fallen off towards Drum. Nave almost getting a read on the Blackbeard. Gunner sustaining a lot of damage, but Gunner somehow emerges from that in the wrong direction. Now a follow-up from Spoit onto Nave. Nave is living on borrowed time at the moment. They've called the cavalry into Geisha. Devastating start for M80.
And this exothermic, if it didn't get destroyed by the electricity, yeah, will open up a foothold, and that's massive, forcing Kobe out of the position. He's got to buddy up with Nath now. If they don't get at least one pick here, they could get slaughtered in a quick fashion.
It's going to get very cozy in there. You could sweep through and kill both of them at the same time. You're not going to be able to do much with that opening. It just works to push the defenders out of that position. M80 didn't want to hold Geisha, so they've maneuvered somewhere else, and Kobe was waiting for it. So was Nave. Cozy, but boy, oh boy, the warmth will guide them forwards. Now it's Diffuser marching on up, finishing off what remains of Kobe, but through the soft wall. He's taken down. Nave will struggle to confirm almost a flawless answer back from Dark Zero.
Whatever that is, the Jade, whatever the fuck. Let's go!
Made some confidence-inspiring rounds early on, Jesse.
Yeah, both teams off to a hot start here. It's good to see. A lot of the players that people sometimes criticize, Kobe, Nath, for not having the most gun skill on Dark Zero, not showing up the biggest in previous events, are both showing up in this game, and that's what you need in an important matchup here, upper bracket up against M80. Just a really strong extension coming out. You saw the first time the extension happened, the Blackbeard kind of took over, but with Nath hitting that beauty shot onto Gunner to start this round, M80 all of a sudden lost their teeth. They didn't have their front man anymore. Sure, you still got Spoit running around with the Ash, but he wasn't able to get the job done. And then after that opening pick came through from Nath, he and Kobe combined for 2 more, and they were really able to lock down that roam game. You don't often talk about Nath as the top-tier frag-focused roamers, but IGLs on Dark Zero have a habit of getting active in the early game.
NJR still held off of the scoreboard. Him and Bolo suffering through 2 bad rounds. Kino and Spoit find themselves in the same position on side of M80. Those are some very talented players that have been unable to have a major impact. And NJR in particular playing very high-value utility roles. He played Smoke in that very first round. He was a target dummy. As you saw, he got slaughtered early. And then he played a zombie in the next round. Now back to Smoke, and he doesn't even have an assist to his name, which means he wasn't particularly impactful on any of the action in either round. NJR having a puzzlingly weird tournament, well below his expectations, and yet still doing well on the score sheet.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a fantastic tournament so far. Not the greatest start to this game. Mayor McCheese actually leads the 6th Invitational with 114 kills through groups. Nobody has gotten more raw number of frags so far through SI. 23-year-old is attending his 5th Invitational in a row.
One thing I will say about all these DZ players, they have a lot of deaths as well. So, I mean, 114 kills might look great, but if you've got 107 deaths, you kind of wonder what's going on there, right? Kobe's in a very similar position. Pambazoo is the one player who is having a rough go of it on DZ consistently. One of his worst tournaments in a very long time, Jesse. He and Nafe will now watch from the bench as these rounds are ultimately so one-sided. M80 punished Dark Zero in the first round. No real answer back from DZ. Then DZ did the same on round number 2. Now it looks like it's M80's turn to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting push from M80 too. Spending a lot of resources to take that bottom floor, of course, with Diffuser and Spoit down there too inside of the pantry. Having a buck down below Drum in this site can be really advantageous. It's going to make Bolo's life very awkward as he sits inside of Drum at the moment. These players down below want to. They could disrupt them. At the moment, Diffuser hasn't actually used that skeleton key from below. Playing around the hatches. Now he will begin with some pings inside of Geisha. Does he find Kobe? He does.
It's a tough angle to engage at. NJR sustaining some damage from that brouhaha as well. He's hugging that bomb chassis very tightly upstairs inside of T. Bolo, a desperate attempt down below, but Spoit wins the engagement, catches him off guard, and it's NJR now, hunted by the bees inside of T, all alone in a 1v5. Diffuser manages to find that final kill as he asserts himself on the top floor. The Diffuser, not the player, the case, was in the process of being planted as well, so things were going to go from bad to worse for NJR had he survived. Very limited impact from some of these star players from DZ. Despite that, they only find themselves in the hole by 1 round. What is that? What is that? Why does it sound like you have a witch boiling in oil? Yo! You need to get the kills! Ah!
Oh my god, I'm actually dead. That was interesting. Listen, great round from Diffuser. You don't often see Diffuser picking up the buck on M80. Usually that's Gunner's role, but Gunner was getting good value with the Grim instead. I thought maybe we'd hear the witch again, but no. Good push from M80. Again, taking that bottom floor control is not the most standard way that you see teams push in to the Tea Room Karaoke bomb site, but Gunner did a great job of kind of making that space up top. Spoit and Diffuser then entered down below and were able to have some fantastic pings for Diffuser to get those kills. The one on Kobe in particular opened things up, forced Bolo's hand to try to make an aggressive play, and by that point, it was already too little, too late. M80 super ready for it. They will take a 2-1 lead attacking on Skyscraper. Parker, this is extremely weird to see. Skyscraper often talked about as the most defender-sided map in Rainbow Six Siege. I don't know if it holds that title this event so far, but historically, that's what we always say about Skyscraper.
Yeah, it's very friendly turf for the defenders, and you know you've got all 4 bomb sites that are playable. Brazil, in particular, really loved that bedroom bomb site for a long time.
Yeah, back in stage 1.
Yeah, if you look at the overall defender win rates right now, Skyscraper has actually just eked ahead of Consulate. Consulate's been the most defender-sided bomb site for the majority of this event. It's still up there. Consulate has been played the second most time of any single map. The only map ahead of it is Chalet. Consulate sits at 64% of rounds won by the defenders, 36 won by the attackers. Skyscraper is a tiny bit above that, but it's only been played 4 times.
Okay.
So a huge difference. It's been played 1/3 of the time that Consulate's been played. 67% of the rounds have been won by defenders to 33% for the attackers. It's not a huge difference, but what really does kind of throw these stats into turmoil is the amount of plays.
For sure, but still, they are kind of aligning with historical results, so it may not be a huge surprise.
And do you expect this to become more attacker-sided the longer we see Skyscraper get played? Like, conventional wisdom suggests no, but this matchup might be an outlier. The attackers have the advantage in terms of numbers, and now they have an advantage in this round. NJR, 0-3. He's the first to die.
Nate follows him right to the grave, though. Diffuser picks up a great second pickup, and M80's pushes have looked flawless. Gunner finds Kobe as well. Bolo's got the vert angle, so that's something. Takes down the Blackbeard, but the desperation plays just aren't working for Dark Zero. Bolo's gonna need to ace to win this round for DZ. And although he's hit some great shots, wait, could he do it?
Bolo's looking for more. This is the same area where he died in the previous round. He was hoping for that rotate panel that leads into cans, storage, delivery, whatever teams refer to it as. Pantry. This is very winnable. Nitro Cell goes out, nobody home. Bolo, the very tough task of emerging, but the moment Kino had the read on him, he lost the soft wall next to him, and Bolo was not long for this Earth. 3-1, quite the early advantage for M80.
Yeah, beauty pushes still from M80. That will actually force a tack timeout. Let's listen to for Kangaroo Kenny.
H open the black wall. They were pressuring top black. Why are they acing open the B1 wall? Because they probably want to enter tables. So if they're doing a black direct, we need less emphasis on the backstab. Kobe can leave drops, he can come down, reinforcing it. Let's just look at what they're doing and react. Like we can move, we can react to what they're doing. We can help each other. Just infer what they're doing. Everything they're doing has a reason. They're heavily utilising the black bin, so let's keep up. No more Azami. Let's keep up with the Ella, the smoke, the lesion. This is all good. They're also heavy drones below, so potentially if you want to utilise visual to gain below, otherwise don't go below.
He really stuck the landing on that. Wow, the moment that it ran out, he was done talking.
Yeah, and I think he provided some great wisdom as well. It felt like in that last round, he was able to read into what that push was going to be for M80 better than his players were. He's focusing on the fact that, yeah, they're coming towards black. They're opening up the wall into barbecue. You guys need to recognize that and then realize that they're going to do it for some reason. There's some purpose behind these moves from M80. That's got to be the biggest thing. M80 came into this game so prepared to play Skyscraper. I go back to that conversation I had with Budega in the hallway, and he was so excited. He thought that DZ made such a mistake leaving this map up for them to select. And I'm not that critical of DZ for making a mistake because it's not been a common map for M80, right? They beat Dark Zero on this map all the way back in stage 1, but they haven't played it since the summer when they had a very different roster. So it clearly says to me that M80 have been waiting to play this map. They've been waiting to play it against a top tier opponent like Dark Zero. And I really think that they won the map ban phase, at least for this first map. And they got a battleground that Dark Zero might just not be able to contest them on.
We've been interested because Kangaroo Kenny specifically said, let's drop the Azami, and yet there's NJR rocking Azami yet again. I wonder if that's just general wisdom and not necessarily a direct order for every single bomb site. He said, let's keep up the smoke, let's keep up the Ella, let's keep up the Legion. You see 2 of those 3 operators right now being piloted by Pambazoo and Bolo. I guess the troubling part for Dark Zero is that of those operators that Kangaroo Kenny listed, they've been often in the hands of Pambazoo and NJR, both of whom have had their pronounced struggles, not just in this event, but also in this match right now. Pambazoo, 1 kill, 3 deaths. NJR, 0 kills, 3 deaths. That is just simply well below what we know they are capable of. And if they're dying early on those high-value ops, not only are you losing a great player, you're losing an op that is integral for your defense.
Nate ratting on a mute jammer. Watch out, as Spoit's making a lot of noise down below. They don't seem to be aware of Nafe's position. He goes for a swing now, but caught by Diffuser.
M80 had 2 separate people on that main floor also droning well, and Kangaroo Kenny called this one too. He said that a lot of drones on that main floor. Be careful. And explain why Nafe was seeking some salvation on that mute jammer to keep him at bay, but unfortunately, first to die yet again. M80 has been very, very good at drawing first blood.
See what these Kiva barriers can do in slowing them down. The coach didn't think that they were going to be super valuable, but you are still going up against 2 shields, and certainly it can help you with your angles still. Most powerful defender in the game, always going to be getting value out of those Kibas. And they do still have answers to the shields too. Of course, those Legion mines will be littered throughout the map. Bolo on that smoke late round is going to be a huge impact. NJR holds strong. Kobe is the other point of content, played by Minibar.
He's going to have a ton of choice as to who he goes for here. A lot of damage done to him, so they call Pambazoo up for support. Both of them now looking towards Terrace. The Nitro Cell will go out by Kobe. An awful lot of damage has been done. No kills secured. Bolo kills Kobe with his own smoke. Oh my goodness. Pambazoo, though, tearing through them inside of Terrace. Flattened both by the Monty and Packer over his shoulder. NJR will need to break that goose egg if Dark Zero wants a chance at this round. Kino has boxed him out. Bolo is there for some added pressure. But now it's NJR in a 1v2. The shield of Kino and Spoit on that Ash. Spoit on very limited HP. NJR will need to take back the bomb site, and Spoit knows exactly where he's going to come from. Spoit should be prepared for this. NJR gives his position away. Spoit needs to go for the reload. NJR wins the duel, but the diffuser is down, and he's in a 1v1 against a Montaigne. Oh my, my. Kino can still bottle this. I mean, he's going for kills at this point.
It's harder post-nerf to win this 1v1.
You never want to find yourself in this position, though, Jesse. It doesn't matter. It's still a Monty. And I do agree with you. Kino is trying to give him nothing, trapped in the corner. NJR going for the legs. Kino playing this one perfectly so far. Frustration from NJR as he gets so far away from the defuse kit. That's the round for M80 as Kino tries for a full 360. NJR will get nothing as finally steps in a goo mine. The Monty goes down, but
You are ass! Come on, baby. Come on, get the shit up.
Diffuser talking about donkeys. Not sure why that's being weighed in on, but 4 rounds now for M80.
It's Gunner who
It
the
is
witch
Gunner.
is.
Gunner is the boiling witch.
Willie also owned EU. Wait, he didn't mean that. Virus and threat protection. Bro, Sean, alright, Kiki, I was like, move, like you were blocking him, bro. He was
It's the only bomb site, by the way, that we had seen DZ prevail on back in round number 2. It was the answer back to M80's great performance to start off this map. But yeah, all the confidence in the world right now for M80.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember back at the Atlanta Major, it was Kino and the Monty that arguably got him benched for the 6th Invitational 2024 in Sao Paulo. There's a lot of criticism on how he played this operator.
Come on! 360, another one! Another 360! What are you doing?
Another 360.
But he's having fun with it now, you know? The Monty player from Kino has been getting a lot better. That was a great example of how to play a 1v1 with that Montaigne. Not just stay alive as long as you can, but make sure you bait out that clock by drawing him as far away as possible. Even though Kino died in the end, it didn't matter because the last player on DZ wasn't able to go back and disable in time. That's played really well. And you know, those post plants, 1v1s on the Monty, have haunted Kino in his career in the past. I remember bank server stairs. I remember some Pengu tweets. They weren't always so strong, but Kino is showing up strong today.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Remember?
What?
Nothing, never mind. I realized that I was about to say it. I was like, he's not going to get the reference, so that's fine. It's A-okay.
Another one of your 1960s songs, I assume.
I said keep up on the Ella, but the 2 rounds that have been played out since then have been absent in Ella. Smoke and Legion have extraordinarily high pick rates at this event. Azami is the most banned defender, but has the most prominence when you include pick rate. Mute is actually the most picked defender, tied actually with Smoke. So those SAS boys, the 2 most picked operators for defenders, you're going to see a Mute and you're going to see a Smoke 46% of the time. That means one of them will almost certainly be in every round. Oh my. Bolo gets hit by a drive-by. A Packer on the window. Kino pummeling NJR. NJR did get 2 kills in the previous round. They weren't very worthwhile. Pambazoo coming alive, slaughtered by the glass. Out goes a Nitro Cell, and Nafe pushes the issue. A smart read as the Nitro Cell goes sailing over top of the glass. M80 still has an advantage in numbers. This has been a very quick round, Jesse. 120 still to play.
salvageable, though. Kobe knows this is an angle. He walks in, takes the gunfight, wins it over Spoit. That's equal numbers now. Diffuser and Packer, the last two alive in the top floor. They'll get the man advantage once again, though.
Kobe will need to go for 3 here. As Dave is down, Diffuser and Packer left alive, but it's M80 who gets nothing but net on that one. What a first half for M80, Jesse. They hold DZ to a single round.
I'm actually nasty on the Ying on this map.
I would like to reference those numbers again. There have only been 4 skyscrapers at this event, but the defenders are winning 67% of those rounds. 1 round as a defender is... That's like annihilation.
That's a horrible half. That's horrible. Like, this might just be GG go next territory for Dark Zero. I'm not kidding. You've got to come back 5-1 attacking on Skyscraper. Good luck. Against a team who clearly have prepared so many strats on this map, where you look very underprepared. Even in the attack timeout, Kanker Kenny wasn't saying, guys, play this strat we remember, play this strat we remember. He was saying, you need to be looking at what they're doing and reading them. Like, all we can do is adapt to them. I'm sure Dark Zero have setups and strats on this map, right? You come to SI, you're going to have preparations for all 9 maps, especially if you're not banning them at a BO3. But it clearly seems like M80 came into this game far more ready to play Sky than DZ did.
M80 have so much agency on this map. Like, DZ is not really influencing the pace of the map whatsoever.
No.
As defenders, they were often just sitting, holding position, stationary like a turret. They were getting run over. They weren't firing back. The few opportunities that we saw DZ take to roam got answered by M80's drone work almost immediately.
Yeah.
DZ have come up empty-handed time and time again.
Well, time to do the impossible, Dark Zero. 5 attacks is what you're gonna need to force it into overtime. Good luck. There'll be Office Exhibition to start things off for M80. They've got a pretty normal looking setup. Gunner running around a bit on that Vigil, but not running the Boss G. A lot of players will find that the K1A is just more reliable. It's more versatile. You can use it in a lot of different situations. He's playing over by Geisha. The players on DZ are choosing not to start over there. They are choosing to take bottom floor and then focus on the site more so than anything. We saw Nitro go out to try to deny the Maverick play over on the single wall, but it was not successful. So Bolo can keep his life for now. 2 minutes in the round, and we start to see a few players on Dark Zero rotate over towards Geisha. Sitting inside is going to be Gunner, I believe, playing on this angle. Hoping to be front man.
They vault on in, and again, not really being able to influence much of this map. Spoit takes NJR down. Now it's Knave's turn in the afterlife. Gunner with a 2nd kill. Pambazu falters. GG go next territory. Jesse, you called it yourself. I mean, we are 90 seconds into this round. Bolo and Kobe are the last 2 standing. Bolo is downstairs and in the building, but Kobe is nowhere close. He was trying to take care of a Selma over towards Terrace that we last saw. More impressive, I think, is that no damage was done to M80. Gunner with a very quick 2-piece, and not only is it a flawless round based on players alive, it's a flawless round because DZ did 0 damage that entire round. 6-1 the first half. A flawless round for M80. It's their 2nd here on this map. There is nothing good that we can say about DZ at this point.
Yeah, so, I mean, let's glaze M80 instead. Gunner, what play inside of Geisha. My God, the way he was flicking around to hit those shots. The Manchester MVP has been M80's best player through the group stage, and he's often found himself active on those roams. He has a 40% entry participation on the defense. That's the highest in the tournament. That means he is taking the vast majority, compared to the rest of his teammates, of those opening gunfights on D. And while he didn't quite get the opening pick in that round, his extended play all the way over towards Geisha was the thing that won them that round. It has been a nightmare for Dark Zero.
29 kills on the side of M80 to 18 for Dark Zero through 7 rounds of play. The team that draws first blood has a 100% conversion rate. And these have been clean first bloods, Jesse. No trades, nothing. They've come usually around the 2-minute to 1-minute 40-second mark remaining in the round. So somebody is dead with half of the round to go on either side, usually on the side of DZ. That means with the exception of 1 round, Jesse, DZ have been playing a 4v5 for at least half of every every single round that they've played. None of the fancy numbers look very good. NJR cut off a wire. Pambazu dies to Packer. And what did we say here? Diffuser goes for a run out because why not at this point? Take matters into your own hands. Kobe sprinting in, taking down Spoit, but his run comes to an end at the hands of Packer. Packer, one of the lowest rated players in this entire event, period, Jesse.
Yeah. No, he's been fantastic today, though. Bolo hunting for even more. Kino backs off. Packer's been exceptional. Another frag now on the Nafe.
And Kino's gonna go close up to deal with this Blackbeard, keep him at bay. Oh my.
Yeah, I mean, is he wrong though?
No. Unless Bolo pulls off a 1v3, which is entirely possible. I mean, even Nathan said, yeah, we'll see you next map. It is DZ's map pick of Clubhouse. So we'll let Jason Doty play this one out, but I mean, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point.
He can grab the fuse kit, and he's got a ton of time, and he's on Blackbeard.
I appreciate you playing devil's advocate here, but the devil doesn't need any more allies in this matchup.
It is not the least winnable round I've ever seen, I'll say that.
Well, I mean, Bolo's just going to go through the fire and the flames. He's just going to go fishing for kills. I mean, you're not going to roll over and give up, but it's really quite a hopeless situation. I appreciate what he's trying to do. The thing with Bolo is that if you give him an inch, he can take a mile. But with the way M80's played so far on this map, I see really no reason to think that anybody on the side of DZ would be able to win even a 1v1, let alone a 1v3.
Got great defensive positioning, all these crossfires.
He manages to get one drop. Hold on. We've set the scene here for Bolo to pull off the most improbable clutches. Kino will back away as he sees his team shrink down in size. Packer a little bit out of reach, unretrievable. Kino with no utility. He manages to escape and he runs outside. Bolo has full control of the site. Keep in mind the smoke is isolated for 20 seconds. Kino is outdoors. Bolo will go for the vault out. Kino escapes inside. He might have an opportunity to get at Packer, but instead the call is to go back underneath the bomb site and just wait it out. Bolo has played this so well, but he doesn't have access to the fuser, Jesse. And with 2 seconds to go, it will end up being the most heartbreaking round for Dark Zero that we saw on Skyscraper.
2 failed clutches, that's gotta be heartbreaking for the MVP of Dark Zero. He put up his best this game, but it just wasn't enough. M80, they are the kings of Skyscraper. They came into this so prepared, so ready. A plan executed to perfection.
And they are very confident with the way that they played for good reason. Map number 2 is DZ's pick of Clubhouse. It'll be up in a couple minutes, but we've got a break for you first. See ya.
Available now.
DZ let the rounds at home this time. Unfortunately for them, that's not a great start, Fox. That is an absolute slapping if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't necessarily DZ playing bad. I mean, yes, this is a good map for... They were playing bad. It wasn't a great map for them. They've only played it once in the last year. It's not... I don't think they expected it to even come out. But M80 was playing so well. The attacks, I mean, to go 5-1 on your attacks is disgusting. Yeah. Clearly, their strategy was base level, getting their opening kills, and then they just played together as a team. It was basic fundamentals that M80 was doing so well. Besides, like, the overpeaking on that last round, they weren't doing anything too crazy. They were just playing consistent siege. DZ was just simply not ready for it.
Well, for DZ, even in their first round that they did win on defense, it was really off the backing of Nafe just having kind of rat plays, just catching M80 off guard, where they would immediately correct it going into that third round and then would find Nafe below, finish him, and then they would just take sight from there.
Yeah, it looked like DZ was a little rattled because even in the last clip right there, Kobe jumping over the rafters with the pistol out.
That made both me and you were like, what are you doing?
I think DZ kind of lost the plot a little bit in the middle of the round, and they were just trying to grasp at straws and just maybe out-frag M80, but it was just looked really rough.
But to me, that falls back to Nafe, though, their leader, of just getting everyone back on the same page. Because again, there was no reason for Kobe Lax to jump over there and try to go for like a miracle play when the man advantage was even, and then to just sell your life and then have the round continue to just look horrible after. I mean, DZ, you got to be better than what we just saw.
Fox, we've seen a lot of shield play so far this event, but we're starting to get a little bit happier with this one. I don't know. Maybe you want it, Lax.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, we were highlighting Kino isn't that great on the shields because he was doing his turtle stuff, but here he actually played it really well. This was a really good execute and a really good back and forth from both the teams. I love the sped up sound. It just sounds like Alvin and the Chipmunks right now. But it was a good play from here. Bolo takes that kill, but then immediately trades back from Kino. They get the bomb down. This was such a pivotal spot for Spoit, being 1 HP and keeping NJR at bay so Kino can play this to a T. I was a little skeptical here because Kino was obviously trying to fight this, but then it just comes into this. I mean, Kino is literally dog walking NJR through the map, kind of giving him the rundown, a little tourist guide for Kino, saying, take a look here. Here's Dragon. Here's Top. Here's Top House.
Nick! You're a pussy! Come on!
Oh!
Come on! 360, another one! Another 360!
Yeah, he was
Where are we going?
I mean, I can understand the excitement. That might have been just Kino's first shield play that ever worked out. But this play was so pivotal and so smart. The fire isolates Kino outside on the balcony. As soon as he hears the vault, he runs through the fire, doesn't pick up his teammate, runs down the stairs, and continues playing time. Maybe not the most selfless play. He let Packer die, but he completely plays his life to stall Bolo out, doesn't give an opportunity for him to get a fight. And thank God Kino did that, because before that, we saw 2 M80 members just swing the BB shield. And thank God Kino saved the day to
He
close
ran
it
past
out.
Packer and said, pack it up, bud, and then just booked him down the staircase. I mean, I'm glad you highlighted Kino, saying that, you know, he's the most improved player, because given those 2 rounds, they were so pivotal of keeping DZ in the fight. So the fact that he was able to close it out with such phenomenal shield play, and like you said, that was probably his best shield play we've seen from him.
That's the only one I've seen work.
It's looking good.
I mean, Kino, those were smart plays.
Yes.
And I was very happy with what I saw, because when we picked up Kino, I mean, that guy left his brain at home. So thankfully, we've seen some progress. And I do think, I agree. I stand on the statement. He's the best player on M80 right now. I think he's the most improved.
I also see why Bodega was so happy about this map. I mean, a 7-1, that's convincing.
I'm not going to lie, this entire segment, my favorite part might be your voice that you do to mock people. Hey,
Packer, back it up, bud. I'm going down.
Hey, back it up. Let's back it up. Let's go to a break, eh? Hey, we'll be back after this.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods, and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here, because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Davi Sakiemi and brought it all the way back! Baixa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Hi, my name is Gunnar, and this is my operator.
Hello, my name is Boyd, and this is my operator. If there's a nationality I could pick for an operator, I'll probably pick Swedish because I'm Swedish, so, you know, I have to represent.
The nationality I would pick is America.
An ability I would like to see on an operator would be an operator who could turn off the lights in the room, and just everything goes dark, and then take it from there.
My gadget would be like, if there was a shield anywhere in the map, it would just tell me, and then it would give me like a lion scan wall hack, but only for the shield. Because my gadget allows me to see that there's something on the shield that just shows me where they're at all times. And if I do get close to them, my bullets go through the shield. They don't block them. I just insta-kill them. They're just dead every time. That'd be my ability.
I would like to see a football outfit in Siege, you know, the whole Brazil kit or whatever.
My wild card would be that the operator has perma Ember Rise, so it's not banned in the server because it's its default skin. So not only can I kill all the shields, no one can see me, and I'm just like the GOAT operator. My operator's name would be Gunna. Not with an R, just an A. Just Gunna.
So the operator name would be Håkan. Very Swedish name, if you know, you know. And yeah, peace out.
I think Spoy's just completely forgotten about Capitao there for a second. That's it. I think it might be even better for his operator to be able to do flat packs really quick. What do you think?
I think that'd be good, but I feel like Spoy was already playing as his operator because it didn't look like DZ was able to do anything. DZ was playing with their monitors off. So.
I mean, the lights were definitely
the lights were off.
Power was shut. I mean,
the lights were too bright.
It was not doing a good job.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. It's hard. We do go to Clubhouse now, though, which might give us a bit more hope, Lax.
I mean, you gotta think it's gonna give you hope. DZ's going to a very default map. Obviously, you couldn't make it work on Skyscraper. You almost pulled your logo out in that 1-7. So hopefully now in Clubhouse, where you can just play to your strengths, you can play to your defaults. You don't got to be super particular with anything. You just can't be making more mistakes than the other team. So a little comfort here for Clubhouse. They can wipe away Skyscraper, but if you can't adapt on these defenses, where again, this is a map that's going to be one off your attacks. You couldn't even get an attack out. It kind of puts me in a scary place for DZ.
Yeah, absolutely. Attacks are going to be the most important for Dark Zero, especially since they're starting on attacks. They need to come in hot, and if they don't, we said it, M80 might get it a 2-0.
All right, well, I think it's time to get underway with this one. I did ask Mum coming into this if we could have the Secret Service that fights aliens, but she said, nah, we got that at home.
You trying to say I look like default Warden, Parker?
It's very cold.
We were hoping that Dark Zero would bring some heat in that last matchup, but unfortunately, they went cold. Maybe on Clubhouse, they can bring some more warmth to this game.
Oh, we need warmth desperately, really, really badly. That was a cold first map for both of the, well, maybe not for both these teams, but the frost has gotten to my brain, Jesse.
Well, we've got one more map at least for Dark Zero to try to heat things up against M80. Otherwise, they're headed straight down to the bottom of the lake. It's going to be the lower bracket run from DZ if they can't get it done here on Clubhouse. The fans seem to be swaying more towards M80. The 50-50 prediction has gone towards the victors of map number 1.
What a shock.
Not a huge surprise.
What a shock.
we'll get right into the operator bans here. Starting with the Blackbeard, I thought maybe we would see that shield ban just because M80 don't tend to like shields on this map. They often do ban the Monty or the Deimos, so we do tend to see that, and against DZ, you want to be taking that off the board. Dark Zero also going for an ace ban, actually. A little bit surprising. You don't see that too often. Clearly, that's going to be a bit more targeted than we were seeing on map number 1. I'm curious if this will be a zombie. No. Classic Dark Zero would be to ban a zombie, but as I've said, they've been banning a lot less a zombie at this event. M80 perma-ban Tubarão. I couldn't find a single game where they didn't ban the Tubarão on Clubhouse, so we'll see if they keep up the pace. And certainly no surprises coming out for our final ban of the map. The stage is set, Parker. Everything is ready for M80 to either win this game here and set themselves up for a match against the world champions of Furia, or at the end of the day, or Dark Zero can heat things up finally in the server and send us to a third map. Both these teams getting ready for one of the most default maps in all of Siege.
Yep. Clubhouse, aka Dubhouse. Very little changes have been made to this map when you consider how long it's been around for. Now, obviously, if you played this map in the first 2 to 3 years of Rainbow Six, you know that the upstairs floors were not connected. That old bedroom gym bomb site and the old cache CCTV site had no adjoining room. Construction and logistics were added later on to allow the defenders a bit more freedom, because the problem was that you only had 2 good viable bomb sites. It was this bottom floor bomb site, which we will see in round number 1, and it was that middle bar stage bomb site, or bar billiards, or whatever it was officially called at that point. There's been some changes, and that's where the old bomb site used to be. The top 2 floor sites were just undefendable. There was nothing you could do. They added this construction component, they moved them closer together, and next thing you know, you've got a very balanced map. Now, it's been played 9 times. But that still makes it the second least played map. The only map that's been played less than it is Skyscraper, where we just were. And Clubhouse is a 50-50 map, Jesse. 49% of rounds won by the defenders, 51% for the attackers, so anything can happen here.
I appreciate Dark Zero and M80 giving us a taste of some new maps, and as we jump on into this one, M80, the last 5 times they've played Clubhouse, the game has ended 7-5, so expect 12 rounds in their game against Dark Zero, but who the winner is yet to be seen. Bolo, our opening death, and nearly an answer onto Diffuser, but he does make it down the blue hatch safely. Packer will drop the moto hatch as well. That leaves just Spoit on the lone roam all the way to the top floor. The superstar of M80 will now be left alone to try to make some magic happen. DZ, after watching a few players fall back, they know they haven't droned the top floor, so it's not a misdrone, but they might assume that that was all of the roamers. If they make that calculation, they'll be incorrect, and a deadly flank could come late from Spoit.
It's not abnormal to roam on a bottom floor bomb site. It was popularized by Space Station way back in the day, but I was like, where did he get dropped from? It's like, oh, Pambazoo was able to tear some strips through Gunner on that blue hatch. And JR's got both logic bombs in back pocket. And again, Spoit is going to be the question mark here. When will he choose to strike back against these attackers?
And we talked about the strength of Mute, how common we see him throughout this event. And part of the reason why Mute is so good is because he blocks logic bombs from Dokkaebi. He blocks the scan from Deimos as well. So with Spoit sitting on that Mute Jammer the entirety of the round, he's likely going to be unknown. Never mind. He immediately moves off the Mute Jammer and immediately gets tracked by the Deimos. So they're going to...
Down goes Kino. The smoke is gone. Spoit is obviously caught as well by Dark Zero as both teams will come to blows. NJR now taking an awful lot of damage. Nave getting Diffuser down, and 2 players from DZ will be watching this. It's all Pambazoo, though, as NJR is unsuccessful. Gunner taken out inside of Church, and Nave, who had abandoned the plant moments before, will give round number 1 to DZ. Kangaroo Kenny attempting to motivate his players and keep them well balanced, because after that Skyscraper map, well, maybe a less experienced team would crumble under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, screaming, jumping around like that, it produces some body heat, and obviously Dark Zero got to get some of that going in this game. Good first round. Obviously, the execute looked pretty clean. They knew, I don't think they ever droned that Spoit was upstairs. but they were able to ping out one of those Goyo canisters down inside the basement. They realized, okay, there's a Goyo on the map somewhere, but they didn't find him as they were droning in through the site, and they might have also had an inkling that, you know what, Spoit likes to play the Goyo on the site. Spoit's a big roamer. Let's Damos track him just to be sure, and of course, the timing was awful for Spoit. Lined up just perfectly for DZ, and they were able to catch him out. They made the call to just hit the site as soon as they realized that Spoit was top floor as well. They got that piece of information and said, let's just rush into the bomb site. The execute went beautifully. Pamba and Nafe racking up all the kills as they made that execute go through. So a much better start for Dark Zero than what we saw on Skyscraper, and that would be expected with, as you said, Clubhouse leaning more towards the attackers than the most defender-sided map in the game.
Bar stage has been played one time, by the way.
We casted that, didn't we? Because I remember debating. We talked about it. Maybe it was just.
I think we talked about it as a possibility. I don't think we ever actually saw it ourselves.
Right.
The bottom floor bomb site is not a very fruitful place to be for defenders. 46 times it's been played, and 46% of those times it's been won by the defenders. So 55-45 effectively favoring the attackers, and it really comes down to time management. Every time we cast Clubhouse, we'd say that it takes about minute 30 to 2-ish minutes to properly drone. You'll be at the mercy of castles, vigils, and mutes if they are on the board. Bolo dies early yet again. Second round in a row where Gunnar has outdueled him.
Crazy. Bolo going down on the Capitao immediately, and Gunnar's just sitting in the site. Might have been a vert angle, or maybe on the breach.
That's the Hector face.
Okay, you gotta stop. Losing your Capitao is gonna make taking Garage really difficult. I guess they already have it. We've seen Nave thrown in from this position, but you'd still would have liked those Capitao bolts to provide some pressure inside of these anchors.
Oh my.
Roam clearers.
Nave is off to a sensational start. 3 kills so far, almost a fourth onto Spoit. It just manages to slip through his fingers. Nave is already at half of the kills that he had in map number 1. He and Bolo both had 6 kills to lead the way for their team. Yes, you heard that correctly. 6 kills was the top for DZ. If you didn't watch that Skyscraper matchup, the little 1-7 that you see the top part of your screen really does tell the story. I mean, what really was as dominant as that scoreline would suggest. It was a blowout. Down goes Spoit as Pambazoo shows no fear, breaking in from construction into bedroom. There's an old diffuser. Nave will wait for some level of information. Oh my! As diffuser gets slaughtered through the wall, Gunnar another kill. Nave finishes off what Pambazoo had started, but Nave will have to get into the building with that kit. He's only got 30 seconds to do that. A vault into weight room, seemingly likely.
Been chaos so far. That Nitro not going to land on anyone outside the building. This one, though, outside the gym window, also not landing. Here come the flashbangs to set up this push. They've wasted all their util, Parker.
And Nave is now in. Packer on the board. MP7s for the defenders, getting all the kills so far. A wraparound from Kino looking to exploit the time and the distraction. It's all up to Packer to clutch. He takes down one. Nave in a compromising position, but Nave for the second round in a row gets off of the defuse and makes the right call. More smiles already on the face of Dark Zero, and we're only 6 minutes in than we saw at any point on map number 1. Nave has been extraordinary so far.
Yeah, brilliant decision-making from Nafe in the late round. You know, the English captain of this American team, he's one of only 5 players in the 6 Invitational before today's games were played that had double digits of plants. He's had 10 plants in the group stage, and he decided not to plant, and that was a critical decision in the last second or 2 of the round because NJR overswung on the cover, didn't know exactly where Packer was at, lost that gunfight, and forced Nafe to make this decision with 3 seconds to get off the kit, pull out that secondary, and hit the shot. Perfectly executed by the captain, and Nave immediately was typing in the server, as you saw in the post round here. Beautifully done. That's that split-second decision-making that separates good players from great players, and Nave truly is one of the greats trying to lead Dark Zero to a trophy. 5-0 start from the captain on that, map 2.
Again, 6 kills was the high water mark back in map number 1. Nafe is very close to doing that again, and it's not just those 5 kills alone, it's how important they have been. He picked up a couple mid-round kills, but that was instrumental in round number 1 in locking down those final 2 picks, and then did the same with the final player in the previous round as well.
Nafe will select the Monty for round number 3, and Nafe actually has more shield picks than any other player, more Monty picks specifically, I should say, than any other player at this Invitational other than Guards. But unlike Guards, Nafe actually has a pretty decent win rate with this operator. 7 wins, 7 losses. Guards is 4-12, so not as successful in the Montaigne. Nafe has probably been the best Monty at the event, just by the stats so far.
You love your hot takes about shields and sniper ops.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Kino being the best sniper player in the world is a hot take. Nobody else plays sniper.
What about Kino being the best shield player in the world?
Well, I never said that. I wouldn't put those words into my mouth.
I hear the pitter-patter of Nick's feet as he's now running into the room to yell at us for saying something nice about Kino on shields.
Well, he did have a good round on Sky playing the Monty.
He did. He did a couple 360s. He was very flashy. I just remember standing next to Nick on multiple occasions watching the man descend into madness. Spoy's having a rough go of this. Panbazoo is actually the first to die. Gunner again leading the way on these opening picks. Kobe answers back, and Spoyd is now left to potentially bleed out. Kino might be his savior on red stairs. Gunner with all 3 opening picks to start off Clubhouse, and it has been in vain. He killed Bolo in round 1, he killed Bolo in round 2, he kills Panbazoo in round 3. These are high-profile targets. This round is gone. DZ crushing M80, a perfect rotation on attack. This is just an attacker-sided matchup at this point. Skyscraper and now Clubhouse. Boo Boo not taking his time out, at least not that we have heard.
No, not gonna get called yet. It's also great trades from Kobe Lax.
They all just drank out of their coffee cups.
That's an in-sync team right there.
I'm glad to see Kobe having a bounce-back performance. You know, his stats that if memory serves correctly, his stats that we saw from him is 104 kills and 106 deaths, which is still not great. I mean, on his role, you want to have a little bit of distance between your kills and your deaths.
Let's go! What can they do? What can they do?
But close to trading yourself out every single round. I mean, there are much worse situations for him and his role to be in.
Certainly, I mean, just being positive is a big step up from the last event. Kobe being able to trade his teammates here on Clubhouse has been exceptionally important for Dark Zero to roll these rounds into win after win after win. Kobe Lax coming into this, as you mentioned, 106 kills to 104 deaths. More than doubling his kill total of Montreal just through the group stage. He had 41 kills in Montreal, breaking 100 in just their last game against PSG Talon. And I don't believe he's had a single negative series since the first day of SI. So he's absolutely showing up big for Dark Zero so far. Being the entry they need him to be, he's been a much better player than he was at his first event, and that's important for Dark Zero, because there's a lot of talk about Kobe coming into this tournament. I think he's really been able to silence a lot of people, though.
Speak of him.
Okay.
Spoit breaking his goose egg, traded back by Pamba immediately, but the stats will show that as 4 rounds in a row for M80 to strike first. Yet, the scoreline above shows 0 rounds in their favor. This time it was a trade, admittedly. It's the second trade that we saw, as DZ were very good at keeping it close in round number 3, too. Gunner got that pick, but was answered back right away. If DZ is going to be put in positions where they are constantly fighting from behind, maybe bringing people in with an escort is a good idea. That's exactly what we saw in both of the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it just highlights the point even more, right? The trade game from Dark Zero on these entry picks. Yes, they might be losing a lot of their first frags, but it doesn't matter when the trade is so clean and immediate behind that first death. Also, Kobe doesn't lose that first gunfight if I don't curse him seconds before.
Don't really think that's how it works.
Sorry, Kobe.
I don't really think that's how it works.
I'll take the L on this one.
Nave still yet to die through 3 rounds. Bolo still yet to get a kill through 3 rounds. Kino also took some time to find his first kill on Skyscraper. The same thing will happen again, but with how M80 has just been getting flattened.
Right now it's 2 dirt, 2 blue from Dark Zero, by the way. This is a weird push.
He's not done talking.
I'm just saying.
Okay, well, some small mistakes were made. Bolo running ahead of Nave to deal with the Kiba barrier, and things go from bad to worse. Dark Zero bottling their lead. Mizzou and NJR is the last two remaining now. Historically, that would be a terrifying thing for their opponents, but with the way that they've played so far this event, it's not necessarily as formidable as usual. Pambizu takes down Packer, expecting a follow-up. So he's prepared and ready, as now it's NJR over towards blue. They will give him no quarter. A swing from the panel. Diffuser gets 1 kill. Pambizu choked off from inside a church, and Diffuser actually gets both of those kills. A lot of errors committed by DZ. M80 will capitalize, but not necessarily a round that they themselves earned.
Okay, well, they can't all be good executes.
That's true.
Had to give one up at some point. Yeah, 4v4 I thought was looking good. But a calamity of errors at the end there, starting, of course, with this one. And then the way Nave took the second gunfight against Diffuser, I say second, I'm counting the first team kill there. The way he took that second gunfight against Diffuser was also not ideal. He had the feet, he had the information, but he couldn't shoot the head because of where that Kiba was at. Probably needed to destroy that first, didn't have the intel advantage like he might have thought he did. Great sight play by Diffuser all around. Don't want to take that away from him because obviously there were some mistakes on the offensive half, but Diffuser really did need to step up and hit some great shots at the end to lock things in for M80 and make sure that they win that first round. So credit to Diffuser. Very strong play, not just in that round, but through the tournament so far. Diffuser has been quite good for M80.
Diffuser's had some sensational stats on this team. I mean, all of M80 have performed decently well, except Packer.
Yeah. Packer, unfortunately, the worst stats of any player not grouped at the 6 Invitational. But as the desk highlighted before the game started, he does a lot to empower the rest of his teammates. He kind of takes the less favorable roles so that everybody else can just focus on killing. And everybody else on M80 has had good stats this event.
Kino still retains his role on the team as highest rated player, but Diffuser and Gunner are almost at exactly the same spot. Spoit is quite a ways down, and then it's a drastic fall off to find Packer. But I mean, Packer is the one IGLing this team. He is the one playing high value ops. He's very seldom involved in first bits of fighting, and the way that M80 plays and the tools that they have at their disposal, Packer's really only getting into gunfights out of necessity. And when you find players in his position, sometimes when you're the one tasked with getting kills, it's an impossible ask. It ends up being a 1v4, and maybe you get a single kill and you die, or maybe you get none. It also depends on the quality of your opponents.
Spoit once again playing top red. He's got so much util here. Goyo canisters and the Kibas. Gunner not far away.
These nitro cells keep getting shot by Dark Zero. That's something that we don't really stat track, but it's very impressive. You saw a couple get shot as well on that gym bedroom take, and now it happens yet again as Gunner had thrown it out and it gets shot towards the breach.
Hamba down below is looking to make this really tough to hold on to, but Gunner's not giving it up. Firebolts have both come out too, but they just won't force these players back. Dark Zero, you're gonna have to take a gunfight.
That's exactly what Gunner will do, swinging on the breach as he looked for Nave. Nave 1 kill away from tying his tally on map number 1, and we still have at least one more round to go for Nave on this attack.
There's no way they let Gunner get out of that, right?
It seems
That's
like they
crazy.
might. M80 have such a strong defense right now that DZ are troubleshooting it, but not finding a ton of success. Spoit maybe over peaks on that. He dies. NJR takes out Packer as a grenade sails off in the distance. Dark Zero back to their winning ways, Jesse. It sure seems like it.
Yeah, this is gonna be a strong construction side hold. Hamba's still down below too. Don't forget about him. He's currently playing main stairs. Will come up for a late pinch during this execute. Kobe's got this ability to gather information as well. In the 3v5, you got to question, is somebody on M80 going to make some kind of a move? But these Goyo canisters, though, they maybe don't have to.
They will hold Kobe at bay for the remainder of this round, but Kino gets shot away at through the soft wall out on the window. Kobe will wait for those flames to go, but M80 are still taking engagements. Fighting raw up on the stairs. It was 50-50 after 50-50. DZ on map number 1 couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. This time around, they can hit whatever they want. A great answer back from DZ after dropping the previous round when they committed a multitude of mistakes. And who knows, if they hadn't had all of those errors, it could be a 5-0 for Dark Zero. They prevail on one of the two upstairs bomb sites, and M80 will immediately scoot over to the other site of CCTV and Cash. 4-1 the scoreline right now for DZ.
We might be able to see a 7-1 straight into a 7-1, Parker. Dark Zero are certainly making me a believer. This pickup right here, NJR catching Packer, being so ready for that flank. That was the one, we didn't catch it live, so I was so confused where Packer, of all players, was dying during that cash extension clear. But NJR read him like a book, was ready for that rotation. He started the last gym bedroom defense in the basement, but he just rotated up main stairs. He played very passive. This time around, tried to go for that flank up through secret and got punished hard by the longest standing player of Dark Zero. That was a really important catch. I'm glad we got to see it again on the replay, because if they don't get that kill, then after you take construction control, it's only a 5v4. That's very holdable for M80. Losing that second body of Packer was certainly unfortunate. So that's going to set up DZ in a dominating position. They will win this half. The question is by how much. A 5-1, as we saw just on the previous matchup, is very difficult to come back from, especially when you're on your opponent's pick and they're going to be more than ready for this game.
No timeout has been taken by either team, so we will have a slower second half, as I expect at least one of these squads to spend some time breaking things down with their coach. Just as we said on Skyscraper about the ineffectiveness of the roam for DZ, just holding control but getting run over time and time again, it's now M80's turn to get trampled underfoot as Dark Zero just, it's a little too strong at the moment. Bolo with the very first kill, down goes Spoit. DZ had some troubles getting early picks. Gunner somehow gets away because Bolo was entertained elsewhere. Pambazoo is quick on his feet. He finds one before Diffuser shuts him down. Kobe trades right back, and DZ sending in multiple players at once. This is them reading into M80's roam. If you recall, M80 got first blood first 3 rounds. DZ made some changes, and now DZ is in a much more comfortable position. They've got the last 2 first bloods.
I'll say it, I said it before, I'll say it again. The trade's so perfect coming through from Dark Zero so far. They're playing very together. They're playing like a unit. Even when they lose gunfights, there's always a response. Nice late reinforce from Packer. Recognizing the push is going to come in through construction, and he's got to do something about that. This main breach still being closed and electrified is kind of awkward for Dark Zero. They need to find some way to destroy the electric claw that was placed on that CC wall. They've got plenty of hard breach, can openers, and exothermic charge to find that, but they don't have great util to find that claw, perfectly highlighted by our observers. More Kivas will make it even more difficult to enter the site, although the can opener does deal with the Kiva shortly after.
You know how much more impossible this execute would be for Dark Zero if you had to blow them up with explosives, right? Bolo finds his second kill. They're all competing to take care of Kino. Kino, right now, no kills whatsoever. Will he go out the first half on the scoreboard? They line up for him, and no, the answer is he will not. 6 rounds in, Kino, the highest rated player on M80, held off of the score sheet. I would agree with Kenny. A masterclass indeed for DZ. Keep in mind, just as we saw on Skyscraper, it could have been a 6-0 first half for M80 on Skyscraper. It could have been a 6-0 first half for DZ if it wasn't for that one round with a ton of mistakes. But still, a 5-1 half on Clubhouse is very good.
Usually when you see 2 teams from the same region going up against one another, you expect a grueling matchup, right? Where every map goes the distance because they're so familiar with each other's playstyles. But I think both teams knew that that was going to be a big part of this matchup heading into it. So both teams prepared to bring a lot of new stuff to this matchup. I think having the day off yesterday where nobody had to play any games was probably a big help for both of these squads to prepare their own map picks. And I mean, yeah, it's been a masterclass from Dark Zero on Clubhouse, just as it was a masterclass from M80 on Skyscraper. Dark Zero beat M80 7-5 on Clubhouse to secure their spot at the Montreal Major a couple of months ago. It looks like they'll be securing a 3rd map in just a short amount of time. I don't expect this one to go 7-5 like most of M80's previous plays here.
A couple things to note. Number one, over on the B stream, their matchup also involves a North American team. It's been a very good day for NA so far. Spoilers inbound. Unwanted, the former C9 BC team, the Manchester Major winners, defeating the most recent major winners of W7M, who won the Montreal Major 2-0. Unwanted will be in action later today, going up against Team BDS. Space Station defeated FaZe Clan 2-0. So Space Station will now go up against G2 later today. Over on the other stream, Raza Company Academy and Shopify Rebellion are doing battle, and Raza Company Academy took an absolute screamer of a first map, 8-7 over Shopify Rebellion. The winner of that game plays Virtus Pro. And then here, the winner of this matchup will go up against Furia, the defending world champions. As for the losers, well, we'll get into that in a round or two. Maybe even in a map 3, which seems to be coming in a little bit of a hurry.
Slow start to this round. Beating up, though, with this Ying coming out. Immediately punished, though. Kino dies. Another exchange as Bolo falls to Spoit. And Slow once again. Chaos on the main stairs, but they're not ready to commit to a push. They've still got a lot of work to do. Hatches need to be open. Droning needs to be done. There's a lot of players over around the main stairs for M80. That might be a point of focus for their push. But they also have time to rotate. Still a minute 20 on the clock. It feels so much later.
Bolo has unfortunately died early in half of the rounds here on Clubhouse. But Dark Zero's still winning despite it. I mean, maybe you sacrifice Bolo and good things happen. I'm not entirely sure. Pambazoo was having a great game up to this point. He dies at the hands of Spoit at the bottom of main stairs. Advantage now swinging in favor of M80 as they get their first kick at the can here on attack, but then it falls apart shortly thereafter. Diffuser dropped, Spoit still alive. Nitro Cell sails over top of him. Keep a barrier in front of Spoit's eyes, disappears. And who emerges? But Nafe!
You're playing Ash! And Mirror is back! You solution to help the team!
Kind of a great point.
I think it's really nice that Kangaroo Kenny's also trying to coach M80. I think doing double duty as a coach is quite admirable.
Oh,
M80's got to call their timeout here, right?
Still no tag timeout being called.
Did we miss it? Did we miss the timeout being called?
We were yapping about something else, maybe? I don't...
There's no way.
No, we didn't miss it.
I see, I have nothing here in front of me showing that they called a timeout.
No.
Dark Zero has M80 now on the brink of defeat as both of these teams have seemingly been in a position to speed run their maps. It was a 7-1 scoreline on Skyscraper for M80. Dark Zero comes over to Clubhouse, and they're in the exact same position. We said we talk about this in future rounds, and now I think it's a good time to do it, Jesse. The loser of this match goes down to the lower bracket, which means you're not going home right away. None of the games that we're watching today are elimination games. Those start tomorrow.
Yes.
The matchups earlier that had some losers, well, they go down to the lower bracket. As for M80 and Dark Zero, the last APAC team in the tournament, CAG, Osaka, Cyclops, they play either M80 or DZ. The loser of that match will go. That'll be tomorrow. Furia and the winner of M80 DZ will actually be played to conclude today's series. I know that there's a big sporting event happening in America roughly around the same time that series is supposed to go live, but if you're a North American fan, you're gonna have to choose Hand Egg versus Rainbow Six.
And I mean, listen, it's gonna be either Bolo or Spoit up against the world champions. That's not a hard decision. You know what to do.
Watch the sporting event?
No, Parker.
Oh, sorry,
Rainbow Six Siege.
sorry.
That's going to be a fantastic game coming up later on the A stream. You and I will be back to cast that matchup as well. Dark Zero hoping to repeat M80's performance. A 7-1. Very much doable. And they are set up on the side of M80.
They are so close. They have full Rafters control at the moment. I mean, granted, this is not the bomb site. Oh my, a misplay by Spoit as he doesn't expect for all of these players from Dark Zero, or misplay by Pambazoo, as they don't expect them to be so close by. Spoit getting the very first pick. Pambazoo showing very little effectiveness so far as a defender. Now it's Nafe taking a lot of damage from those fire arrows. They've got him on the run inside of Cash. Impervious to bullets. He's got Bolo for backup on that construction door, watching top red. Bolo will have to look at two separate positions as he's also very preoccupied by Nafe being pounced upon from CCTV. Kobe's gotten a little closer too. Oh, nice. David juggled the shield down. He goes to the hands of Diffuser. This has been non-stop action over the last 50 seconds.
Yeah, Diffuser using that pistol from down below to get a free floor bang, and that will be another one as Packer lines him up. NJR, the last alive, as Spoit finds Bolo. Parker, I don't know if we're seeing the 7-1. We may have overhyped it.
I think so too. He misses a golden opportunity on 2 separate players. I mean, Maestro's a great op for taking multiple engagements, but we got 2, let's go, says all you need to know.
It's because Pizza was overheating.
That was a flawless round, by the way, for M80.
Keep playing, guys. Keep playing, keep playing, keep playing.
Maybe that's why Boo Boo didn't call the timeout. He knew something that we didn't. It's almost like he's coach for a reason.
Well, I mean, he gives some good advice. Keep playing the game. It is still a possible comeback. Maybe we just have the most attacker-sided clubhouse that we've seen in a hot minute. I don't know if the players seem as excited about that. They know how long the road is ahead of them. They do not want to see a bank. I believe it was Foxley on the desk who said that he thought M80 had to win this 2-0 because M80's banks have not been very good this season. So far, they're on a 5-game losing streak on bank, including getting 7-2'd by G2 in the group stage. So, although they have quite a different roster than what they had for the majority of the season, even with this 5-man stack, bank has not been successful for the guys in green. But it feels like an inevitability unless Dark Zero completely crumble on this defensive half. We'll have 4 more opportunities to close out the game before we head to overtime. The first of those opportunities will be here on CCTV Cash. Similar to the round we just watched, but less space that you have to take, really, from M80. There's gonna be... He's banded.
What?
Bolt? He bandit tricked a can opener and an exothermic charge. The second can gets open, so it's fine, but he probably could have saved one of those cans.
Not all can openers are built the same.
Yeah.
They're prone to rusting if you don't clean them properly. Some cans now you can open with just a tab. You know, things have changed. It's not the way it used to be, Jesse. It's not our grandfather's America anymore, all right? Things change.
I feel like these are slightly different can openers.
Oh my. Bambazu with a read onto the soft wall, and he types and cracks the smallest of smiles. Gunner's stats are not very impressive at the moment here on Clubhouse, yet he has had very high impact kills despite the fact that he's rocking a negative KD at the moment. At this point, Dark Zero's bought themselves some breathing room despite the early bit from M80 to open up parts of these walls to the bomb site.
So they've got an angle on the main breach. They're going to open the construction wall as well. That means that Rafters is likely to be forfeited by M80. They won't spend any resources trying to take it. The main push is going to come through construction to try to get a plant down inside of Cash, and they'll likely leave one player outside on the platform. That might be Packer based on current positioning, who's going to try to cut these guys off, but without a huge angle in through the breach, it could be bad, and there's no claymores on that garage door too.
Dark Zero have now taken 2 members of M80 and thrown them into the bin. They're hoping for Bank to come sooner rather than later. Again, the winner of this matchup has another game today, and the winner of that matchup will confirm their spot on main stage this weekend. Kobe with yet another kill. Down goes Packer. Spoit and Keto last 2 alive. Spoit finally getting a kill. It came in the previous round. He and Spoit have their work cut out for them now as they just inch their way into the bomb site. There's gas to greet them, and Dark Zero have an opportunity to put this one away with a flawless round. Kino on a single point of HP. He was jovial in all spirits. Nave hits him with the exact same message. Kobe joins in as well. And their prediction was correct. See you next map, indeed. Not quite as dominant as M80 did on map 1, but still, both of these teams overpowering their opponents on the maps they chose. Bank will be the decider, Jesse.
Blowout after blowout. We're getting ready to go to the final map of the series. You got to imagine 2 7-1s and a 7-2 coming up. You would expect the third to be close. We'll see you at the desk right after this break.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Well, it was not looking good heading into that series, and then Dark Zero just decided to turn things on. However, Clubhouse always feels comfortable for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, DZ, you got to feel comfortable coming into this map just for the simple fact there's not going to be anything you haven't seen done over 1,000,000 times. It really was going to come down to their attacks that we touched up on the end there, that they are going to win this map specifically on their attacks, and they damn near did it flawlessly on that attack half, and then they just needed to close down a couple rounds on defense. So good for DZ to get that momentum back, especially going into Bank, but an even better comeback after that miserable performance on Skyscraper.
Right, I mean, both teams won their respective maps on attacks, but the way that Dark Zero did it on Clubhouse was a little bit more calculated and executed in the way that they were isolating M80's players. They weren't letting the over-aggressive peaks catch them off guard, and that was different from Skyscraper. And I do believe it comes down to the map, because Dark Zero, even though they have a new IGL, it's still the same routes. They're more relaxed when it comes to a comfortable situation in Clubhouse. It's a map that's been around since the start of the game, and DZ have obviously always been pretty decent on it because it's a consistent map. They know exactly what they need to do on it. They just needed to execute.
I think, one, we highlighted Kino a little too much, but then Pamba's end, I highlighted him. I said, we need to see a performance. We need to see Pamba party time. And 12-6, I would definitely say he showed up, and it was a result of the big performance and the big win from them as a whole. So I need that, Pamba, going into Bank.
Yeah, and the reason why Pamba was able to do so well for Dark Zero is because the map, they just looked like a team there. As opposed to Skyscraper, where they're all split up, the attacks on Clubhouse, they knew exactly what they wanted to do from the start. And there was nothing too crazy to catch off guard. It was just get your IGL in, get your entry in, and then drone Pamba. And Pamba was constantly going for these plays, always getting the opening kill.
I love that you say the IGL part, because that's kind of what worries me. You know, we were talking about how good Packer's been doing, how well he's been improving. You go on a map like Clubhouse and you can't get your ducks in a row on such a basic map. So that does worry me, where on the other end, they played it extremely well with this team, getting that success, getting this win underneath their belt. And again, I want to see more on Packers' end to be able to just get everyone on the same page, because they did look a little discombobulated in a lot of these attack rounds that they were trying to muster out, these defenses. So again, hats off to DZ to be able to reel it back in, bounce back, and just put up a far better performance than, again, what we just recently saw on that Skyscraper.
Are you concerned for M80 at all in this? That was a bit of a lackluster map on a map that they really should be able to dig deep.
No, I'm definitely very concerned, especially since we know with playing some of the players on M80, whenever a team is able to talk back or get that momentum back, some of the players on M80 start to quiet down in their performance. It gets in their head a little bit. So obviously, they were talking a lot map 1. DZ won it back. We saw them in chat the whole time. There could be a level of mental gameplay going into map 3 that can keep M80 quiet.
I was going to say, I think personally, from my own experience, I think it's a lot easier to lose right away and then immediately get that composure back and get set up for a third map, versus starting out very strong and then immediately falling flat on your face and then trying to regain composure for a last map where everything is on the line at that point.
There's been a lot of discussion here between M80 and DZ. They both look extremely good on their map picks, but we need a third to decide this. We'll be back after this.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Both of these teams have been hot and cold in this series so far, but they've got a third map to join the greats like hot and cold. I've got both hot and cold, ice and fire, Lax and Fox joining me in the studio.
Well, who's hot and who's ice?
I feel like you got to be ice because you got the bling on and you've also got the blue shirt, and that's definitely a fire drip, so... Did I say that right?
Yeah, fire drip.
You can't even spell my net worth.
And then the casters, they were also doing the little hot and cold bit at the start. So I mean, I see where your head's at.
It's all right. It's all right. The producer definitely didn't give me that up, so I'll take that. That's all mine. We head to bank now, gents. Let's get serious. Let's get into this one. Fox. Now M80, I mean, are they on the ropes? Are they the one that's lost momentum?
Absolutely. I mean, when we go to a map like Bank, we highlighted at the start of the desk. Bank is a map that M80 has played in the NAL 4 times. They've lost it all 4 times. Yes, they've brought in Packer on. They've changed it. They're a whole new team. But the fundamentals of the team is still hyper aggressive, and the map like Bank does not really work in that regard. Now, on the other side, DZ, what do we know about them? They love consistency. They love being able to set up and go for executes, and that fits in perfectly for what Bank is. DZ is a very dominant defensive team on Bank because they can just rely on the utility, stall out, and then use their C4s, use denial to stop the plant and choke M80 out. On their attacks, though, that's going to be the most important thing for Dark Zero.
Yeah, and for me, this is going to be a battle of the IGLs here. Is who is going to be quicker at reading, dissecting a site, and being able to set up for executes. The defenses are obviously going to be the linchpin for this map. The attacks are by far going to be one of the most important for either side. And again, we saw it on 2 very close maps where they're just very constricted and tight, where Bank is a far bigger of a map. So again, I'm going to be looking at Packer personally here and see where he's going to be putting his troops and being able to make those adaptations between the mid round and then the execute for the late round.
Well, gents, this is going the distance. Hopefully we get a deserved map 3. We go to our casters, Jesse and Budget Terminator.
I'm Budget Warden Elite, you're Budget Terminator.
I'd rather be Arnie than
Really?
Warden.
I'd rather
Of
be
course.
Warden.
Why would you not want to be the Terminator?
The Terminator
That
can't-
is sick.
The Terminator can't see through smokes and lob nitros.
The Terminator
fire
is
the MPX like the best of them.
basically unkillable. I feel like you haven't really watched the movies.
Tucker, that movie came out when I was like -4.
There are multiple movies, and they're still around. You can go back and rewatch them whenever you'd like. DZ has regained the lead in the social predictions. You think after what transpired on map number 2 that they are the favorites? Could you be influencing the people when you talked about how M80 is not a very good bank team? Are you the puppet master pulling the strings of the social vote? Are you?
That implies people listen to the things I say. That seems unlikely.
People really like what you say. You were the 4th best analyst when you were on at the desk.
Wow, that's really kind of you, my 8th favorite caster. Thank you very much, Parker. We'll get right into the operator bans. No issues with the HUD this time, so M80, the first ban, will take Monty off the board. Lots of shield bans continuing through this series, no surprises, but the Blackbeard taken out from Dark Zero. They saw how disgusting Gunner was on that operator at the start of this series. They will remove it now, and Azami, DZ, go back to their roots with the Azami ban. I appreciate that. Especially because the last time we saw it, I saw they went for an Echo ban instead here on Bank against G2. So they're going kind of more traditional on those bans. And they finish off with a Kaid, which was, I think, one of their more expected and predictable options that they had against Dark Zero. So let's load into it, Parker. Map number 1 was a blowout for M80. It was 7-1. Map number 2 was a blowout for Dark Zero. It'll be 7-2. So you combine those together, and you must expect that this map is going 8-6, 8-7.
I mean, if what you said is true, and what the desk said is true about this needing to be a 2-0 for M80, then Dark Zero could, in theory, walk away from this map in very good position.
True. I will also say the last time these two teams played each other was Stage 1, I believe, regular season of the NAL.
Right.
It was a Dark Zero win, 8-6.
Oh. What map was it on?
Bank. That's the whole point of the...
Oh!
Stat. Last time they played on Bank. Parker.
Oh.
In Taro Bang.
That's not correct. Corn Pop 16.
We'll start in the basement as we so often do.
Did you bring your Corn Pop socks?
I did. I wore them yesterday on our off day.
Why would you wear them on the off day? You need to style them.
Because I don't think I can wear them on broadcast, frankly.
I mean, you could, but nobody ever sees our feet.
That's true.
Broadcast.
We could have our grippers out right now and nobody
We got the dogs out right now. We got them all dressed up nice for you. Feet are disgusting.
I actually just noticed you took your shoes off. You're in socks right now.
Well, I mean, I'm wearing these Birkenstocks, like clogs, that are super comfortable, not sponsored. And I just, I mean, my feet are clean. I shower. I wear clean socks. Like, the clogs don't really attract the smells, you know.
Other clogs are available.
Speaking of clogs, Hap arrived today.
That's a crazy segue. Wow, you're right. You're right. He's on the B stream right now, I do believe.
It's because he's Dutch.
Yep.
He is on the B stream with Emmy. They are currently doing Shopify Rebellion versus Raza Company Academy. You can march on over to the B stream at the conclusion of this map, unless it ends up being a 2-0 for Raza Company Academy, in which case you'll have nothing to watch but a break screen. Maybe some people like that.
There's some banger music. I'll give it that, the break screen.
I am very much enjoying the jazz music. That most recent one, at the very beginning, it was kind of giving off like Damn, like, or the winter level vibes from GoldenEye 007 on the N64. That's a console that came out before you were born.
Yeah, you're still just going over my head with those references, Parker. But actually, you know what? I played the GoldenEye adaptation on the Wii.
Same thing, right? Bambazoo striking first. As we were going to say, we are still very firmly in the discovery phase of this map. No real extended roam from M80. They're tucked inside the bomb site. And while we were discussing a variety of things, Dark Zero is getting ever closer to breaking gadgetry, opening up lines of sight. Excellent timing on popping those Goyo canisters. You've already flushed out a lot of that annoying late round anti-plant gadgetry.
Yep.
At the minute-and-a-half mark, that's quite impressive.
Gunner on this old school operator, the Pulse coming out. Thinks he's Troy Canadian in 2017. Bit of be getting that information for his teammates so that he can tell exactly when the plant starts to guide those nitro cells. Now, there are actually no nitro cells other than his own. So guiding the Toxic Babes from Kino instead, and it works perfectly. The first Toxic Babe forces Bolo off the plant, and he's only got 30 seconds to find this defuse kit.
Kino's got one more in pocket, and he's ready to toss it out based on the comms that we will see come in, and there it goes. Bolo can't breathe in some of that gas. It propagates correctly. Bolo out of this position, and now you've got the Yokai drone. The Packer will sneak into action. Look at that, it's so secret. 9 players still alive, make that 8. Kino dies, Nitro Cell gets caught. Dark Zero think they have it going. No opportunity for Packer to get on that Yokai. Gunner with 2 kills, and immediately DZ gets out of there. They'll shoot away at the soft wall. The case down on the ground. Gunner will have to go for an engagement, just narrowly missing the head of one of the 2 players of Dark Zero who are holding that hatch. Gunner's hoping that he'll buy some time for Packer now to sneak up on them. Gunner dies as there's just too many sets of eyes watching in that direction, and Bolo and Nave in the post plant situated so well.
Yes!
Round number 1 goes to Dark Zero.
You're dog shit! You're a fucking yes!
You lost the round.
It's a bean! It's a bean!
Have an echo.
You're gonna see a thing! You're gonna see a thing! Just watch and see!
I think Boudega might be a bit confused as to what happened in that round.
That's tough.
M80 lost.
Listen, I respect that he keeps the energy up. I think Kenny's enjoying it a bit here, too.
Kenny's laughing. Boudega looks a little annoyed. I mean, you got him right where you want him at that point. He said, just wait, you're going to see some attacks. There's 5 more rounds of M80 as defenders before you get to that point. I mean, you could have seen some attacks when they side-swapped on both map 1 and map 2, but at that point, they were 5-1 halves. I mean, the series was basically over on that map at that point.
It's been a very attacker-sided game between these 2 Titans in North America. Well, really thought Packer was going to be the guy to save the day in that round because he had that Yokai inside the site, but I think it got shot right before it could do anything to the planter of Bolo. He did have to get off it with about 6 seconds left in the round, so I imagine it was taken out, and then he was just trying to do his best to sprint all the way back from Garage, try to have some kind of an impact, eventually to rotate up with the post plant. At that point, it was all but over, so nice try, but Dark Zero, by the skin of their teeth, will get through the utility, they get through the Goyo canisters, the Toxic Babes, and the Yokai to put the kit on the ground. I thought it was a nice setup, honestly, from M80. I really thought that they had enough util to win it, but in the end, Dark Zero were too clean with it, and they will take the first round. And Bolo picks up the Collie here on this map. This is Kino's signature Collie map, by the way. Kino loves jumping on these windows on the sniper.
Whether he uses the operator for actual utility or instead uses it for killing, Kino can use all the help he can get. He is currently the lowest rated player of the 10 combatants in the server. 5 kills, 11 deaths, and an EPS of about 68. NJR is, for the record, the 2nd lowest rated player. Bambazu's been on a tear. He, number 1. Now just surpassing Diffuser at this point in time in the round. Packer gets pushed out of his position that's affectionately referred to as Kanto's spot. That's the double panel on the top floor over by the elevators. That's where Kanto played an Echo. Packer seemingly attempting the same thing, but he's gone. The Yokai drones that still exist will be good for intel, but they will not be active.
Good value out of that lance. Destroying the mirror window. Uh-oh. Well, he does trade for the window, but loses his life. Spoit managed to get that pickup, so it will be an equal man count now.
Gunner harassed by the bees and the phone call. They doubly know where he is, and they'll try to capitalize off of this. Slowed down by a castle barricade. A bad flash will take away Nave's line of sight. He comes up empty-handed, and Gunner is still alive in this exact same spot. He wins the engagement. They had all the information in the world. He gets a second. You knew where he was. You had him dead to rights. And Gunner walks away still alive. He's got Spoit with just a couple feet away, or some backup if needed. NJR will retrieve the diffuser, 35 seconds to go. Where does he opt for, and do they have any intel on him?
Hunting for, he's got pings himself. Yellow ping's being given for the player over by Janitor. Doesn't know where the last one is, though. This is going to be awkward. Actually, the guy in Janitor, no idea.
Spoit heard him. Every time you lean, you make noise.
Yeah.
And again, there are an awful lot of people who play this game and who watch this game who only ever play on console. And a lot of them, there's nothing wrong with that for the record. But a lot of console players are playing without headphones. Sometimes you miss things. Let's not miss this timeout.
Yeah, they open the hallway. We can't play the hallway. So we
just play to our play echo 2, okay? To bait, so they play Thatcher again, and we flank it.
I don't think we play Clash. Bro,
to play the, for the 2 push is gonna be good.
I'm gonna put the echo.
Bodega, odd timing with these timeouts. Didn't take one all of map 2 as they got 7-2'd by Dark Zero. Then 2 rounds into this one, 1-1. You didn't see it, but DZ typed in chat a bit early, hey? Into the game chat about halfway through that attack timeout. Clearly, Bodega sees some issues with the lineup on M80. He wants to move them onto a couple different operators. He tells Packer to go for the Clash. Packer will oblige as he brings the Clash back for the basement bomb site. They know how important it is to win basement in your first rotation. The first 3 rounds, it's vital to win the strongest bomb site on the map, because if you do, then you can play it again in the second quarter, and then you can win it twice in your first half. And it's really important that you can get 2 different wins on your strongest site on a map. That sets you up nicely on the defense. Talking about console players and the inability to hear sometimes, Gunner actually was a console convert.
So was Kobe.
Yes, a lot of good players were originally console players. In fact, I think... No, okay, there's a few players in this lobby, more than most. In most NA lobbies, the majority of players are console players. Here we have quite a few PC sticklers, though. Spoit, probably one of the most famous, who's never played console. I say never. I know he's done a few...
I don't think Bolo...
few recent games.
Yeah.
Bolo also an original PC guy, so... You know, we do see that from time to time, but a lot of good players started on console and kind of showcasing that you can still put up some ridiculous numbers, be incredibly mechanically talented, despite starting on a different platform.
Yeah, I mean, there was a great migration as well that happened when that Xbox Pro League ended up dying after the very first SI. You saw that whole Elevate team move over Full Sail. One of them now actually on our broadcast, Laxon.
Yes.
Played on console, if you recall. He's a world champion himself, playing on that Elevate roster when they won it on Xbox.
Reigning console world champion.
A mark that may never change, for the record. The point of what I was saying about the console players is that micro adjustments, movements, reloading, even just like pulling out a secondary gadget, etc. All of those things make noise, Jesse. And that's why it's so important to clear comms when you have a teammate in a clutch situation. Because little adjustments can make a lot of noise, and that noise can give you all the information in the world to capitalize and pick up a kill. Speaking of kills, halfway through the mark of this round, and Dark Zero and M80 have both traded out players. Kobe died, Spoit died. Packer was saying, I don't think we bring the Clash. They brought the Clash. The Clash will not be much of a factor. There's still 1:20 to go in the round, and there's no Clash on the board for M80.
Yeah, unfortunately, the coach's words not producing results, at least for Packer. An early death for an operator that's usually very late rounds. Was playing kind of over towards that top floor, over the main stairs, didn't have a whole lot of help. Diffuser rotated all the way top floor, by the way. Not sure if DZ are aware of this fact. It feels like they're not. Maybe they have an air jab set up onto this hatch drop, but I kind of doubt it, Parker. They've got no idea.
Diffuser might catch them off guard. A sloppy bit of gunplay. Pambazu almost has time to turn around and do some serious damage back to this defender on the run. Diffuser, you better hope that that kill was high value because you're the last one left. He shoulders a bit of damage, drops as he sees one up top. He almost makes it work, if not for NJR, who is hot on his trail.
The flank of the century!
Go open, bro.
At least somebody's talking.
I mean, you got to start wondering about some of these calls in the attack timeout. I mean, calling for the clash there if the player didn't want it. We get a tech pause here to quickly go through. But, I mean, Packer said it himself. He didn't really want to. He wasn't sure on the clash. Bodega was. Didn't pan out for Packer. It's unfortunate there, being such a high-value operator. M80, it's still early in this game. You know, you don't got to be too concerned about their scoreline, but going forward, the rest of this matchup, not having that tack timeout later for a mental reset could be important.
Yeah. It was a 50-50 chance. It would have been Valkyrie that guy.
Players aren't allowed to.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not allowed to talk when it's a tech issue, and Pambazoo gets shushed by the Rainbow Six librarians.
Often they'll let the players talk if it's just about nothing, right? Like nothing relevant. But discussing operators in that round, the admin's got to step in and be like, no, no, please. So Nafe, of course, aware of that fact. Still, it's probably best just to play it safe. Keep your mouths closed during this time.
We have a bit of a developing situation that I don't actually think in all my time casting, have ever been a part of. Basically, Bodega has received 3 official warnings now from the match officials that he should stop communicating with his players in between rounds. And despite this, he kept going. The 3rd time that just occurred is resulting in some level of punishment. Now, what outcome that actually has on the map is still to be determined by tourney officials.
If you just tell you an attack.
Okay, so this round will be a round forfeit for a mid team.
So,
We've been talking to them during the round, so we'll be 3-1. What?
So Dark Zero has been gifted a free round at the expense of M80 as punishment for Bodega being cited as interfering with team comms. Now, keep in mind, there have been a couple changes to the way that coaches and teams are able to communicate with one another. Number one, when there were a lot of tech issues, sometimes maybe mysterious tech issues, teams would use that time to strategize. A rule then came into place that prevented players from speaking when tech issues happened. Incidentally, the number of tech issues dropped shortly thereafter.
Yep.
Maybe it's a coincidence, but coaches are only allowed to talk to their players in live action twice. That's when they call their timeout and when their opponents call their timeout. The admins have ruled that Bodega inappropriately talked to his team on 2 occasions, both times receiving a warning, and then did so a 3rd time in the most recent round, around the Dark Zero 1. And as punishment for that, Dark Zero is being credited with an extra round at the expense of M80. So what was a 2-1 scoreline will now go up to 3-1. M80 a little bit farther away from being competitive here on Bank now. Realistically, Bodega's not very happy about that. I mean, I wouldn't be if I was in his position, but if it is true that he was warned on multiple occasions and did not heed those warnings, the only real option you have at that point is to bring down some form of punishment. It's not the first time that a player or a coach has been punished before for actions during a match. But boy, oh boy, it's a frustrating one for M80.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the impact that a coach has on the game. That's about as tough as the impact as you can get forfeiting a round for the team. Kangaroo Kenny has also disappeared. I don't think he was breaking the rules, but...
Where did he go?
I don't know. I don't know where Kenny. You're not the one in trouble. You can come back. Discussions about this. I will also...
Kangaroo Kenny hears it and he's like, you know what, guys? I'm not going to risk it. I'm out. I'm out, guys.
I will also inform the viewers that we are rehosting the lobby too, so stats may be reset.
Stats will be reset, or should be.
Yeah.
Right there is literally telling his team how to play, but we didn't even hear Boo Boo. We literally didn't change it. You could literally hear from our comms.
I was cheering like I always did. The thing is like, what did I say? You guys didn't even say what did I say. What did I say? Tell to everyone. Okay. twice about like pointing the strat. It wasn't twice, it was once. It was once. This is the second time. This is the second time. Second time.
Earlier in this event, there was some talk on social media and talk between teams offline about the comments that were being made by coaches, and not just one coach in particular. I know a lot of people are going to throw blame at the feet of Super because he was the one who ultimately got a lot of the attention for it, but a lot of coaches were very softly communicating with their players, and it was caught all on camera. All of this is televised. The admins are standing right next to you. They can hear you. As far as I'm aware, all of the coaches got a warning to be more careful with the way that they talk to the team at the tail end of rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, end of the day, this is SI playoffs. You know, it doesn't get more high stakes than this. It's obviously an unfortunate way to lose a round, but rules got to be followed, and the admins are going to be a little bit more harsh in situations like this with so much on the line.
Where did Kangaroo Kenny go?
I have no clue. I don't know, we're getting good admin intel on what the bodega situation. I want some info from the admins on what's going on. Where did he go? Well, they're loading back into the game. Kenny there or not?
I was going to say, you got to wire in at this point.
Yep.
M80 obviously frustrated with what has now taken place. For those wondering, Jesse and I do not make this decision ourselves. We had
I called it in.
You called out Kangaroo Kenny.
Yeah, well, I texted the admins. I was like, Boo Boo's got to go. I was like, something's got to be done.
But then instead of Boo Boo going, they took Kangaroo Kenny.
Yeah, there was a bit of a mix-up. All right, it happens. Oh, that was a tough way to lose a flash.
Yeah. I think that's why you saw them chat in the game shortly thereafter saying, Packer, are you serious, bro? Was, I think, typed out by, can't remember who exactly posted it.
Let's go!
Might have been NJ, someone on DZ.
The admins behind the scenes and the tournament officials were the ones who made this ruling. That is why we just had the tech issue.
And then 3-1 on the screen here.
So Dark Zero gifted around because the admins have determined that M80 coach Bodega has, despite multiple warnings, has broke the rules, and as such, a penalty must be given to M80, and it comes in the form of an extra round to the attackers of Dark Zero.
We'll be curious to see as well with the site rotations being locked, what the situation is there. Obviously, Dark Zero won the bottom floor in round number 3, so you'd expect it to be available again in round number 6. I would guess that is still true, but I truthfully am not sure, so we'll wait and see. Still not going to be at the front of mind. M80, despite the fact that, sorry, M80 on defense. Excuse me. Site should be unlocked for the foreseeable future for M80. In any case, they got to lock back in. You know, it sucks losing a round in the way that you just lost a round. It's tough being down 3-1. It is critically important that you do not let the mental get to you at this point in time. It is very easy to let a situation like that tilt you and lose this game 7-1. That cannot be the outcome for M80. Use that situation to fuel yourselves and get back into this game immediately, because crumbling here at the biggest stage would just be such a disappointing way to go out to the lower bracket.
In a way, you kind of need to hope that M80 keep it close, because if they end up losing and it's a close score line, you have to immediately point your fingers at that round. But if they're able to keep it close just on their own merits and find some motivation, then I don't think it becomes as integral. A round win here for M80 or the next to tie things up in the first half will effectively wipe away a lot of that frustration, but I don't think this is the type of thing that in your head will go away in the confines of this map. We're kind of in uncharted territory here, Jesse. This isn't something that we've really ever dealt with before. Diffuser gets caught out by Pambazoo as a Nitro cell was attempted, and DZ are doing an awful lot of typing in the chat. Eventually, that will start to wear your opponent down, and now Spoit dies as well, as Bolo had gone for the death mark. Spoit caught standing completely still down below, and DZ are taking full advantage of whatever frustration might be in the minds of M80.
Yeah, DZ not usually a team that types all that much, but they're really trying to. I think they're trying to use the situation. NJR shoots the body of Gunner after he claims his kill. Full basement control now for Dark Zero. Top floor as well. Packer needs to be a hero. finds one. Shotgun out for the second. Runs back, though, doesn't find the swing from Bolo, leaving Kino in a 1v3. Can't do anything more than that, and they will fumble. 4-1 reads the scoreboard after only 4 rounds played. That's got to be tilting.
Congratulations on a big win! Wow! Woo! That's good.
And the DZ players are lighting up the chat at the moment.
You can't see what they are saying right now, but they have been dogging on Bodega since the ruling came down. And honestly, every hero needs a villain in a story. If DZ want to play the villain here, the one team in North America that has seemingly received the most criticism at this event is Dark Zero.
Yep.
There has been much ink spilled about NJR, about Pambazoo, about Kobe's performance. There are still reverberations of Nafe taking over as IGL after Canadian was moved off of the roster under some terms that people might not necessarily know all the facts of and might be a little bit upset by. The only player who seemingly escaped criticism on the side of DZ has been Bolo so far, but DZ have been hounded online and somewhat in person by the performance that they've had. And every single opportunity since the admin ruling came down, every opportunity that they've had to talk to M80 about their coach, they have done so. Now, you are saved from seeing a lot of it because it's happening when replays are showing and we're in between rounds, but boy, oh boy, Dark Zero are going for the throat.
Yeah. This is, I mean, the M80 need a hero, right? They need somebody to step up, give this team some life again. Clearly, the circumstances aren't great, but somebody's got to be able to find an opening pick, yell for the team, get the energy going. And this might be one of those situations where you talk about Packer. He's the youngest team captain at this event. Can he dig deep and find that?
Spoit starting off this round in a positive direction for M80. Right now, quite an extensive roam for the defenders. Spoit dies shortly after at the hands of Nafe as NJR and Kino are in a battle of wits down below. Kino on the glass, or NJR on the glass, Kino on the smoke. NJR attempting to get through Dirt Tunnel into server, and Kino has used 2 toxic babes so far to keep him at bay.
User has to drop through the hatch as he is getting tracked, leaves Packer alone. Talk about somebody who's got to step up, but he's seen up through the soft wall.
They're trading back and forth effectively. Packer looked completely caught off guard by his position. He had the soft wall next to Printer, picked away at by NJR, and keep in mind if the glass isn't moving, you see yellow instead of a typical player's silhouette. Very easy to see them through a soft wall. Now NJR will move down towards server. He'd struggled to gain this map control earlier because of Kino, but now Kino realized you gotta save that last toxic babe for the execute that's coming in a minute.
Yep, and I mean, this is not a lineup that's gonna be denying plants easily. That's why Gunnar decides he's gotta make a play. I'm not sure if the phone call will be heard, but the plan will start either way.
Nafe really low on HP, and he manages to survive both a nitro cell and the last gas canister. But there's no contingency plan here for M80 beyond the lurk above. Gunnar spotted by Pambazoo, who is sitting over top of the hatch. And the last 2 players from M80 will find themselves in a very dangerous position. Kino under watch from that death mark. His position given away. Diffuser will equalize numbers. Now it's Pambazoo to rush towards the bomb site to help his team. Hit it from the back. He's got the marks. Concerned with the last player over towards gold. Down he goes at the hands of NJR. Out. Diffuser will have to come, as now NJR gets the plant at the halfway mark. Diffuser thinks that he's faking it. NJR off of the plant, and Diffuser wins the 1v2 to give M80 some life.
That's the only way we win this game and this fucking tournament.
It looks like relief.
Definitely from these guys
Let's
here.
get his attacks, bro. Make the micro plays. Play together. We got this, bro.
Let's go. Play the game.
There's the life from M80. It took a hero play, but Diffuser was ready to step up and be that man. Finally, some energy from this team, and it comes from the rookie. Diffuser, once again, just joined this team at the start of the year, had 0 T1 experience before jumping on to Beast Coast and then M80. And he's got to be the one who leads the squad in their hardest moment at the 6th Invitational. Beautiful 1v2. NJR played it the best he could. He stuck that defuse kit as long as was reasonable, but then he had to take the fight. Massive moves from Diffuser. Can they keep that momentum up and keep the energy going? They at least get out of their first half, and you got to admit, if nothing else, the attacks from M80 have been far better. Even though it was all the way back on Skyscraper, that was the last time that M80 looked like they were in control of this game. They've got to be able to channel that again. They've got to be able to get their strats back to full strength and be running at this team, because M80, if they lose this series, will be dropping down to the losers bracket, and that's the very first round. It is an extremely long road if you have to make that entire run through losers. Now, I'll be excited to mention that it was 2 years in a row, both in 2024 and 2023, that
love this stat.
The eventual SI champion lost in the first round and made that deep losers back bracket run.
Wasn't there also 2 years in a row where the team that qualified through LCQ technically won it? That was TSM and then G2, was it not?
Yeah.
If memory serves correctly. Talk about a long road, by the way. The loser of this match goes up against Cyclops, which is the last remaining APAC team. And then after that, you have lower bracket round 2, where you will go up against the loser of Raza Company Academy or Shopify Rebellion, playing against OXG. Then you have lower bracket round 3. Then you have the loser of the quarterfinals, who will be playing later today. Then you have the lower bracket semifinal. Then the loser of the upper bracket semifinal. Then you need to play the upper bracket final, and then you go to the grand final. That is 7 maps, or 7 matchups that you need to play to become an SI champion if you lose this particular series.
It's a long road.
Versus 3 if you win it.
Advantages of the upper bracket.
I guess technically 4, because you have to win the grand final. Okay. But either way, completely different story now. Bodega said to Kangaroo Kenny over the barricade, just wait, you'll see some attacks. Gunner with a kill. Kobe technically got the first. Spoit now baring his teeth. Kobe punished for that. Diffuser dropped. Bolo dies. Nafe on the board. It's all up to Spoit as Diffuser's now been picked back up. So 2 players on the board for M80. Nafe and NJR will be spotted by that logic bomb. They've got a good read on both of them. NJR dies. Nafe is the last man standing. It's him and Spoit in a 1v1. A very critical round. Either M80 pulls the lead to 1. Would have been a tie game, technically, if DZ didn't get that round. Or DZ goes up 5-2, and you have to wonder if that's just too insurmountable of an obstacle for M80. Diffuser retrieved now by Spoit as he finds himself in the bomb site. He's got some holes through the wall to assess. He's not very keen on planting, and he's only on a single point of HP. Instead, he's going to take the fight to Nafe. Nafe is at the top of the stairs. Spoit's looking the wrong way. Nafe with the higher rate of fire, but Spoit, one of the most mechanically gifted players in the world. Nafe peeks him. Spoit had no intel. Dark Zero 2 rounds away from winning this series.
Nafe proves himself the better European in the 1v1. Great positioning, great timing, great patience.
And you lost to me! Ashamed! You should be ashamed!
Nafe is often talked about.
It's time to talk trash talk, and you should be ashamed, Kangaroo. You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed.
Boo Boo's not happy.
How could you tell?
Nafe is often talked about as one of the players that is known for his game sense. He's known for his IGLing ability. He can frag, don't get me wrong, but he's not usually talked about for his mechanics. He is the oldest player in this, frankly, very young lobby, 23. But it was really his game sense and timing in that round that managed to win the 1v1 over Spoit. Spoit gave it all that he had, of course. The star player for M80, a lot of expectations on him, but in a situation like that, it's going to be tough. Having 0 health in the 1v1 was never going to be easy.
Well, what we thought was a drama-free series is certainly turned on its head, Jesse. I mean, if you look at this series from a bird's eye view, you see map 1 going to M80 7-1. It was their map. You see map number 2 go into DZ, 7-2. That's DZ's map. Then we come to Bank. Now, what this penalty against M80 is going to overshadow is that the desk, you, and even some of the players acknowledge that M80 would be in a big hole on this map. Now, even without the penalty levied against M80, it is still entirely possible that Dark Zero skates to a big win.
Yeah.
But we'll never know because of what transpired at the tail end of round number 3. Bolo with the fadeaway, Spoit dies, and Dark Zero has a lead for the remaining 2 minutes of this round.
Yeah, I mean, if this game ends 7-2, 7-3, as tough as the situation was for M80, it's the mental fall apart that comes after it that's really at fault for this loss, right? One round was your only punishment. If you could have mentally bounced back from that, you know, we just haven't seen it. Close the last round, don't get me wrong. And there have been some sparks of life from M80, and they still have a time to prove me wrong to turn this game around. But when you're on the attack, when you're up against a team like Dark Zero, and when DZ are doing as much as they can to break that mental game, man, it is tough. DZ won't be going for anything aggressive in round 8. Deciding they're gonna play passive, they're gonna hold their angles, sit in the bomb site. Look at all this plant denial, a nitro from Nave, 3 toxic babes, Goyo canisters on Kobe. Minute 15 to clear things out, and Nave will be the first point of contact.
Oh, he botches the first shot on the Kino though, Jesse. He had a golden opportunity. He misses it. Kino now with free reign on blue, and he's got 2 Candelas still in pocket. So not only do you fail to give your team an even bigger advantage, but you leave such a high-value operator as Ying is on the board. You've conceded ground on blue, you've conceded servers, and the job for M80 just got an awful lot easier.
An awkward wall. Can you get through that? I think with some shots, he should be fine. Gunner hitting the back as well on the Nook. Do they expect this? They do. Bolo is ready for it. Hits a beautiful shot to take down Gunner. And with 30 seconds left, the execute will commence.
Toxic gas will go. Diffuser with an EMP down in the midst of the site. Packer goes for a plant that's not in the default spot. Kino will look over top, wait for any utility to come out, but it's not present. Dark Zero allow M80 to walk in and walk out like robber barons in the night. Kobe now ascending the stairs. He's got Bolo with him. One will go towards open area, the other, the hatch above, and Diffuser will have to pick his poison. What does he deal with? He hears the footsteps above. All the while, Dark Zero will have to also watch the clock. A drop will come in from the Fenrir of Bolo. Diffuser good enough for 1, not for more than that. Packer and Kino positioned up as only 10 seconds remain for Dark Zero. They have to hop on the case, but they're miles away. Down goes Kino. Packer last man standing over towards blue. He stops it in its tracks. Pambazoo holding it, but I think it's too late. It's gonna come down to the wire. Does he get it? No! M80 win it by a hair, and they are still in this.
No more talks about Packer after that round. What a hero play in the 1v3. He gets just the kill that matters. They didn't quite have the time. They didn't know his positioning.
No, I didn't drop it, but when I got off my cam, it forced me to, like, it dropped it without me noticing. Like, I didn't even click the key. It just dropped it, like, when I got off the cam.
Don't worry about it, Packer. You did enough that round. Saving it for M80 just on the time. It was starting to look rough. I thought maybe Gunner hitting the backside would have some kind of life, but they found him immediately. NJR did not toss out that last Toxic Babe, which would have been able to stop the plant from Packer. He expected the Goyo fire to be enough to stop the plant, but because of the unorthodox plant spot that Packer chose, it wasn't available, and then he prioritizes the right target. He shot the guy on the kit, and then there was no time after that. The youngest team captain, the youngest IGL at the 6 Invitational. Keeping them alive, keeping Dark Zero off map and series point on bank. I believe they say it's 0-0 every round, Parker, 0-0.
Well, all I can keep thinking about is what the scoreline could have been and the reverberations that that ruling will have on this match. If you want to be a world champion, though, that sort of thing, it cannot bog you down. You need to immediately get over it and focus on the task at hand. M80 seems to have gotten the memo through the last round. Maybe this round too. As two cloaked operators will engage early. Bolo on the vigil. Nook, as Gunner walks up and gets punished, Bolo was prepared and ready for it, and Bolo gets two before dropping away. Kino blows up to Kobe's Nitro Cell. Jesse, we are 1 minute into this round, and only two players from M80 still exist. Diffuser and Packer, 6 kills combined, with Packer holding the case. M80's last two players are also both hard breachers, so at very minimum, they'll be able to carve away towards the bomb site. They've got a lot of time to try and get Dark Zero to make mistakes, because let's be honest here, M80 is not going to win this round without DZ fumbling a few engagements.
No, I mean, Packer was a hero last round. 2 rounds ago, Diffuser was a hero. Since the incident, M80 have only won rounds off of big moments from these two players. They're gonna have to work together on a 2v5. They've got the fuse kit, the time is okay. They're not worried about the clock just yet. 1:08 to try to get this onto the ground. The bomb site also not super favorable for Dark Zero. They rotate Packer all the way over towards Printers as Diffuser tries to work a pick in through square.
Have to wait out some of this gas, but because so much action happened earlier in the round, M80 actually has plenty of time on their hands. No primary utility left from any of these operators, except for maybe the Vigil, if you consider that his gadget never really goes away. Diffuser now being attempted by Packer as Diffuser watches Diffuser, but in the other direction now, trying to keep the Diffuser in the hands of Packer safe by packing up what remains of this Capkin, but it will not be had. A flawless round from Dark Zero as they get the final 2 kills and then hop on the case as well. DZ will move to series point. They want a date with Furia later today.
Let's go.
It was a beauty shot onto the Yokai cam, a little flick, but it wasn't quite enough. Dark Zero. All that coming off of Bolo. I mean, that man is absolutely insane. He wants the 2-time, you can tell. Bolo's been exceptional for Dark Zero all tournament long. Of course, still fighting to be only the 3rd father ever to be a 6th Invitational champion. He will be, I guess, regardless of this tournament. Hoping to be the first 2-time father, though. He joins Julio and King George as the only other players to win a hammer and have children. I know.
You have to mention King George. Now my mood is shot.
You and M80 both, Parker. Map 1 was 7-1. Map 2 was 7-2.
I hate King George.
We're in map 3 and the score is 6-3.
Ruins my mood. No, I like George aplenty.
You can't even admit it for 30 seconds. You can't even
No, because look. There are parasocial Peters out there who are gonna hear me say things about George, fail to realize that they actually come from a place of friendship and affection, and not a place from, you know, animosity or hate.
Yep.
And they're gonna be like, wow, and Terrell really dislikes King George. And I don't want George getting any heat for it. He's a dedicated and loving family man who streams to dozens of people these days, okay? You know, he needs all the help he can get.
He's never lost a 6th Invitational.
He's also 4 feet tall.
M80 are going to play a window execute on CEO. Try to stay alive in this game. Mira not being brought in this matchup. And Dark Zero's defense here. The wall's reinforced the wrong way, so they can't even put a Mira window on it if they had one in pocket. Good intel from Nate as well. Look at this. They know that there's often a player out here on the rappel. Sometimes it is... Oh, wow, what a shot. That's the information. That's Nafe on the Yokai.
It's Packer to drop as well. Kino and Packer having very, very tough games at this event. Gunner the opposite of that, though. He's been the lifeblood of this M80 team time and time again, and despite not being the top-rated player on the squad, he's been having very high impact moments. Gunner sits at 6 kills now The numbers on the bottom of your screen are not accurate. No, Bambazu has not died 2 times in 9 rounds. There was a rehost after the ruling was issued, giving Dark Zero that round, so what we saw from the first 3 rounds has been wiped out. Means the player with the most kills at the moment is NJR, sitting at 12. Bambazu at 8, not far behind him. 9 for Bolo, and then Spoit at 7. Diffuser on the board, Gunner picks up a second. Very valuable picks to keep M80 in this. Dark Zero have a lot of wiggle room, Jesse, but they cannot let go of this game. If M80 can grasp that momentum, this can shift in an instant. NJR is now giving himself away. Gunner and Diffuser, a terrific round between the 2 of them. The newest members brought on over from Cloud9 Beast Coast's major winning team. Dark Zero still on match point, but M80 looking to close that gap in a hurry.
I think they're gonna roam more.
We'll get a tack timeout from DZ.
So I agree. I think based on roam, because they've run the Deimos, the vigil is good for archives. Just care of those fast plays, like fast S1, fast printer, or not garage this time. Do we have a phone for garage on this? No, I don't have an yeah, but I mean the random first.
I can just put it over there, and then I'll have the thing for
Intense study of the strat book.
And if we need to go to a next round, then I think we will do the open bunker. Okay, cool. Let's go, boys. It's not overreacting in situations on defense. Just cool how we can help each other. We close it out. Yes, sir. Let's go.
A game plan created from the coach of Kangaroo Kenny, but some good reads on M80. We heard it from Packer. He said right before the attack timeout, I think they're going to roam more. We swap to the DZ POV, and Kenny immediately opens with, I agree, I think we need to roam. So both teams, good reads on the game so far. Deciding on which strategy they want to run for next round, and then the round after as well. Letting them know how they want to play that open area too. It's important in a match like this to not lose your head if you're DZ. In theory, you should be walking away with this one. M80 have been struggling and of course have had their moments. But it's very easy to let just 2 rounds slip away from you at the same time if you're not careful. We've been talking a lot about M80's mental. Dark Zero could let it slip too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, DZ as an organization has a long history of struggling in big moments. I mean, a key part of why Canadian was brought in was to try and fix that issue many years ago.
Dark Zero are actually the only team in the world to have attended the last 6 invitationals, including this one, and never made top 4.
That is okay.
They're nothing if not consistent, but the big moments, as you said, often get away from them.
They did win the Charlotte Major. It's not SI, but they are still a major winning team, and a lot of this core was present for it. Bambazu and NJR, 2 very important parts of that team when they ended up prevailing. M80 might be going for a rush strat here now as Packer will lead the charge. Bolo scared off of this position. He's quickly realizing the blitz is not alone. Bolo gets back safely. A Yokai is gone as well. I think that's Bambazu still playing above, trying to buy time. Spoit dropped. When you go all in on a rush strat, you better make sure it prevails, and in this case, it certainly is not. Jesse, they went for broke. They turned their pockets inside out looking for some spare change, and all they got was a wallop to the face from DZ. Kino, last man standing. Oh, what could have been of this series for M80, and one that I have no doubt will be discussed extensively with M80 suffering through this result. A first for us. The penalty giving DZ some motivation. They still win, though. Oh my. DZ move on to face Furia later today. M80 has a date with Kago Saka tomorrow.
Lower bracket run begins. Hopefully they're going to be able to be a bit more behaved in the lower bracket. Bodega still not happy.
They say in politics, if you're talking, you're losing.
Yeah.
There's been an awful lot of talking going on.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like DZ cares much of an inch.
A lot of words being exchanged. Budega's he's a man of many words, and he'll be talking for a while about this, I'm sure. Jeez.
Who says esports is boring? Not me, that's for sure. What a match that was. I mean, quite unpredictable, all things considered. We didn't think map 1 would go so quickly for M80. We didn't think map 2 would go so quickly for Dark Zero, and certainly nobody expected that third map to play out the way it did. Laxing, Foxay, and unfortunately Manic Monday will join us in the postgame to talk about what the hell just happened. See you soon.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
I'm here with, funnily enough, Kangaroo Kenny. A little close to my heart on that one. Mate, obviously a very close series. Fair bit heated. How does it feel to get that one in the bank?
Feels fantastic. Obviously, slow start again, like we had in Group Phase on map 1. We always knew like their map pick was going to be strong for them, but this team has such good resilience. We're always able to fight back, and you know the disappointment towards the end of groups, we could have finished first, but we lost to Talon. But yeah, playoffs are where it matters. So hopefully we can build the momentum now.
You guys have been looking good and dangerous. There is one moment we are going to talk about, prepped you just before, Bodega losing his team around. He'd been warned about interaction with his players in between maps, in between the actual timeouts. What's your thoughts on this? Because you are a very vocal coach yourself.
There are limits. Obviously, you can hype your team up, but you can't give them, advice outside of the timeouts. So I'm a sucker for competitive integrity. Obviously, he's crossed the line. The Amazon DMD's crossed the line. It's never nice to get a free round, if that makes sense. Like, you want to win fair and square, but obviously, if there's a line crossed, there's a line crossed. So we have no control over that. That was admin decision. So. Yeah, nothing more to say. It
is what it is at the end of the day. Look, I think next game you've got Furia coming up, and I think that's really an important matchup for you guys. If you make it through, should we just have a look at this? Never mind, production do not want to show the back ends of great conversations. Unfortunately, this means M80, they lose the map, and I'm going to give you the free floor here, Lax, because you have been a player through and through. I'm actually just going to give you the floor.
I mean, we were just talking about that whole boo-boo situation. That just cannot happen. If I was a player in that situation, my coach is costing me around just due to not following the rules. You got to get out of there at that point, to be blunt. You just got to get out of there. But as for Dark Zero, I do want to capitalize and just take a moment on them because they played great game of Siege. That was a reverse sweep for them. I was questioning what Clubhouse might look like. Were they going to find their stride? They absolutely did. Then they come here on Bank. I talked about Packer. I wanted to see him kind of come in that IGL, come into life. Obviously, there was some situations that obviously we just touched up on what was happening over on the M80 side. But overall, Dark Zero, they got it done. NJR being the top, got Bolo right underneath, Pamba in third. I mean, it was a wonderful performance from both teams, but again, Dark Zero were not only great on their defenses, but super solid on their attacks and their executes.
Now, just very quickly, you might have been wondering what I referenced to with Lax and what Lax was referencing to. We'll get into the storyline a little later. All you need to know at the moment is in map 3, Dark Zero were given a free round. We'll talk about it in a second once we've got the whole analyst desk here to break it down. But ultimately, at the end of the day, do you think the better team has won?
Absolutely. Dark Zero put in the work, showed it. Like I said, from map 1 to map 2 to map 3 was just a night and day difference with each and every single match. Obviously, Bank was a little closer, but still, that's all you need is 2, and they got it done.
Now, you had Pamba as your pre-match highlight. He's pulled through, and at a really important time.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Pamba party time, that's the biggest thing. But this actually wasn't, oh wait, was this? No, this wasn't Pamba doing this. Was Nave. Nave was learning bachata before he came here. This dude is dancing on Diffuser right now, not even allowing him to get a chance. And then this end bit right here, I mean, I think it was well-deserved given how this game turned out for DZ. But again, Nave, you're from the UK, man. Why are you taking bachata classes? I didn't realize you could dance.
I'm wheezing right now. Let's bring our wonderful gentleman Fox in with the telestrator to break this one down.
I mean, I can't do any bachata, but what I can do is break down DZ's amazing attacks because we talked about how important they were going to have to be able to get this win. And this just goes to show a round with 15 seconds left that Dark Zero always knows what they're going to do. So first things first, let's break down at what M80's doing to stop this. They have the smokes to be able to deny the diffuser. Second player is going to be Gunner with a C4 that can rotate to stop the plan plan if he needs to. And the last objective is going to be the echo under the desk that you're not going to see until a little bit later. So first thing, with the smokes being in play, Bolo and Nave call a great rotate to be able to swap for HP bars because Nave can tank through a little bit of smokes, get the diffuser down. That's the first thing. Next, the rest of the team is going to set up. Bolo is going to hold the red rotate to be able to shoot any C4 or anybody that runs through it. Panba is going to drop into the site to be able to handle anybody in red hall, and NJR is going to drop into white to be able to lock down anybody in white and anybody in garage. And it's going to work beautifully well, but you're going to notice right as they go for the plant, Nave throws a little EMP to be able to stop the echo, and that puts M80 in a position of dire situation because Kino's going to run up because he's ran out of smokes, gets taken out by Panba. The C4 is going to come out, but Bolo shoots it, and the rest of the players are able to put some space between the case and between the team. And even though M80 is able to get those 2 trades in the site, getting the post plant down on a basement bank is so difficult to fight back from, and those are amazing attacks on why DZ, once they set up, it's really difficult to beat them. So hopefully, going into their next matchup against Furia, we'll still see that level of play. But we'll break down some more back in the studio. I'll be there with you guys in a second. I'm coming.
You better hot-foot it over here, boy. We got some stuff to talk about, I will say that much. So obviously, as Fox rejoins us here, we're going to take a moment, just have a very quick conversation. So for those of you that are wondering what happened before, Bodega has been warned multiple times about interacting with his team in between tech timeouts or in between rounds. Now, if you're unaware, the coaches can only talk to their teammates once a tactical timeout has been called or the entire game has been won or lost. That's the only time they can have their interaction. Bodega's been warned 3 times this event, and now is when the admins have said, enough is enough. You are going to have a round taken off of you, at which point he continued to go in. Post-match as well, he decided to walk across to Dark Zero and continue to talk about what was and wasn't acceptable. I don't know if he's got the moral high ground here.
That's not acceptable.
You shouldn't be able to do that. I love that one cinematic of both coaches yelling right next to the wall. It's like star-crossed lovers split apart. But it's just an unfortunate situation, especially for the players on M80, because you never want to be in a position where your coach is going out of their way to lose you points, and especially fighting on it. Because if you're the team, you just want to play. And when you lose a given round, a free round, it just crushes. It's soul crushing. And as a player, that's the hardest difficulty, is you know every round matters. So when one's given away, not because you did something, but because your coach, at that point I would have reached back like, get out of here.
No, I mean, we already talked about, in a situation where if you're coming off of a loss, it's a lot harder to regain. And this is M80's situation of coming into Bank. They just came off of a hard loss on Clubhouse. And then it goes into what you were saying. Now your coach is costing you vital rounds where this is the last match, this is the last series game to determine whether you're going to be further in upper bracket or you're going to go to a lower bracket. And then you get costed around due to your coach not listening, not following the rules. You just can't do that. And for Boo Boo, you're my boy, but you just came off of a ban. You cannot be doing this. This is just absolutely unacceptable. I don't mind banter. I like people being passionate, doing what they're doing. But it just, there's a line that just can't be crossed, and this was a line for me that just absolutely should not happen. Not only are you making your team look bad, but you're also costing them a game.
Yeah, I mean, the game is all about being in a mental game, and it's so important to just leave it in the server, play out, and when you lose, you just got to let it go. You shouldn't be acting the way that we just saw Boo Boo act, and hopefully he's able to take back from that. I mean, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the ban because this is his first event since that ban.
Yes.
Hopefully you'd like to take something from that and grow and just focus on the next series because that's the most important thing.
Now, we have gotten word that there is a very likely chance that Bodega will have his pass removed and thus removed for the rest of the event.
I mean, I agree with it. You just can't, like I said, there's a line that you just can't cross, and the line was crossed today. It was crossed before, and it's crossed again today, and this, I don't really have an excuse for it. Like I said, you can blame passion, you can blame whatever you want. At the end of the day, touching another player, getting in their face, to me, it's too much at that point.
I mean, M80 should be fine. They got like 75 staff members in the back, so you get one, you replace it out, and it's just a very unfortunate situation because this is his first event back. So, I mean, you just let the emotions get the best of you, and at the end of the day, you are coaching. You need to be the leader. You need to be able to show your team the example that they should lead.
I'm a lover of sport. I'm an even bigger lover of esport. Obviously, these things should not be happening, but what should be happening is highlighting players, highlighting moments throughout the game, and that's what we're going to get back to. We're going to focus on the black light, the detail, because at this point for me, Lax, there is still so much more action for both of these teams to get underway with.
Yeah, absolutely. The black light detail definitely has to go back to Kino, just dog walking NJR through the entire map on Skyscraper, just showing him around. Maybe he hasn't seen parts, you know, throughout this map. And again, it just highlights how well Kino can actually play the shield if he does it properly, which is why this is the black light detail moment, was because, I mean, for the entire start of that diffuser going down and then just walking him all the way until the end and having a fun time right there. Kino's having a good time in that moment. I mean, look at him right here.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely been in that situation enough times and lost it to learn what the right way to play it is. So I'm glad Kino's getting his flowers. Unfortunate they couldn't get the win out at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But he's playing well.
Yeah.
M80 is playing well. If it wasn't for that mental chalkage on map 3, who knows? Maybe we could have seen a closer last map. Hopefully they'll have to auto-correct it for their next series.
Well, gents, thank you very much for joining us here for Game 2. It's only Game 2 of 4 that we are playing today. G2 and Furia will now join us for the 3rd and 4th matchup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Eu acho que a minha primeira válvula de escape que eu realmente encontrei para escapar disso tudo foi justamente os jogos e o Rainbow Six.
O João, tem na janela aí, você toma cuidado. Peguei um. Ele falou agora, boa. Tem mais um, tem mais um. Isso! Ah, que isso, velho. Boa! Vamos, caralho.
Meu nome é João Pedro Sudário, eu tenho 19 anos e eu nasci no interior de São Paulo, numa cidade chamada Cruzeiro, São Paulo. A minha relação com os jogos, ela começou muito cedo, eu tinha entre 2 ou 3 anos de idade. É uma coisa que é uma das minhas primeiras memórias que eu tenho assim da minha vida, que é de eu chegando na casa dos meus avós e eu ver assim na mesa o meu avô e meu pai sentado conversando e tinha uma caixa grande assim dentro de uma sacola na frente dos dois. E aí meu pai me deu meu primeiro videogame, que foi um PlayStation 2. Meu pai, ele sempre foi muito presente na minha vida. Ele é um dos grandes alicerces que eu tive na minha vida, juntamente da minha mãe. Quando eu tinha entre 8 e 9 anos de idade, isso lá em 2014, meu pai acabou sendo diagnosticado com uma doença mental, no cérebro, no caso. E foi uma coisa que me pegou muito de surpresa. É uma coisa que você nem imagina que pode acontecer, sabe? O seu pai simplesmente ficar de um jeito que você nunca imaginou. Então eu tive que amadurecer muito cedo mesmo. E foi um período muito difícil. A gente tinha uma UTI dentro de casa. Então eu vivi num ambiente muito pesado, que eu não tinha muita escapatória, a não ser enfrentar aquilo diariamente na minha vida. Então foi com certeza o período mais difícil da minha vida. Esse momento aqui foi no meu aniversário de 7 anos. É uma memória que eu tenho muito presente ainda na minha cabeça desse dia foi que eu estava fazendo um book de fotos com os meus pais, só que meu pai, ele odiava tirar foto, então foi meio que um pouquinho difícil para ele, mas a todo momento minha mãe estava dando algumas ideias de poses, do que a gente podia fazer na foto. Então é um momento que ainda está muito presente, assim, tá muito fresco na minha memória. E esse momento aqui em específico é de quando eu consegui formar no colegial, no ensino médio. Eu acho que essa foto representa a minha superação no meio disso tudo, porque apesar das minhas dificuldades, apesar de eu ter que passar por tanta coisa assim, eu consegui sair de cabeça erguida, consegui sair com o diploma. Eu acho que o mais importante é eu consegui sair com a felicidade que eu estava tanto precisando há tanto tempo, assim. E do lado da minha mãe, que ela foi a principal pessoa que estava no meu lado durante esse período. A maior dificuldade que eu tive foi lidar com isso tão novo. Então, eu acho que a minha primeira válvula de escape que eu realmente encontrei para escapar disso tudo foi justamente os jogos e o Rainbow Six.
O João, tem na janela aí, viu? Você toma cuidado. Peguei mais um. Ah, até nas costas, Lucas. Costa. Ó, não tem calma, não tem calma. Tá? Tem um aí. Valeu.
Eu acho que o Invitational ele representa o sonho de qualquer jogador de Rainbow Six. Desde que você seja um player casual, desde que você seja um jogador profissional. É a combinação de tudo que o R6 representa, sabe? A gente poder receber esse campeonato no Brasil ainda, que todo mundo sabe que a torcida brasileira não existe igual. O Invitational vai ser a grande representação do meu sonho relacionada a tudo isso que eu vivi nesses últimos anos. E o pessoal da página da Six News, onde eu participo, a gente já está montando uma força-tarefa. Não sei como é que vai ser, mas eu estou ansioso. Eu estou muito ansioso para conhecer alguns jogadores que eu sempre tive interesse em conhecer. Posso citar o Pengo, o Fabian, o Joystick, então eu realmente estou esperando conhecer eles. Eu realmente espero que eles tenham uma ótima experiência aqui no Brasil, porque o Brasil é um país único, então vai ser uma oportunidade única de mostrar toda a nossa paixão que a gente tem pelo nosso jogo, que é o Rainbow Six.
A falta que o meu pai faz na minha vida é muito grande. Eu queria muito que ele estivesse aqui comigo. E ele acabou falecendo em 2018, mas eu tenho certeza que aqui dentro de mim ele está comigo até hoje. Eu digo com tranquilidade que ele é provavelmente a minha maior inspiração de vida. Então, 9 anos acompanhando esse jogo, desde os meus 10 anos de idade eu estou jogando, acompanhando, e hoje com 19 anos eu posso dizer com toda a tranquilidade do mundo que esse é um sonho realizado, um dos maiores sonhos da minha vida está sendo realizado aqui hoje no ginásio de Ibirapuera.
Já era! Já era! Já era! Já era!
O Rainbow Six, ele marca um momento da minha vida que eu estava totalmente sem esperança. Eu estava num limbo muito pesado e o Rainbow Six foi essa luz na minha vida. Foi a minha principal forma de entretenimento até os dias atuais, depois de 9 anos. Então é uma coisa que eu sou muito grato ao R6 e tudo que ele representa na minha vida.
there are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali, e a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Sakiemi and brought it all the way back! Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
What an incredible time we've all been having so far here at the Invitational 2025, live from very sunny and very summer Boston, as is tradition here in February. Hello, welcome back to the show. I'm Miloš. Big thank you to Rob, who has kind of taken that morning shift and gotten through all of it wonderfully, but it is not a desk not complete at all without having our wonderful analysts, Fresh and Alpha Ma. Gentlemen, how are we?
Yeah, we're good. I think, things are cooling down a little bit and we're going to move on. But yeah, it's been good. It's been an entertaining morning of Siege, to say the least, Miloš.
It's great to be back with you, man. It's been a long time.
Welcome.
The EU crew is back. I've had a great flight arriving here yesterday, and I'm ready to get into it because the next matches are incredibly important. You'll be seeing 4 matches between A and B stream, 2 on each one of them, and the fight is for a spot on Friday. You'll make it directly into that main stage, and that's a $30,000 extra bump on top of the paycheck you're already getting. That's $135K. God knows what you can do with that money. But our next match, G2 versus SSG for that spot, Leo.
Honestly, G2 has been looking amazing so far this event. They have been utterly dominant. They're the best team, and I'm not afraid to say it, so far the event in almost every metric. And I will say, I was one of the doubters in their roster change with Plaz and Loirai coming in. Well, they proved me wrong, and I'm happy for it.
Did you just say you was a doubter?
I was a doubter.
Yeah. I mean, looking at stage 2...
I was not a doctor, I was a doubter.
Just double checking. Looking at stage 2, even some of the LCQ, it's so surprising to see G2 playing so well at this tournament. But they have set themselves up for success, Miloš.
And that's the question, because, we got to talk to Doki during the LCQs. What changed in the team? Who's now in what spot? And he explained, Alamau is no longer that IGL position. It's working out well, but seems like they're finding exactly what they need to win.
Yeah, I would say they've got 3 keys to success. And here are the 3 keys on your screen. If we start with the very first key to success, they have got a stable foundation with the new IGL, Leo. And what do I mean by that? Well, I'm not just going to throw out a headline comment. I'm actually going to show you what I mean by that. Attack win rate, 61% more or less, first in the tournament. Defense win rate, 70, nearly 3/4 of their defenses, they're winning, first in the tournament. First at entries and 4th at plant percentage.
And I will say that Uno has massively stepped up. He's not only IGLing, he's one of the best fraggers on the team, and he's 29 years old. He's even better than he was in Ash main with me.
You remember, this is like the Lestream era. We're going back to like 2019, and he's doing even better than before.
Absolutely. If we move through to our second key to success, star player has freedom. I am, of course, talking about Alamau. He has been moved off the IGL role. He now gets to play his own style of Siege, where he can shot call if necessary, but he has a lot of freedom.
Best EPS score in the tournament, best KOST in the tournament, one of the best entries and second best in KD. I mean, he is the star player for a reason, and he's been overperforming now that he doesn't have the IGL role.
And the third key to success down there at the bottom, confidence and cohesion. And that breeds out of the fact that they have the stable foundation. It breeds out of the fact that their star player is playing well. And it also comes from the fact They went to Finland on a trip together, all 5 of them learning to ski. I assuming Uno already knew how to ski, but they've really created a really healthy team unit, a big team environment, and a great team culture, which isn't something we've always been able to say about G2.
In the end, it was, I think, one that was missing with the super team. They were lacking a big vision and huge teamwork. Well, that teamwork, we've just seen it here.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to witness in this case. You got Amalia and cameraman that are behind the squad. They're also helping Uno and kind of build all these strategies for them to apply. So we're really hyping up G2. This feels like SI23 levels of copium if you're a G2 fan. However, on the other side of the coin, we got SSG that if you're watching them in the group, they're like, you know, it's all right. But today, they opened it beautifully, Jack.
Yeah, I just spoke about a healthy team culture on G2. It is nothing compared to that culture that SSG have got cooking. These guys are literally a band of brothers, and you can see that in everything they do, every way they apply themselves. They beat FaZe out 2-0 this morning, and they were absolutely incredible inside of that game. Their team play, their coordination, but also their...
Je ne sais quoi, a certain je ne sais
I can't think of the word. How resilient they were. That's what I was trying to come up with. Wow, my mind's just gone. They were so resilient inside that game. And to topple an opponent so big is absolutely massive for them.
Yeah, for anyone that wasn't watching, these guys on the 2 maps were being led and were led on match point. And they came back after a strong tag timeout of Callout.
And Callout was incredible to witness throughout this matchup, this man pulling the team together, Leo.
I mean, Callout, I will never stop praising these guys. Obviously, I used to play with him. It didn't work for me, but I will tell you, he's been cooking as a coach for SSG. A natural born leader. He 1v1s bears for breakfast. He has, as his bedside book, Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Obviously, he knows when to attack and when not to attack. And he's a tag timeout genius.
It seems like this is the gold standard of what is a coach and their role behind the team, not just in the way that he dresses, because I think between Callout and Super, you're pretty high up when it comes to what you can get behind you as a team, but specifically pulling the team together, keeping that hype up, and just keeping everybody rolling properly. You can just sense how your players are, and that goes back to the graphic that you guys showed earlier this morning of how incredible SSG are at just kind of planning out their days and their routine.
I'm not afraid to say that they have the best work ethic I've seen in esports.
They're trying to emulate like professional sports, you know, and I think that's led by Callout as well, you know. He is the one who's big into it in terms of the research, understanding the methodology and everything behind that. And you can see here just how much it means to them. And of course, Ashen was getting his own back there, Leo.
Yeah, and that's another thing that we'll take from traditional sport, the trash talk, the usual trash talk from any sport. And they will use that as mental warfare to make sure they have an advantage on the other team.
Now, for those that didn't watch the Montreal Major, shame. But don't worry about it, because we have a clip of what happened before, just to give you a bit of context over it. Here it is, Vita King going up, because Ashen, let's be honest, was yelling throughout the entire game, really talking trash in the chat, and then Vita King had to shut him down for just a moment. This is revenge. I love the story that's been building up here between both SSG and FaZe. Ashen, for a moment, was just quiet, which during Montreal, I think it was a good thing to have for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think Ashen's been literally waiting for that revenge.
Yeah.
As soon as it finished, he was ignoring his teammates, which maybe not good for the team culture, but he was ignoring his teammates right round to go and give it back to Vita King. But I think both of those players as well, professional enough to know that it's the trash talk, but go back to the seriousness when it matters.
And in that match, he actually spawn killed twice, by the way.
Oof. You really love to see it, especially when there's also a Cav that was kind of ending it in OT on Nighthaven. But where will we go in this series? Our map bans and picks are ready. We'll go with our first 5. Please, Leo, can you guide us through it?
Yeah, so nothing too surprising in the bans with some perma-bans or low preference for both teams. When you look at the first pick, though, Chalet, that's not a surprise. Very strong for Space Station. In their group, they've actually beaten 3 teams on that map. W7M, Virtus Pro, and Scars, and it was never close. I think it was 7-2, 7-3, 7-5.
They beat Scars?
Yeah. and 2 very good teams on it.
Then we're going to move through to Bank, which, again, both of these teams, I think, Leo, are picking into strong maps of their own, whilst also being a strong map of their opponents. G2 have played Bank twice this tournament. They've won it twice. They absolutely love the map.
They're on a 5-win streak on it, and I'm not afraid to say it. It's looking very good for them on it. And if we look forward to Cafe, I mean, that goes into what you were saying, right? Yeah. All of these teams are now on comfortable maps. Bank is not a weak map for SSG, and Cafe either. It's the same thing, very strong map for those teams.
I'm excited to see both of these two teams because often when you get into a best of 3, you will see teams try and pick into each other's weak maps. Neither of these two teams, both of these two teams approach the map veto of, we want the best maps possible that we can go to, including the decider, and both of these teams got them. Their map pools align perfectly.
Hey, he's got the sauce, he's got the honey for it. Honeyman over this forest. Has to be the Honeyman Forest. Look at him. I don't think we can do hashtag ads on here for this, but you know what? It is beautiful to witness here for SSG and how fun they're taking it so far. But we got a game on our hands. It's about to begin, and seems like our analysts are split 50-50 on this game, depending on how it goes. We got to have a chat with our wonderful casters. Des, Ace, hello, how are you?
Not bad, mate. Welcome out to Boston, by the way.
It's a
Good to have
pleasure.
you here.
We're so far away from one another, I can barely hear how things are going. But I think during the cast, we're going to hear you very, very well for this matchup especially.
Sure we will, Milosh. I can't wait for it as well. It's one of them series, Tim, that I'm just like... NAEU?
I've
EU all the way, eh?
As soon as SSG won, I started thinking towards this matchup. And like you say, classic EU and it's going to be a big one.
I'm very much looking forward to it, and so are our wonderful analysts. I'm going to toss it back to you, Des. Ace, please, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Yeah, the first time I've said that tournament. Oh, that felt so good. But it means it's a good game underway as well. As we said, G2 SSG. It could have been G2 versus FaZe. You'd look at FaZe as the contenders to win it all. Are SSG now that team? Are they making a deep run here? They're certainly playing well, Tim, but you're up against the big boys now. G2 have been unbeatable, not dropped a single map so far. This is a big ask for them. However, going to Chalet, it's both teams' most popular map over the last 6 months. They've played it more than any other. This is going to be exciting.
We always say when we come together with two teams, they often will either pick the map the other team don't want to play or the map they do want to play.
Yep.
And it's, for me, always better when it's the maps that they do want to play.
Yep.
Yeah, you both love Chalet? Right, let's find out then. Let's see who loves it more. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
When you look at the map pools of both teams, to be fair, and rank them in terms of which they prefer playing, all 3 of these maps are in their top 5. So we've got a really good series coming up where there's no bad map for either side. It is just straight shooting, good maps that both teams love to play. First ban's going to be the Deimos coming away from SSG, and then G2 come in with a Blitz ban. An operator they play quite a bit themselves too, but very aware that Forest has been running around on those shields a lot and want to keep it away from him. G2's next ban is going to be the Azami, surprising absolutely no one. Our most banned operator at the tournament by a country mile so far, Tim. No others even close. I think it's 57 maps she's been banned on. The next is Monty down at 42, and then Valkyrie going to be our last ban away from SSG. We've got our bans, Tim, we've got our game, we've got our players, which means the series will begin. Here we go, and what a game it's going to be. Let's get into it. I also love, by the way, how the observers prior to the game did jump in the lobby and say, guys, please keep it calm this game. The admins are already pretty stressed after our last series. However, I think we all know that between Alamau and Ashen, there ain't going to be too much peace in this series.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too calm. There's already been some pleasantries exchanged, some greetings in the old chat, I think. So,
always the way.
They're both going to be looking for any small, tiny little advantage that they can get, I'm sure. But I think both of these teams are more than familiar with it. So let's get on into things. Round 1. We get things underway. It's going to be Game and Bar to start things off. SSG on the defense.
And straight up to the top floor, no surprises at all. If you haven't watched too much Siege before, first off, welcome. You can't really play a site particularly well itself. It's not too defendable in isolation. You either go above or you extend laterally. Laterally here, we right into that front lobby, and that is going to be a very difficult room to defend him. So playing above where the soft flooring is the go-to. You often get this triangle that forms at the top of library stairs in towards Mez and the player inside the library itself. And you've got to break that defensive triangle on the top floor if you're the attackers to really get a march on. That said, there is no shield at the top of library here, Tim, so maybe it's not going to be a full hard hold coming out from SSG that we're used to seeing. For the most part, actually, they've just said, let's electrify it off, lock it all up, and play elsewhere. It's more of an extension up towards the office side of thing. You can see Ashen and J90 are scattered towards that side of the map. They're almost giving library to G2 and saying you can try and take it, but then you've got to worry about what's going on below, as well as the rest of us pushing into you from that master office side.
And I think we're going to see exactly how that plays out, because G2 really are going direct here. We've got the Sense utility is in, the Nitro is out. Forest starts it with a big kill, full shuts down Doki. At the same time, Uno does still have Diffuser in hand. That's something, but this attack has been put on pause by SSG as Ashen manages to find Blaz. 5v2. And the question mark is out from Ashen.
I think it is from a few of us, Tim. Like, G2 there have really tried to catch SSG off guard. And I think it's very reasonable to assume that on Baron Gaming, you're going to have some players upstairs. They maybe have seen on drone players in Master Office and assumed, all right, they must have 2, 3, 4 offsite here. We should just go for it. 2 shields on side, it feels doable, but they've walked into a C4, they've walked into a crossfire, even with the Sen's gadget being rolled out at the same time. Really good response from SSG to not cave to G2 in this first round. It is a big rescue mission here from Uno and Loira if they want any chance to getting this round over the line, but I think we're all expecting, Tim, to see SSG walk away the winner.
Yeah, almost certainly. Just trying to get something going in behind the utility here, but Loira's going to take a lot of damage. Be shut down. A flawless round to kick things off. Benja and J9O finish things off. A lot of them getting in on the action there. We need to see the scoreboard at the end of the round, which we'll have a look at when it all shakes down, but I'm not sure that wasn't a team ace. Forest definitely got an Nitro kill to begin with. I think Ashen got one in there. I'm not sure if Fultz was involved in the action or not, but a very good team effort from SSG.
Benja with a little bit of talk back saying, I know the trigger for you boys. Not forgetting, of course, that he used to be on this team. In fact, it was on G2 that they went on to win the whole thing. Lift the hammer 3 years after SSG did the same. Reminder for you that on this SSG side, there are indeed 2 hammer lifters, one in Benja, one in Fultz, who's been with the team now since 2019, 6 years with SSG. A lot of history packed in.
I'm pretty sure I just saw a kill from Fultz. So
look at the bottom of your screen, mate. There you go.
Team ace.
Real teamwork, Tim.
Hell of a start from SSG.
It was. The one thing I will say, and I'm not at all trying to diminish SSG's achievements there, it was a really good defense where they held off against the rush. G2 there have gone Hail Mary. They've thrown the kitchen sink at them inside of sight to try and get the execute off. Obviously, they've paid the price. They've been caught out by a C4. On a different day, there is not a C4 wielding player nearby, and they probably get away with the plank going down. That's not the G2 that you're going to see for the rest of the map now. I do expect a much more structured approach to this round, and looking at the lineup, no double shield on side again, no potential rush. It does look far more composed. The Ram, especially of Loira, will be the one to watch out for because he'll want to get inside a lobby, get that floor ripped up to start setting up for an execute later in the rounds.
That's exactly what's going to happen. We will see the boogie drone go on in towards main. That's going to start chewing the floor up there. Alamau has gone up towards the top floor, as have a number of other G2 players looking to just get on in and start this clearance. Benja will be the one, as we've seen time after time after time at this tournament so far, who will be out in that advanced position. Manages to find himself an entry, and for all that G2 have been fantastic so far, SSG are looking good against them right now, and there's not much working as Ashen on the Vigil manages to find Blaz with the Bosch G. It's not going well for G2 at the start, Chalet.
Benja's gonna be like a worm digging into Alamau's brain here. It's like, I know how you play this map, I've seen it enough, I used to play with you, I know your habits, I know everything about you. And that may well start to rattle G2 a bit if they can't get themselves composed here. It's been a great start though for SSG. 2 players gone down, looking to crumble the same way as it did before. And even with the verticals being opened up and a little bit of a semblance of a execute starting to come together, they've lost those 2 players, which just sees everything lose its steam, and G2's certainly not going to be as sharp or as pointy as they were before. Smoke coming on over the top here as well to make sure that they can get the Ram going through. Can't be shot out too easily either at first. Looks like more in towards the hatch. They want to get this opened up. Sure enough, they shall. That's not going to be the connector hatch, Tim. It's a way they can drop in later on, but I'm more concerned that there's deployable shield, there's a clash on side, there's a lot of things that are going to impede G2 here. Still about 75 seconds to play, so a lot of time, but getting a plant down is going to be really tough.
Yeah, of course it is, especially Doki low health as well. Just trying to push main stairs, but the clash, Forest will be able to deal with that, absolutely no problem. Can't get anywhere near the clash because a couple of zaps, Doki will be down. Just looking to potentially send a little bit of utility in there. Ashen's going to just take a pot shot with the Bosch G. He will not be stopped. Takes down Uno. Surely not 2 flawless rounds in a row.
It's coming. Doki's going to die to the zap if he's not careful here out of Forest. I know he's on 1 HP himself, but Doki, no, he can't even get a kill. It's a double flawless to start things off.
2 rounds.
G2 need to be told that Chalet has started.
2 rounds. G2 don't have a single kill, Des.
And Ashen and Benja are straight in the all chat once again saying, Blaz, you're so bad. Legit, all you do is copy Furia. Carl, come up with some new ideas. G2 calling a really early timeout here because the game is slowly crumbling away. See if we can hear what Romalio's saying.
No one's know that, okay? Like, they go kitchen, guys. Check if there was any problem. If there was any problem, we go there and do our plan. Okay? Like then, guys, let's go bar again. Let's play to try to see like if we can go for the opening kill below in the dining, and then we go into the lane push because I never showed this. Okay? Or if they're holding master, we go for the QE master, and then we go for the into the lane push. Okay, guys. So let's play let's go. Abuse the cable, okay, guys, because they play crazy. Push the cable, guys.
Got a little bit of that, but largely the thing that I took away from it, and it's something we've touched on throughout the week, Tim, is knowing when there's an isolated player and being willing to go and punish that player. He was referring to Master at one point during that conversation, and what I at least took away from that small set that we could understand and hear was the piece around isolating out these players. Thing is, when you're trying to do that, as they might have been here and trying to get onto the visual, Tim, well, SSG are just one step ahead. Benja knew exactly where Alamau was going to be, got him for free at the start of the round, and everything just came down like a stack of dominoes from that point forwards.
Yeah, G2 it sounds obvious to say, but G2 need a round very, very quickly. They need kills. They need to really come back, not just with a round. They don't want to win a round 1v1 at the end in the last 5 seconds. They just need a really good, clear win of a round, because right now, SSG are getting on top of them, and it's you know, as much as I'm sure they don't care about, you know, the comments and the mental game. Eventually it's going to start feeling like that. It's going to start feeling like SSG have got the playbook and they know everything that's going on. Because right now, 0 kills, 10 deaths. G2 have got absolutely nothing to build on.
I do wonder to what degree. G2 forgetting as well, haven't played today already. SSG have. They're warmed up. They've had a chance to look at what didn't go so well during their series earlier. It was still quite close. It was double overtime, but they managed to take a 2-0. They can look at the things that didn't happen go so well for them early today, course correct them, and be in fine form coming into this game. The only concern might be if this goes to all 3 maps, you start to see a little bit of tiredness. You've already had the adrenaline boost from that game early. You've had the come down now, so you're a little bit tired, and then you come in fresh into a best of 3. That is where all their focus on the stuff outside of the game, in my opinion, is really going to come to help them. And for G2, they're coming in a little bit cold here. They had a whole day of prep yesterday. I imagine there weren't really any scrims going on. So for the first few rounds, first half of map, you might not find them at full fighting force. Problem is, Tim, that can be the difference between you making it into the next round or getting knocked down to the lower bracket.
It really can. You know, if this is the map that you're wanting to pick up, I know G2 have picked Bank and going to be looking towards that soon if they're not too careful. Alamau manages to get an entry, so that gets G2's account open. He's taking down Benja. The Warden's gone as well, but Fultz and Ashen find answers along with J9O. SSG have just taken it to another level so far, Des. We know that they picked Chalet, but G2 will expect to turn up and have a decent game on this map. They've already beaten Team Liquid at Invitational here. And it's just not happening right now.
Like I say, it's one of it is their joint top most played map across the last 6 months. Like, we know that they'll play it. For SSG, it is their most picked map. Both teams like it. Both teams will play it. But so far, only one team actually got the memo to that the game has started. G2 really struggling to find even a kill so much as a round. They've still got one. They've used their tack timeout. It's not looking too good for them. They need to warm up soon. For SSG, though, they'll keep on turning those screws. They'll keep on applying that pressure and not give them a way into it. Ashen goes down, but Fultz is in behind, gets the 2 that he needs, and it's a closeout for SSG. They're up 3-0 now.
Well, the big problem for G2 there is as well, how casual was that 2K from Fultz at the end? SSG are feeling this, Des. They're in a flow state. They're just moving from one to the next. Fultz goes up and just bang, bang, 1-2 closes out the round. G2 have got problems.
Isolated players like full placement and stuff, and do what we did against Mako on the troll game. Remember, go find this opening.
Even Uno's already sounding a little bit fed up there, like, shut up, listen, and repeating some of what they've heard. Of course, I think the reference we had the other day from the desk was they played this map 3 times recently, all of them against Matchco, and actually lost it in one of those series as well. So there's some learnings from previous games. Just definitely not at the races yet, G2. And everything now comes down to Uno, to Alamau, to get some course correct on. Worth referencing, actually, of course, there was recently a podcast by Fresh and Friends podcast where he had Alamau and Doki on there, and they were speaking a bit about the IGL changes, why they made them, and Alamau said even back then, I didn't want to be in IGL. We didn't really have someone that we could trust to be in that spot. And after a year with the team, Uno was ready to become that IGL. It now makes a lot of sense. And they put a lot of praise to on cameraman. Doki said this tournament, he has got 6 kills, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's 6 kills that he wouldn't have otherwise gotten by doing things that cameraman has guided him to do. As a recent player, of course, he has a lot of experience, things that he can bring and ideas that he brings over from Brazil in itself, but it ain't helping them so far in this series, Tim, SSG are absolutely frying.
Yeah, they really are. Look, you can see it. Ashen wants it. He's right up there at master window. He's got to lean on so he can get further out and try and find his angle. This is beautiful siege that we're seeing out of SSG so far today. Lyra manages to find Benja. Let's see if those words from Uno can turn things around a little bit for G2. If they can deal with players that they think are isolated. If they can go and find them. Ashen takes a little pot shot at the OK, knows that it's going to do no damage on to the Blackbeard. Might need a little bit of support to deal with that.
At least this time they're pushing in towards where Ashen and Fultz have got themselves set up to. My main concern is that they've got enough players up here to make it happen. It's basically a 2v2 on that Master and Office side, a bit of support in drone work coming in from Lyra and Alamau to help push things through. It has forced Fultz back, but he's still got Ashen, who's dug in upstairs at the minute. I think for the most part he'll hang on around there and try and punish someone. I think it's Blaz who's dancing around above him at the moment. Got to be careful about that potential backstab, but things are looking all right for G2 here.
Yeah, Fultz is just still in support there as well. Ashen's just making a bit of a nuisance of himself underneath, playing in and around dining again, just making it so that there's always that potential for him to step out into fireplace and make a challenge, or like this, up blue stairs to just try and support Fultz and Ashen up on that top floor. Forest, he's the one locked inside a sight at the minute, but G2 just feel like they're stalling a little bit here. However, as I say that, Ashen will be found. The nades come raining in. As to the kills, 3v3 utility dumped in by G2 to get things moving. A double from Blaz puts them in the driving seat.
Charged his way down Piano there and taken out Jane Ono, who was sat on that mez spot where you normally see a shield, and also got the kill onto top library. Solid start and has really opened the round up. I'll give it to SSG, Tim. I think the way they set up this round is really good. They extended Master and Office again. They fell back to a second defense point around Mez and top library like I spoke about in round one. Can Forest pull back a 1 versus 2? Because realistically, G2 should have this one closed up.
Just missed his opportunity there. It was a little bit of a victim of poor timing as he had a little look. Oh, I tell you what, he could put the diffuser on the ground.
Oh,
and
dear.
A 1v3 becomes winnable. It was looking like G2 might be able to close this one out, but it is definitely possible for Forest to do this. And he will! Forest absolutely decimating G2.
Let's go, Hunk.
The wheels are truly coming off for the European side right now, Des.
I believe it was around this point they were down 4-0 to Matchgo, Tim, and the whole comeback began. But Ben just reminding them this isn't the LCQ. You are in the upper bracket here at SI, and it is looking rough. 4 rounds in a row. And G2, that was a much improved round, Tim. They did all the right things. They moved the roamers back. They cleared top floor. But to throw away a 3 versus 1, that's going to be critical damage to the mental.
Yeah, that's really not great. And to say, you know, Forest, he's done some big work today. Don't get me wrong, we spoke about this in the first one. His work on the Clash particularly, on the Echo, he was playing a lot of sort of team-based operators, but it meant that he didn't get a huge amount of kills in that first game. Don't mean that as a criticism, but he's come out here. And it's not always easy, because you've not, like, warmed up. You know, if you're somebody who's gone in and dropped 25 kills, you're coming in, you're hitting your shots. But when you're playing shields round after round, or you're playing on those yokai drones, feeding intel back to your team, and then all of a sudden you're finding yourself in 1v3s, it can be tough. It can be tough to win those situations out. But Forest has just absolutely smashed it, played that perfectly.
I was curious how Space Station set up on this map when it comes to their defensive side, and Tim, it is not good news for G2. It's definitely following the trend that we've seen, a 70% defensive win rate, and their attacking win rate hovers around 50%. If G2 cannot get around here in this half, it is going to be dire. This map will be written off, I imagine, by G2. But for SSG, they'll know all they need is one more out of Bank and Cafe. 2 maps that they love playing. G2 are in the mud, Tim. They'll be down to the lower bracket.
Yeah,
why we always
really.
say, don't get too excited by what you see in the group stage. G2 are flawless, 8-0 on maps, but it is falling apart, and Alamau at the start of every round has been absolutely deleted as Ashen takes down Alamau, takes down Doki, both in the mud.
This is almost looking too easy for SSG. They're just running around, finding kills at will. Challenge is going to come in onto the window. I think Uno will manage to get that, but the damage has been done by Ashen. And Benja is there for the trade. 4v2, and once again, SSG just always have the answers.
At what point do you start believing, Tim? We could have had a 5-year break, but SSG might be a serious contender for that hammer. They're looking scary. They're looking really impressive. And sure, it hasn't been a flawless run up to this point. But when it matters most, it's about going big. They've already taken down FaZe. They're looking solid against G2. If they carry on at this pace, they'll take them down as well. Who's left to stop them? BDS? Even they haven't looked super solid.
And let's not forget, the winner of this game will, one way or another, find themselves on the main stage at the event. There is a lot riding on this one. It puts them into a position where even if they lose the next game, they will still go into a match that is played at the live venue. So there is a lot to go at. SSG just look on another level. And how many times have I talked about form? And it's important for teams to hit that form at the right time. G2, like you say, maybe have found it through the group stage, but right now, they are certainly not looking like the same team.
Like I say, a big hard reset for them after this map is what they'll be aiming for going into bank. But now SSG just got to hold them back. 2 players left alive. They've got smokes to play behind. They've got the clash with 30 seconds on the clock. This one looking more than doable. G2 are going to have to find something in round 6 if they don't want to be finding themselves at the other end of a flawless half from SSG. You can count the kills, Tim, on one hand almost. Looking between them, 6 across 5 rounds. It's not even been close, is the thing I want to stress. It's not like SSG have had to really battle through these rounds to get to where they are. They are outright dominating G2. A 4v1, as much as he'll step in and try and make something happen, Blaz is not long for this world. Benja with another. They are flying high.
Yep, SSG looking great. You can see straight away focusing in towards that next round. They are ready to go. They know the prize that is waiting for them at the end of this. And if they start off with a 7-0 victory, what does that do to the mental of G2 at that point? You know, that is going to be really, really hard to come back from, because SSG, you know, at the end of this game, they ain't going to let it go. You know, they're going to keep reminding G2 of how difficult it's been so far.
Yeah, and I also said, guys, you can play slowly.
Fully imagine the text chat is muted from G2 at this point, but Ashen asking if Uno really is the IGL because he feels he's not very good at it, is the only statement he's given so far. Great read from Ashen on that play, I think, just knowing exactly what G2 were up to, where the likely push points were to come from, and having a perfect response. No doubt a little bit of crafted counterplay and awareness of G2's habits, but also just expectation based on playing this game for long enough. And Benja against his old team, Tim, is really flying up at 6-2. To be fair, J9 knows at 2-1. That's kind of the worst, scoreline on the team, but it's very hard to get any kills when your team is fragging out and stopping G2 from even getting anywhere near the site. Great first game, and given we had some concerns about Forest earlier, he was 3-18 at one time. We're like, I know he's playing a lot of shields, but when he had 9 rounds gone up, you'd expect to see a few more on the board. Well, he's certainly quelled those concerns, Tim.
Well, let's, try and find some positives for G2. As I always say, every team... I'm trying. Not specifically
at this point,
in
Tim.
general terms, every team who wins the tournament will have a bad day at some point, and you've just got to have it at the right time. G2, it's not the end of the line. If they lose here, there's a long way to go yet, but the loser will drop down to the lower bracket. G2 won the tournament from there in 2023. It is more than doable. It's about having a bad day at the right time and still having that opportunity on the back of it. Right now, they just need to get their heads back in this game, because at 5-0 with very few kills, SSG are having an absolute field day, and the danger there is that that sort of momentum then carries forward into the next map, and it just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that this game is lost.
That top floor's what they need control of first and foremost. It's a flip to what you saw earlier on in the game on the Bar Gaming defense. This time around, it's G2 working their way from library side and then over towards this top floor to force SSG away. Like we saw during the game against FaZe earlier, SSG are very happy to play their lives on their own, Tim. Aren't concerned with having all 5 left alive when it comes around to the site itself, and they've got one back. Blaz falling down. Forest up to 7-0 and now back on site. Has got out a trophy, scot-free really, because they knew he was there. They saw him on the shock drone. He's managed to get a kill and get back in towards site. Good stuff.
Just going to be waiting on that rappel for the time being. SSG more than likely is kind of happy for that to happen, really. Uno has dropped away now. He's going to head through towards trophy instead, I think. But SSG still in control of the top floor, which is the important point. J9 and Ashen are up there. Uno instead trying to work his way through underneath. And as I say, that Doki does something about that top floor control, managing to take down Ashen. So that gives the advantage to G2. Could this be their first attacking round that they can get on the board? Uno gets him, but that puts the diffuser down cold behind enemy lines. Alamo manages to find the kill onto Forest. Opportunity now to push forward, get this kill onto Benja and think about a plant. G2 should be able to get this round done.
Not again. They've already lost 1v3 this half, Tim. It can't happen again, surely. They're down to 2. It's Loira and Alamau. Diffuser is going down at this point, but I don't think he's 100% where, nor does he have the angle onto a yellow ping there, not giving it away correctly. At this point, boys, you hold the cross. We've seen teams really mess things up. I think back to the game the other day between Falcons and Raza Company that saw PSG Talon going home, a 1v2 being given away through needlessly held angles. It looks like a similar thing again here, but no doubt G2 quite fired up, fancy the chances. Alamau with a 3K in the round drags his team over the line. They get something from this half, Tim, but it is a big hill to climb on the other.
Yeah, it really is. Fantastic start from SSG. They move on to the attack now, though. Let's see. You know, maybe just one of those days where the map plays out heavily defender-sided and G2 can start to just find some stability now that they can at least play with their own setups at their own pace.
Just as a reminder, in case you aren't aware, we do have a B stream also here at the Major, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. And over there, we've got BDS versus Unwanted, another NA versus EU showdown. It was crazy to have them both going on at the same time, but that's where we stand. And I think for now, BDS has started on Clubhouse up 2-0. So still early doors in that game. And obviously over here, we've hit that halfway mark where SSG are in fine form. We'll see how they fare on the attacking side. You'd assume quite well, given their history on this map, given it was their own selection. G2 choosing to start on the attack to begin with, and now SSG are going into that spot. Onto the side, no doubt they're going to feel a little bit more comfortable. This one was a lot better, but again, I'll put a lot of it down to Alamau, to be honest. Tim, the fact that he got the entry, steps in and gets himself a couple of kills for the round, and then gets the closing as well. It comes down to a big play from one player. Yes, there's always that team effort involved in it, but he really was a bit more unleashed in this round, and it could have gone horribly wrong if he'd been shut down too early on, because in those first 3 or 4 rounds, he was 1-3 on entry. SSG just always had an answer to where he was trying to push in.
Very, very important right then in the grand scheme of the game, because it's going to give us a real feel for how the next few rounds go. It's absolutely essential, I think, that G2 win the next 3 rounds, realistically. I think they need to get themselves a complete defensive sweep here, get it back to 5-4, and then SSG know that they're in a game, because if SSG can get around in the next couple and get themselves onto map point, they're going to look at that and think we've got, you know, maybe 4, maybe 5 chances to get this closed out, and it's probably going to be too much for G2 to come back from. So imperative for them that they get a solid defensive start. It looks like SSG going to potentially get a little bit aggressive to begin with. It's going to send in that utility to begin with so that it's ready to go. It's ready to be put up, the light screen, whenever they are ready to execute.
I mentioned earlier, they actually had this banned away against them by FaZe because Senz is their 3rd most played attacker so far here at SI25. Recent changes for a number of teams, seeing that operator rise in popularity, but SSG are one of the best, no doubt, at making use of it.
SSG are all stacking up over towards the master bedroom side at the minute, apart from Ashen, so it looks like they are going to go for a bit of a clearance over there, although saying that, things maybe just adjusting a little bit as Benja actually heads into basement. I'm going to look for a little walk up West Main, maybe. I don't know if they've got a bit of intel, concerned about somebody playing underneath at the moment, but it has certainly taken their attention for the time being. There's nobody down there, but...
I think the key one really is that they're pushing as a team. You think back to G2 earlier, I was a bit concerned when we had, I think it was Ashen and Fultz out on the roam, it was the Vigil and the Fenrir, and G2 only sent Doki and Blaz to try and clear him away, and I was like, if one of you die here, then that last player is frankly screwed, and you can't get control of that top part of the map. Now, they did manage to force the Fenrir back. It wasn't the end of the world. But here, I think SSG doing the right thing, stacking up as a team, clearing as a team, with Ashen being the backstab threat, playing on this end. How quickly can they get over here, though? Still half the round to play, a lot to work with, and they've done the hard work of forcing G2 back from that top floor.
Managed to get that first kill as well. Fultz takes down Alamo. Great start for SSG. Couldn't find the second as Doki shuts Fultz down, but Ashen is there with one of his own onto Loira. G2 keeping themselves in the fight, though, as Forest taken down the Capitao. That's not a great operator to lose for SSG. You just know that those asphyxiation arrows will have been part of whatever the plan is for this final execution. They do still have Ashen on side, so that gives them the sense utility, but it could have lost a key component there.
Get rid of the camera in the end. Down to again, the clock running very low at this point. Are they aware about this player tucked in just below them? It's Doki who's lurking at the bottom of these lobby stairs. He could cause some real damage, and they've got the right idea. Here comes the push. No. Oh, Doki almost getting rid of him. Down to almost no HP here as well. One more bullet will be enough, but of course, there'll be a bit of team assist coming in. Gets his man down. Uno's there with the super shorty, really giving reason to its name. And Ashen, with it all to do in a 1v3. They've already won one this half, Tim. Or this game, sorry. Why not one more?
Just going to be searching, knows there's one on main stairs, can do nothing about it as Doki manages to pick up that final kill, and that is a good first defense from G2. SSG were patient, they were structured, they were working together as a team, but it wasn't enough at the end of the day. G2 did what they've done fantastically well through the tournament so far, and that was get trades. Every time they lost somebody, there was a death on the SSG side. They had to pay for every single kill they got, and that is what is going to keep G2 in this, affecting each other's deaths like that. Great stuff from them. They get the first of what I think is 3 essential rounds here, so the job is not done, because at least another couple need to go towards G2 before they can start feeling comfortable.
They win one more here, and I wouldn't be surprised if SSG are calling in that tack time. Like, you don't want to let them build in momentum. Look back to the silence of the first few rounds. Understandably, they could barely get a kill, let alone a round. But I think now that G2 are starting to warm in, they've got those 2 on the bounce. Starting to feel a little bit nervous if you're SSG. That have they finally woken up here? Is this where G2 become reactivated back on Chalet? Certainly could be.
Going to be up to Master Bedroom this time around. Just looking at the lineup for G2, nothing too wild. We've got Alamo on the Tubarão. We'll keep an eye on him, see exactly what that's used for, whether it's to maybe keep that breach closed and just prevent any push coming through there. It's half open already, so probably... Oh, no, they're reinforcing it now.
A lot of time wasting and a lot of denial. 4 C4s in back pocket for G2 here. You can, of course, use them laterally, but you always expect on a map like Chalet, where there is so much soft flooring, that there is going to be denial coming in from below. More than anything else, with the Kaid and the Tubarão together, it's about slowing SSG down. And I think it's a pretty good read from G2. I spoke about it in the previous round, but SSG did this full map clear where they all started, except for Ashen, on that northeast corner of the map, worked their way down, cleared the top floor, and were then thinking about what the site itself looked like. If G2 are reading into this and thinking, we can waste quite a lot of time here, we've just got to stall out a bit more with C4s and the electrification and the cryo, like everything we need to really bring things to a halt. Is he going to be slowed down more by the fact they've got a Monty on side, Tim? Forrest running that operator in this round. G2 have a pretty good game plan here. It depends entirely on how fast SSG want to move.
Yeah, G2 have basically given Library over to SSG. Benja's inside there now working towards Mezzanine, so they are going to look at getting the breach open. They're actually taking ground quite aggressively so far. RSSG with Fultz, Hash and J90 all pushing in. They've decided that this is goal time. Forrest is getting the diffuser down, and this is not good for G2. Loira, 1v4, diffuser down. Clutches don't come much tougher than this. He's going to try to get something going, but the Monty finds him, and without getting the kill on the Nitro, this is almost all but over here. 6-2 is looking very likely for SSG.
And the call just came back online for Benji. He's going to drop it immediately. Of course, Laura being around mute, Jammers will see that blocked away instantly. Not that it matters because of the Monty up. I'll tell you what, almost gets one there. Almost gets a second as well, but gives nothing. SSG just don't want to open that door to G2. I said they had to get this round over the line, otherwise you start to worry that G2 are building back into it. And then they remind us, Tim, they've steamrolled G2 for that first half. It can carry on into the second.
As I said, I felt that if G2 wanted anything out of Chalet, they needed 3 successful defenses to kick things off, to get them back in touch. At 6-2, they now need 4 rounds without answer. From what they've played so far, it's just not looking likely, Des, to be honest with you. They're going to go to Kitchen and Dining next. But again, SSG have just done so well there. They've taken what was given to them. They've taken Library, they've moved across, they've got aggressive onto Office Door, and they've just swarmed G2 from everywhere. There was absolutely nowhere safe. They were coming out of the walls, Des. It was just an absolute nightmare to be inside a site there, and Forrest was right on hand, straight in getting the diffuser down. SSG are just laser focused right now.
Speaking of laser, Tim, got the Aruni coming along. Don't get to see all that often these days. Very, very niche situations as she becomes an operator a team will roll out. And this one is just trying to impede SSG more than anything else. I think G2 are realizing a big thing that's giving success to SSG is they're moving in as a unit. You're being pushed on 3 or 4 angles at once. We're seeing a flurry of kills happen all at the same time. It's not like a a pickoff happens and the team readjusts and they get a second pick and then they readjust again. It often is a big fluid motion where the whole team is moving as a unit. If they're going to impede that and slow it down, things like frost mats and goo mines and ephemeria gadgets will help you isolate those gunfights a little bit better. But it just feels like G2 is scrambling for answers here against a very adaptive and very flexible SSG side.
Doki's taken a ton of damage at the beginning of this round as well, which leaves him in a tough spot. And on the Legion, you'd expect him to be roaming around looking for those opening engagements, potentially trying to get G2 a start into this. He can't do that now because one bullet is going to be enough unless he's finding somebody with an instant headshot and no response. He's going to give his life away for it. Alamo does manage to find Ash, and that's what G2 needed. Somebody else to step up there, get that entry kill, get them going. But look at the damage that's been done to Alamo again. Very, very low. They've now got 2 players on the side of G2 that basically need to avoid engagements if they can.
I'm sure Alamo backs himself to net a headshot on the first bullet, Tim. We've seen what he's done all tournament long, one of our highest rated players after the group stage. Expected when, of course, you have gone flawless and not dropped a map. It's fair to say he has been unleashed since dropping away from that IGL role just in this series. Him and the rest of the boys on G2 certainly not cooking at maximum heat. See if that changes in the second, but SSG starting to gather around here. Pressure from G2 starting to dissipate. Yes, they've got that starting kill. There's a lot of tools on side here for SSG to get this one done. You've got the smokes, you've got the frags, you've got the flashes, you've got the Monty. All the tools and ingredients required to pull off a successful execute.
Got the access that they need and are heading right towards it. Forrest is walking on in. Nobody can stop him because he's a big shieldy boy. And he's going to start putting that diffuser down, but Alamo with a nitro over the top. Finds his range and takes him down. J9O onto Loira, 3 versus 3, but the diffuser is down cold inside of sight. The big problem here for G2 is Alamo and Doki. Look how low their health is. Fultz finds one. They are now reliant on Blaz and a 5 HP at most, Doki.
A single shot onto him and he's gone to him, even through soft flooring, which is why it's so precarious. Blaz has got to do a lot of heavy lifting in this round, I feel, if they want to get it over the line. And they coming through, and Blaz has just ran straight into a headshot from Benja. That spray through the floor, going to find nothing, but J9O gets his man. What a statement from Space Station Gaming, Tim. A 7-2 win.
What are you doing, Blaz?
A lot of work to be done by G2 in the break here. Tim, I think they want to bounce back.
Yeah, they've quite simply been run over on Chalet. But the one thing that you can do if you're on the side of G2 is go, you know what? It wasn't our map pick. There's a little bit of them going to know we're better than that on that map.
Yeah.
But you can at least just tell yourself, look, it wasn't our map pick. We're going into Bank. That's where we wanted to play. We run it back. And we saw that earlier. You know, in the early games of M80 Dark Zero, where they were quick wins and the other were able to just run it back.
It's going to be some soul-searching, I imagine. This is where champions are made when everything starts looking tough. How do you rise? Will G2 bounce back, or will SSG take a clean 2-0 over their rivals? Find out after the break.
What a game, I think is the least that we can say about this, and we're still in map 1. Hello, welcome back. SSG G2 just finished map number 1 on Chalet, and it's a good thing that we had a graphic about call-out, especially with the cap from the PK Blinders, because this game was full of blind peeking, Leo.
I mean, it was an absolute frag fest. I was actually thinking that SSG were so fueled on confidence after beating FaZe today, they just went in and were like, okay, let's just spawn kill every round. And it was just working, everything was working. Forest went from 0-0 and 7 to 1v3 against G2.
Forest is the craziest person in this entire tournament. I said it in the last game, I'll say it in this game. I will say though, SSG's form, SSG's confidence is so good inside of this fixture. What do you do when you're going up against G2, probably the most informed team in the tournament? You go out there, you assert your dominance over them. SSG did that from the very first round. Not just the very first round, the second round as well. 2 flawless rounds, a big 1v3 clutch from Forest. It set them going and they didn't stop. They did not relent whatsoever.
And keep in mind, Benja used to be on this squad that eventually won the Invitational that we started the conversation about. When watching G2 throughout the tournament so far makes you get those feelings of SI23, but then what happens? SSG straight back and it sends you back to SI20 to what was going on there. This is a nostalgia fest and we're in the current year.
This isn't even G2 playing badly. This is SSG playing incredibly well, other than obviously a couple of rounds, but they really had the game done at that 5-1 defense split on Chalet, which is considered quite an attacker-sided map. I will say, you could have put G200 out of them there, and SSG would have gunned down every single one of them the way they were hitting shots today.
I will say there was opportunities for G2 to try and find a solution to this. I will bring the positives out of it. If you're getting an opponent that is highly aggressive, you bring the Monty, you slow the pace down, you regroup so that you have a trade potential. And I did not see that adaptation from G2. I don't know where it was. I don't know why the call was not made.
They were shell-shocked.
But they were shell-shocked at what happened.
That is the first map that G2 loses in this entire tournament. They've started 8-0, the only undefeated team, and here they take their first L on map number 1, Chalet. What a time that we are having. It seems like the tables do indeed turn, whether you like it or not, Leo.
Yeah, and actually I had a great example of how SSG was able to bring that alive, right? You look at the very first round. G2 are trying to be the ones aggressive. Look at this stance, they're trying to rush, but everybody's ready on the side of SSG. You see the C4, at the same time you see him Fools coming back from his room. At the same time, you see Ashen, that was all the way in master bedroom. He's already dropped, already aggressive. Look at Benja here.
I love that.
He knows Alemao so well to just have that pre-fire. Ashen with the boss G again. Fools, round 3, jump out here, bring back the man advantage. Another one here, ready to bring that aggression. Here, look, the jump in, Ashen is ready for it. And every single time, G2 seem completely discoordinated. But like, here, again, another spawn pick, and look at this 180. First kill, 180. Let me reload, and let's get another one. Amazing kills from Ashen.
And what do I notice about a lot of these engagements that were going on? This was SSG players taking 1v1 fights, but they're winning almost every single one of them. They're so aggressive and so confident.
But why is G2 feeding 1v1s to a team that is fueled on confidence? That's my issue here. What is the strategic mind behind this? Why don't you regroup?
They got drawn into a slugfest, didn't they? That's ultimately what happened, and they never got themselves back out of it.
The shell shock couldn't pull out of it, slow the game down, as you would really usually expect from any team, but especially from G2. We didn't get that, and you know what? Now map 1 is done. It's behind them. G2 are going to have to go back to the drawing board for this. SSG are definitely going to be running pretty out of it. Though, we still have potentially 2 more maps. We'll have to see what happens. We'll take a quick break when we get back into SSG versus G2 on map 2.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough. They just might not put in what it requires to really get there, because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
I'm Benjamaster and I play for Space Station Gaming. Last time I played with G2, now I'm playing with SSG. There's quite a few differences, like we are a bit more focused, we're preparing well. We have a good dynamic between like being serious when we need to and, you know, chill when we need to. Joining an NA team, I knew like some stuff about the culture and some of them are a bit crazy, but yeah.
Let's fucking go!
I want to play G2, I really want to. After we won against W7M, it was like a relief, you know, you have been training for like 4 or 5 years. At least myself, I believed that, you know, that moment would came, and, you know, it came, so it was more like a relief that, you know, it finally happened more than anything else. I mean, I know what it takes to win the hammer, and it's about like not putting too much pressure on yourself. You have to take it game by game.
Benja from SSG saying that he wants to play G2. Well, he played them in the server. That's for real, for sure, on map number 1. Chalet, 7-2 victory for SSG, but this is still for all the marbles. What happens on Bank? Will G2 be able to strike back, or SSG take a 2-0 and qualify directly to the main stage on Friday? Let's have that chat. What do you do if you're G2 to reset into it?
So right now, you're going to Bank, right? Very strong and confident map for them, right? It's comfortable, they're on a 5-win streak on it, so usually you just reset, and you have 2 choices. A, you go back to your defaults. You play this map the way you know how to play it, and you adjust. B, you go aggressive, and you go try and play that TDM game that SSG has brought on Chalet.
And I think if you get into that TDM game, that's a big risk in my mind, because I think that's how G2 just lost out on Chalet. Obviously, SSG are starting the attack. When you start the attack, you get to dictate the pace, because you decide if you're going to be the one rushing or if you're the one that's going to be going slow. You really get that onus. It is on the attack. So I think for SSG, the starting side is actually perfect for them in terms of this map pick. Obviously, they did get to pick the starting side because it was G2's map pick.
And if the issue on map 1, as we saw, was G2 not knowing how and when to slow things down, then starting an attack is exactly what you need. You dictate the pace as you explained, Jack, and just means that once you get to the other half, if you already did well on attack, it's going to be a tough time. Well, it might be a tough game here for G2, but we're going to have to get into it and see what happens on Bank. Will it be closed out for SSG, or will it be EU to strike back and take it to map 3? Thank you very much, Alphama and Fresh. We are in with Des and Ace. Please, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes! Welcome to the start of this best of 3. I've already made that joke once. It barely feels like we've had a map so far because it was that much of a run over, though. Bank, hopefully, is going to be a different story, but a little bit behind the scenes for you. I went out to the bathroom during the break, and so did SSG, and G2 were out there in a team talk, and naturally, SSG were yapping on the way to the bathroom. Enough that it got G2 to turn around and say, oh, shut up, man. Like, they're in there, and it's going deeper and deeper with every second that passes. Hopefully, G2 have got themselves composed here, and we get this series really, truly moving. But as it stands, they're 1 map away from dropping down to that lower bracket, and SSG will secure themselves a spot on Friday's stage.
Still very evenly split in our social prediction, 56-44 in favour of G2 here on Bank, given that it's their map pick. But, look, for me, map picks or no, G2 know how to play Chalet, top and bottom of it. And SSG were just much the better team, simple as that, in that first map. Whether that continues on the same trend, whether we see G2 after a little bit of time out of the server, chance to chat to each other, whether they can really lock back in and get it done here on Bank or not, we'll see over the next 7 to 15 rounds. We'll see how many we end up getting. But Blitz and Blackbeard will be our bans coming in. G2 defense on the left, so they are reversed as per the visual bug. So this is actually SSG's ban. They've taken away Blackbeard and Kaid, and G2 take away Blitz and a defender.
Probably his army, I'd imagine, because we know...
No, to be fair, Dorky likes to use his army down in server. So yeah, take away the Vigil, prevent SSG... I mean, Ashen had a field day on Vigil on Chalet, so prevent them using it around the map. Bank's a big map as well. It can be a nightmare chasing down a Vigil. Dorky will have his army available for the server hold that they did previously, which was really effective. So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
It does. When you look at how much SSG have had a chance to play the Azami, it's not a whole lot because she is banned away all the time. And Doki, when he gets the chance, plays on this operator.
Lawyer is actually brought to this round, but
there you go.
Generally speaking, in the server, I think you'll see the server hold from Doki's on Clash.
It's a rare occurrence, Tim, but maybe Lightning can strike here and they can get something magical cooking off. They're also hiding it at the very start of this round. Look, tucked in behind that CEO desk. We've seen a few teams do this. We saw FaZe do it earlier on, actually, against SSG. It was well hidden. It did lead to the round win because it proved to be, shock horror, a real problem, Tim. So we'll see how G2 make use of it in this round. Of course, normally playing inside a site is the go-to. It makes it impossible to repel in from the windows, but can also use it in different parts of the map at the same time. The reason you hide it away is because you can't then pick in something to deal with it. And looking at the lineup, you have got the Kali on side, you have got the Capitao. There are options here to deal with this.
Yeah, it should be reasonably easily dealt with once they come up against it, whether they've been brought specifically because of the thoughts of a clash or whether it is just happy coincidence for SSG. I don't know, but one way or another, they should have the tools needed so long as they can keep those two operators on the board. That's going to be the important thing. You feel G2 just need a couple of confidence boosters, a couple of good rounds to kick them off here on Bank. They're on the defense. They should be able to get it. Top floor, maybe down to bottom floor, just back to back them and let SSG know that they are in for a game. As it is, SSG just getting on inside of the map. Going to get the drones up there, so they will have a reasonable idea that the clash is there potentially. Might have seen it now, but either way, Doki is going to be able to take that drone down, and I know just holding at the time being at main door.
You don't care so much about the clash being hidden once the round's underway. It's about stopping them bringing in specific counters. So as we said, there's a couple of softer counters that will come into this round and hopefully help them deal with Doki. For now, completely unbothered, was hanging around Banana. Is at the other side of the castle barricade at the moment to contest onto these windows. Will feed a lot of information over to his team. Just has to be really mindful of not being shot in the back or from an odd angle as he steps across this top floor. You do get a lot of weird angles that get opened up, which you can be exposed to.
Kali just in position. I think they have recognised that that is where the clash is playing, so looking to potentially just create that shield break, but they need somebody else there to be able to put some shots onto Doki if they want to be able to get him taken out. The Kali cannot reload fast enough to then start doing damage as well. Doki just going to be feeding that intel back in that they've got one player located top square. It's going to be Ashen on the Ash that is in that position. SSG feel like they've got themselves kind of set up now. They've surrounded the site, they've got top square, they've got window, they've got Kali on elevator repel. They're sort of trying to soften things up, but haven't made too much direct progress yet.
They've had these spots for quite a while now, the last minute or so, and not really sure 100% how to move forward. So their breaking point is going to come around square, with Ashen starting to march his way in towards Doki. Bolt's also coming in from the backside, and Benja at the same time has jumped inside a stock. So three players all moving in unison, Tim, and they get rid of three players like nothing. G2, once again, completely folding, and Doki has got it all to do. This map's going to start the same way as Chalet did with a flawless round to SSG.
It's just more of the same from SSG. G2 must have watched SSG against FaZe this morning. They did the same thing. Multiple angles, multiple directions. We set up, we hold, we go together as a team, and they just get kill after kill after kill doing that. And it's not even, I'm not suggesting G2 aren't prepared for it, but I'm saying the same thing as I said against FaZe. What's the answer to it? Because you know it's coming, but okay, I'll challenge towards Ashen at square. Benja's just shot me from stock. Oh no, right, I'll look at Benja in stock. Ashen's just shot me from square. You know, what is the answer to it? Because they are doing it so cleanly. Normally, you look at that sort of situation, and the way it breaks down is because the teams aren't coordinated enough, and one's slightly ahead of another, and you get somebody who has that opportunity to challenge one and then move and challenge the other. SSG just aren't giving anybody that chance.
The thing is, G2 are a team that play the same way. They're very good at pulling off set-piece plays to punish players that are too far away from the rest of the team or just to take a certain bit of map control. They're very used to this sort of style of play. They do it themselves, like I've said. So it does kind of surprise you that they have yet to really find an answer to it. It's one of those where they're not in bad spots around the map. They've got the right idea with the Clash, for example. And it's a case, honestly, of hitting your shots and more often than not, but they've lost every single 1v1 that broke out in that round. Some of them they weren't competitive in because they weren't looking the right way. One thing's for sure, though, they've got to find the answer. I thought they might maybe discover it during the break and coming into Bank, their own map choice. But that reminder again, both teams really like Chalet, both teams really like Bank, and both teams really like Cafe. You're not looking at a weakened SSG side here with coming in no strats, for example, or weakened strats, or an expectation of losing. They're eyeing this up to be a 2-0, and Doki's fallen down here on that Azami. It's Ashen to start off with the entry, and he is flying this series, Tim.
Surely not starting out with back-to-back flawless rounds again for SSG. It was into the third round on Chalet before G2 were able to pick up a kill, and right now it is 6 without response. They could be looking down the same path. A bit of time to go yet, though. 2 minutes. SSG fairly comfortable that they've got map control, so they can start thinking about site itself and softening that up. Doki, as I said, had a really good server hold with the Azami, but that is gone. It's dust in the wind. It is no more because he has been taken out of the round. So now, what do G2 do? They're going to have to hold on to blue stairs for as long as possible. Loira now is in such a critical position.
Critical position, but a very exposed one. SSG, if they want to hunt him down and punish him for being out there by himself, they absolutely will. They've got the Deimos track onto him. They know exactly where he is, which could make this a little bit easier. Sure, Candela's come through. He can block those away, no problem. I'm more nervous about the 3 guns that are starting to surround him.
Just going to be taking drones out. They know that he's there. You know, SSG don't really need to throw too many drones at this. It tells them whether he's top or bottom, but other than that, they know that Loira is going to be playing this position the whole time. They've just got to find an answer to it. And it is an age-old question, and it is not an easy one to come up with a solution.
They're ignoring it.
If you're going against a Warden, the best way is either to ignore them or to push from the opposite side because the shotgun isn't that powerful at range. They're going to get the kill.
Baited.
That's big. Loira strays out of blue stairs. Forest is ready and waiting to pounce. Uno manages to find Ashen. Uno finds a big double. G2 desperately needed that, but Fultz has an opportunity to put the diffuser down, and nobody's going to be able to stop him. The cover is in place. It is secured. If SSG can get themselves above and hold that from up there, this round is over.
It is, and Fultz has planted. He's got 2 kills for himself for G2. It is not the retake of the dreams they wanted. They've been absolutely melted by SSG once again. Just when Uno got them a little bit of a reprieve with a 2K, they've just decimated them. And what I really loved was the hit coming in on main stairs and down through the hatch, suggested to Loira, oh, no one's here, I'm safe. Didn't know about the player inside of Dirt who got a freebie onto Loira as he strepped across. They are pulling G2 from pillar to post right now without response, and it's another round 2 timeout. Let's listen in.
Let's do basement home again. If they go for Doki, I want you flank heaven, okay? I want you Uno, like if you can, like go up man, and for completely to the end, top floor, if they go for Doki, okay? And if they go for the bomb side, Doki will have the smoke to have everything covered, okay? Like you can CO guys, like CO, let's play Doki a little below, okay? And same feeling, okay guys? If they go for clean the guy below, let's not fall back, like let's everyone fight, like drop lobby, drop main, drop stock, and let's fight everyone together completely to the end, okay guys? I don't want you guys like play push now, okay guys? Let's keep the pace, let's talk together, confident, let's go together, let's fucking go guys, let's fucking go.
Fight together being the key, Tim, and they have been picked off one by one every single time so far, so I don't blame Romalio for that being his advice to the team, but is it enough? Can you really just say, just play together and it'll all work out? I'm not so convinced.
I'm just looking at this G2 at the minute, and, you know, we've seen this from them occasionally at tournaments where they have that game where it just all comes crashing down. And we keep sitting here thinking, maybe the next round, maybe the next round, maybe they get back into it. And it just never really arrives. And right now, that seems more like the G2 that we are watching than maybe the one that we've seen over the last week. They absolutely have the ability to make a match out of this one and to fight back, but losing so many rounds on the defensive bank is not ideal from them. It's G2's map pick, which says SSG picked to start on the attack. But if they can get 4-2, 5-1 half here, SSG, you've got to back them to find a couple of defenses, Des.
Oh, 100%. Again, there are no slouches on this map. They will feel very happy if they go away, even with an even net round count. If G2 bounce back here and get a 3-1 across the next 4 rounds, you'll still be delighted if you're the North American side. Let's see though if G2 do play a little bit better here. They are playing scared, Tim. They are getting picked off one by one. So hopefully Romalio should help them realize some of the changes that they can make. However, they've just had, of course, a nice break between the games to have that kind of conversation. I'm worried that it's taken 2 rounds for another one to be needed. We've already seen SSG change at the pace a few times over, and I don't suspect they're going to give G2 any room to breathe.
Okay, just going to be dropping down there. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome up on the top floor.
Hello?
Immediate pressure. Maybe that's what G2 needed, a little bit of a livener, but Fultz taken down. Ash and Forest managing to find kills. SSG, once again, are in the lead.
They have the numbers advantage, and that is the big one. It's not bad for Alamal to be jumping out there. Like, I don't think he'd expect to play his life or find Fultz hanging around by Dirt Tunnel, but that's exactly where Fultz was waiting to drop in. So now Loira knows that he's under some threat down there for himself at the same time, so it's put them at more of a deficit than anything else. Yes, his gadgetry is down, but you're down a gun. Benja being taken down by Blaz. Now all things looking even. Problem is, Tim, we've seen SSG in 1v3s. They've pulled it out once before. They've came close in another. I don't think it matters here when they've got all these players still alive. And Uno now finished off. Ashen again continues his domination throughout the series. And Loira and Blaz have got to hold on. They get 1, but can they get the last 2?
That's a good response from G2. J9 manages to make it a 1v1. It's all up to him versus Blast. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. Blast just holding his angle for the time being. He's going to make J9 do the work here because realistically, J9 doesn't know where he is. Blaz playing this smart. He will have heard that drone go out, but he doesn't want to push. The flash does make him move. I think J9's got an idea, but he can't find him. Blaz just manages to beat him on the peak. The flash just wears off in time for him, and he takes the last man down. G2 get their first round on bank.
If that had gone against them, Tim, I think mentals would have been broken all over it again because you'd have had the timeout, you'd have had the chat about changing things, and it still wouldn't have worked. So in a way, thank God that Blaz has got away with the 1 versus 1. Just the work from Ash and pushing down main. He got 2 kills pushing down there. It was a great response from Blaz after losing so many gunfights throughout the series. I think he found himself sat down at 1 and 10 he was. Of course, getting a couple in the round could be enough. Laura getting the 2K that he did here, also a little bit of magic for the team. I love that SSG team, even in the 2v2, we're still looking to play together as well. We keep on commending their teamwork and how they work as a unit. That continues to build up, whether it's pushing in and playing for trades, whether it's all jumping in at the same time from different angles, there's always a response ready. 2-1 then after 3 rounds. Here we go for another quarter. Loki's across onto that Skopos, Tim. We love seeing this operator. Let's see what magic he can do with it.
And that's what G2 need. They need a bit of magic.
They need some magic.
They just need, you know, this is the moment where you need a player to step up, have a big 3K, 4K, you know, a huge round, absolutely dominate somebody, and then you can give a little bit back. You can get back in the mental game, and you can start, you know, pushing yourself on towards more rounds. So G2, 1-2 at the moment, continuing on the defense. Open area this time will be the site. Doki is just going to transport himself back into the site for the time being. We'll see whether we have any sort of shell switching action as the round progresses.
Good shot.
Nice.
So bringing down his former teammate and a good entry shot. I've seen G2 on the receiving end of those 1v1s far too many times now. And I think back to, Benja throughout the tournament. I've mentioned earlier that he's had a few good games, but at points has been a little bit off the beaten path, has been outpaced by his opponents. In this series, he started out pretty hot on this map. He's definitely struggling a little bit more. You can see G2 starting to win out some of these gunfights. Exacted back the other way. Big problem is, though, that Dokubi's offline. Spoke about this operator so many times. So powerful when it comes to the team pushing forward or trying to hit the site itself. With that away, it does take something away from SSG's attack.
I think SSG want to get top floor control here, but they've got Forest and Ashen again just kind of stalled out. They're outside of stock windows. They're doing a bit of droning, but there's no movement from them at all at the minute. J9 and Fultz are on the front side of the building trying to work towards the same thing. They've got Alamau locked inside a janitor, but they don't really have an answer at the minute. This is going to be a hot drop straight into sight. They've gone with the hatch. Are G2 ready for this? No, they are not. The kills come in, and G2 G2 all of a sudden are on the back foot, and it's body after body. A beautiful attack from SSG, just spotting the opportunity and taking it. The diffuser goes down. Loira, he's fighting gallantly to try and get his way back in, but there's nothing there for him. J9O takes him down, and it's another round to SSG, and that was again just such well-timed aggression from them. They saw the chance, Daz, and they took it.
G2 all off site. What are you going to do? Hit the site. Nothing they could do to respond. This is the problem. You have one decent round and everything can still crumble off the back of it.
So quiet for G2 at the minute as well. The energy is so low there. They're obviously really feeling a bit beaten up at the minute by SSG.
Just painful. Start good in some of these rounds and then SSG just step it up a gear, up another level. Great rapid repel in here as well to decimate Doki on that push. And to keep, I can't praise enough the team play out of SSG.
So
it has looked so good. Yeah, I spoke about Scars, I think, earlier in the week, and I was saying you can see how close they are to getting things right on the attacks in some of their games, but they're always a second or two behind each other. They're slightly desynced. For SSG, it feels like they're in perfect sync, and you can't seem to stop them. There's always 3 or 4 gunfights all happening at the same time, and G2 cannot react quickly enough.
It feels like for SSG at the minute, it's like, let's all just wait, find where everybody is, and then it's like they're just assigning people to each other.
That's what they call split theory, Tim.
Yeah, it's just, J9O, Doki's yours, Alamo's mine, Ashen, you're going to get Blaz, and it's just like, right, 3, 2, 1, go, and they're just like heat-seeking missiles. They just, bosh, go straight in, and their targets all drop at the same time. It's unbelievable stuff from them right now.
Beautiful, and just questions still remain around the number of kills that G2 are managing to stack up across those first 4 rounds. It really isn't many. A lot more to come, I'm sure, but maybe not in this series from G2. They've had that tack time out, as we saw back after the second round. There's no second chances here to get things right, boys. It really is now or never. J9O inside of ATMs with the Monty, joined by Forest off towards his right-hand side, and their focus is in the lobby. Elsewhere, though, it's Ashen and Benja working off towards Square. And I was going to say a potential backstab coming through Garage from someone, question mark, but nope. It was Loira who's hanging around on main stairs.
Benja's just going to be working his way through, will continue to do so, just seeking for utility underneath. Can he pick anything up? Just remove those obstacles that might be ahead of them. 3-1 SSG then, don't blink, check your TV, your monitor, whatever you're watching us on. If you've just joined, you are seeing it correctly. SSG 1-0 after a 7-2 win on Chalet, and currently 3-1 up on Plank, and just looking like they are playing on a different level at the minute. It's checkers versus chess right now. G2 need to get themselves back into it. Fultz is going to continue to open up that elevator wall. That's going to, again, remove more options for G2. Loira has taken a lot of damage there. Doki's taken some as well, but it's not all one way. J9O just breathing in a bit of that toxic babe canister as well. It's just going to impede the progress of the Monty for the short-term future, at least.
C4 coming over, but not being pulled in time there, I think, realising they aren't going to find the Monty. Shot away as well. Still 2 players dancing around here, but Tim, the angles they're being peppered from, like, look, there's a Monty in your face, there's a window coming in, you're worried about someone coming down ATMs, you're worried about the rappel. Just a million and one things for G2 to think about. They look like they lack absolute confidence and trust in each other. They're not quite sure if angles are being covered, and at this point, SSG can just pick them off. One comes back, but as soon as they get something, Tim, 2 more go the way of SSG.
Whilst this has all been going on, Ashen has worked on a backstab over from Square. He's managed to get himself done, but G2 react fantastically well. Loira, Blaz, stand up when it counts. That was looking really dangerous. SSG did what they have done all day. Made a lot of noise over on that spiral side, and then sent Ashen in from Square to just get a couple of kills really cheaply, but G2 reacted much better this time. Get themselves another round. I think SSG, regardless of what happens in round 6, will be happy with 3 successful attacks, but we'll be looking for a 4th, of course. G2, they've got to scramble this last round, as they need a 3-3 split as a minimum.
It's going to feel like a real steal if G2 walk away with this half at a 3-3 split. Doesn't feel like they've done enough to deserve it, but all that matters at the end is what those numbers at the top of your screen read. Loira with a massive 3K, it's worth stressing, I think really saved the round, Tim. He gets Fultz, Ashen and Benja, a headshot onto each of them, all in the space of about a second and a half. Big round from him to keep his team in it. Otherwise, that Monty starts to dominate as the numbers dwindle. Certainly no complaints from his teammates. You saw the response and just how much it means to have even 2 rounds on the board. That's as many as they got back on our previous map. So, can they make it into 3-2? Can they get the 3-3 split? We find out now. It's going to be a defense at the first floor, which means we jump up onto the top floor for our hold, playing through those vertical angles, and also having to force SSG to clear out more of the map than just going direct towards site. No shields on side suggests to me that we're not going to see a rushing towards site.
Also just going to take out the camp from inside of there. That's going to remove the main lobby intel at least. We've got Ashen and Forest stacking up on the windows. Meanwhile, Loira still doing a little bit of prep work here, just making himself comfortable inside of stock corridor. SSG, of course, going to want top floor, so we know how key that stock corridor can be. When you look at taking that, it gives you a lot of rotation options and a lot of control. Blaz is up there supporting Loira as well. Just needs to be careful with Forest on those windows that he's not overexposing himself and taking any damage.
Indeed, moving then. Not a bad start. No one being picked off on either side. It's probably more of a blessing for G2 than it is SSG. In terms of how they're setting up, it's similar to before, where you've got to focus in towards ATMs. A couple of players were over on that side of the map, and then as we've seen before, there's always been a bit of a focus coming in around square, mainly towards Ashen and Benji that have had their focus over here. There's a lot of window play, Fultz especially, try and dig things in. The longer range shots coming in, as you can see from J90, and Doki's found 2 to begin with as well on the jump out. There's no player here to respond this time, Tim, because it was Fultz that was hanging around dirt that got the trade back onto Alamau. So Doki gets away with 2, won't find himself picked up on the way back in. Massive start for G2.
Yeah, that's huge. Exactly what G2 needed a couple of rounds ago. If you remember, I said they need somebody with a big hero play to just step up, get a bunch of kills, and just open a round up. That's exactly what Doki's done with that jump out. A lot of success found from that, and it just tumbles from there. This is what we see. It's that chain reaction. G2 able to pick up 2 more. 5 versus 1. J90, he's got 1 minute and 15. It's about the only thing he does have in his favour. Walks into an FNAT, and you can see this circling, this sharks at this point. It's going to be Blaz to pick him up. G2, they have never needed a flawless round more than that, I don't think.
No, they haven't. And it's a good way to end it, given how it started with a flawless towards SSG. It might instill a little bit of belief in the boys here that they can still do it. Big thing now is they're going on to the attacking side. It's that total flip, Tim. I always say it, 2 halves to a game of Siege. You're hoping to see a strong attacking G2 come out here. It will be one hell of a comeback, one hell of a recovery given how this map started, if they can recover on bank and go through to that 3rd map and put on a hell of a show on Cafe. This is the big jump out for Doki that made it all happen. It was Fultz, as I mentioned before, the one that was still on the ground when Alamau jumped out and the trade was able to be secured. But here, nothing quite going back the other way.
There's no Claymores. No Claymores on side. If you're going to play on the windows, you're asking for trouble at that point. If you're not going to claim all those, you know, we see the jump out so often. Even when you've just got 2 on there and it's kind of a 50-50 game, quite often you will lose out. It's just pop up then as to which window they come out of. But we move on to round 7. SSG will move on to the defense this time. They're going to kick things off down in the basement. Got the vision blockers there, so the drones won't be able to see too easily into blue. They're going to have to go on in there to get any sort of information, and likely will be taken out as they do. We've got setup still continuing. Forest was inside a server, so I think there'll be some FNATs placed in there as well. ADSs all completely stacked up on blue, so that tells us straight away that SSG are not going to be letting that staircase go easily.
Why should they, Tim? It's always good to fight it. Of course, no Warden on side, but maybe in anticipation that you're not going to see G2 dig in with Candelas, for example. They have got flashes they can play behind as well as the smokes. But you don't need to overwhelm. Like you say, the ADSs might just prove to be enough here. So I kind of worry that actually SSG have predicted the lineup coming out of G2 and are ready for it.
Yeah, interestingly, it is going to be Ashen that's actually playing in this position. I would have thought it maybe had been the smoke shot.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because he's got the Jaeger shot.
I like this.
There we go. So it just allows J90 that freedom to stay back in lockers. We always say this, when you play the smoke on blue stairs, you're forgoing your plant denial. You know, you're losing those toxic babe canisters because the player is playing their life there. So we will see how effective that Jaeger shotgun can be on the close angle. Entire wall opened up to give J9 the maximum opportunity to get those smoke canisters into the right place. But first, G2 are going to have to clear out Blaz.
They saw all the utility dug in there as well, so it's not like the end of the world for G2. They've overcome the drone blocker that was in place. They've seen the ADSs. They've seen that Vulcan canister. They've seen the Jaeger with a shotgun. They know that's going to be a royal pain to chew through, unless, of course, you can get Blaz in there and start chewing away all of that utility. But, Tim, we're already halfway through the round. To start on that now would feel a little bit late, to be honest with you. They may well have to let this one go and try and attack elsewhere.
Very possibly. Watch as Alamo rotates now. They've got control of the hatches here of G2, but like you say, without an answer to server, Fultz is also playing down in server as well with the Azami. This is the position that we actually saw Doki have so much success from that I was talking about. This is a real problem for G2, and it is one of those situations where you think as a team, maybe you've just got to call it and say, you know what, we don't have time or the utility to battle through all of that. Go main stairs and garage, you know, do so, go for a lobby drop, go for something different. And it looks like main stairs are at least going to be part of that plan as Doki tries to start pushing down. He's got Alamo in support, but G2 look a little bit lost right now.
Blaz is going in for the lobby drop along with Uno. I think it'll be a Blant coming in more from the back side. So a take from this side could be a little bit risky. It's J9 they've got to face off against there. Still droning in for now. They've got a bit of time to play with. 2 players out in security will be ignored or at least isolated away from this initial gunfight. But that means G2 need to build up kills at the very start if they're going to make this work.
Doki's just trying to grab a bit of ground here. Goes down, needs to wait for that Vulcan canister to burn out, but this is it. They've kind of telegraphed what they were doing here, G2, and SSG are ready for it. Flawless round, they've stood tall. Absolutely nothing for G2 doing there. They had no plan to break down server and blue stairs hold. When it came to dropping into vault and moving down main stairs, it was all just a little bit late. It took a bit too long, so SSG, they were ready and waiting. Hang on a minute, we're at 2 minute 30, Des. They're not in server, they haven't come to blue yet. Where else are they going to go? Are they in garage? Nope. So it tells you exactly where they are. And SSG were well prepared. Great round from them defensively.
We looked at the start without the Warden, and I was like, okay, then you'll see a lot of flashes coming in. But G2 had 2 flashes, they had 2 smokes, and it was like, this is actually a perfect lineup from SSG. But I don't know if it's a case of G2 have like misdroned and not realised what it was they were facing off against or what they could be coming up against. But they certainly didn't adapt their lineup to deal with it. And I was looking at the stats the other day because I saw, obviously, Joystick playing an awful lot of Jaeger. It's one of his go-tos. And I was like, how much Jaeger have we really seen? And after a few days of group stage play, I think picked a total of 56 times. A quarter of those were by Joystick himself. And I was like, that's kind of cool to see. So for G2, probably somewhat surprised by seeing a shotgun-wielding Jaeger stacking up blue stairs like the good old days and no smoke and no Warden being seen. It was definitely a good response from SSG, and that to me just screams counter-prep. They knew what G2 were likely to bring and came in with their own ideas to deal with it. Really smart stuff. They're now up at 4 and 3. G2 are once again sent back to the drawing board to find some answers here to deal with SSG setups on this map.
What a day SSG have had, realistically.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly going to end with a big finish as well. They came into the upper bracket, one of the 3rd place teams, so one of the lowest placed teams coming into the upper bracket. Not only have they beaten FaZe, they're now 3 rounds away from beating G2 and guaranteeing themselves a spot in the live stage finals one way or another.
And at least with how things are going over on the other stream, it could be BDS, it could be Unwanted they're coming up against, but imagine bringing down FaZe, G2 and BDS. Oh, horrific. You basically eliminated any real top contender for the tournament there. Of course, there's others that you'd look at, like W7M, but they lost their game earlier on
Who are you
today.
going to be afraid of at that point?
Exactly, and you really start backing yourself to win the whole thing. I think it builds up towards that point for now. They're sort of get through G2, but they are doing so in fine fashion. G2 are the ones that are now being demanded. Answers are being requested from them. Questions are being put to them. They haven't really found the full answers just yet. Either way, signing ourselves out on this window repel from Blaz, blowing away those castle barricades to expose some more vision into site itself. For now, Alamar's got to get himself up towards the top of Spiral, and with these Yokais running around, I'm a little bit concerned that they'll be able to force this Monty away.
Potentially, Doki does manage to find a nice kill onto Forest. He missed his opportunity there. He did have shots. If he hits the headshot, it's a different ball game. But Ashen, he steps up and just manages to mop Doki up. He's going for the Monty, takes him down as well. It's all feeling a little bit desperate from G2. They're just forcing these situations because they have no choice. And it's not working out for them. 4v2 now, and SSG can just dig in. They've got Fultz inside the site. Ashen, Benj are all what? They've got J9 in stock corridor. There's nowhere that G2 can go here where they're not going to be in a fight.
They just look completely outcast. How on earth Ashen has sat there then with a UMP and brought down Doki and then taken the 1v1 against the Monty with his back against the wall where he can't get back into sight and brings down both. It's, dare I say, borderline unforgivable, Tim, from G2. You've got to be punishing far harder than that. But they look unstoppable. There is nothing more that G2 can do. SSG are up to 5-3, Tim. 2 more rounds and they guarantee a spot in those live stage games on Friday.
2 more rounds. No tactical timeout available to G2. That has already been used. So they are now in a very tough spot. They've got to respond on the fly, and they're on the attack of Bank. It could have been a real masterstroke from SSG here, taking attack to begin with. They've put themselves on the defense, and you feel like they're on the downhill now. They're really in control of things here, and G2 are struggling to find any small opportunity. Like this situation, it's your Capitao and your Monty working upstairs together. You get the first kill, but then all of a sudden Monty's battling on his own and having to drop his shield and take a fight. You're asking for exactly what they got, essentially. And SSG, they just seem to be in the zone at the minute. They are cool, they are calm, they are not rattled by anything. A Monty in the face, no problem. I'll just get a headshot onto him. They're just coming away with almost everything.
I think even we're feeling a second-hand shell shot for G2 here as well. It's crazy to see them being absolutely dominated by SSG. We spoke about the flawless group stage they had, 8-0 on maps. No one could stop G2, it seemed. They were, set up to then become one of the favourites to win the whole thing. But today, it's of all days to not show up, Tim. When you can secure a spot on the live stage, that is what's happening, which now means over the next couple of days, they might have to play some more games and potentially could even find themselves going home.
Look, like I've said, G2 have shown us the form that they are capable of. Everybody has a bad day in tournaments. G2 fans have just got to hope that, this is the only one that G2 have, because heading into the lower bracket, they won't get any more chances. They're going to have to cruise all the way through to the final if they want to get there. And honestly, coming into the day, I would have said, I think G2 continue in the upper bracket, whoever they play out of FaZe SSG, but it's just definitely been one of those bad days at the office for them, so far at least.
And I wouldn't even take it fully away from SSG. They've definitely exploited that bad day to max. And it's not like G2 have been outright awful. There's definitely things they've done well, but SSG have just had a response to seemingly everything coming their way. Open as staff, we're going to find ourselves in for round 9 then. Doki starting his little creep in, seeing what he can do. Round towards that lobby side. Nook is very infamous with this map, I think, or very synonymous with it. You think about garage crouch walks from a Nook and the damage that they can do. We've seen some up main stairs, some on the basement sites doing a lot of damage as well. So much so that actually for a long time, Nook was banned away on this map for that exact reason, Tim. Don't think we're quite going to see bans towards Nook at this competition, given the strength of shields right now. Still very potent, especially with the recent changes where that gadget can last forever.
G2 have just got a presence on both sides of SSG at the minute. Attention towards Square, which is what we're seeing here, challenging in towards Janitor. But we've got Doki who's worked in the loan office on the knock as well. We'll see what he does later in the round. But Loira manages to find Fultz, so there's a trade at least. But Uno was taken down. Big loss on the side of SSG. That's your smoke gone, so you've just lost a little bit of denial there. Also, big damage onto Jane. I know he's lucky to get away with that. Shots going down from above quite often find the head. It's a big part of the target, but Doki's going to get caught out.
Saw the head.
Surely he saw him. How has the Legion not gone back in for some more there? He dropped himself back into sight. Benja, I would have thought that would have been far too tantalising a morsel to ignore, but no, he plays the sensible game.
You've got to win this.
Another challenge. Doki has to come away here, but no. Ashen switches to the shotgun and finds his man. Alamo gets the trade.
G2 might be securing trades, but the key thing is SSG are getting the kills first. They're whittling this team down, and there's still a clash on side. And they can waste loads of time here. They've played it completely perfectly, always willing to play their lives in the roam, the same as they were against FaZe, and G2 just cannot unravel it yet. Down to the last 20 seconds. They're going to run out of time, Tim.
Forrest needs to be careful here because the gap is being closed, and that's the issue. He needs somebody to be able to challenge and protect him, otherwise the shield break will come in. Loira manages to find Benja. J9 onto Alamo.
They can't get away with it.
Desperately needs some support here, but there's none coming. He does somehow survive. No! Loira finds both in the absolute last gasps of the round.
Let's go.
Forrest so close with the clash. It was just... I think if he goes the other side of the counter, he has a much greater chance of surviving that situation. He backed himself into a corner and he allowed that gap to be closed. There's a clash. You want to keep a little bit of distance. You don't want them right up in your face like that. So maybe just a little bit of a misstep. SSG maybe showing that they are human after all.
Maybe so. I mean, Loira, again, it's the second round this map that is all but solo won for his team.
11-6.
Back in round 5, they lost the entry, got a 3K to save his team. In this round here, he's done really well in the 2 versus 2 because for me, SSG have whittled down those numbers of G2 around the map and left it so that their actual execute was going to be really really ineffective. Like, in what world is it okay to have a Ram having to chase after a Clash dug in behind the kitchen counter? Normally it's a Monty making that cross, or you go for a full sprint and a crouch down. But Loira, to a degree, pulling off the bait, you know, having to get the diffuser down, comes off and they get 2 kills. It was a big call that they made, but they get the kills they need to get the round over the line. They've now got to find something extra, though, Tim, on these other sites, because they're still down a round. And SSG will be going to 2 other sites here. I imagine down in the basement and then up on the top floor again, where they've already seen success. And that is all they need to get the game closed out.
Things changing up a little bit for SSG. We've got the Tachanka on site, which would suggest to me that the smoke will probably play in blue. We've got Ashen just applying Vulcan canisters out there, so that would suggest that that is going to be a position that they want to hold. I would think that the smoke plays out there, the Tachanka plays in lockers for the plant denial. Maybe vice versa, I guess, but it makes more sense to have the smoke on blue because you've got the shotgun for the close range engagement, and then you've got Forest on the Echo as well, so quite a different approach here. We've seen Forest already have some success with the Echo earlier today. I think he got a 3K with the Echo. Fantastic round from him, so definitely already warmed up on the operator.
It's more the amount of stall available to SSG here. We spoke about this a bit on the previous map, that if G2 here don't find themselves attacking in good pace, as they haven't before, let's not forget they got stuck on blue stairs and couldn't crack it open, and then got absolutely ruined trying to hit the site itself. There's so much available to SSG that even with 60 seconds on the clock, G2 are going to struggle to close the game out.
Interestingly, the smoke is not playing on blue. They've given blue stairs up. Ashen was there to kind of soft hold it with the Goyo, but one nade goes in, burns the Vulcan, and that's it. He's retired back to server, and he's going to try to hold from there. So a little bit more of a gentle hold of server and blue from SSG. G2, they need to take advantage of that, get themselves in there and take the ground. If something's offered to you, you got to make sure that you claim it.
Well, they've heard the call that it's for free, but do they still know that there's a player dug in? Surely they know about Ashen.
Yep.
And sure enough, they do. Blaz finds his man. That's the entry of the round, going G2's way. And it's starting to look to square up to like a pretty standard take here. Do all you can to keep it alive, but will they watch it here? He can just step back in and step straight back out again, but they've seen the drone. It is gone. Still one more available. Don't forget what I said, though, Tim. They can still waste a lot of time here with 3 smokes, with Benja, of course, on the Chanka, and they've still got a Yokai alive.
Yeah, of course. Benja is playing out in Garage, so he's got a nice straight shot through there with the Shimika launcher. Going to see Alamau going down. Uno is putting the plant down, though, and the smoke, Yokai is going to stop him. That could be big. The Toxic Babes go out. The smokes aren't really, sorry, the Shimika launcher, it's not really landing the fire in the right place from Benja, so he just needs to sort his line out. It's a bit more difficult because it takes a bounce. Loira does manage to take him down. Loira's going huge, double kill.
Straight up from Garage as well. He's been the X Factor in a couple of rounds. It looks like he might be in this one. 2 kills for himself, make it a 3rd. He is unleashed, really giving meaning to the demon part of his name here. G2 have pulled things square. It might not be the whole team that's awoken, Tim, but Loira, he's here to play.
G2 have really locked in the last couple of rounds, and it makes me feel like we've got much more of a competitive matchup here. It felt like SSG were just operating on another level, like they were starting to cruise to victory, and it'd be a quick 2-0, but we're going to have that tactical timeout.
On the CEO, I'll be frank, it's going to square when I say that. So,
There is real irony in this team being so loud in game and so ridiculously quiet during timeouts that we can't
despite you.
100%. I mean, it's fairly so. Why give away you know, what the team's been thinking about, how they're working on things? Like, if you can keep it concealed, then more power to you. But that is SSG realising, all right, things are getting a bit scary now. G2 are building back into it. The one thing I'll stress, Tim, it has relied a lot on Loira to get the job done. You can't rely on one player to constantly be the X factor. For a map, maybe, and of course, across a few rounds here, he's done just that. But if he dies in the entry, for example, then what?
The big thing for me is, I commented on the energy and the mental for G2 earlier. It looks like it's on the rise now. They're starting to feel that it's possible. They're starting to get that taste that we could do this and we could take this to a map 3. And I'm sure there's been a point where they might have been thinking that that wasn't going to happen because SSG just kind of had all the answers. But G2 definitely have dug in over the last couple of rounds, and we're seeing something a little bit more positive out them. They're starting to win the fights. They're starting to create the space. They just need to keep on walking.
Woo! All right. Walking it up towards overtime, assuming the teams can get one more round each. Winner of this one, I think, gains a big momentum advantage as well, knowing that for SSG, they win this round, one more's all they need. G2 will be a little bit rattled by that. G2 win at SSG. Maybe start feeling a little bit rocked that you can't get it over the line, and there we go. Fult's taken down. The Star Blaz has found his man. This is where you start seeing a comeback to the resurgence from the European side.
I think it probably is. Like I say, we've seen so many Siege games, Des. You just get a feel sometimes for the ebb and flow of games, and you just get this feeling in your bones that a team might just be picking it up. And that's what it feels like for G2 right now. Blaz with a big opener. Fultz goes down. That's the Kiba barricades off the table. A big, big start for G2. It's really going to help them. Fultz last time was the player in and around the castle barricade, making it difficult for them to think about repelling him, for them to think about pressuring from the windows. That's not going to be the case anymore.
I think they struggled to get the castle barricade removed. In fact, yeah, it's still in place inside of sight on B. More leaning towards Blaz here, and thinking the case have gone 6 available. We've already tossed a nade at it and failed, but they do need this out the way. Otherwise, it gives such a good angle of protection towards the defending team here. They can play inside sight a little bit easier. So that needs to go at some point. When it goes, of course, entirely up to them. It can be more looking towards the execute, but they have got to move things, and they're also struggling to clear away this bulletproof camera. That's difficult. If there's someone below with a C4, which I don't believe there is. No, there is not. But it doesn't mean you can't get swung, Tim, as you try and step inside.
Yeah, they've got to be doing better with those nades, that utility. Like you said, the castle barricade's still in place, the bulletproof's still in place. Got to be making sure that you've got effective use of them. Just signalling that they want the wall open. That will be done as the ace charge is launched across square.
Yep.
And will start opening that wall. So they've got the wall open, they've got the window control.
It's clear where they want to plant is going to be in this corner, but I think they need a bit more. There's no real pressure inside of Janitor right now.
Yeah,
Boris has still got the Yokais, for example. Ashen has brought down that castle barricade, anticipating that this might be the execute that comes through. So it feels like SSG have read into it a little bit, Tim, and they feel somewhat ready for it as well.
25 seconds left to go. G2 are going to have to get moving, and here comes a backstab from Alamo. He's going to move his way up spiral, and SSG might not be quite ready for this. Blaz does get taken down, but here come G2. Loira again. Alamo from behind. He's slipped the net. He's got himself in. It's all up to Benja 1v3. Uno's putting the diffuser down. He's not going to be able to take him out. And that's it. The diffuser is secured, and Benja has it all to do. 1v3 fighting back. He's low health. There's no way that he gets these, surely. That's the curse.
Tim,
takes down Loira. The final boss is gone. It's a 1v2 now. But no, Uno is there, and G2 get themselves onto map point and keep fighting in the upper bracket against SSG.
You've had a real habit of speaking some crazy things into existence this week, Tim. I was like, don't you dare, don't you dare. All right, map point.
Play against low attacks. So let's keep it up.
And his statement there is he doesn't feel that SSG can play against slower attacks. And I think we saw this against FaZe. We spoke about it actually back in their first map. Was what we got to a point of was FaZe, even on the attack of Consulate, sitting on yellow stairs for a minute and a half and just saying they'll come to us at some point. They'll be forced to move by something, whether it's drones that scare them or they get a bit impatient, they will move. And more often than not, we did see those angles being held, end up netting a kill for that side. SSG a little bit too skittish. I think if we're going into the basement, which it looks like we are, they can dig in quite happily here and don't feel the need to go wandering around the map and walking into the waiting arms of G2. G2 are going to be the ones that have to command things. So sure, slow attacks might be effective for G2, but I think downstairs they're going to need something a little bit special. It was Loira last time. Will Lightning strike twice? Or can someone else become the hero for them?
Loira at 15-7 now.
It's flying.
Having an absolute stormer of a game when G2 need it most. Before the tournament started, obviously we sit down, we do a lot of preparation, a lot of notes, and in my notes for G2 was Loira in big bold letters, exclamation mark. Is this going to be the big tournament for him? And I think he's really stepped up for G2 so far. He's definitely a star player in the making on this side, and he's proving why today.
We spoke about it during groups that when Blaz and Loira joined, I know there were a lot of question marks, like why on earth would you let Virtue go? Why would you make these changes and bring in these players like this? And it always comes back to a very common saying that we hear in competitive Siege, which is trust the process. They believed that they'd found what they needed in these two players, that there were changes needed to continue G2's build towards a successful, potentially even championship-winning team. It is getting there, at least what we saw in group stage. Of course, there's still work to do, and Loira's been putting up big numbers throughout. Still a little bit of growth needed from Blaz, I think, but even he's playing pretty well in the competition, Tim. It might take one or two more tournaments to get them to that stage where they really are world-beating teams, but at least from what we've seen, there's the potential there.
So SSG have gone back to the hold that we saw from them previously. The Tachanka and Smoke hold didn't really work. So this time, it's Ashen with the Jaeger shotgun on blue stairs again, supported by Fultz inside of server. Last time around, G2 had no answer to this. They weren't able to get themselves into server. 25 seconds left to go. They just had to push main stairs and drop Vault Hatch and try and get something going. It didn't work for them. SSG read into it beautifully. Will G2 commit more this time to getting this area cleared out? It's essential for me that they succeed here.
They've got 3-4 players all squaring up for this hit by the looks of it. Tim Doki coming up through dirt, Uno, Loira and Alamau all at the ready as well. They want to break this open.
Seeing the utility start to rain in. That's going to be Kiba barricade taken out. Fultz is going to be forced to move here. He's taking damage. He's taken out. Alamau manages to get the kill, and that leaves Ashen all alone. Doki took a lot of damage along the way, but once they clear this Jaeger out, there's going to be very little to stop them getting on into sight. I imagine somebody is going to take some space inside a server so that they can push Ashen from both sides. G2 need to recognize which side the Jaeger is at, and I think they have. They know that he's moving down, so they challenge from above. They just need to keep the distance so that they've got the advantage, and they managed to find the kill. They've done it beautifully. 45 seconds left to go, and G2 are rolling here, but Benja comes out with some crazy aggression to retake with a double kill, Des!
You never expect to see it, but it's happened, and Loira's on for it to himself. Blaz hits one more, and Benja's on for 3, almost 4! But Alamau finds the kill he needs. G2 tie up the series against all odds, and we're going to have to go to Cafe to settle this one.
On the edge of our seats is an understatement as Benja bursts into server to retake that ground. It looked like the round might be over, but G2 were able to find a way. Alamau in the 1v1 gets the final kill. G2 hold on. Loira 17 and 8 had dropped Elevator and got yet another double in response. G2, they take us to map 3.
Growing in confidence at G2, but SSG cannot be underestimated. It's going to take 3 maps to settle this upper bracket showdown between these two teams. For now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, our analysts will break it down for you. See you in a few.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test, and it meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Down here, Sachiemi! And brought it all the way back!
Baixa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
How can it get any tighter, you might ask? Well, we have your answer. G2 bring it back, and they take us to map 3, but we have to talk about a bank because these highlights, the way that they were going, it was a one-man show, but my God, we were tap dancing throughout all of this, Jack.
Yeah, being real, Milosh, it looked like it was going to be more of the same. SSG started like a house on fire out there again on bank. It took one big 1v1 clutch from Blast to come out there and actually even get G2 around. And then one man stepped up. It's not the meta game, Milosh. It's the Loira game, because that's exactly what happened. 3K, 4K, 3K, 3K. The man was single-handedly carrying G2 to success, especially once he got onto the attack. He was devastating. He was so concise. He was absolutely just going for absolutely everything he could. Even there, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. Get off the planet, get the kills, that was the win condition, and he kept doing it.
And that is why you never give a clutch to a team like G2. That is exactly the kind of thing that will completely swap the momentum, give them the energy to go back in it. And if you look at the beginning, SSG 3-1, for me the biggest round difference is round 5. That's when they started playing. That's when they started feeling confident, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just showing that Loira there, 17-8 on the KD. Absolutely massive for him. And I think he was a player that obviously G2 looked to. And they brought him in all the way over from Brazil for Stage 2. Didn't have the best Stage 2, didn't have the best 6 months, to be honest, joining G2. But in the LCQs and in this tournament, started to come alive and really realize that potential.
For me, Loira was the turning point. Not only did he get 17 kills, but he did at a very important moment. Initial kill here into round 9 to get into the bomb site. Mind you, it's 3-5. And they're about to lose. 8 seconds left. Clash is still in kitchen. He fakes the plant, and as soon as he hears the drop, goes for the fight here, and then kills the Clash straight after. That's insane. Here, again, they're in the wrong position. 30 seconds left, 4v4. He gets not only 1, he will get a second kill here onto red. It's now a 4v2, and he gets a third pick all the way deep into red and saves the day for G2. Now 2 rounds in a row. That's the lure I showed for you, just fragging their way into it. And at the last moment, match point, he's the one that gets the pick onto blue stairs. And when things are not going well for these guys, he's the one that drops and gets another kill into red, straight headshot, and a smoke after that.
He's so decisive. All 3 of those clips, he knew exactly what he needed to do and when he needed to do them. Even when there was such little time left on the clock there, that decisiveness literally won G2 rounds and won them the game.
3 rounds. He saved 3 rounds of 3 multi-kills.
If I may add to the wonderful graphic that you had in the pregame, a 4th key to success, never give up. And that's exactly what we got from Loira and G2. We're going to map 3. We'll take a quick break. See you in a moment.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
I'm Doki, and this is my own operator.
My name is Alemão. This is my operator.
All right.
The nationality I would pick my operator would be from Antarctica. I love the cold.
Scottish. Same as me.
My operator's ability would be, you know those windows, those metal windows in the maps that you cannot open? Like, he could open those bulletproof windows because, like...
I have a tool, like Maverick, that can just make holes in the reinforces, or like change the reinforces and defense. That'd be crazy. Imagine you have a little angle. That'd be sick.
My operator would have like a foxtail. I don't know, it just came up in my mind.
He has like metal legs that just make him run super fast. He's like a 4-speed. He's like a 4-speed operator. He's just so fast. Operator's name...
Foxy.
It's Bob. It's Bob the Builder.
We're gonna have to workshop that, but you know, clearly G2 are known for their creativity, and we know that they absolutely do get it from both Doki and Alemão, right?
Doki made Maverick.
Yes. Well, I want him to have an ability just like Maverick, but then also
put on defense. Yeah.
But,
okay.
Anyways, we got a game on our hands. For those that missed the first 2 maps, well, both G2 and SSG traded blows to take us to map 3. Cafe Dostoyevsky, let's have a chat. Because for me, I am Mr. Dumbo Himbo looking on the outside. I don't know what's going on. I'm thinking, man, this should be close. G2 were 8-0 undefeated. SSG were looking really good earlier today. And then what happens map 1? It was just awful. Garbage from G2. Loira brings it back on map 2. What happens now?
Normally, I would say, Milos, the team that wins map 2 in a best of 3 will win map 3. Momentum is huge. However, I will also say, I judge games and maps and rounds based off the team that controls them, not necessarily the team that ends up winning them. SSG controlled Chalet, SSG also controlled Bank, but for Loira making some hero plays. That is not reliable enough for G2. So in my mind, this is still SSG's game to lose.
For me, this is the big point. The main win condition for G2 on Bank was the Loira show. That's it. It was him going bonkers with 3 or 4 kills. And SSG was in control strategically of the entirety of the game. Yeah. Now, SSG starting in Cafe, in defense, one of the more defender-sided maps of the meta. If you've got to close out everything, actually they're switching, they need to go attacks. So if you need to change things off, it will be tough for SSG to control that aggression. One of the main things that I want to see from them is try to shut down Loira or Alemão, the big fraggers on the team, whenever they're in attack, because I can see them go aggressive in defense.
Very much looking forward to how this game will go. Thank you very much, Alpha and Fresh. We have to decide who takes our 3rd map in this series, who makes it directly to the main stage on Friday. That's for Ace and Dez to take us through it.
Yes, it is, Milos, and what a game it's going to be as well, Tim. I do agree with the analyst comments, though, which kind of feels like a downer moment to have, but it did still feel like SSG were the ones that control Bank, and that is my concern. It was the Loira show, but with a little bit of belief behind them, a few words of magic during the break there. Will G2 have a better showing here on Cafe? I'd expect so.
Well, you're back in G2 in the socials. That's actually improved since Bank, 61-39 now. Think that G2 get this done. I think people put a lot of stock in the fact that a team has won that 2nd map. But like Fresh said, it's the manner in which it was won that may just hang a little question mark over G2's momentum coming in here. Grim is going to be our first ban. That was actually G2's ban because, as we've said countless times now, it's reversed. The blue side is on the defense, so a little UI bug. So these are SSG's bans.
And SSG banning away the Blackbeard here, mainly against Doki, but also against Blaz, has played quite a bit of this.
I definitely saw Doki play Blackbeard on chat.
He's definitely played it 6 times so far this week, mate. Yeah, 100%. So it being taken away for that exact reason. And then the Azami to follow as the final ban, again coming in against Doki, but did see Loira playing it in the first round of the last map. So not wholly surprised, also seeing it removed away here for Cafe. Can make some real strong defensive positions up around Piano as a good example, but also generally spread across that top floor and down inside of Kitchen. Here we go though, Tim. It's going to be G2 starting on the defense. It's SSG on the attacking side. You will give a bit of a lean to G2, knowing that Cafe generally sees quite successful defenses, but given how SSG have played so far, they said forget about the stats, Des. We can crush anyone who stands before us when we move forward as a team. And that'll be the big thing for them to get this map over the line, Tim. It will be all about team play. Let's see if they start out successfully. We've had a flawless round back on our first map of Chalet, a flawless round to start out map 2 on Bank. Will we get another from SSG to keep the trend going?
G2 kick things off on defense. It's going to be reading room and dining to start with. So they're going to be looking to hold on to top floor. I'm just looking at what lineup they've got. They've got the Jaeger. They've got the Warden in there. A little Soulless. Interested to see where Doki plays that, what the use case is going to be. We've got... Usually you're looking to draw a line across Freezer, really, and hold everything behind it. So you're looking on the sort of cocktail side of things. Just hold on for as long as you can. So we're going to have the Vulcan canisters put down under the skylight. This could be...
Interesting.
I was going to say, this could be a hell of a start from Alamo. You can just switch weapons and it'll put it back in your pocket, Alamo. You don't have to throw it.
Want to learn. Maybe just unbound, switch weapon.
Maybe.
Relies only on the primary. It's all he needs.
Maybe.
Well, sure enough, early on, Doki causing a few shots down around the restaurant area, thinking nothing else to draw attention from SSG. Has then gone straight up round to start rejoining his team. On that Soulless, we'll be trying to cause a bit of bother, picking away drones throughout the map, and IC4 over towards Y is the right sort of idea, but it sticks to the top of the window frame and won't find Ashen. So right position, just not quite the right flight path.
Just needs to work on that lineup a little bit. If that sails out of the window, it could have been a different story. Ashen's sort of playing with fire a little bit at the minute. He is put himself over to the right-hand side of that rappel. He's challenging onto the windows himself, but he does leave himself exposed to a potential peak. G2 actually holding this quite high. Normally you'd see a lot of players kind of behind Lumber and further, you know, dropping out of Freezer, really getting that reinforced and just playing in cocktail, but they are playing quite aggressively up here with Lyra the furthest forward at the minute inside of Freezer. But Doki just working underneath. I mean, you know, having the verticals underneath, if you can find somebody from the Soulless, maybe on a drone, something like that, once they get top floor control, if they do get top floor control, then of course there could be some real value there.
They can. If nothing else, it's taking down those drones, as I mentioned, though, right? They've already chewed through 6 of those, and SSG still trying to search their way through this top floor, taking out what they can. Once they've got that control and the verticals start getting opened up, then sure, we'll start having a conversation about the work that Doki can do from below. Imagine it'd be much more about a retake onto the top floor from him, and sure enough, here comes one coming up top. He skipped away at the wrong time, but it is Fultz coming away with the kill onto Blaz. It's the Jaeger falling down. The Hibana put down to about half HP, but a kill is a kill, Tim.
It is. They don't have top floor control though yet, which could be the problem. Doki manages to pick up Ash, and Forest continues to try to work from pillar, but doesn't really recognise that Doki has rotated around to read indoor. Lyra picks up Fultz, and all of a sudden SSG on the back foot massively. Jane I know wandering through the middle of site, but he needs to get 4 kills if he wants to get anything going. Doesn't have diffuser in hand, so he can't even use that as an opportunity. And once he gets one, the problem is they know where he is now. So G2 are going to be ready and waiting. They don't need to peek this Doki, but he has a look around the corner, gets taken down. 1v4 becomes 1v2, and I tell you what, it becomes a lot more winnable.
Eyes on the diffuser, mind you. There's one real close here as well. Sees his man. Ain't going to win the gunfight, though, as Alamo goes the other way. They win out that 2 versus 1. G2 building in a bit of confidence here. The thing is, they don't even seem to be aware that Doki was hanging around inside of sight. The drops came through, and 2 players died to him, absolutely with no idea what was going on. And they pay the price from that. They lose all of their steam in the round. And SSG not starting out strong on the attack. G2, though, a very successful first defense.
An interesting point of the game that we have reached as well, Des.
Yep.
The first time that G2 have been ahead.
Yes.
At any point.
Except
when you look at the matchup as overall. Yeah. So they were behind on Chalet consistently. The whole time on Bang, they were at least 1 map behind. But now they are out and out in the lead.
I see what you're saying. I'm with you.
They are out and out in the lead at this point. 1 map apiece and 1 round up.
What I did think was quite cute was, again, break between games, the players get up, they go to wait to the little area, to go and have a chat outside away from the playing area. And Benji was walking with a few of the G2 guys and just chatting and having a laugh still. So as much as it is a lot of competition and a lot of smack talking game itself, it doesn't follow outside a game. And I think a few others could take a few notes from that one, to be honest with you, Tim. Here we go for round 2, kicking things off. It's going to be G2 up on that 2nd floor once again. Sorry, down in the kitchen this time around. Well, the yokais being brought along that we spoke about previously, seeing teams having to hide these away in a much more creative fashion than before. You can't just stash them away on site. There's been a lot of Twitch play going on, for example, so seeing teams hiding them inside a VIP and then rolling them into site later into the round and then looking to use them for the denial. But it's a very big, heavy stall comp. So SSG, if they're going for a full map player here, they're going to have to get a wiggle on quite early on.
Yeah, G2 have dropped away from anything above the first floor, so they're all down there on the kitchen level, and they're just going to be looking to play those verticals. SSG, once they recognise that, can go in and take control of the map. They've got the book, they've got the rams, so they can do that vertical work that they're going to want to, and then start pushing on down from there. So really the question is, how quickly do SSG recognise that, and how quickly do they take advantage of that?
Absolutely. Now it's... Oh, out the window!
How about
Didn't
that?
see the second play. Oh, he was the other side. Okay, fair enough. I thought Benja had gone down on this near side. It would have been an easy 2K for him, but Benja was on drones, comes off, gets the trade back, far from the end of the world, but it's the buck that's gone, Tim. That vertical destruction, that's a stinger.
I think you take that trade all day long. The Goyo's utility is already down. Yes, they've got the ram, but that puts more pressure on J9O now. It's maybe a little bit more limited in terms of what they can do on the verticals. So definitely a better pick for G2 overall, I think. And it just kind of sends a message as well. You've got that entry, you've taken the onus in the round, you've gone in there and you're getting the job done.
I was going to say, he's only got 2 of these boogie drones available, both now being used to roll their way through mining in towards train. I think it was a fair enough read there. I think Una trying to impact one out, thinking, well, cool, then they're down to a limited number now. If we can take it out, then actually they don't get the angles they need. But they've got a lot done here. They have got the angles that they need, so it's not a terrible spot to be in. Of course, would open up a lot more if they still had that buck on side. It's looking all right for G2. Now the Yokai is sat inside. Flores drone in place as well, taking away the Vulcan on the wall. Now it's destroyed away. It'll burn out for about, what, 15 seconds or so? Then it'll be available once more. Yokai still in place, and I don't know if SSG are fully aware that it's there, Tim.
SSG just taking full advantage for the time being of the control that they've got, but with 50 seconds left to go, they need to start thinking about the next stage here, which is they've dealt with a lot of the utility now. It's about how do we get onto site? Where is this execute going to happen? Importantly, Doki at the minute, you're not going to see him on your screen, but he's hidden away in VIP behind the tree. If they don't deal with this position and they go for a freezer drop and a freezer push, Doki could well jump up and just run in behind them here and cause absolute mayhem in the last 20 seconds.
I don't think they heard Doki, even with the phone call coming out here. He's got a good chance to swing, and no, they did not. Benja down for free. It was good cover from his teammate at the bottom of Brown. Alamau into another, and G2, they've stalled them out long enough to, even if they couldn't get the kills, there's still the Yokai available. J9O will do his best, but yet again, he cannot take down the remaining players of G2, and they're up 2-0.
Feels like SSG have boarded the struggle bus a little bit here, Des. They're certainly not as efficient or effective as we saw them in the first sort of map and a half. We're going to have the tack time out coming in early as well, only 2 rounds.
If you heard any of that, then you've got Superhuman here in fair play to you. A little bit about basement sites and things like that, but really nothing too discernible, as always. Keeping things pretty under wraps in terms of coach contribution. I'll say the same thing I said before. I think it's quite interesting how they're one of the noisiest teams in-game, but their coach must be the quietest I think I've probably ever seen. Call out really not giving much away.
No, and it's... I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense with the timeouts, but SSG's are very, very coach-led. There doesn't tend to be too much player input. Some of them we see, you know, your coach will speak for sort of 20 seconds and then your IGL might be involved as well and they'll say some things. But for SSG, it is very much led by call-out. Throughout that time, he's using every second that he can to just deliver that information to his team. So let's see if SSG can turn anything around here after that tack timeout. But obviously, call-out not happy with what he has seen so far. This one is in danger of potentially running away from them a little bit here, Des. They need the next couple of rounds just to try and square things up. They are on Cafe, so attacking is not going to be easy. G2 have got that to face in the second half. SSG just need to keep in touch. That's the important thing. They need 2 rounds, I would say at least, so that they don't have a huge mountain to climb, because if it was a 5-1, for example, you're then 2 rounds away from dropping to the lower bracket, and that starts to eat at you.
It's crazy given how dominant they were back on that first map. G2 felt like they were boys standing up against men. It wasn't even close. Even though they got the 2 rounds, it was down to some moments of brilliance more than anything else. That second map much tighter, but it still felt like SSG had the control of the tempo of the game. I think here on map 3, though, it's very fair to say G2 are the ones running the show.
Plenty of attention coming from the east side as Fultz and Benjo managed to get opening kills. Whatever call out said, certainly seems to have worked. Ashen goes in aggressive onto Blaz. This has fallen apart for G2. 1 versus 5 already. We're not a minute into the round. Doki underneath on the mirror. He's just going to be chased down here. They've got the blitz. They know exactly what's coming. He gets one, but the trade is there. That's going to be a very solid response from SSG following that tactical timeout.
It was much better from them in terms of their attack as well. Like, I know on the previous couple of rounds there's more to do, there's more to clear. You need the verticals, for example. But in that round, just saying, right, now it's go time, boys. They jump in, and there's 3 or 4 players dead inside all of about 3 seconds. It was much more like what we've seen from SSG across those previous 2 maps. G2 are very much stuck, I think, somewhat trapped in by their own castle barricades as well. Didn't have the ability to get away from White Corridor, and so they got absolutely crushed. Blasted at the very least, holding off towards Pixel. So good stuff. SSG are now on the board. Still 2-1 to G2, with the second quarter coming up now, where I imagine we'll see the same rotation of sides again.
I've got a feeling that this one is going to get a little bit close. I don't think SSG, with the way that they've played throughout the day against FaZe and G2, are just going to be rolled over and disappear into the lower bracket. G2 are certainly not here to give this up, and they've been looking much better, particularly at the back end of Bank and now the start of Cafe. Night and day different from the team that we saw on Chalet. They've really had to dig deep here, and it's another important question when we talk about G2 as potential winners of this event, as potential champions again. It's always important, as I say, that teams can win hard. You've got to be able to win the tough games when you're really stretched. Do you have the resilience to come back into it? And right now, G2 are showing us exactly that quality.
Double Swarm Peaks coming out. Doki and Laura both aiming to find someone in the early round, but SSG giving them nothing. Good discipline there to not lose anyone too early on, but by the looks of it, Doki and Laura didn't fancy hanging on those windows too long. We've seen too many times where players overstay their welcome on a Spawn Peak and pay the price very, very quickly. It's now Blaz playing at the bakery door, hoping that someone steps out his way, but SSG are pushing elsewhere. They're worried about the roof. It's where often you'll start things out. Otherwise, it's a couple of players out towards the east. Alamau thinking he's got a better line at this time around him. Really wants his man with that C4.
He's going to keep practicing it. He's going to keep trying it. I'm not sure it's going to land. Ashen is already safe on the line of the building, so should be fine. Little run out there from Blaz. Again, just trying to keep SSG thinking, keep them guessing, let them know that they are not safe in that position. As it is, SSG not overcommitting to anything. They've got themselves up onto the roof on the east side. Again, it feels like they're back to that SSG of trying to build a picture, not being drawn into the round. They're going to build their picture, they're going to find where everybody is, and they're going to decide when it's go time.
Yeah, the slower attack, I think, is a better way of playing it out until you see the opportunity. Uno almost being tagged out. No one on the piano side means he's free to escape out towards that side of the map. Alabal also falling low. Blaz taking shots. And 3 players here that, I won't go as far as saying lucky, Tim, but very narrowly avoided death at the hands of SSG.
I think Alamo just caught Ashen with his nitro there eventually. Ashen going to take a little bit of damage, but not too much. They've been sort of pushed back from these windows for the time being. Blaz being down in pillar, but Ashen manages to find himself an easy one as Alamo. He's been absolutely gasping to get something done on that window throughout this round, and it's not worked out. 5 versus 4 for SSG, but we come into the final minute. They do have top floor control, but do they have long enough to do enough with it? Forrest manages to find Blaz. That's really going to get them going.
Oh, you can't miss that.
You can't. That was their opportunity, G2.
You've lost to a pistol as well. That's a real screamer from Uno. Should have done better with the opportunity. Doki and Loira. Loira especially had some big moments, but now they've got to do it all against the 5-man strong roster of SSG. They've only got 30 seconds to play here, so a couple of upset kills could be enough to get things moving, but Doki might be about to step into a player behind him, I'm pretty sure. One up on New Balkans. Sure enough, Ashen was there ready and waiting, and he nets the kill. SSG warming into Cafe, Tim.
What a turnaround after that tactical timeout. Call out has intervened there, and SSG have really turned the momentum of this one. They've got those 2 attacks that I said was the minimum. Anything extra extra now is a bonus, a big bonus for SSG before they go onto the defensive side.
We got Fresh with the call-in though. Fresh, what are you thinking so far?
I was just thinking about the site selection there for G2, guys. The fact that they went to go for the middle floor again, that was 2 rounds in a row. The first round after the timeout and then the second round after the timeout. It was a big call given that they played the top floor and the basement and won both of them. It didn't pay off, and in a game that's so based around confidence for these two teams, that's a massive call that's gone in favor of Space Station Gaming.
Thank you very much, Refresher. Appreciate your input on that one. 2-2. Tim, we're stepping away from the site by the looks of it. We are going back down to that kitchen, so on the same track as Jack here, I think. I like that one. Track as Jack. They've got to find themselves on a different side to jump into. That took me a bit too much, that one. The same track as Jack. Nice. They did well down here last time, to be fair. A lot of it was on Doki being ratted away inside the VIP, lay down behind that Christmas tree, looking for some presents under there. Nothing being given to him for the longest time until an SSG player come barreling down White and he gets a freebie off the back of it. Don't suspect with the blitz at the front this time round, joined up by the Sense and that Dokkaebi though, that G2 are going to get such an easy ride here in round 5.
No, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think SSG will have learnt their lesson there. It may even be something that Callout's picked up on. Look, you know, when we've attacked that site, we've let them get away with one there. We need to know where everybody is. But ultimately, G2 here, like Fresh says, you know, maybe they go to the kitchen, they go up to the top floor, they win those sites that they've already locked down, they get their 4-2 half. We kind of come away with no real advantage for anybody, and the big question remains then, can G2 have a better half on the attack or not? But SSG, if they can continue this momentum, get themselves, it's close, but it's not the one. If they can continue this momentum and get themselves a third, then you start to worry if you're a G2 fan, or you should do.
Needs to be coming out strong in this half, 100%. Else the worry starts to mount. Spotted 2 players here inside a bakery, so quite a strong, resolute defense coming out from G2, wanting to give no ground over to SSG. We've got 3 players on this side of the map. Phone call coming on through. No one stepped forward and gone aggressive yet, but with the Sens also lining up, Tim, I imagine that's going to start about now.
Yeah, SSG looking to get themselves inside a wedding, potentially in numbers here, but Uno is at the bottom of red stairs. They'd be better off not jumping in, to be honest, because they've got Doki on a crossfire as well. Benja does take down Uno, and that frees things up, but I think there is Doki managing to find one onto Forest. As I said, it wasn't the whole problem, wasn't the bottom of red, and that's just broken the back of that push a little bit, and it's meant that SSG have just had to relocate. We've had an early battle at the beginning of the round, about the halfway mark, and they've come away with even spoils.
Doki's got himself dug deeper inside here, the other side of the castle barricade if wanted. Now jumps back over again. He was quite desperate to find someone that's being a little bit cheeky, a little bit peeky onto that bakery window, and nothing is given. Benja into a second, the trade is there, but elsewhere, it's Ashen bringing down Doki. So, I was going to say, with him holding inside a bakery, it might be a little bit tough still for SSG to move on forwards, but the roadblock has been removed, and Blaz has got it all to do. Sees his man down to about a quarter of his HP, and he's in hot trouble at this point. Tim, 45 seconds to play.
Yeah, he's surrounded. That's the problem. There's one above, there's one bottom red. The one above has just come down Brian stairs to join Benja on that side. They can start flooding into sight. They know they've got him 3v1 here. They're all on pretty much full health apart from Volts. It was a matter of time until Ashen cuts him down, and that there could be a key round for SSG in this matchup. Even if G2 get their final defense and it goes 3-3, if SSG are then able to put in a better defense performance and go 4-2, you've basically won it with that extra attack.
G2 really need to get this round, otherwise I completely think SSG are the ones walking away with the map win and the series win. Let's not forget, this is map 3. It has been SSG's world, and we're all just living in it. G2 being dragged along for the ride at points. If not for some magical Loira play, I don't think we'd be here on this map 3. But here we are, and they've warmed back into it themselves. We thought G2 might be in a bit of a comeuppance with the first 2 rounds. SSG just say, nope, we're still here and ready to play. Just took a couple of tweets, guys, and now they're here and ready to cook. Last round of the half coming up then. G2 defending the top floor this time around, so not repeating that downstairs, not trying the first floor because they've already seen a lot of failures down there. Top floor will be where this half ends.
You feel if G2 lose this round, do I want to use the word catastrophic? I'm not sure I'd go that far with a 4-2 half. It is certainly doable for them to come back on the attack, but losing the defensive half 2-4 will be, without a doubt, a huge blow in terms of this matchup. As Fresh pointed out, it's a real confidence-based matchup. We've seen that. You know, when the teams have been down, the energy drops and the other one just starts to roll off a few rounds one after another. So losing this first half on the defense is going to be a tough one for G2 to take, I'm sure. May not be the case yet. Alamar is still obsessed with this white window. He
loves it.
He loves it, doesn't he? He really wants to get something going out of there. But Benjamaster was approaching on the gridlock. But again, I think he's just well aware of the potential danger. You know, you've been here every round, Carl. They know that you're going to be on the white window.
Bit of a bait C4. They can get away from the far here. So
there you go.
Explodes it before they can shoot it. Nice. But wasted a bit of time, mind you. Even though he was sat there being spotted by a drone, I was like, I don't think he seems to care, because he knows the only way they can get him is by being on that rappel, and he'd see the grapple hook long before he saw the player himself. But opts to back away. I don't want to see him holding around that area too long. He has now stepped inside a cocktail. It was that 1.5 minute hold last time where he eventually tried to run down White Stairs, and it was at that moment that Ashen stepped across to the swing and got himself a freebie. So I'm glad that this time he's used the C4 and has now chosen to step away.
Hatch is open, blitz in position, ready to go. They're just, again, the due diligence is there from SSG. Let's find out absolutely everything that we're dealing with, where everybody is. Let's get that mental map made, and then we can start going in and getting kills. Doki, however, is going to pick up Fultz. That's the ace gone, so there'll be no hard breaching, which may not be the end of the world for a top floor push, but it might be nice to open freezer wall, for example. They've got no idea that Blaz is in that position, but he can't get the job done. And the push comes through from SSG, and once again, Des, they are finding a way.
Oh, you have to know that this is going to happen, Doki. Benja's been waiting for him, and it gets the down at the very least. Uno with 2 more still to find. We've got a minute to play, though, Tim. He's got to get a 4K in the round, and with Benja and J9 knowing exactly where he is, I'd say this one's looking pretty cut.
Benja and J9 need to be I was going to say need to be careful. They were stacking up. They were right on top of each other there. They both came through Timber, both moved. You basically got J9 stood directly behind Benja there. I'm like thinking you're going to get both of you shot through here. We saw it for, I think it was at PSG Talon we saw it. You got to be careful with that. You got to be careful. No, it was Scars, wasn't it? It was the 1v5 clutch against Scars from Diaz. You know, you've got to be careful with that swinging together. But Benja finds his shots, takes down Uno. SSG with an unbelievable 4-2 attacking half on Cafe. You got to say, it swung back in their favour again.
They're just so good at turning up the tempo when they need to. I mean, I'm not going to lie, for Blaz, that is pretty unforgivable. You know the player's gone for the rounding. You know that he's pushing around to the other side, and you just let him get away with it. Real pain, because Ashen there was the one charging into bar and tearing stuff up, causing a lot of bother. And like that, SSG Tim have got 4 attacks in a row to enter a commanding lead going into their defense. Now, G2 back on the last map figured it out a little bit on their attacking side. That if they play a little bit slow, they generally find success against SSG. We said the same about the game against FaZe. It's where SSG get a little bit impatient. You find SSG start moving around a little bit, and you start picking up kills for free. But given how dug in this comp looks, for me, Tim, it looks like they're going to rely on G2 being stalled out around the map and having no time to actually hit the site itself.
Very much so. Forrest, we've spoken at length about his play on the Clash today. It's been excellent at times. He's won rounds without a doubt with the shield.
Absolutely.
So no surprise to see them getting straight away. Forrest, get on the Clash. Let's make life as difficult as possible for G2. G2 stacking up at the moment over towards Bakery. We've got 3 over that way. Lyra, Doki and Uno are all over there, with the others, I think, looking a little bit towards the upper floors to try and get some verticality going. They've got the Ram on side, so they're going to want to get Alamau in there to open things up. That could help them with the Clash, definitely. They've got the Capitao as well, which will enable them to deal with that shield. G2 need an entry kill.
I just worry more than ever that it looks like SSG know what G2 are going to do. Think about how perfectly they countered them on the defense of Bank down in the basement. Ready with that Jaeger shotgun, sat up there behind the drone blockers with the Vulcan canisters, the 3 ADSs. They just looked like they knew what G2 were going to do before G2 themselves even know it was coming. And it feels somewhat the same here. There's no shield to come charging in to be pushed back by the Clash, but I'm just worried that Forrest is going to be able to waste so much time here. And assuming they even get inside, well, you've got a smoke to deal with, you've still got Benja, no C4s left here to play behind, but you've also got smokes to chew through. They'll do really well at stalling G2 out here, and Doki going down, not the ideal spot on that small wedding window.
No, it's really not, and the problem is out of 7 rounds now, G2 have only had 2 entry kills, and it is starting to burn them down. It's starting to make things difficult for them because they're constantly playing in a 4v5. The clash of Forest just again holding things up. The support is there from J9O. This is clinical from SSG as Fultz takes down Blaz, and once again, the North American side are 5 versus 2. There's a lot of damage been done across the board. It's the 1+ point for G2 at the minute. Forest, Benja, J9O all on half or less pretty much health. But G2, they need the next 2 kills at least.
Yes.
At least.
1% or 100%, the gun is still just as effective. Sure, the player might die sooner to less body shots, but they can still catch you out with a single headshot and it all gets chewed apart from there. Damage is all well and good, Tim. As you say, we need kills, and we need them soon because we aren't seeing Superstar Lawyer appearing so far yet on this map. Yep, Doki's got a few kills to his name, but that's not what they need. They need far more than that. Alamal steps in, and Benja's going to fall down, but look at that. Ashen elsewhere has found Uno. All to do here, Alamal facing off against the Clash. This one is most definitely done as he'll just bleed out here to the damage as it starts to rack up.
Yeah, exactly that. Even when the Clash runs out of energy for the shield and is waiting on the recharge like they are now, there's a chance somebody just pops up and shoots him, but as it is, full recharge. Ashen is going to be the one. That's a shame for Forest there. He's done so much work burning Alamo's health down with that Clash shield, and just as Alamo's about to die, Ashen goes pop. There, that's my kill.
We've got another timeout coming in here as the headset of call-out is down, and here we go. Let's have a listen to what G2 are doing to get themselves out of this sticky situation.
Let's do this little tactics now, okay, guys, because they expect things we did. White checks here, all this thing. Plus, so we do the piano attack, plus stay holding, stay go for top floor, stay holding the cigar, then after you take cigar, after you take piano, we can split, you can go do the shepherd, okay, guys? And for reading, plus, for reading, for train, let's do the shepherd system from the beginning, okay, guys? To be honest, if they go train, I think you should do the split bait, okay, guys? Because the split bait you didn't show against them in the tracks. But also, look at the position and try to pick what is best, because they change everything, okay, guys? Let's go.
I'll be a little bit, I won't say controversial here, maybe a little bit strongly opinionated. I haven't been super blown away by the timeouts coming out of Romalio. And with backroom staff, they can do a lot of impact away from the game itself. It's not at all to take that away. The boys will defend him to the high heavens, as they will cameraman. You know, they back the backroom staff an awful lot. I'm just worried that there's not quite enough substance to what is being said during these timeouts, at least from the couple that we've heard, to have a big influence on these games. Now, could be completely wrong, and G2 will figure this one out, and they'll start bouncing their way back in. But they're 3 rounds down, and I'm just not 100% convinced we've got enough coming out during that timeout to make a difference.
2 rounds away from dropping to the lower bracket. The time is now or never for G2. SSG could become one of the big hopes for North America here. They could start carrying the dreams of a region on their shoulder as their performances just seem to get better and better as this tournament goes on. And this matchup against G2 is absolutely no exception to that. They have risen to each challenge. Coming into the day, would you have said SSG, 3rd place in the group, yeah, they're going to beat FaZe, yeah, they're going to beat G2. What a day you've got ahead of you there, and they are 2 rounds away from coming away with what could be a classic SI day.
Yeah, I mean, not over on the A stream, it's also spicing up quite a bit, so you're going to find out who the opponent of Space Station will be on Friday based on how that 3rd series goes. They're also in the 3rd map. It is neck and neck, and both games are following a very similar trajectory, Tim. Really, it's proven to be 2 proper heavyweight matchups. NA versus EU, of course, these 2 teams here, and BDS versus Unwanted on the B stream, running at the same time. It's certainly keeping things spicy.
Defending reading room here, SSG. Then they're going to, of course, be holding on to that top floor as expected. G2 applying a lot of pressure from the east side. 3 players at the minute over there, and I think SSG well aware of that. Just a little bit cautious here of the potential for somebody pushing up white. Don't worry, Forrest, there's nobody there.
For now.
Of course, he's not to know that. I think he's heard the barricade taken out. Lawyer is down at the very bottom, but hasn't moved in yet. Is going to get aggressive potentially here, but the barbed wire would have given him away. How about this? A battle that Doki wins, takes down Benja, but is moved around by the nade. just stood inside a site looking to pick up some kills.
Got the down as well. That's nice for him to get a second. Doki really stepping in and taking charge. And now that he's underneath him, with those scans available, he can start picking out players above and going clay pigeon shooting.
Yeah, we're really going to see what value there is in the verticals here, because SSG are not going to have much of a choice but to try and hold on. And that's the value. Doki taken down. And SSG, it just seems no matter the position they are put in, Des, they always find a way. Blaz, he manages to take down Ashen. Surely this is a round that goes to G2 as Uno gets that diffuser down.
It's a great read from G2, knowing there are a couple of players flying around Cocktail, and they plan completely the opposite side of things down on this ground floor, on the second floor, sorry. Gino know with it all to do, a 1 versus 4. Trying to do what he can. I mean, he's certainly being helped out by Uno there, who's brought down Blaz at the same time. This full nod of apology there, I'd expect, but it's still around for G2, 5-3 to SSG.
Look, at the end of the day, you don't care who kills who. If the round goes your direction, you move on and you go next. Simple as that. G2 just getting caught up in the excitement of trying to get the kill onto J9O there, but a good round from them. Doki, this is kind of the players that G2 are going to need here. They need a hero. We saw it with Loira back on bank. They need somebody to step up and say, I'm not going down to the lower bracket, not like this. So Doki walks into sight, a big 2K, and it really propels them to the round.
It gets a bit messy after that point, to be fair. I really thought Doki would get one of those scanners out there and be looking for players that he knows are above him at this point. They've got control of sight, but instead he sits there, lets the Doki be cool come out, and a kill comes from above him, which he does nothing in response. More a minor criticism than anything, as at the end of the day, his team did get the job done, even if there was a... I mean, that
replay did nothing to suggest that it was an accident.
No, that doesn't do to defend Uno's case, does it? No.
Not really. Not really. That screams... Stop getting in my ankle. This is my kill.
All right. I mean, we'll take it. The round was theirs, and that's what matters most. SSG still 2 rounds away, though, from securing that win. Moving on to face against the winner of BDS versus Unwanted. G2 has still got 4 rounds to get on their side to get the same fate. It could yet be an overtime game, Tim. I know that the series has been a bit back and forth, but this one feels pretty tight overall. I'd still say that overall it's dependent on how SSG perform in the round and strictly how G2 perform in the round, so I'd give momentum lean towards them. Still feels like they're the ones who are in control of their own destiny here, and it's G2 have still got to find another level, another gear, if they want to get it over the line.
Well, there's so many things at play. Cafe could just play out as an attacker-sided map today. We see it happen all the time. SSG are under pressure now. What a day they've had. They're on the verge of beating FaZe, beating G2, and keeping themselves in the top bracket. It's absolutely huge. This gives them a guarantee of a spot in the live finals here in Boston. It's unreal. That will apply a degree of pressure to them. I'm sure these players are more than capable of dealing with that, but still, it has an impact, and it might just give G2 that room to get a couple more.
You know what is really crazy? Not a single player on G2 is above negative or above neutral, sorry, in terms of KD. I think it's just Loira who's on a +0. Everyone else is negative. On the side of SSG, you've got Ash on a +10, J9 on a +10, Benjamin Falls on a +8. They are by far and away outplaying G2, yet they're only a couple of rounds ahead at this point. It's crazy to think that that's just how tight it is, despite the outperformance that we're seeing from them. Loira bringing down Benja on the entry, a good start for G2.
The comeback really could be on here. That's exactly what G2 needed a couple of rounds ago. I picked up on their lack of entry kills. That ain't gonna work. Ashen's got the glasses on, but that will. Doki manages to find J9O, takes out the Wamai. Ashen taking damage, but he knows they're repelling in. Beautifully played by G2. There's that team play that we're expecting from them. Alamau is there to impact on the death of his teammate. 4 versus 2 now, and SSG, they are scrambling. Fultz, he's just trying to hold on inside a reading, try and prevent anything going laterally, but no. Loira manages to find him. It's all up to Forest in a 1v4, Des.
And they know exactly where he is. He's full blinded, but gets rid of Loira in the process. Alamau steps in for the conversion. 5-4, Tim. Back within a 1-round striking distance. This is feeling tight.
It's happening. It is happening step by step. G2 are dragging themselves back into this. We thought when SSG had that 4-2 attacking round that they may well just push on. They got their first defense. It seemed to be going all their way. But a tactical timeout, again, we've seen them have so much impact in this game. Time and time again. And it has done the same job. Romalia has intervened, and G2 have managed to get 2 rounds back-to-back.
Yeah, I'll come back and I'll eat my words on this one. I wasn't too convinced by that tactical timeout, at least from what we heard, and I was like, I feel like there's more that can be offered here outside of a few sentence or two about a given site, and I really thought, I really wanted to hear a little bit more during this time that really get G2 moving again. Clearly it was enough because they are up and moving. That's 2 rounds on the bounce now. Again, momentum starting to build back their way. SSG take us back downstairs. And looking at the lineup, it's again extremely stall focused. Even seeing the Evil Eyes coming along though. Brava being picked in though by G2 because it's hidden it away in behind sinks. And now Forest can spring up and start getting these cameras down.
This round feels like it's got a lot of weight to it.
They changed away from a bit tip. Yeah. It's one of the heaviest there is.
I'm going to rethink that. SSG, of course, trying to get themselves onto that Magic 6. But G2 able to level things up. This could be absolutely game-defining here. We've got G2 for the time being stacking up to try and get themselves inside of the map. I think they know that everybody on the side of SSG is downstairs. So the map is G2's. They can go in and they can take what they've been given. And they can start with that vertical work. They've got the Ram, they've got the Buck, they are set up for it. They've got Doki on the Nomad. He will air jab off the stairs so that there are no flanks coming through. G2 can be secure here. They can soften up sight, they can force SSG away. But the question is, will it be enough?
This is what I want to look at here is Doki on the Nomad. It was actually banned away against him the other day, much to his despair in the all chat. That's why we're taking it away from him. I think the nice thing here is because they've already started work so early on that so lower red start getting control inside of these sites that we're in, well, sites, these rooms here, in towards mining, fireplace and train. You have to lock down those stairs and stop any kind of flanks coming up. Ain't too bad. Are we going? I thought we were hot dropping them for a second. I was a little bit nervous, but no. It was just, getting the hatch opened up for themselves, stalled out here, at least for a second by that Subaru. But G2 are making good progress, Tim. They're chewing through this floor, but only halfway into the round.
They are, but the next important step for them is clearing J9 out of VIP. We speak about that position so often. Doki benefited from it earlier. They need to move him out of that position. They need to get that kill because without it, they cannot push him through Freezer. He will just hurt them on the flank as Doki did. So that's going to be the next key battleground really for G2 is getting that worked out. At the minute, they haven't touched Bakery. You can see Benja's silhouette off in the distance. He's playing his position there, but it gives G2 a little bit more space here. Forest is the one that's in. I was going to say they're pushing into Bakery now. They've adjusted, they've adapted, they've rotated. Lyra manages to get the kill and that allows Uno to push on in here. SSG were expecting Freezer, as were we all, but this is a quick move from G2. Could it be the one that gets them the round? 2v2 effectively with the Maestro down.
They got the down into Forest, but couldn't quite finish him off, and that's what gave away the trade. It's what let SSG spring into action and get the trade back on the other side. Forest might not be recoverable here because they haven't got that red control, but look at this. They're dancing around, they've got no idea, but oh my god, Alamau in behind at the perfect time. A bit of a siege timing moment for Ash and Tim. They've got to push in. Fultz holding in off towards the right. Double red ping coming out as well. Is now up, good at the ready. Finds one! Can't quite find two. Yes, he does! Because the downs were in place. They couldn't get the finish off. SSG take the round. Wow.
The rounds do not come any closer than that. The shots landed at the same time. And SSG win the round 6-4 now as we head into round 10. G2 fighting for their lives in the upper bracket. They don't go home if they lose, but they do drop down to the lower bracket. They missed that opportunity to secure a live stage spot today to have the job almost done. They need 2 rounds now without any further mistakes.
So well played as well. I mean, Fultz has done quite a lot in this round. Yes, he's gone down, but it being at the same time, as you say, is enough to get the round their way. You can't even say it's a game in milliseconds at this point, Tim. It's the same millisecond where things are being decided. It could have been 5-5, but it's a North American side in the lead. And G2 have got to make this work for 2 rounds in a row. That Maestro, I think, was always going to be a big frustration point for them. They did really well to rotate over and drop into Bakery and punish him after they saw him on a drone tucked inside a Bakery, but managed to get away and did enough time, enough attention. So, yes, he went down to the player on red, but that's what let Fultz step across and secure a kill. And then, of course, we saw the final 2 coming out of him. Pretty fair to say, Tim, Fultz, he wants that second hammer so badly.
He really does. You can just see it. So much passion in both of the lineups at the minute, looking for this win. The tension is palpable as we head into round 11. It's going to be reading room that SSG tried to hold on to. The question is this just the beginning of their story, Des?
It's cheeky. I want to see Yokai's running out, but not quite Mozzie drones, admittedly. Has done just that. At least Pingware 1 is spawning. It gives the indication on which side of the map the attackers are looking to start from. Of course, when you choose where you spawn on that side of the map. Indicates there's a bit of control being sought over towards north, east, southwest, wherever else you might look at. Now they've got an idea of that. They're not in a terrible spot. G2 in this round team have really doubled down on the flank watch or the flank denial. Alamau on the gridlock. They've got Blaz on the Nomad this time round, with Doki taking up the helm of the ace. Really want to stop SSG causing bother on any kind of flanks or rotates.
Yeah, Uno's going to go in quickly. Those track stingers haven't done a fantastic job on Red Stairs, to be fair. They've, I think, sort of been thrown at the wall and not really deployed as fully as they might have liked.
When I think of Alamau, I don't think gridlock player, to be fair.
No,
Doki is normally the gridlock player.
If you have a look there, he's sort of dumped him in against the wall. And he needs to be getting him in the middle of the stairs there, because, let's be honest, that's wasted utility. They're doing nothing. A player can walk up there. The problem is that G2, Doki's on there now, so they probably recognise that. They need to be aware of it, because otherwise they could be thinking that, you know, they'll hear somebody coming and they won't. But right now, Uno is making slow progress across that top floor, looking to get some control up there with the rest of G2. We can see we've still got... No, we've got everybody now of SSG, has dropped away back towards site. So G2, with a minute 10, can start working vertically.
They've wanted to play a heavy denial game behind 4 C4s. They've tossed 2, done some damage to Uno. The third one was ripped, and I thought ready to go. May even find a player above, but as it stands, that's not quite the case. As G2 members start boiling away, though, Alamau the first one to go. Those 2 C4s become even more potent. Blaz getting rid of Ashen. Not a bad spot. Evening things out, and now all C4s are gone. So their chances of catching out G2 players that have been hoping to find at least 2 with that vertical denial from below, that no longer being available, suddenly this Monty starts looking very, very imposing.
Benja manages to find Blaz, but the answer is there from Lyra. Fultz on the trade. This is a trade for trade for trade. The question is, how do they deal with the Monty? J9 comes in with a huge flank dares, and that is the North American side. SSG locking out the game and proceeding in the upper bracket. What a day they have had with wins against FaZe and G2. An absolute dream.
There's definitely a meme out there cooking of that Reaper knocking on doors and taking names, Tim. You're taking down 2 of the potential winners of this tournament. Next up awaits BDS or Unwanted, and I'm pretty sure they'll fancy themselves against either of those 2 as well. Looking like serious contenders to win this if they carry on at this pace. For now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, our analysts will break it down for you.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here, because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Davi Sachiemi and brought it all the way back!
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Sitting here with Ashen after their victory, a 2-1, a close game, but you are going to play on a main stage in front of an NA crowd. That must be a great feeling.
Yeah, it's great. You know, I got the flag, you know, obviously for my setup and stuff. So yeah, it's great. You know, in the home country, obviously, I got friends and family coming. So, you know, it's going to be a great time. So yeah, let's keep it going.
Awesome, very wholesome. Now, this was a close game. You won the first map, bit of a setback on the second map. How difficult was it to come back after that?
Honestly, not bad at all. Like, it wasn't really hard to come back at all. I think the nature of Bank, it's more consolidated, and, you know, they didn't have to work as hard to get, like, the map space they wanted compared to Cafe, where they have to come to us more. You know, it was just more, like, we outclassed them on Cafe, honestly.
All right, now, it's also been a really good day in general to be an NA fan. We always like to joke, you know, NA near airport is closer to NA near another hammer. What do you feel like makes this region so strong at this event?
You know, it's just home advantage, I guess. I don't know. It's just, you know, some people, they have confidence, but others, you know, they just keep riding the wave. So, you know, we're just riding the wave of, you know, our momentum and confidence. We're just going to keep it going, and, you know, we're playing in front of a crowd now, so it's going to be great.
Awesome. Now, I'm not sure if you watched the halftime show where we ranked the trash talkers, but Doki put you as the very #1 trash talker. Do you feel like you were in his head in this game?
Well, I was for sure in their head. Yeah, they obviously know I'm the #1 trash talker, and also Blaz. You know, he once called me a ranked hero. So, you know, I showed him the real ranked hero this match. So, yes.
All right, awesome. Well, wishing you best of luck for the next game, and thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, that's a very good way to put it there, really. It really shows at the end of the day who's really got it. In this matchup on this specific day, it is Ashen and the SSG squad that pull it across the line and send it all the way to Friday. Main event, if you are joining us at the Invitational 2025, you're going to be seeing SSG on the main stage in Boston at the MGM Theater. And what a way to do it, by pushing G2 back.
And you know what? They deserve it after so many maps today as well. First of all, they had a whole best of 3 against FaZe. 2-0, they won that. Then they come into a slobber knocker with G2 there. 3 maps, they get it done. And I think what was consistent across all 5 maps today, Leo, they strategically won all of them. The one map that they actually lost was realistically because Loira was an absolute demon inside of Bank, but SSG, they got back on that horse. They carried on strategically winning it. The call-outs are once again effective. It's all going so well for them.
It was very clear for us at the end of Bank that G2's win was mainly due to individual prowess. And we saw it today. SSG was the better team and deserved that win. And initially when it started, G2 taking the 2 first rounds, we were like, okay, maybe they have the momentum.
Yeah.
But afterwards, winning 4 rounds straight, there was one decisive moment. And for me, it was a tech timeout of Callout. I think once again, he keeps delivering.
I actually just called it a call-out instead of calling it a timeout. They took that call-out and they did it well.
And you know what, Benja, at the start of the day, you know, you had that interview that we played before map number 2 in this series. And he's saying, I want to play G2. I want to really go back and play against this team that he won a trophy with only a couple of years ago. And this is what we get out of it. This entire squad of SSG playing to their best. And despite Loira Demon's best efforts on map number 2, it was still all for NA. Honestly, I wouldn't call myself an NA fan, but when I watch games like this, I want to cheer for NA. And that's coming from me.
I think there's so many good signs for me coming out of this team in terms of their ethos, their mentality, the way they set this team up with the culture that they have, that I want them to succeed. And I know that every single event that they go to, they're improving at. So I'm so thrilled for SSG.
For me, there's a team culture. They're unique. The vision of Callout is unique. Their work ethic is unique. The play style. Let's just mention just the way they won their defenses. The amount of rounds that they win straight off strategy, bringing the Clash, the Goyos, the Maestro. Once again, like all of their strategies were very good to burn time and do not play and do not feed into the aggression of G2. And the third one for me is fragging power. Look at Genino.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. The guy has been delivering for a year. But look at Fools. Fools here, sitting in the middle, playing support operators. Again, so consistent in the fragging power. They've got everything for themselves right now.
Now, unfortunately, I can't pull my Ranky stack into living with me in the same place and waking up at 6 a.m., going and doing workout and kind of swimming in the lake. I'm not there yet. However, maybe Meowers, but that's more dedication on the server there. However, if I were to learn something that can pull into my games every day, that has to be our blacklight detail.
For me, I want you guys to pay attention to this. This will be on Bank, and they will see a castle barricade from the opposing team and not shoot it. So here, we're looking at this top floor, open space bomb site. We see the hatch here. We see the castle barricade, and they choose to not open the castle barricade. This will give them the opportunity to use it at their advantage to go drop really quickly. Look at the synchronization. As soon as they go for the drop, look at who's upstairs. Castle is like, what is going on? And he sees them run. You see the ace at the same time? EMPs, double ace onto the kitchen wall. I'm rappelling into square, straight into the stairs, and going to push into archives. That's J9O on that call, getting a first pick and a second pick on the anchor. As soon as they recognize that castle barricade, the entirety of SSG comes up with an on-the-fly rush onto the site. Super well played.
That's so goddamn smart. Everything there. The gridlock that covered the sound and also had the gridlock traps to stop the castle pushing in. The rappel into square to drop straight down the stairs and into
the MPs. The MPs to get the ace.
My mind's blown. That was so good.
That's the level of coordination, but thinking on your feet that you need to lift a trophy in SSG as a squad. Not exactly this one, but as an org, has lifted a hammer only 5 years ago. Yeah, it was 5 years ago, that win in Montreal. Crazy. We got old, right? Anyways,
I was still playing.
Yeah.
In NA. I was coming to play in NA and FaZe SSG.
But you didn't make it to that SI, did you?
I didn't make it. Yeah, great. Thank you for reminding me that I qualified and got kicked straight before the SI.
You know, you win some, you lose some. I mean, you lose a lot, actually. But on that note, we are all winners because we still have one more game to go. However, at the same time, BDS and Unwanted are still going live. So we're going to kick off to that when we get back, our final matchup of the day.
Back it up, back it up. You need to get back to the realness, feel this. We take it back to the realness, feel this. We take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. You need to get back to the realness, feel this. We take it back to the realness, feel this. We take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Yeah, I don't know why the cracks have started to appear here for Unwanted.
It's gotta be pressure. I mean, where are the crazy entries? Where are the rush strats? I mean, I'm not saying that you go for it, but they're playing these very sound, very flexible attacking approaches, but they're barely taking the gunfights. They see Shaiko, they go the other way.
Yeah.
Shaiko is 6 and 7, swing him! Come on!
Gotta have a bit of an ego.
You
like,
do.
none of these players on BDS are playing out of their minds mechanically. My MVP for that round, aside from the flank, was still Leakerfact, because from the get-go, he was putting pressure on those shields with those gas babes, using them aggressively, being a little nuisance. They couldn't handle him. They couldn't finish him off. He managed to get away with his life after dealing a hell of a lot of damage and wasting a bunch of time as well.
I don't know if this may be why Solotov is the one calling the shots right now. Leakerfact has now become that sole player. He does the crazy stuff on his own. It's risky, it might work, it might not, and Solotov can control the other players around him to make plays elsewhere. Because it has seemed like in this series, Leakerfact has not been the central pillar that everyone is working around so far. And it's worked, it's failed, depending on the map and rounds that you look at. But also, if you change your IGL or change up the main leader, Unwanted will see a different BDS that they might not have been prepared for.
Exactly right.
Oh, look at this.
It's been a long way. Day 4 Unwanted as well, after already taking down W7M 2-0 this morning. This is their 5th map of Rainbow Six for the day.
With a big break in between.
Yeah, with a huge break. And we know as well, like, having a big break in the middle of a long day can actually be really exhausting.
I mean, the thing is, when you play Pro League as a player, you get up to 110%, you play the game, you're full of adrenaline, now you gotta calm down, only to ramp back up after 4 hours. That's incredibly difficult, especially for less experienced players like Adam, who hasn't maybe done this at this level before.
And yeah, Adam is still performing out of his mind.
He is. Gavin slowed down a little bit. 4 and 8.
Gavin was
the curve.
next level on Consulate. He was the guy in the server. Spirits is struggling a little bit to have the impact of the shields. Of course, we've juggled around the shields a little bit. Hot and Cold's giving that Monty to Spirits. No more Blackbeard.
I feel they're just gonna try and plan it. It's not gonna work. It's so simple. They have no map control.
Seems risky.
Yeah,
Solotov will take down Spirits. Goodbye to the Monty. Goodbye to Unwanted. BDS are just farming at this point. Without Unwanted even being able to try and execute, the diffuser is down on the ground. Unwanted spots out Leakerfact. Leakerfact gets away with his life, with full HP as well. Gav upstairs, going for a backstab, but he's not going to be given anything. Shaiko on side, turns around. What a shot from Gavin! The Predate will trade him on back. It's up to Dream. I don't care how well he's played so far. Nobody's winning this 1 versus 4.
The issue of attacking, you gotta keep fighting, keep taking risks, you gotta keep making the plays not wanted that they go off the gas. They're slowing down. They didn't even enter the building, they're trying to walk in and go for a plan, it's not gonna work! He is still there and it's shut down the round! Solotov now has figured out, how do we beat this team? Well, counter the shields, play passive, don't give them any aggression. BDS are taking 0 unnecessary risk, but all the calculated risk together. I want to see Unwanted fire up on this potential final round. I wish Mint had a tactical timeout because I bet you, he's standing there saying, I know what the problems are. I see the issues. We're getting quiet. We're not there. We're not taking the risks. And every single time he's been talking to the boys, they keep finding success afterwards. But they called it earlier. They're on their own, these players.
And this rejuvenation for BDS came on the back of that tactical timeout that they called. Stu flexed it a little bit, but it was mostly Solotov, as you said. And he has kept that leadership throughout the rest of this map, and it has worked. He made the call. Guys, we're going to play to counter those shields. And we have seen it work to perfection. Unwanted looking lost. They're going for desperate attacks, and it's not working. Now they have one last chance to push it into overtime. After the incredible performance we've seen from Unwanted this morning against W7M, after making a comeback from their 7-1 deficit on Clubhouse to then win the second map, Unwanted have felt like the better team today. And yet, here they are staring down their opponent's match point.
Position Unwanted are in is very simple. Risk assessment. When the round score is 0-0, you can do the craziest play of your career with 0 pressure, because if you lose the round, it doesn't matter. Those are not the current odds at hand. If you make the play of your life and it doesn't work out, you look like a fool, your team is 4v5, and you're gonna feel like you threw that round for your team and for yourself. But sometimes a play has to be made. We've seen what happens when inaction is present. when you don't make the play. That's been the last 2-3 rounds for Unwanted. They got the aim, they got Blackbeard, they got playmaking operators. We know they got the players that are capable. We've seen it so far, even only a couple of rounds ago. But they've disappeared seemingly. BDS is where Shaiko is dangerous. He is such an ego challenge player, swinging out, toxic nade, Leaky Fag is there. They're always duoing up. There's no soul players from BDS that can pick because they jump at the window.
Oh, what is that?
The air jab.
Oh, the air jab, and it just enables the swing from Shaiko, who doesn't find what he's looking for. It's an even trade, but you know what? That Monty is down. That's Unwanted's secret weapon.
I think this here is Unwanted for sure. They get the opening, so to speak. It's a trade, sure, but it's 4 versus 4 with Shaiko on HP. And BDS, because of that aggressive play, they've fallen back and surrendered so much map control. Once they're joining it out, they still got 6 drones, plenty of intel. They can speed up a little bit right now and have a little bit spare time for the bomb site itself later on. They still are good to go. 2 Incandelas, 2 smoke grenades. I mean, they even got Selma charge. They can get the hatch upstairs if they need to. They got all the right tools, besides vertical destruction. They just can't get picked apart by a flank right now. That would be the end of them.
How do they isolate these players, though? Oh,
not the... He picked up the barbed wire.
He picked up his barbed wire so he can go for a silent flank later. That is cheeky. Maybe he can even reposition it. At this point, all eyes are on Unwanted as they poise towards the site. Goomines.
It's free. They can
sort it out. Dreams started to figure out, hey, guys, there's nothing here.
In the stall, though, there is an Asami. They might have misread this, actually.
Oh, Shaiko! Surely not another one. Adam puts him down. The damage may have been dealt. BDS, stand firm. Unwanted, begin to plant. Where is the plant denial? They might not need to deny the plant. They might need to retake. Oh, but the cover from Dream. He gets out alive, but it's Adam versus Leakafak from upstairs. With that plant yet to go down. And Leakafak has been phenomenal all day. He rotates upstairs. And it's a switch of positions as Adam, time ticking away, gets that diffuser and starts to plant it down. Leakafak drops and the drone is taken down. He's going to be able to go for this kill. He sprays him. Adam with the world on his shoulders as Leakafak just waits, bides his time patiently. So much information for him, but no gas to work with. Adam has to hold firm, but Leakafak's got him dead to rights. Revenge is best served hot. They might have missed out in Manchester, but BDS are bigger and better in Boston.
You see the whole team celebrating behind Leakafak, the captain, the IGL. Maybe not on border, but for the team overall. It's been a struggle of an invite so far for this team, but they come together when they need it the most.
What a game it was between BDS and Unwanted, and really got so close. I saw the Reddit post already on Likifak abusing the monitor there. However, we have an interview for you and is standing by with BDS.
Standing here with Likifak after probably one of the most tense 1v1s you have ever played. How are you feeling after that?
Oh my god, I'm feeling so good, you can't imagine.
Awesome. Well, this is a really important match for you because you had an interview recently with Frenchie about how difficult it was for you to lose out on the SI 2023 main stage. But with this game, regardless of what happens next, you will play at an SI main stage, which is the first time for you. How is that feeling?
That was the goal for the start of the year when we got Uzis and Solotov. We all said, guys, we have 2 majors to be ready for the SI. And now here we go. We just finished first, a bit lucky, but first still. And after winning Unwanted, they play really well. And oh my god, this win means so much for me.
I totally understand. Let's talk about Unwanted as well, because so often you guys have a target on your back. Everyone wants to take you down. Maybe for you guys it was the other way around. Obviously the Manchester Major core. What was this match in particular meaning for you?
It's kind of revenge, but not really, because they don't have Gunnar and Diffuser anymore. So it was kind of a new lineup. The way they played, really annoying with like every time Blackbird, Blitz, Monty. They played the meta really well, but yeah, we managed to win, and the mental was really good. So perfect.
That's awesome. Well, we've had some mixed results from you guys. So at this SI, I mean, you must agree there are some things that you're really happy with so far, and some things that you feel like you still need to improve on.
Yeah, the first game we were a bit sleepy. After we were like, okay guys, we can't lose anymore. We need to win to qualify. So after we win 2 games, like not easy, but like good way. After we played PSG Talon, it was a match meanings, okay, we are first or second. I feel like we weren't like not into this match, but we managed to still get the first place, and now this match was the match to win to go to the stage. So I'm happy.
Well, you won the most important one after all, so thank you so much for your time and good luck with your next game.
What a close one that we had between BDS and Unwanted. Overall, fantastic games. This just means that BDS have now qualified to the main stage alongside SSG on Friday. So if you'll be joining us later on this week at SI 25 in Boston, you'll be seeing them 100% and seeing them right now. My beautiful NA analyst partners on here, Davide and Lax and Corporate Lax.
Corporate Lax. I did see that. I did see that production. That's pretty funny. That was pretty funny.
It is a pleasure to share this wonderful set with you once more. It's been a long time. It's been since last SI. Once we
I had Manchester with you though.
Yeah, but all 3 of us.
Obviously all 3 of us.
Forces.
Yeah.
It's
all 3 of us.
It's
we're
a
like
different
the team,
kind of thing.
you know, we're a team. The trio. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rob's gonna get jealous that he heard that.
Well, gentlemen, it has been a wonderful day. We still have, though, 2 more teams to qualify to that main stage, of course, between the A and B stream. But we're focusing on A stream, of course, with Furia and Dark Zero. Reminder for all of those that have been under a rock over the past year and a bit, Furia won the last SI and then kind of just went downhill from there. So they're looking to come back into things. Do they have what it takes?
I mean, absolutely. I think Furia's been playing very well since the group stages. Obviously, a lot of people were expecting them to be a lot more of a force. And throughout the last year, it hasn't been really too much to highlight about Furia. But they've gotten a little bit better, and they're finally looking like they're on form, similar to the Furia that won Brazil Invitational.
You know, I love the fact that you mentioned how good they were looking in groups, because I actually have representation that shows how well they are looking in groups. And to be honest, it's good. Keg, obviously, everyone questioned Furia at that point. They immediately go 0-2 against Keg. Everyone was on Keg's side. Everyone was putting down Furia like, oh, they're out of the tournament. They aren't going to stand a chance. And that just lit a fire underneath them. 7-2, 7-5, 8-7. I believe the first 7-0, and especially on a team like Shopify, that was impressive. And then the big rematch that was also questionable. They gave the respect to FaZe, saying it's always a good match. It's always a back and forth. 7-5, 7-3. So, I mean, the question is, can they repeat history, but change history? Well, not repeat history. Can they change history? If they get the victory here, they will put themselves on main stage. If they lose, then they will go back and do a 2024 run in the lower bracket all the way to the finals.
Yeah, and honestly, Furia needed that first loss. They needed that reality check because when you win a year full of tournaments, obviously your egos are going to get hot, and you can see it in Furia's gameplay. I mean, they're the most aggressive team at this tournament by far in the way that they play. If you look at their opening kills, they're the first in the tournament. 60% of rounds, they're constantly getting that opening kill. But the issue with Furia that we've highlighted before is the conversion. They're 12th in the tournament. You may think 68% is good, but it's not. With the amount of times they're getting that opening kill, if they can just focus on not going too much, not getting another one, the over-aggression, they would be able to be smoking these teams. They'd possibly get more 7-0s if they can just be a little bit more consistent on not giving away that initial pick after they get the first one.
Well, I think as important it is, there is a dynamic duo here that can definitely shape that. And for me, obviously, FaZe, JV92 are it. You look at the ranking, these two are the second and third highest rated player in the event so far. FaZe being their IGL, so I do want to touch up on with what you were saying, their conversion rate. That is going to be on FaZe to just be able to just control his troops, change the pacing, say, all right, either we're getting aggressive or we need to play more passive. And then I do believe if that can happen, FaZe can be that voice of reason. We can see that conversion rate slowly trickle down and actually put them better standings than what we're currently seeing them at.
I mean, the fear coming into this for me is how do Furia play against shield merchants? And that was the first fear against CAG. It happened, but thrown by the wayside. That no longer exists. We are in a zone where Furia are absolutely in control. But on the other side are Dark Zero. And today, honestly, after that game versus M80, you light a fire under yourself in another kind of way.
Yeah, it was definitely a doozy of a day for them. I gotta say, you know, it was nice for them to play a familiar face going against M80. They knew what it was like. They could easily kind of reset their brain and more focus on what the traditional Siege has been throughout the stage for them. But overall, they have been making huge improvements and taking them down and putting them one step closer to getting the main stage of going against Furia here is going to be the deciding factor of that.
Absolutely, but the one thing that sets Dark Zero on the back foot is I feel like they're very circumstantial in the way that they win. They don't like going to new things. They need consistency. They need same old, same old. And the story of Skyscraper against M80, they got smoked. But against Club and Bank, they looked amazing. And a big player that came alive that we've been waiting for at this tournament was Pamba. Pamba party time. I mean, if you look at his stats from the match earlier to the group stages, they are completely amazing. But obviously, just Dark Zero as a whole, they've been playing very well. And Pamba was a main entry for everything in that game. He was constantly getting that opening kill. He was constantly in positions to where his team could just set up with drones to be able to get him that first kill. And you can see, throughout groups, he has almost 20 entry kills. In one game, he has almost a quarter of that. Yeah. I mean, he's really come alive in these playoff situations, and he's been such a pivotal player for DZ.
It's a good thing to take from this graphic is the only person you should ever compare yourself to is your own self. And huge improvement and kudos to Pamba.
I mean, I definitely want to say, you know, I want to give him his flowers, and I did say I want to see him come alive that last game. That's absolutely what he did, and especially Fox's graphic backed that up. But the question for me is he going to be able to replicate that same success, that same firepower now going against an unfamiliar face of Furia where, again, playing M80, you can kind of go back to your defaults. You can kind of go back to your basics. You know the little idiosyncrasies of what every single M80 player does. You don't have that here against Furia. You are going to have to be playing an even tighter game and be on a tighter ship.
Right, and the thing with DZ is we talked about they need to set up to be able to execute. They're so execute reliant, but Furia is not a team that lets you do that. They're hyper aggressive down your throat the whole time. Yeah. I think it really comes down to the maps to see what we're going to be cooking up for Dark Zero Furia.
And that's what I want to see. Very good way to tie it together because we have our map bans and, of course, our picks in this best of 3 ready for you, and I really want to see what we get out of it. Gents, can you please walk me through what's going on?
What are we doing? So the Chalet pick, that's a no-brainer. Furia, Brazil, they love Chalet. It's a very popular map. They obviously did find their first victory on it against Shopify Rebellion. That was a close match. I will say, some could argue that Shopify Rebellion could have won that matchup. So maybe Dark Zero just wants to, test the waters there. But the border, Fox, I'll let you take this because that is super questionable.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of any of these maps besides Clubhouse for Dark Zero. I mean, you're right. Chalet is a map that they don't play too hot on. It's a very aggressive map. Border is a map that Furia is currently 12-0 on.
It feeds aggression.
And so if we saw anything about the risk that Dark Zero let Skyscraper up in the M80 game, why would you let up Border? Clearly, when you go to new variable maps, you don't play well. You don't perform well. You need consistency. So if Dark Zero can somehow make it to a Clubhouse, a third map, that's their best shot at winning it at a 2-0, but it's 2-1. But a 2-0 is not looking good for Dark Zero.
You're looking here, though. You did mention, Fox, that Dark Zero look for comfort. They look for something they can prepare for and do their studies. With 12-0, there's a lot to study. But can you convert it in the server on the day is the other question.
I don't know. We want to talk about comfort. Clubhouse is that comfort pick, in my opinion, because whatever you're trying to pull with these first two maps, I hope you are going to be adapting and changing a play style and being less passive and matching that aggression, or trying to force Fury into unwinnable positions because they might get over aggressive. But again, these first two maps, it really is in Furia's favor here to get it over in a 2-0.
Right, Dark Zero is very reliant on the executes that we've talked about, and both Chalet and Border are maps that you can just get into the building without needing an execute. You have to win the gunfight. You have to get inside the building if you're Dark Zero. These maps just don't look good for their playstyle in general.
All right, gentlemen, we are ready to go with our matchup. So please, Corpolax, Street Kid Fox, thank you so much. Seems like Pokemon trainers even that you would find in-game, or even some characters from Cyberpunk or whatever. But we got our casters ready to go. And of course, it's Jesse and Intero.
Hello, thank you so very much. God, it has been so long since Gassan through to me/us, and it is so great to have him here again. Not that our hosts haven't done a great job. I think Ann was stellar.
Manic was okay.
Manic was terrible. He was awful. Just a grotesque individual who looks like he escaped to the local zoo, running amok in the esports scene. Really just, what's that guy's deal? I take the opportunity to put him down when he's not on the broadcast. I actually don't know what he's doing right now, and frankly, I don't care. But it's great to see Milos and Jesse. It is great to see Dark Zero again after one of the most memorable matchups that we have had in quite some time. A matchup that single-handedly revived our Reddit and Twitter scenes, so I guess some good comes of it. Do you think we're going to see the same level of theatrics with DZ versus Furia?
Parker, I'm willing to bet that we won't. I'm going to make a bold statement. I don't think anybody's getting banned after this game. We have the world champions up against Dark Zero right now. It's Furia fighting for a spot back at the main stage. They have not played at all so far today. They got a bye past that first round because they finished first place in their group. Dark Zero were not so fortunate, so of course they played earlier today against M80 and won that game 2-1 in what was a kind of lopsided game, back and forth, a streaky game. And I think Dark Zero, I mean, the analysts put it best. They've given themselves a tough task here. The maps that we are going to are not going to be easy for DZ, specifically choosing a map that Furia are currently 12-0 on through the season is, well, it's bold, to say the very least.
If I may use Twitch parlance, I believe it is Monka-S. Monka-S, however you choose to pronounce it. I'm a 34-year-old man, so that's how I pronounce it. But to your point, you think the map pool favors Furia. The people seem to be very high on DZ's supply, Jesse.
I mean, they fought the beast and they survived.
Cut me off. I was going to say 55-45, and then you cut me off.
I mean, I think Dark Zero have earned that after what they did in the first series.
Earned the right for you to cut me off on the broadcast.
We'll jump right into the operator bands for Chalet.
I hate when you ignore me.
The first map of this series, chosen by Furia. Both these teams have played quite a bit of Chalet so far at the event. We'd expect probably, I could see a Blitz from Furia. They'll go Grim instead. Wow, they've been permabanning Blitz on this map for a very long time. A lot of teams have banned Blitz against DZ on this map. So a bit surprised not to see it off the board. Dark Zero, for their fact, Going by history, they could ban the Deimos here. I think they have a couple options based on what they've been banning historically on this map. These bans have been very unpredictable so far this event, and they'll keep us on our toes. A Flores ban in 2025 might be the first of the tournament. Somebody's gonna have to stat check me on that, but a very spicy ban to come out from Dark Zero. Tough to call these defender bans. A Fenrir would probably be the most default expected ban from Dark Zero because the other ops that they ban, Furia tend not to play too much on this map. It'll be a Clash. Again, they keep us on our toes. Love seeing the Clash ban come out. Okay, you do not see that every day. Maybe the first time a Shield has been banned against Furia. They've really not been taking a liking to that operator, and Furia will take out the Valkyrie here against Dark Zero. A bit of a new one, but still quite common for teams on Chalet. So the stage is set.
Let's go, boys!
And the players are ready.
We will launch into our very first round between these two teams. One of them will move on to play on the main stage. For people who haven't been following the way that these games go, so far today, all of these matches are in the upper bracket. The lower bracket will start tomorrow and go onwards. But as for these teams, the winner of this match goes into the upper bracket semifinals. Now, the reason why we say they will be on the main stage is because, while the upper bracket semifinal won't be occurring on the main stage, the loser of those matches will then get put down into a part of the lower bracket that will be played on the main stage. So you're not qualifying to play on the main stage in your next match. You're qualifying to play it in the lower bracket in the match after that. And we've already seen two teams find themselves in a position where they will be on the main stage. Jesse, spoilers inbound. Team BDS prevailed, honestly, in a bit of a shocking matchup against Unwanted. Unwanted kept that one very, very close. BDS did prevail 2-1. They will be going up against Space Station Gaming, who stunned G2 just on the stream earlier, before we went live. Both of those teams will be present on the main stage. The winner of Virtus Pro and Raza Company Academy, which is occurring on the B stream in just a couple minutes. The winner of that matchup will play the winner of Furia Dark Zero, and the losers will go down into the lower bracket.
Plenty of great games. I love getting deep into the bracket, the 6th Invitational, because the teams just get better and better. And both these squads, I think, would be worthy opponents in that upper bracket semifinals. But of course, only one can make it there. We're here, Chalet, round number 1 in the basement for Furia for their first bomb site. Not the most common site that we see teams starting off on. Dark Zero setting up, it looks like, for a wine execute, where they will eventually go try to get that defuse kit down under the dining hatch. Plenty of roamers, though, still to watch out for. I don't know if they know where Herds is. They fire a few bullets his direction, so they do know he escapes with half HP.
The previous matchup between Dark Zero and M80, the team that struck first in all of the maps would then go on to win that map. First Bloods were also hugely important in DZ versus M80. Well, if you're Furia, you're going to be happy with that. You get not 1, not 2, but 3 opening kills. As you've seen 3 players get involved in the fun. Herds and JV92 will need a kill for a team ace to be had on the side of Furia. As for Dark Zero, it's all up to NJR. Herds must kill him for the team ace. JV92 now has 1. Herds dies at the hands of NJR. It almost came to pass, Jesse.
He tried. Gave it his best shot. Somehow I don't think he'll be too upset, though.
I mean, NJR is in a real rough spot at this point. He had a terrific game against M80 earlier today. Hit a long-range sight on the KZ, but it's just too much debris in the way. Furia win round number 1 here on Chalet.
And good to see from the world champions, right? You're always a little bit worried when you don't play your first match until 7:30 p.m. that they're going to be a little bit cold. Maybe they're going to load into things. And Dark Zero, they had a game not that long ago, so they're going to be a bit more ready for it. But thankfully, Furia were okay. It seems like we might have some tech issues here as Nafe's headphones are not working properly. But in any case, it really does feel like we're set up for a fantastic game and a fantastic series, despite what Dark Zero may have done in the map ban phase. Because when you talk about a team as brilliant as this, not just with Nafe as the IGL and captain, but also with their brand new coach of Kangaroo Kenny, who has really revitalized Dark Zero, in my opinion, both with operator bans and with general playstyle, they're going to go into that second map of Border with a game plan. They should be coming to Chalet with a strong plan as well. I talked a little bit about how these two teams have both played a lot of Chalet at the Six Invitational. Furia have a win and a loss at SI, getting destroyed by CAG Osaka 7-2, but then bouncing back and beating Shopify in a 15-round game. For Dark Zero, the story was very much the same on Chalet. They got destroyed in their first game by Raza Company. That was a 7-3, and they bounced back and beat BDS 8-6. So both teams started with a pretty rough matchup on Chalet, answered it with a very close win against a top team in the tournament. So you got to imagine they're on somewhat equal footing here on the first map.
I would agree with that. I wonder how much the result against M80 and all that transpired afterwards will serve as motivation for Dark Zero. I went over and spoke with the team as they were setting up, and they were all smiles. They couldn't really believe what happened at the end of that match. There wasn't any fear or anything. It was more just disappointment and embarrassment from actions that weren't their own. But, I mean, we love drama. We love excitement. We love what esports brings. Maybe not quite to that level, but...
yeah.
Either way, I mean, you were just a part of one of the most memorable moments in the history of our esport. Furia was as well in their SI final against FaZe Clan in Brazil last year, but it's been a bit of a fall from grace for this Furia team since then. They have really struggled. They got knocked out in the quarters by Liquid in the very next major in Manchester after everybody had spent so long avoiding the word dynasty, and then they win SI, and we're like, all right, they won every single event in a calendar year. They're a dynasty, and then they're like, oopsies, and they forgot how to play in the quarterfinals. They get stunned by Liquid, and then they don't even qualify for the Montreal major.
Yeah, gate kept by Nuxka and Guto.
The dynamic duo.
Who, unfortunately, I believe have both been released from their roster since that matchup. But obviously, Furia have suffered more failures in the last 6 months than they've really ever experienced as a team. Prior to missing the Montreal major, they'd made, I don't know the stat top of my head, something like 10 events in a row, though, across the official circuit, which is just ridiculous. And of course, through those 10 events, they'd made 2 SI Grand Finals. They won one of them. They won more majors than anyone else in history. I almost wonder if it was a good thing for Furia to miss an event and take some time off, because they've been playing non-stop Siege for the better part of 2 years when they finally missed the major. And so taking that time both to revitalize a little bit, enjoy some off time, but also remember what it feels like to miss an event, remember what it feels like to lose out on a moment like that, I think really lights a fire in a team like Furia, and they've shown it so far by being first place in their group.
It's not an exact parallel, but when G2, at the time known as Penta Sports, was winning everything, and then they went to the Sao Paulo Grand Finals, which was season 6, season 7. I honestly, the early years kind of blend together. It was my first live event. And they got humbled, and they lost. They didn't even make it to the finals. They got beaten by Black Dragons in the semis. On the way out, talking to them as they were leaving, Shas, at the time their coach, said that he thought it was good for them to experience defeat. It recentered them, and it put their desire to win into a different level. And then, of course, they went on to have what at the time was the most historic match of Rainbow Six that we'd ever seen, which was the 2018 SI. And then they were pretty much unbeatable from that point onwards. I mean, obviously, Liquid didn't get that memo at Atlantic City, but that was under very different circumstances. Could Furia find some fire? Well, they won round number 1. They will be on the wrong side of the opening duel here on round number 2 as Dark Zero get the leadoff pick onto KZ, who's had some serious struggles at this event.
Yeah, Sen's wall coming out now, the Blackbeard being held by Kobe, too. Easy bringing all the bells and whistles to this execute. Nate's rotated over to Library as well with the Blitz shield here, but Philly Pox will be the first point of contact as Nate holds the cross. Never mind, JV's in Nate.
Nade dies, that's the shield down. Dark Zero dominating on the kill feed, but Nade not moved out of his position on Chimney. Will pay or make them pay with 2 very swift kills. Interestingly enough, we have a round where both of the recruits are playable. It's quite rare to see them both in action at the exact same time. A 2v2 now for the final 40 seconds.
Bolo jumping on in, regrabs that defuse kit. We've got full top floor. Furia not looking to recontest. This tracker from NJR might be the big thing that saves them. It's going to give them great information on where Nade is at. And Herds as well, if they've got a ping on him at some point. They do not, so they will not know Herds' position. That could be a massive advantage from Furia.
Bolo holds on to that case. He's not usually the guy to walk in the objective, but somebody's got to do it given that your typical support players are down. Dark Zero now running against the clock. They'll try to flush out Herds in this position. He's not moved off of this spot. Now it's Nade being focused on Herds on the flank around. Is there something to exploit? He's looking for an opening, outdueled by NJR. Bolo sticks the plant, but Nade is able to walk right up and get a quad kill. Not the ace because he secured the down. What a performance. Unbelievable stuff by Nade to get the quad kill and the objective. Furia off to a great start.
Beautiful play coming out from the support player of Furia. Nade, the 21-year-old, had to beat his twin brother last year in the grand finals to win SI. That was showcased beautifully in our new documentary that was put out just yesterday. Hour-long feature presentation showcasing that grand finals in all of its glory.
Jesse, I thought your part in the documentary was excellent.
You thought my one line was good? I practiced it many times.
Did you?
Yeah.
I thought it was funny because they put out the tweet where they're like, special thanks to all these people, and you're like, whoa, I'm in it. And then you checked it, and you're like, I'm in it for 4 seconds.
Genuinely.
It is an hour long, and I'm in it for 4 seconds, but they still took the time to thank me.
Well, and I appreciate that. You know, it doesn't go unnoticed.
It's like impact kills.
Yep.
If you get 1 kill, and that kill wins a round, and you go on to win 8-7, look, you don't need a lot of speaking time, Jesse.
In that one line that I delivered, effectively what I did was I glazed KZ and Herds. I called them 2 of the mechanically best players in the entire world. I think I called them the best players in the entire world. And I stand by that. You know, despite the struggles over the last year, these players as individuals are ridiculous, and they're even better as teammates working with the rest of the squad, but the mechanics that the top fraggers of Furia have are just insane. I think over the last year, JV92 has gotten even better as a player as well. He was maybe a quieter part of that 6 Invitational run, although nobody was not important. He's really stepped up to be one of the best players. I believe he currently top frags for the team. Yes, he does. Best KD ratio at the very least for Furia so far.
The Blackbeard vaults on in. Pambazu taking a big opportunity. The player you said who's much improved. It's good enough for a single kill before Bolo gets rid of him. First kill will go to Furia, but it won't really give them much of a lead. Hold on a moment. KZ on the double run out. Nade jumping down on NJR. Bolo is the last man standing. 55 seconds into the round, and we are just about ready to move on. I mean, depends if Bolo's able to clutch this one. He almost pulled it off on Skyscraper against M80 just 6 hours ago. He's got plenty of time. He's got the entire round to go. He doesn't have the case, but he has the ability to slingshot up the hatch. Fails to land a shot onto the head of the Frost. He was expecting the Legion to peek, but KZ will do it instead. Furia springing off to a very hot start here.
Very kind of KZ to showcase those great mechanics as soon as I bring it up on the cast.
You're welcome.
Beauty shots.
I'm taking credit.
KZ, you did.
I'm taking.
Beauty.
KZ isn't here right now, so I'll accept the award on his behalf.
KZ is on the other side of this wall over there. He's in the other room.
He's in the other side of this wall, and then there's a room, and then there's another wall, and then there's another room with 2 boots, and they're in the farthest room.
He's not far. Look at these shots. First one was Kobe, nice. This next one was the beauty, though. Straight to the head of Nate. That is not an easy one. And then the third as well, Bolo. Didn't have much of his head shown, but KZ hits those every time. I think it also speaks to the playstyle of Furia, right? On the defense, they are always hunting for picks, always looking to get aggressive. Their eyes are constantly waiting for that opportunity. Some teams, you know, you'll see them, maybe they'll get aggressive when they're in a 3v5. Maybe they'll get aggressive when they need to win the round. Maybe they'll even spawn peek once or twice. Maybe in the 5v5, they'll get aggressive if they think they don't have the strongest of hold. Furia, I feel like no matter the situation, no matter the circumstance, they are always ready to swing out and get a pick if they see that they have an opportunity to make that happen. Part of that is confidence. You know, you don't dominate an entire year of Rainbow Six Siege without believing that you're the best. And I think when they've got that belief in themselves, when they've got that confidence, they often feel empowered to make those plays, even if they're not necessary to win the round, even if you go from a winning position to an even more winning position. They like to make those moves, and it often does pay off for the Brazilians.
I was going to weigh in on something you just said, but I completely blanked on it.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Great job, Parker.
Not always. I'm not always at the top of my game with your remarks. It was going to be a dig at you, by the way. So, I mean, like, I was going to joke at your expense.
You, to me?
I know.
You would do that?
I know. It's often unheard of. Dokkaebi hack now coming in. That logic bomb will give information away to Dark Zero.
Timing.
The sound it makes on the two robots of Skopos is genuinely very funny.
Some would call it infuriating.
Yeah. Infuriating.
Nice try.
I thought I could make it work.
It's going to leave that second body up inside a bar. It's unlikely that it will ever be swapped to again because it should be very easy to destroy it as soon as Dark Zero take that map control. It means that all 5 players are back inside the bomb site for Furia, leaving Dark Zero 90 seconds to set up whatever type of execute they're going to be looking for.
Grenade rolls in front of Herds, but the explosion only hits the wall and door frame, so he takes no damage from that. I don't know if they had an idea of somebody being down there. They've only got 2 drones remaining at this point, so Dark Zero will be in a really rough spot when it comes to intel, and there's still a minute left on the board. Now, they've managed to clear out an awful lot of this first floor, but hold on a second here. What is this from KZ?
I kind of like it. You know, you want to hold the blue stairs. He's got ADSs here as well. Some of those utility went over towards Boiler instead. This is kind of a cheeky play. I like it.
A grenade does not go far enough on blue stairs to trigger the ADS, so KZ's position has not been given away. Nade is the only person who's taken any damage at this point. A very, very sluggish round by both of these teams. Fury obviously wanting to continue their hot play, looking at a 4-0 opportunity as Nafe does a bit of damage, but I mean, Nafe survives for the time being. KZ falls back. Now it's a follow-up from Nade. Nade and Nafe, you're gonna hear these two quite often. Bolo breathing an awful lot of gas. He's taken down as Kobe eliminates Herds. And now Kobe could have another, but he botches the shots on the JV92. Big numbers advantage for Fury as they've reduced Dark Zero to NJR. But the kills aren't what's gonna matter. The diffuser is miles away and the clock will give the round to the Brazilians. Does Kangaroo Kenny call a timeout right now, Jesse? It is 4-0 for Furia.
You got to imagine at some point he needs to call this. Things are starting to spiral out of control for Dark Zero.
9 kills for DZ through 4 finished rounds.
Jeez. I don't believe attack timeout is being called, so...
Does not appear so. Nave's still searching for his first kill as well.
The coach is going to hold on. Thinks it can be better used at a later time. We also have seen coaches sometimes in a stomp opt not to use their tactical timeout. Map 2 of the last series, Bodega lost 7-2 and decided not to use his tac. Not sure if copying him is going to be the best strategy going forward.
Just gonna say this. Copying him is a bad idea right now. Don't think it needs to be elaborated on.
Well, without any words from their coach, Dark Zero have 2 more rounds to pull themselves out of this pit on the offense. They will lose the half. The question is by how much. That last round, Furia did a great job of switching the pace up. You know, it started off this first 3 rounds with Furia playing very aggro, going for a lot of swings. We talked about it in reference to KZ. This time they say, what if we just sit 5 guys in the basement and we all hold staircases with shotguns? Turns out, pretty good strat.
Except when it's a Blackbeard and your M870 does no damage to it.
Okay, but the Blackbeard got owned at the end.
Own is quite the word. He was defeated. Vanquished, some would even say.
He was put on a leash.
That is not broadcast appropriate. I mean, if you look at the way that Chalet plays out, do you have some signs of concern if you're Kangaroo Kenny? Because he's ultimately going to determine when that timeout is called. Chalet is the most played map so far at the 6 Invitational. Jesse, it's been played 14 times, 162 rounds in total. It's defender-sided. But it being defender-sided is not necessarily accurate. 54% of the rounds have been won by defenders, 46 by attackers. That's very close to 50-50 territory. The only thing I will say is that the bottom floor bomb site has quite a great set of numbers for the defenders. 60% of all rounds won by the defenders, and it is the most played bomb site on this map.
And it's locked for the next couple of rounds, so thankfully for Dark Zero, they won't have to attack it once again. Instead,
they won it. Furia won it.
Yeah, that's why it's locked.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, I mean, opportunities now for DZ. Already an opening pick on a KZ, and JV92 forced back as well.
KZ dying as your main aggressor outside of Nade's clutch performance. Of those 7 kills, 4 of them came in one round as that quad clutch emerged. Herd still searching for his first kill too, as he and Nave have been held off the score sheets. Dark Zero coming to blows, and they're winning almost every single engagement. They just now need to find Philippox, who's downstairs inside of the bomb site. Furia so far has been doing very well with the site rotation. Bolo on the follow-up on blue stairs after the Blackbeard took Philippox's attention, and Bolo makes no mistake about that engagement. DZ finally get on the board. They can't be particularly happy with the way that this game has gone so far.
No, but I think some life to them now, and I think even if they can pull this one back to a 4-2 half, they should be feeling pretty decent for the second half. You know, it's a map that does tend to lean 50-50 more or less, and DZ get defense after this, so I don't think they're too worried just yet. Some great Blackbeard play, making a lot of good space for Dark Zero. Sometimes we see teams overfight on the Blackbeard, and it never ends up paying off. This time around, Dark Zero, they worked NJR in down from lobby, and we got 2 big kills we see here. And then Pambazoo made that space, only pulled out the gun when it made sense, when he was in that elevated position that wasn't being expected by the Azami. I was able to clean up the last couple of kills there. Furia 4-1 up still, but Dark Zero some life in them. The final round will be set on Kitchen, so despite the fact that a lot of the powerful bomb operators on the top floor are unbanned, we often see a zombie or castle banned on this map. Furia don't want to play that top floor, and usually I find that they're more willing to play those when the operators are up, but Furia still just deciding they don't like that.
Jesse, here's a little fun fact for you.
Parker, please give me a fun fact as we head into round 6.
Kitchen was played in round number 3. It was won, obviously, by the defenders. It is the only bomb site on Chalet that has a positive win rate for the attackers. The other 3 bomb sites, as mentioned earlier, Wine Cellar Snowmobile, Bar Gaming on the main floor, and then Bedroom and Office on the top floor, all skewing towards defenders. Kitchen and Dining already going for the defenders one time, despite being essentially a coin flip bomb site too, is great for Furia, but Dark Zero look decently motivated. They were actually able to hit some shots in the previous round. Their entry was good. Furia maybe bit off a bit more than they could chew on their roam. The next 30 seconds of this round will be quite crucial. Do Dark Zero sweep through the rest of the map and put more pressure on these offsite players upstairs of Furia? They're hunkered down for the time being, and they've got some protection from those Kiva barriers and mute jammers.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 players up here for Furia. It's not going to be an easy task for Dark Zero to take this space, but that's why they're running 2 shields. A Dread Mine goes off, and moves are attempted, but Furia don't find anything. A lot of damage into Pambazoo as KZ steps up and finds the Blackbeard, but he's still alive. He's got his gun up as well, ready to take some shots. Kiva's being broken down and some smokes used. Do they get into Office? That needs to be the goal.
Blackbeard just being the main focal point will absorb so much damage. So those 30 seconds would be incredibly vital, and they haven't been able to dislodge Furia from this spot whatsoever. At this point, does Dark Zero continue, given that they think they've sunk enough costs into this? Or do they opt to go elsewhere? Nitro Cell goes out. Philippe Hawks looking for one. KZ starting off well. Herds on the board last round. He'll pick up another kill here as there goes a pocket impact. The blitz maneuvered around, pushing him down. Nafe will get on the board. KZ answers right back. And the first half goes in favor of the defending world champions by a score of 5-1.
Beautiful play by KZ. I think a 4K to complement his 3K earlier on in the half. Six Invitational here. He's tempting to two-peat as the SI MVP from last year, and he currently leads the tournament in kills per round, averaging 0.97 frags every round that he's played, which is kind of insane. When you think about it, we usually talk about 1.00 as like the ridiculous mark. So to be just a smidge below that is still extremely impressive. Furia in that round, they made a fortress out of Office and Piano. You don't often see teams reinforcing all 4 Office walls, but Philippe Hawks did just that, and he made a little bunker. Had a mute jammer in there, was able to just play extremely passive so that he couldn't take any gunfights. At the same time, he allowed his teammates to play around him. Herds back inside of Master, and then of course, KZ playing from Piano with those Kiva barriers. Showed a masterclass on Azami and proved just why that operator is often thought to be the most powerful defender in the game.
I mean, you referenced Azami's power as a defender. I'm trying to remember which one it was. It was DZM80.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to remember which map it was that you said that, though. I feel like it was Clubhouse.
Maybe. I yap about Azami a lot. She's very, very...
Don't say yap. You're a self-respecting adult.
What?
Yap is the word used by children.
Just because you're 85 doesn't mean I can't use hip lingo, Parker. I'm still a Zoomer.
You said hip lingo. You're not beating the allegations here, Jesse.
All right.
There goes a grenade tossed out looking for an entry point. Philippe Hawks off to the races. KZ with 10 kills will be the first casualty of this second half. Down goes the blitz, and now it's a hard lesson to learn for the Legion. Philippe Hawks and Herds both on the board. Nade sails in, it claims Nafe. Bolo and Panbazoo last 2 alive. They'll have to retake with the diffuser down. Great shooting by Panbazoo, and he and Bolo now combined for 9 kills. Still plenty of utility, though, for Furia in this post plant. 2 adrenal surges. Lion has a scan. You've still got 2 of those quote-unquote smoke grenades from the sends of Nade. Dark Zero cannot afford to be patient here. They don't know exactly where to press from. Down goes Panbazoo. Bolo worried about what's above, worried about what's outside. He sees the drop from the Lion. Down goes JV92. And Herds will sweep back into the bomb site as we were very quickly nearing the point of no return. Speaking of the point of no return, Jesse, it is 6-1 Furia. I don't know what it is about Dark Zero, but when they go to their opponent's map, they get absolutely annihilated. It was a 7-1 victory for M80 on M80's map earlier today. DZ were able to run up the score on their own map choice, but now here they are on Furia's map, and guess what's happening?
I mean, it's something that Des talked about, right? They talked about how Dark Zero are very much a comfort-based team. They're extremely good when they can rely on their backbone, when they know exactly what's going on. If they get caught off guard a little bit with a map pick or with some kind of a play that the enemy team is making, they often struggle a little bit. I gotta say, that push from Furia was absolutely flawless. Every single member of the team did something extraordinary in that execute. Philippe Hawks on the Blackbeard was able to jump in and take space of the bomb site. Herds was jumping in Mudroom at the same time to pick up some more kills, an important one onto Kobilax. JV92 was locking down the top floor of Library and nading out Nade, who was playing that Library corner. Nade was able to get the defuse kit down inside of the bomb site, and KZ was the opening death to give them a false sense of confidence. Massive impact from all the players on Furia. That last execute, you could just tell that this is a well-oiled machine, and you're seeing a little bit of that team that won the 6th Invitational just a year ago.
It seems like the deeper that we get into this tourney, the better this Furia team does. That is a scary thing for every single opponent that they will run across. Again, the winner of this matchup between Dark Zero and Furia will play on the main stage here in Boston. So if you're a fan of Dark Zero, you desperately want them to win, because if they fail here, it's a long road for them to get to a point where they might be on that main stage. We talked about this in the DZM80 matchup, but as it stands right now, if you qualify for the upper bracket semifinals, which is what the winner of this match does, even if you lose, you play in the lower bracket quarterfinals, which will be on stream. Both of these teams now in a very pivotal round will come to blows early on. Furia and Dark Zero losing one apiece. Herds dying after he had been relatively ineffective in the first half is maybe not as detrimental as losing both Kobe and Pandazoo. Now it's another pick from Dark Zero. Neither of these teams can escape one another as it's a 3v3. Just a little bit over half of the round to go.
Yeah, and honestly, Dark Zero still holding a good chunk of the map. 2 players top floor, Nathan Bolo locking down Office and Piano. That's the same spot that we saw Fleetpox and KZ locking down on their defense of this map, so still good control from DZ. Furia don't have what they need just yet to go for an execute. With the Office wall opening, that gives them a bit of an opportunity. And if they can hunt down a pick on a Bolo, that'd be nice, but I'm not sure that pressure is really there. Bolo's mostly just paranoid. Maybe we can see JV on the window get a pick.
Nade was inching up, looking for it. Bolo gives him the opportunity, flushed out of his position by a Logic Bomb. Jesse, is this curtains for Dark Zero? 2 players remain. Not a lot for them to work with.
NJR's got to retake the site, and Nafe is still holding top floor. Nafe is really being a hero in this round. He's got so much utility. He's got to make sure that he can keep this space so that he can maybe deny from up above. He's really got to trust an NJR in the site, because he's going to be all alone down there.
You split your forces, but when you don't have a lot of them, well, what can be done? If NJR dies, that's a tough one, but he battles back against JV92. Felipox jumps on him. It's Nave in a 1v2. Furia looking for the knockout punch, but Nave has another idea. Rebuffing Nade. Felipox and Nave in a 1v1. Right now, it's just a war of words. Will they come to blows? Felipox at the halfway point of this diffuser. Now it's down. And Nate will use the kill holes from above, but he's under watch of those drones. He drops as Felipox is far enough away. ACOG in hand, and Felipox takes what remains of Nate and throws it in the bin. My Furia, what a victory. Well, this is nothing new for Dark Zero. A 7-1 victory for DZ's opponents on their map. They experienced that against M80, and DZ still won the best of 3. If you're a fan of that team in purple, you are hopeful that history will repeat itself. If not, Furia is getting us away quickly to catch the rest of the Super Bowl. Who knows? Furia takes map number 1. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Down here, Sakiami! I brought it all the way back!
Fácil demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
This music always gets me, I have to say. It is banging. We know what's been banging. It's Furia. They have gone ham on map number 1 against Dark Zero and have taken it 7-1. My God, Fox.
Oh, my God, indeed. I mean, that's what I was saying when I saw the map bans. We unanimously agree that these map bans did not work out in Dark Zero's favor. They definitely tried something. I don't know if it's working, but I would definitely keep that.
It's not.
I would definitely keep it hidden for the next future games, because that chalet was exactly what we described it to be. Furia was just so aggressive, so oppressive, constantly shutting down Dark Zero. Even when they would get into the map, it was just constant crossfires. Look at this clip from KZ.
And he's dealing with a team that have become shield merchants for a round. That was the biggest fear going into SI for Furia.
Absolutely, and just Furia just had a really good understanding of what to do. They played their classic version of Siege. They played together as a team. They were dominating with the opening kills. Dark Zero, on the other hand, really sloppy teamwork. I mean, once they did get into the building, they weren't really able to find their footing. They couldn't get panned by any kills. The denial, the drone denial from Furia was so good. But you know, I'm an analyst, I'm an expert, but Milosh, as a host, since you're watching and you've peaked Plat, what would be your expert opinion on this game?
First of all, I don't take peak this Plat as like a denigration or anything, because Plat 2 is already like better than 89% of players out there. So shout out to all you Plats out there.
Whatever you gotta say to sleep at night.
Plus, what do you mean as a host, buddy? That was casting and analyzing before you were even playing. Get out of here. But
you weren't.
Clearly, it was Furia's game. They played it well in the map bans itself, so they were definitely prepared for Dark Zero, and it's just very slow from the DZ side. When you can't slow Furia down, and then on your attacking side, they just keep jumping at you, and you have to rush into them, it's just not gonna work out. But to break it all down, thank you very much for the question, though, Fox.
No problem.
It really good. It kicked me back into it, but from one himbo to another, we got Laxing standing by Telestration.
Yes, sir, I do. I mean, if 7-1 wasn't convincing enough, and what we already touched up on how well Furia has been playing and this map decision, so there's going to be key points in these gunfights that you're going to need to keep in mind. Keep in mind to the player KZ. This is important. Also, keep in mind to JV92. These are going to be pivotal pieces throughout this match, throughout this round, as you were going to see here. So, as we can see, DZ wants to set up for a quick take into Trophy. Huge pick by JV getting Pamba, but this is a key moment right here. NJR, Bolo, they know Kitchen is completely clear. They can go for this. But what does Furia do? They send KZ back to this front door that is going to be taken on Kobe, that is also then going to be grabbing this pick onto Nave, and this is where everything unfolds. This is where Furia has the answer and what they need in order to retake this round, regain composure. What you are going to see here now is KZ is going to take this fight onto Kobe. Beautiful shot from him right here. He shouldn't be winning that. Again, Kobe, you need to win those. And then this shot. And what this allows essentially right here, this now allows Nade to swing into Master, to be able to peek this hatch and go for the diffuser on NJR and get that information. As you will again see from the top-down view, KZ gets the kill onto Kobe, gets the kill onto Nade. That now allows Nade into the site, dropping that diffuser, and then it leaves Bolo in a situation where realistically, he's just not going to win. And at the end of the day, this is exactly why Furia is looking so dominant, because not only is their teamwork on point, so is their communication. And again, if DZ wants to find themselves back in this, it's gonna have to on border. That's not gonna happen till after this break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
And here we are back again, Dark Zero getting ready after the wipeout. That was map 1, only able to take 1 round out of the 8 that we had, 7 going the way of Furia, reigning world champions from last Invitational. You used to know them as W7M. W7M, I'm sure you've heard Ian say it ad nauseum last SI. What happens here? They're so close. 1 map away from making it to the main stage of the Invitational 25 this Friday at the MGM Theater at Fenway Park. But we have to have a chat because my wonderful analysts here, both Laxing and Foxy, both from North America, by the way, if you cannot tell. Well, when we were looking at those map bans, there were a lot of questions, Intero bangs that were raised. Can we unbang the Intero, please?
You know, as much as I want to just say DZ has a chance here, they can bring it back. I needed something to be shown for Chalet, given how good Furia is on it. Now you're going to another map where they're even better on. So, I mean, I just got to put it blunt. I really don't think DZ is going to have anything left in the tank here. You know, we're talking about aggressive plays, aggressive maps, and you're going to border. This is going to be nothing but aggression from Furia, and you couldn't seem to thwart that off on Chalet. What makes you think you're going to do it on border?
Lift me up, please.
I mean, as an analyst desk, we got to be able to lift the spirits up a little bit, but unfortunately, I agree with my counterpart. I don't think border's going to go in Dark Zero's favor at all. I mean, it's it's Furia's best map. It's Furia's best map. They're currently on a 12-0 win streak on the map, and it's an aggressive map that just highlights what Furia is so good at. They're just constantly able to get those picks. We didn't see DZ really get in the map too much on Chalet. Can they change that tide on border? It's all going to come down to if they can just execute, and that's the most important.
They don't even look stressed. Look, he's laughing right now.
Man. They're laughing. And you know what? Silver lining 12-0 means a lot of VODs for Kangaroo Kenny to go through and prepare for you and the team, but we're just going to have to get into the server on border to get it all started. Thank you very much, Fox and Lax. We got Intero and Jesse to take us through it.
Thank you so very much. This might be our very last map here on the A stream, or we might have another hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours to go. Earlier today, we were kind of writing Dark Zero's obituary pretty quickly after M80 slapped the taste so far out of their mouth that it seemed like they would never taste again. And then DZ surprised us on their own map pick, winning 7-2, and almost an equally dominant performance from Dark Zero. The desk doesn't seem as confident in their ability to do it against Furia. Jesse, do you agree, yes or no?
I do. I mean, the desk...
Yes, that's not a yes or a no. You said I do.
I said yeah.
We're not getting married,
yes.
Jesse.
Yes, I do. I mean,
we're not getting married.
The desk was not kidding. This is a tough map for Dark Zero to have chosen. Border 12-0. I want to be clear. That's not 12-0 like stretching back to the Middle Ages. That's 12-0 this season. Like over the last 12 months, Furia are 12-0 on this map, which is just ridiculous.
I do hear that while our ancestors were discovering fire and figuring out how to round off the wheel, Furia was beating teams on border.
That's true.
It's been quite an impressive run for them.
It has. They've been beating teams on this map for a very long time, and Monty is their permaban on this map, so they're not going to make any change-ups as they head into this oh-so-important map number 2, Dark Zero. I wasn't sure what they were going to ban. Dokkaebi was my pick because I like to predict something no matter what, but that was a tough one to call a toss-up. This should be in a zombie from DZ. Yes, it is. There we go. 3 for 3. Let's make it a 4. Valkyrie would be the most expected ban from Furia based on their previous results. Couple options that they could run here on the defense. 4 for 4. I don't go 4 for 4.
You're so good.
I don't go 4 for 4 very often anymore, Parker, because
you're so good.
DZ started changing up their bans, and it started being much harder to predict.
Jesse, it's almost as if you are the Philadelphia Eagles, currently 24-0 over America's most hated team, the Kansas City Chiefs. It's almost like you are 24-0.
Furia is basically 24-0 on this map.
Well, they're 12-0. So that's actually half of it.
That's exactly half. They're like
that's
a half
crazy,
eagle.
Isn't it? Did you say they're half an eagle?
Yeah.
I don't think it works that way.
And Dark Zero is like a half of a Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
Taylor Swift's boyfriend is in action tonight. He's on the other channel. Who doesn't love Taylor Swift? Lots of people, apparently.
Really?
Do you like Taylor Swift?
I'm a fan.
Would you call yourself a Swiftie?
Songs. I listen. I think she's got some good songs, some less good songs, but I think overall.
Would you go see her? were the Eras Tour still ongoing, would you pay to go see her?
I don't think I would pay as much money as the tickets usually cost. I don't think I'm that big of a fan, but if I got tickets like for free or for cheap, yeah, I'd go. I'd have a good time. I'd sing along to like some of it.
You are so brave.
Thank you. We'll start on the most popular bomb site on Border. Of course, it's going to be the top floor. I expect this to be bog standard for Furia. They got standard bans. They're not the ones who chose this map. They probably weren't expecting to play it up against Dark Zero, but DZ made the call that it would be on the docket, so here we are. Immediately some util being saved by NJR as he drives that Brava drone back outside of the site. The castle barricade will be dispatched by Bolo as he opens up a way to the bomb site. Oh. Wow, what a shot from KZ, my God.
He was a slow starter here at the beginning of this event, but boy, oh boy, has he caught fire. And it's not every day that you see NJR compliment somebody for their shooting, but he does indeed. Now, when the last time Dark Zero was talking in chat today, it was not necessarily welcoming words.
Not quite as respectful.
Pambazu almost died as well, so not the start that DZ wants.
Yeah, they gotta find some way back into things, but with these mirror windows set up around break room, still Magnet's gonna be all over the place as well. I mean, it's Dark Zero. It's gonna rely on the shields to find an opening.
There's an opportunity for Herds to take out Nafe. He will lose that black mirror, and oh boy, he tries to run away. Philippe Hawks mag dumping, but guess what? He kills Nafe all the same, so blood for the blood god, I suppose. A sacrifice for Furia to keep their advantage. That is, unfortunately, an error for Furia that will haunt them. Pambazu is watching over top of this Maestro. They will drone him out in just a second, and oh boy. Do not really know how he gets out of this situation. KZ dies. Philippe Hawks on borrowed time. That just leaves two players from Furia to contend with Dark Zero. I love the way DZ have repositioned themselves, Jesse.
Indeed, Kobe now knows there's one inside of office, but unfortunately it's Nate holding a shotgun on a close angle. That's not going to be a fun gunfight to take. He's got to do it, though, with his teammate Pamba falling now on the other side of the map.
Dark Zero seemingly getting themselves out of the position that they were in. Wow. But JV92 and Nade combined for the final set of kills, and Furia's winning ways transfer over from map 1 to Border.
You saw Bolo try to make another angle over on the office triple wall, and that was going to be a really smart idea because that would have given them a crossfire onto Nade. It would have made it essentially a free pick, but the mute jammer was preemptively set up. They knew exactly what they were doing from start to finish in that round. Clean stuff coming through from Furia. Even in a round where they TK, the rest of it just looked so smooth. And of course, it all started with this shot onto NJR in spawn. That's a good reaction. That should get turned into a GIF at some point. Some shenanigans for sure in this game, but ultimately I think Furia played it very, very well. The crossfires they had set up start to finish were beautiful. JV92, that last frag, holding things on from the bomb site too. Just clean play from the world champions, as you'd expect in a matchup like this where they head to their favorite map. Just in case you were curious on who they had defeated 12 times in a row, Parker, I've actually got the teams. Would you like to know who Furia has defeated on this map?
Yes.
Great. They have, over the course of the last 12 months, defeated in a row W7M, wow. Black Dragons, wow. E1, Fluxo, ITB, Dark Zero, that was an 8-7 game back at the EWC.
I know them.
SSG, W7M again, MIBR, Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Liquid, and then MIBR again. 12 games in a row, and they're hoping to add DZ on that list for lucky 13.
Are you superstitious?
Nope.
Let's hope Furia feels the same way. So 13 is not an unlucky or superstitious number for them. Furia playing a bit more reserved this time, 30 seconds off of the clock. No spawn peaks to be had and no damage that can be done to Dark Zero. That was a great deal of discovery to be done by Nafe as he tests exactly what a Brava drone is capable of doing. The Kludge drone, as it's officially referred to as.
That was kind of cool, jumping the Kludge drone onto the little ledge there on the metal stairs. Keeps it within range of the camera so he can keep hacking, but also keeps it a little bit safer so that nobody in 90 can come through and shoot the drone. Kind of tech. If he messes that up, the drone falls and it loses the range on the default cam, but he did it beautifully. Cool little tech.
Lots of people that watch these games do not play this game competitively, and they certainly don't have the same level of experience that you and I do watching it or players do playing it. It's nice to just kind of give some knowledge, impart some wisdom on the viewers that a clutch drone just needs to be in the vicinity. Bolo catches 2 players, seemingly Blair Witched in the corners of their rooms. Both of them with their backs turned, and what an opening gambit it is for Dark Zero. Good capitalization off of the Lion EE1D, and an excellent entry by Bolo.
I gotta say, it might have been a few events, but we're watching Prime Bolo here in Boston. Nice little 2K entry. Sets Dark Zero up beautifully to take the rest of this round.
It's like watching Prime Mahomes.
Yeah, you can say that. Is he playing tonight?
Are you serious? Felipox and Herds with 2 kills. It's all up to Felipox now, the team captain, as NJR slayed 2 of the Brazilian teammates. Possible opening over to the plant spot for Nafe. Felipox catches 1 on the window. Down goes NJR. Bolo and Nafe now inside the site, being spam pinged away. Earlier on, Nafe set the scene by hacking most of the gadgetry, taking it out of the hands of Furia. Grenade goes in. Felipox looked like he might be able to get out, but he just seemingly he embraced it.
So when it's red, that actually means it's gonna kill you.
Red is bad.
I think he could have taken like another step back.
What if Felipox is colorblind?
Maybe.
Why is this grenade gray?
I think there's tools in the game for that though.
There are accessibility options for users who are colorblind, and if you're not colorblind, you just want funky colors, you can go with that too.
Yes.
This is really where the round fell apart. Nafe set the scene by taking care of the bulletproof cameras and the default cameras, which allowed Bolo to get into that position without anybody seeing him, and he capitalized off of that. It's another indication of a team that is clicking very well. But it's also another great example of how gadgetry and teamwork can win you around without anything showing up on the standings, right? Nafe isn't credited for any of that. Nafe is 0-1, yet he paved the way for Bolo to get in and get 2 very quick kills and gain control above the bomb site. Without Nafe, Bolo doesn't get those kills, and yet on the scoreboard, nothing shows for Nafe.
That's good team play all around from Dark Zero, and that's what you expect from one of the top teams inside of North America. They're looking to be the 2nd NA team to punch their ticket to the main stage after SSG did not too long ago. For round number 3, we'll go to Ventilation Workshop as Furia have set things up pretty heavily on that top floor. It's only KZ that remains on the main floor. Dark Zero start with a bit of breaching. Might want to be taking control of customs at some point in this round. Bolo gets into the first gunfight. It's over by Jail as KZ dumps a ton of bullets, but the SI champion will survive.
Very rare to see a Solus on this map, by the way.
Yeah. It's rare to see a Solus on any map.
Fleabog seems to have learned what the indicators on grenades mean, by the way. Now he's scampered off. It's KZ with the shot, though, not Felipox. Pambazu dies, so that's 2 separate players that KZ has had some serious influence over. Bolo survived that altercation. Pambazu was not so lucky. There's 3 players on the side of Dark Zero yet to get a kill. That's going to have to change if they want to keep pace with Furia.
More shield play coming in from Nafe. He's half HP, but he still needs to make this space. What a shot from Kobe. Answers right back.
Nade and Nafe separated by a single E in terms of their names. It's Nade who perseveres in that fight. Bolo still living on potentially borrowed time. As now Kobe shrugs off some damage. That's top east. Felipox will drop down those stairs. Good coverage. Grabs the Deimos of Kobe as he falls. It's all up to Bolo as Kobe's bleeding out. And Bolo's up top right now. It's on mezzanine, overlooking lobby. Felipox and KZ get the final 2 kills, and they will make no mistakes in the closing moments of that round. Furia regain the lead.
Great round from the captain, Felipox. Rock solid on those east stairs, playing on the smoke. Not an easy position. You often face a ton of pressure, and he sure did, but hit those shots with the SMG-11. Beauty stuff coming out from Furia here, not skipping a beat despite losing that last round. Top floor clear. We've seen a lot of shield play out of Dark Zero. I just am not sure that it's really getting the value they need it to. Once again, as the analysts predicted, it's Furia making a lot of these early moves, right? The one round they didn't. it was Bolo that made that first impression, that made that first aggression. But instead, now these last couple, especially round 3, we saw Furia stepping up and taking those gunfights, making the decisions as to when they'd be swinging. Keep an eye out on that for the rest of the game because it's so prevalent in both Furia's gameplay and it's so prevalent in the meta on Border. And I mean, that's why they go together so well.
I don't want to get baited into the operator swaps just yet, Jesse, but there was a glass being flexed. Nafe will lock in the Hibana, IQ, and Nomad will join in the hands of Pamzu and Bolo, respectively.
I often call Kino the best sniper in NA, and I stand by that, but Bolo is a good glass too. If you ever get to watch him on console at Top Forte, he is nasty with that operator.
Kino's a great shield player as well.
He had some good moments today.
He had, I think, one really good moment.
He had one really good moment.
And he got a lot of style points in the process.
He did.
That's got to count for something.
He did.
I mean, M80 unfortunately lost that matchup, but Kino came out looking like a cool guy. And I mean, hey, man. A lot of people being cool is half the battle. DZ have sprinted into the building now very quickly as we turn our focus towards round number 4. Pambazu seemingly no fear. He's got Kobe with him as they both sprung in through stock and detention area. That's referred to as jail for a lot of people. There are, you got it. There are metal bars in the floor.
Yeah, sometimes they take things away from you.
KZ sees the head of Nafe and removes it from his body. A little bit of subtraction being done. Who knew that we'd be in the middle of a math lesson? Bolo answers right back as KZ overstays his welcome on that door. Now it's Kobe and Herds to die. Dark Zero trying to set a breakneck pace on attack, and so far, by getting in the building in the first 20 seconds and challenging these Furia defenders, you've knocked the Brazilian team on their back foot. Nafe is the only killless player on DZ. I mentioned that there was 3 of them, now it's down to just 1. And honestly, it's not the end of the world if Nafe doesn't get kills. That's just the way he does things. Fleepox waited out Bolo. His patience is rewarded inside a break room, and the dynamic duo of NJR and Pambazu is all that stands between Furia winning yet another round. A utility on both sides of the coin, but Nade takes perfect opportunity with the EE1D going, and JV92 is there for cleanup inside a small office. Another terrific round for Furia, and it's sure starting to feel like a 2-0 is possible.
Fleepox keeps making good plays, and I'm happy to keep talking about him.
Fleepox.
You know, I was watching a documentary, and a lot of his teammates seem to just call him Pox.
Were you watching it because you were in it?
I was watching it because it's a great documentary. But a lot of his teammates tend to just call him Pox. I struggle to call him that because I have a favorite Canadian content creator named Pox and Locks.
It's Pox on Locks.
Yeah, okay.
Did you say Pox and Locks?
Well, I said Pox and Locks.
You don't even know the name of your favorite content creator. Also, his name is Felipe, or Philippe.
Yes.
So, Philippe Pox. That's why I always fall into the trap of calling him Felipox, because that's just the way phonetically I think the name should go. But, I mean, Pox is his name. Call him Pox if you want.
Regardless, Pox has had some great plays over by East Stairs on the smoke, and he never let his eye leave the defuse kit. As soon as his teammate got the first kill inside a break and dropped the defuse kit on the ground, he tossed the Toxic Babe to stop anybody else from picking up that defuse kit, and then he just positioned himself inside a break room, held the little rat corner, and just waited for somebody to pick it up. So he was on that like a hawk, and I thought that was beautifully played by Fleepox.
What about calling Flea Hawks?
Ooh, the Flea Hawks. Honestly, with the way that things are going right now, he just might be.
That was my Hawk impression.
I thought it was very good.
You did not. But I appreciate you backing me up either way, because even I didn't have much faith in it. So at least it's better than whatever noises Gunnar was making earlier.
So far in the tournament, Fleepox has played 44 different operators, which is the second most in the entire tournament, just after Volps, and he's still putting up ridiculous numbers. He's playing the same op every single round here on Border, but do not doubt his versatility for a second, because he is so good on any op in the game.
Down goes NJR at the hands of KZ, and it looks like the castle barricade on top east will be the next thing to fall. Off it goes, grenades go in, another smoke will answer. Nave absorbing an awful lot of damage. He's tussling with Fleepox, and he loses the duel. He's also dropped the diffuser down. Another gas canister will go out. Kobe doesn't want to breathe any of that in. Pambazoo in the middle of the bomb site. He and Bolo with 2 kills. An all-out brawl has broken loose as Felipox can't look down any farther. 3 players remain from Dark Zero. None of them, though, retrieving the diffuser dropped by Nafe. Pambazoo now felled by JV92 as Furia will look to take a deep breath and regain their composure here, Jesse.
Yeah, still 90 seconds on the clock. Dark Zero, they need to slow this down. That's why Bolo is just droning. Herds reclaims the defuse kit over by top east. JV92 is still locking down the bomb site. It'll be Bolo who fights this, and he wins it too. Beauty headshot right onto Herds. At least JV92 in a 1v2, but he's repositioned a little bit, Parker. This might not be expected.
Now, Bolo will go for a pretty standard plan. So he's going to go through the lobby. JV92's position known. He'll be harassed by the death mark, but he'll have to wait it out at this point. Bolo getting away to safety while Kobe acts as the distraction. And Bolo fully trusts in Kobe to hold down the fort. His trust is not misplaced. Still a lead for Furia, but Dark Zero more competitive already than they were in map number 1.
Yeah, not the cleanest round we've ever seen, but good enough for Dark Zero to secure a second one here on Border. They played this map once before this. That was over against Falcons. They won that 8-7, so they know what it takes to go the distance on this map. I thought Felipox continued to play brilliantly on those east stairs, but thankfully, the teammates of Dark Zero really did pull together to make sure they hunted him down, and they always knew where the defuse kit was. Credit to Bolo and Kobe for working together in that 2v2, understanding the fact that they had a lot of time to play with. They could reset for a little bit. They split up, which was risky, right? If Bolo loses that fight top east, you get into a really awkward spot. If Kobe gets pushed by JV92 on that bottom floor before Bolo can rotate back, that's a scary spot. But they had confidence in their players. Bolo is 8-3. He's been insane all tournament long. It makes sense they put their trust in him to get that done.
I was going to say, I mean, with the way Bolo's been playing, even if Kobe drops the ball, which he didn't, but even if Kobe Lax drops the ball, you've still got a tremendous player who, whether he wants to plant the diffuser or not, can easily engage. The only problem at that point would come down to clock management, because at some point, Bolo would either have to aggressively hunt down JV92 or he'd have to attempt to get the diffuser down. Excuse me. So, KZ is playing very well.
Yep.
And Pambazoo is gonna be mad. So, what do you think of that, Jesse?
I mean, listen, we talked about KZ's brilliant aim in the first map, but you don't need that much aim to hit a body shot with the Boss G. It's a very simple weapon. You point, you click, you get it down from almost any range. Not as much as it used to be before the nerf.
We haven't talked an awful lot about drone economy, Jesse. There are 2 drones left on side of Dark Zero, and there's 2 minutes to go. 2 drones! I don't know exactly what Herds was thinking there. Maybe it was a distraction for Felipox, who also misses out on an opportunity to take down Bolo. But Dark Zero are inexplicably hitting their shots. They have no business being this competitive. They have limited to no information whatsoever. They'll use a death mark to track down Nade, who's playing by that 90 mirror window. They know exactly where he is. Death mark is about to wear off. And there goes the Nitro Cell. Kobe doubting it, and Nade turns around to do double duty. An advantage for Dark Zero now squandered, as this has been the most unpredictable round so far through this contest. Man of the Hour finds himself in yet another 1vx situation. Fortunately for Bolo, when he's involved in the 1vx, he has not exactly had a ton of success, but I mean, that's the way 1vxs go. You're often losing them.
I think he thinks Nade rotated back to the site. He's gonna walk right to a pinch.
Nade is not, by the way. Nade is still sitting over by break room and has not moved a muscle. I don't know from his perspective if he's got a read on top metal or not. KZ swings for information, and now all of a sudden, it's Nade as the last man standing. When you go for a clutch, you are often at the mercy of your opponents making a mistake. Furia are a team that so seldom make mistakes. Bolo's walk now into vents has been given away by a bulletproof camera. So what exactly does Nade do? Well, he patrols above, looks for the play, and waits for Bolo to peek. And the smile that spreads across his face tells you all that you need to know. Excellent play by Nade, but honestly, quite a sloppy round for some of these Furia players, and one that should not have been quite this close. By the way, if you exclude Bolo from Dark Zero, the rest of the team has 8 kills.
8?
Bolo has 11.
Philippox has 8.
That is correct. Outside of the Bolo show, the rest of DZ is having some struggles. Nafe obviously still without a kill, but again, on his roll, it's not the most detrimental. But NJR, Kobe, and Panba combining for 8 kills, you gotta be better than that. You cannot allow Bolo to collect most of them. Now, admittedly, a lot of those kills from Bolo have been exit round, relatively impactless kills, but still it looks nice on paper, and he's the one that's always being put in those unwinnable situations.
Well, and it's hard to get kills when you just don't have the information. You talked about the drone economy briefly in that round, and in the 1v1 clutch, Bolo had no drones to rely on. A single drone was left alive, and it was set up main lobby, nowhere near where Nade was playing. So Bolo was playing completely blind in that 1vx, and that's gonna be a big difference maker when you come down to these clutch situations. You know, at this level of Rainbow Six Siege, you've got nothing but good players. Bolo is insanely talented, but so is Nade, and so is everybody else on Furia. And when you're coming down to these last second 1v1s, if the attack don't have intel, if they don't have those drones to give them the edge, then it's gonna be the defense that always have that slight advantage. Dark Zero, it doesn't go too horribly. They still get 2 attacks on border. This is very winnable still. But it's not the half that they wanted to have, and they're gonna have to overperform in the second half if they want to bring this back against the Brazilians and avoid the lower bracket.
You talked about certain players only playing the same operators. Philippox was one you noted he played Smoke for 4 of those 6 rounds. NJR was on Lion rounds, what was it? Rounds 2 through 6?
Wow.
He played Brava in the very first round before it went over to Nafe, and then it was Lion all the way down. Same with Kobe playing Deimos for the final 4 rounds. Those 2 players locked in on those roles. Bolo was given a bit more freedom, but he played an awful lot of Nomad. Now he'll be on the Malusi. 11 kills to his name, as we talked about. Playing inside of security, he looked for a swing out onto the balcony. He took a bunch of damage, but still survived.
I don't know if you caught it. There's an air jab that was mute jammed that Bolo just shot on the outside wall. Big brain plays coming out that mute jammer. Protects you from a logic bomb, but also the air jab. That is good tech again from Dark Zero.
Bolo still right now waiting for KZ. It's 2 of the hottest players inside of the lobby, despite the fact that Philippox actually has the most kills on the side of Furia. It's been a good game for KZ. All 6 of those kills have been super high value.
Surprise Dark Zero, they've really held Furia back.
Nade will get the leadoff pick. Down goes Kobe. This is the half where Dark Zero needs to find a burst of momentum. They pick the map. They presumably start on the bad side. Well, now you've got to pick up the pieces. Bolo dies. NJR falls soon after. Nafe breaks his goose egg to get his first kill. Now it's all up to him. He's got 1. How about a second? Could an ace be on the cards? Nafe around, finds JV92. It's definitely possible. Nade with defuse kit. KZ will watch over top. Nafe giving his position away as he now crosses through metal, shrugging off a bit of damage from KZ. He softens up Nade, he gets the down. Nafe, the leader on this team, he had 0 kills prior to this moment. Not only for him, but for his entire team. An ace clutch, it's doable. Doable does not mean it will be done. KZ has been so spectacular, he'll have to shut down the hot bread, and he'll do just that. Nafe getting so tantalizingly close, but he'll have to settle for 4, as the 5th was just a bit too much. Furia wins the round, but again, another sloppy round where Furia don't take into account where they are. They aren't able to trade out. They don't know where Nafe is. They stumble. That's 2 rounds in a row where Furia win, but there were so many opportunities for DZ to take the round.
The problem is, though, how many times in a row can you get almost a round win. Dark Zero, they've had some heroics showing up in this server, but never able to find the last one, the most important pick. These were brilliant shots from Nafe. Nobody's going to deny that, but they're the ones that got themselves into that position. The team is what put Nafe into that impossible 1vx situation. And I mean, you saw how difficult, how stressed the players on Dark Zero looked. It's been a tough series. They've won just 3 rounds since the start of Chalet. They can't keep relying on these clutch plays. Yeah, it's nice to have players that can pop off, but you cannot be constantly putting yourself in this massive man disadvantage. A lot of that credit's got to go to Nade. Of course, for Furia, the hard support player, you don't see him getting a 2K entry very often, but he had to step up big time, and he did just that. This Furia team is looking unstoppable, Parker. They are just 2 rounds away from returning to SI main stage.
As this tournament goes on, they seemingly improve. And again, maybe the break was good for them. Maybe missing Montreal lit a fire under their proverbial asses. Oh, that's my mistake. I'm sorry. If it's not, I'll say this. Go Birds. Most of the people working in our control room, fans of Philadelphia. Just say that. Hopefully they'll make it go away. But yeah, I mean, Furia seem to be back in fine form here. I will say, one thing that we'd speculated about was that Dark Zero get blown up on their opponent's map, but then they do well on either the tiebreaker or their own. This is also something that extends out to other series. Furia have already put up an incredible scoreline. Oh my. Herds might as well be on a completely other map with how far back he was. A beautiful shot on Bolo. Pambazu answers back.
But they're reading it, right? I mean, Bolo played that exact position last time. Multiple times he swung out of the security door to try to pressure players over on the catwalk. And what did Herds do? He recognized that and he punished it.
For what it's worth, there was a tiny part of Bolo's head visible. Most players would not be able to hit that shot.
Most players, not Herds.
That is correct. Sometimes better teams are capable of pulling off the unthinkable. Furia is a team that all throughout their career have shown that they are the team that can do the unthinkable. Their comeback in Map 5 against FaZe Clan in the SI Finals last year is one of the most improbable, unlikely, and unimaginable things that we have seen in this esport. And Furia did it. Stakes are a little bit lower right now.
For sure.
This is not an SI Grand Final, Jesse, but
still SI playoffs.
I think my point still stands. And you know, Furia are often the team that is not being cheered. If they go to main stage in Boston, will they be the villains again? Depends on ultimately who they play against. Philippe Hawks kills Pambazu. He was the only person on the board this round for DZ. And with 30 seconds left, Furia have a pretty nice nest egg.
Yeah, Dark Zero, they've got no more Nitro cells. They've all been used. NJR is here with the Toxic Babes. He's in a strong position, but Plant is going down, and he seems to have no idea.
He might have an idea now as a bullet whizzes over the head of Nade. He takes a lot of damage, and he gets down through the window, but is still retrievable. At worst, it's a 3v3. Down goes Kobe. Upstairs control, mighty strong at the moment for Furia. That does not bode well for Dark Zero. Nafe will not have another moment to be a hero. It's all up to NJR this time. 2 kills to his name, and Herds has a sensational round. Furia moved to series point.
Just perfect predictions on what Dark Zero are going to do on that roam game. Furia are reading DZ like a book. Now they're up against match point. The lower bracket calls for DZ. A loss here means that tomorrow Dark Zero would play the winner of W7M versus Falcons. And with that on the line, they'll call their attack timeout.
They're bringing all the drone operators to clear all that util. So I think we go one of 2 ways. We either go for the bulletproof utility side, in which the mirror, the castle, I think we still invest in a util forest drone, that shit actually can clear it. Or we bring play aggressive, but we bring the refilling traps, you know, the Legion, the Ella, even like the Fenrir, like for the first half of the round, you know, the first like 30, 40, 50 seconds, you have no traps on the map. Then what can they play? You know, we shoot the Bravo drone, then we start filling the other mines, the Fenrir mines on our walks. But yeah, I think this round it's just
Unreached or unreached?
yeah, unreached. Unreached. Do you take the Legion? Yeah, change that armor.
just as a small little note, when we casted SSG the other day, we remarked on how quiet Callout was. And I said, you know, why is he being so quiet? I had speculated that the reason for that, here's the shot from Hertz, by the way. Oh my. I said the reason for that was because he doesn't want us listening in. I had an opportunity to talk to Callout and the SSG guys at lunch yesterday, and I said, speak up a little bit. And he goes, I don't want people hearing what I have to say. I would love to wave the I was right flag, because that's what I'm waving right now. A lot of coaches actively resist us listening in because they don't want to give away their strats. And honestly, if I was a coach, I'd feel the same way. I would absolutely not want anybody to hear what I have in terms of strategies cooked up. But I am a broadcaster. We are putting on a product, and so I have no choice but to say, speak up.
It would be nice to hear what they have to say, and I think we got a good gist of what Kangaroo Kenny was telling Dark Zero. Unfortunately, he can't really wave the I was right flag because he told his teammates that Furia are bringing a ton of these drone operators, and for that reason, bring the Mira, bring some of these ops that aren't as affected by things like Flores. But they actually six-picked off of all of them. Furia repicked, so they did have a Flores, they did have, I think, a Twitch or a Brava. They moved off of all those ops, so they're going to come in with different utility that DZ may not be as ready for, including the Deimos. This is going to go on for a track from NJR. He's trying to play that same position that Fleetbox did so well on, playing the smoke over by East Stairs. Again, it is not an easy position, so a lot on the shoulders of NJR to keep control of that east side of the map.
The question is going to be to me, who's playing inside of Office? That triple panel wall right now is being held by Panbazoo, so I mean, at least you've got a significantly strong player here for backup, but I don't necessarily love the Boss G for this range. I mean, at this point in time, most of the Vigils we tend to see are running the Boss G because it is a down to the chest at a certain range. But the range that you're playing at, they're usually going to be in that exact parameter to get downed. What a day it's been for Dark Zero. Things will not get any easier for them, even if they survive. Now it's NJR fighting back against the fire, fighting back against the death mark. He takes down Nade, all 9 kills on the Capitan, now in the ground, and it's top east of JV92, baited in. Panbazoo good enough with 1. What did I say? It's an instant down. Not when you're hitting ahead, though. That's a kill. Felipox was lined up 2. The Kali of KZ in the dirt. NJR with yet another kill. Only 2 remain for Furia as Dark Zero are marching their way on to a flawless round. It's all up to Hertz, the hero of last round. How many does he get? If any at all. Some damage has been done to Dark Zero, but all of this action has stopped here at Top East. He's got a default cam up, he's got a black mirror, and NJR gets 3 kills. Panbazoo with 2, and it's a flawless win for DZ. They're still in this, but it's a long road back to being even with Furia.
Beautiful play from the duo. NJR and Pamba have been teaming together on Dark Zero since midway through 2021 when Pamba joined the team. This squad has been so well coordinated, and that's what we're finally getting to see on Border. I haven't seen it in what feels like 4 or 5 hours since they played against that M80 squad at the start of the day. Now we're seeing that teamwork come back to life for Dark Zero. The Office extension, beautifully held. Of course, NJR with the SMG-11. Nate, a questionable opening death, upside down, rappelling in through square. And that was the, wow, that was the defuse kit that he dropped as well from rappel. NJR, some insane shots with the SMG-11, and then Pamba with the Boss G as well. I heard you doubting him, Parker. You can't doubt this man. From any range, he gets the job done with the slug shotgun. He will bring that right on back to play it once again. Pamba and NJR, they're on the same ops, and I would expect them to be playing similar positions as Bombsite moves just 1 floor below where it was previously. That was a masterclass in 2v2 teamwork and individual mechanics as NJR just put on a show for us. Unfortunately, it's not enough. They're gonna have to do that 3 more times and then win in overtime and then win a clubhouse. The road is still very long for Dark Zero, but that was the first step.
I mean, all comebacks start with 1 round, right? Like, you need to get the ball rolling at some point. You got the ball rolling. Kangaroo Kenny's coaching did not necessarily apply to that round, but Maybe DZ just felt a bit more comfortable, or Furia played themselves, frankly, I'm not sure. It'd be heartbreaking for DZ to fumble at this point as Panbazoo dies on that Vigil. He was so integral in the previous round. He will not be able to stall for time. He will not be able to hold down this triple panel. There will be a part of this upstairs defense by Dark Zero that has now been abandoned. They almost lose NJR as he engages in a 50-50 and misses his shots, but the advantage for Furia will last for a whole other 2 minutes.
I mean, NJR still holding his post. He's got Bolo and Break to play around. Then Kobe rotated back into Office. As I say that, though, Bolo goes down to KZ, and it's a 2-man ad.
Bolo's focus was on the door, not on the window. A good spread by Furia. There are some concerns if you move around the map in a way where you are not playing for trades. The problem becomes if somebody botches it, there's nobody there to help. JV92 eliminating NJR. This is bad news bears for DZ. Nape with one immediately traded out, and Kobe will need to shoot better than he ever has in his life. Does he dare drop to go get Nafe? He's worried about what's at the door. Nafe might be playing as a drone to try to give information to Kobe. But oh boy, has this Furia team made some significant strides. They've got to feel pretty confident. Kobe looks for the drop, he gets punished for it. It's so routine for Furia. KZ with the final 2 kills. He set his team up beautifully. And Furia are guaranteed main stage here in Boston. They are the defending world champions. After all, they had a sluggish year after that. Getting bounced in the quarterfinals of Manchester, not even making it to Montreal as they were not a top team in Brazil and then lost the last chance qualifiers. But here they are in the biggest event of the year, and they're one of the top upper bracket teams. A 2-0 for Furia. That'll wrap up our casting, but there's still a desk to talk about that match. We'll be back.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
And here we are. It is done. Almost said W7M here, but it's Furia that make it past it and go to Friday on the main stage at the Boston 6 Invitational. Now, fellow Bucks, congrats. You made the game look easy here against Dark Zero. What was the game plan going into it?
Thank you. The game plan, after the map video, we saw that they picked our best map, which is Border. We are now 14-0, I think. So we just said, let's do our thing. Let's play the Border the way we want to play. And in Chalet, the map we picked, we knew how they played. They played today. So we just countered a little stuff and then did our thing, and everything went good.
Were you very surprised when you look at the map bans in general? Like, why go in Chalet and then the Border and then kind of leaving it till the end?
Yeah, I didn't understand why they picked Border. Right now, I still don't understand. So yeah, I was happy when they picked us.
I mean, after a 2-0 loss against CAG, you kind of run through all of the teams to get here to smash DZ, take them out of the way, and make it to that main stage at the Invitational. It'll not be the first time that you've been on the main stage, but it'll be the first time in quite a while that you have been on the main stage at a Tier 1 event here. So what does it feel like to be back home?
We are already in the main stage? Are we already in the main stage? Yeah?
Yeah, because this game basically puts you on that main stage. There you go. News for everybody through it, right, Oscar? This is main stage, right?
I didn't know that. I didn't know. So I'm very happy then.
Then, you know what? That means the world to me. It's good to hear it now that you're through. You're feeling good about it. It's extra cash, extra prestige. It must feel great to just kind of go after this 2024 that was a bit tough directly into main stage here.
Yeah, I love playing this game. After we won everything, through some guys, maybe the motivation, I don't know, goes away. But for me, I just love playing this game. I just love my work. I love going every day and like keep evolving, keep pushing my limits in the game to get better. And so it's very good like to be in the main stage again, like you said, that we are. And despite winning everything, I still want more. I'm still hungry, and I work every day for this.
And clearly you also... Clearly a hungry man there, because they were nom-nomming on Dark Zero throughout the whole time. And yes, for those that are watching that were equally as surprised as Philippox was when hearing the news, Furia are qualified to the main stage come Friday at the MGM Theater here in Fenway, Boston. My God, they've done it. They're back into it. They don't need to go through that lower bracket. They got the extra buff, the extra life versus last year.
And it's definitely going to matter a lot. Everybody wants to make it to main stage with an extra life just in case. And obviously, Furia looked like they were playing like they had no idea they were making it to main stage. They had no pressure on their shoulders. They even knew. They were laughing when they saw the map bans. And honestly, the game was over before it even started when those map bans came in. DZ took a very big risk. We saw them take the risk of Skyscraper earlier today against M80. We see them take Border as a risk. Both did not work out, but the one thing that DZ can take away from today is if they keep it basic and stick to what they know, they're pretty good at it. But when it came to today, they just did not look like Dark Zero. They just looked like Zero.
And that's what worries me is, you know, at SI, you got to beat everyone. It doesn't matter who your opponent is. You can't make an excuse, and they do have to adapt. You can't just play basic Siege. It got you this far, but this is where you're obviously meeting a wall, and that wall is Furia. And for Furia, they're rewriting history here. They're changing their history. Whereas in 2024, they had to go through a loser bracket just to try to get into main stage, then to win it all. Now, they can sit pretty because they are going to main stage. So that's got to feel good that they're doing it in less work. And again, look at the stats across the board here. I mean, those opening kills, especially coming out of KZ, that is something, again, it kind of reminds me back of old KZ back at last year's SI, where him and Herds were just having crazy performance. I believe they broke kill records. They were just doing it all. And again, the fact he's on form now and they're doing it in less timing and less games, that's a scary thing.
Absolutely. The biggest thing for Furia going into today is that they're constantly getting that opening pick. Obviously, KZ is going to be the one that accumulated the most amount for his team, but it was nice to see them not only get the opening kill, but able to convert it into a round win. Yeah. Exactly. They were slacking a little bit to the other teams in the league, but hopefully this game made it a little bit more solidifying that Furia deserved to be in the main stage.
It's beautiful to witness, especially given the rough year that Furia has had in 2024. You know, you win, you're off that high, and then just not making it to events, you're not doing well, and then barely qualifying by the skin of your teeth to making it here is just like, okay, redemption. We lost the first game against CAG,
exactly,
but
yes,
we still got it in the tank.
That needed to be the setting point because obviously they came into the event very confident, and we've seen it throughout the year where they come to these events confident and then they just lose out. So that setting point of losing to Cyclops was such a tone to wake everybody up on Furia to make them start playing better.
Losing to CAG definitely makes you a better player. I think that is what we have to learn. But what if you want to learn something for your own ranked game? Well, perfect for it. It's the detail brought to you by Blacklight. Gents, what can I bring into my Plat 2 games?
I mean, it's Nate. It's his point of view here. I mean, he does such a good job at just reading his situation that he's put in. Everyone on Dark Zero knows where he is. So what does he do? He gets ready to pre-plan this C4, make the Deimos, eat that C4, immediately transition, understand he's getting pinched, goes for that kill on NJR. Now he sets himself in a 1v1 here and plays the time perfectly. Bolo couldn't decide whether or not he wanted to try to go for the plant, whether he wanted to go for the kill. Eventually, time was running, dwindling down, and he wanted to go for it. Nade was perfectly set up for it, executed it flawlessly, and that's definitely something you can learn from Nade here, is that even if you're stuck in a position you feel like you're being collapsed on, there are ways out of it.
Yeah, you don't need to panic when the Deimos scanner was coming onto you, and obviously a great heads-up play for him to realize that if the break player is close enough to die to the C4, that means somebody else is in the vicinity of being there for the trade, turns around, cleans up 2, and then in a 1v1, I mean, you just need to play the time, and you obviously got Bolo to come into him, and that was it.
It's for those plat players.
Yeah, so what I learned out of this is skill issue, just get better, lol. Anyways, what a day that we have had. We've already qualified teams to that main stage, but there's still spots to talk about. Here's a quick recap of what's going on. Currently, the VP versus Raza Company matchup is still happening. We'll be throwing to that later on. However, SSG with a big victory today, taking down both FaZe and G2 to make it to that main stage on Friday. Dark Zero taking out out M80, but then losing out to Furia. That was on A stream. Whereas on B, BDS have solidified their spot come Friday. However, Unwanted there were fighting for their lives.
Yeah.
Virtus.pro has a company, of course, going as we speak. That is the final matchup to see who can make it to that main stage.
Yeah, honestly, it was a great day for NA in general.
Yeah.
I mean, SSG.
He needs to think about it for a moment because that doesn't happen all the time.
No, I mean, SSG beating FaZe and then beating G2, two of the tournament favorites,
that is,
and solidifying their spot into main stage was absolutely phenomenal. Also, DZ beating M80, I think that was a little bit of an upset. Some crazy stuff that we saw here today.
Yeah, I mean, even on that other side of Raza Academy taking down Shopify Rebellion, that's not something that I really thought was going to happen. I thought, you know, Shopify would be coming into this event. We were talking about that. They were probably the best looking NA team here. That's obviously shifted. Now SSG.
They got to play OXG.
Yeah,
that's going to hurt because I'm sorry, OXG fam, it's going to be rough. But this is what you see now in the bracket. Of course, we're focused on that top. So the teams that are coming into the upper bracket, we still have a matchup that's happening as we just said. However, lower bracket is all about survival. You do not get second tries or extra lives or shots or whatever it may be. It has to be a straight line from here into that main stage and through into the grand final if you want to stay in the running for the hammer, the biggest trophy, the world championship, the granddaddy of them all, as they call it, the X6 Invitational here in Boston.
I just want to say, I think the biggest one that sticks out for me at the bottom is obviously G2. They had a flawless group stage, and then to lose today the way that they did, now they find themselves in a dire situation where they have to get this win to continue a run going. I mean, that's, you know, some teams, they start out super hot, and then once you experience your first loss, it kind of trickles down from there. I do want to say G2 will bounce back, but it's just crazy to see them there after their performance and how well they look through the group stage.
I mean, to give some hope for the bottom loser bracket teams, I'm pretty sure every single invite since the inception of a loser's bracket has been won by a loser bracket winner. So G2 won it the year, not last year, but the year before that. They won it through the losers bracket, so it's still possible. But
W7M just has the last year. Also
the loser bracket is so stacked. FaZe, Liquid have to play each other. OXG, Shopify. Oh my God, so many same region teams have to go up against each other and knock each other out. It's gonna be scary.
We're gonna lose some NA teams tomorrow, I think.
Well, yeah, we got to lose one.
That's what I'm saying.
If anything, we still have SG that are confirmed for that Friday. However, let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. Just one more time, there's still a match that is happening right now. We'll be throwing to that later on. However, we'll be back for more tomorrow. We're still split into that stream A and B in our playoffs, but it's about survival. FaZe playing Team Liquid with Falcons going up against W7M. FaZe versus Liquid, if we go back to Manchester, that was a game that kind of decided who would go deeper into the tournament and what was going on there. Will Team Liquid finally make it back to the main stage? We'll have to answer that. Or will Falcons be on the main stage one more time? We've only seen it once in their history. Can it be repeated? They have to go through the gauntlet that is W7M. In my mind, the best team of the past year, 100%, no two ways around it, but it's just a different kind of thing when you're at SI Fox.
No, absolutely. I mean, the stakes are higher, but call me crazy. I think CAG M80 is going to be the game of the day. Call me crazy, but I'm believing in CAG. I feel like they can put a run for their money.
I'm not going to lie. That was a game that I was looking at the most. I mean, obviously, as NAC and Oxygen for Shopify, that's a scary one for me because the Oxygen have been looking really well, where Shopify on the other end haven't been too strong here. But yeah, I think the CAG versus M80 one, that's going to be quite the barn burner. I don't think anyone's going to expect it to probably be as close as that game possibly can be.
Especially since M80 doesn't have anybody standing behind them in their matches tomorrow. So that'll be a whole new challenge they have to attack.
Yeah, this is going to be a different kind of challenge to kind of go through tomorrow. We'll have to see how it actually shapes up, and we'll probably have a chat about it as the day kind of goes on tomorrow. But you guys are on the morning shift tomorrow?
Yes.
We are.
Oh, so am I.
It's about time.
Oh my God, so we're going to have a lot of fun, all three of us tomorrow morning for it. However, we still have a matchup, as I was saying, going live. Virtus.pro versus Rasta Company is still active, and they are currently in map 2 with Virtus.pro up one map, and of course, leading on the second bank. We're going to wrap it up, gentlemen. It has been a pleasure also being here back again with Alpha Man Fresh in the morning. It's good to be home, I think, is a good way to close out the day. More action coming to you. Keep here, keep watching. We'll see you in the morning on the A stream.
Reinforce, I think that's been opened up, yeah, to reinforce the Janitor side. Because, again, it is such an important position. They lost a player here the last time around. They cannot afford to have that happen again.
Now, as always, props himself up against the angle to swing in. Basetto is the next to almost get knocked off the board. He has the long, long watch. He wants to try and make his way in, but 40 seconds, it's still the chance at trading. Live suffers, just spraying and sort of pre-firing on towards these rotated angles that they keep being caught out on. It's almost like Raza falling into old habits, being a little bit angsty. There is Dan getting the cover onto Flastry. Live cannot stop the planter. SDK does get Pasha, but it's a post-plant situation, and as Flastry swings around, they get that drop, but the watch on the windows. SDK's got a tough choice to make. One of them is probably have to go out the building, but now there's only one of them left. There is the Claymore. I mean, you know it's going to happen, but
yeah,
when you're in the 1 versus X, it's one of the trickiest post plants.
And if you're in a 1vx, you kind like, if you jump out, you've lost the round.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it kind of was just get it over with, try and get another kill, but that was basically unwinnable at that point. As soon as you're down all alone. Virtus.pro find themselves their 4th round in this map. They're continuing on with the strong kind of pace. Again, the early opening towards Perez really helped. Also, you know, the pocket mirror window no longer being able to be used right afterwards. We go back towards the basement. We go back towards lockers and CCTV. It has been successful for VP. A near flawless round and a flawless round. Both of them got the plan down. So, Raza, what are you going to do different? Not seeing an Echo, for example, is something that worked out quite well against them when Shopify Rebellion was bringing it. We're again going to be seeing the Goyo. We're going to be seeing the smoke. The triple round might slow down things slightly. Maybe the Fenrir, I mean, could be used to blind them. But in general, you know, Virtus.pro has been really good with getting a Twitch drone in there, realizing what's going on and taking care of the most key utility before starting to go for the actual execute. So there has to be that little bit of extra here from Raza if they want to find themselves in a good position.
There is still, as you said, opportunity here for Raza. It's not done yet, and obviously the loser of this game will find themselves in the lower bracket. The winner will be our 4th and final team tonight, confirmed.
Oh, is the one done
the
yet?
live stage? Yeah, as far as I know, the other one was quite quick. So we might be getting another name that anyone with a ticket coming on the weekend will get to potentially see play it out. Prepare your flags, prepare your little banners.
I think all the Europeans would be very pleased to see a Virtus.pro out there together with BDS, of course. Qualified already.
Yeah, I think the easiest way of putting it is you would love to have a team from every single region.
Yes, of course.
STK would love to have Joystick see forward, so he, you know, wishes for it, and it happens. There goes Joystick. There goes the Buck as well. And think about how good and how oppressive Virtus.pro have been, combining the Buck with the Deimos, forcing the players out. It's their quick way of getting clarity over Open, over Office, over Archive.
Yeah, that's mainly it. You just can create so many rotations where you can really rotate around that complete first floor. It's not a, you know, be-all, end-all for the actual site execute that you want to go for, because Buck isn't necessary for that per se. It's very nice in the preparation to it. You just navigate through the map a lot more easily, especially in that post plant as well. They have lost that now. They do still have some breaching charges available on Always they can use for a little bit of the same kind of deal. But for now, they need to focus the very first one. And there is someone around on those blue staircases. However, a mute jammer is stopping them from finding out about Basetto being around here. And he's about to go for a bit of a swing. And I'm just wondering, is there going to be flashbang still staying? Is someone going to be face checking this? Do they even know that he's around the corner? Well, there's the flashbang. Is he going to be able to fire? No, this nitro cell comes in before he gets traded out by Dan.
But Basetto was playing that job there to do exactly that, right? He gets rid of Shepard. They lose some of their hard breach. They obviously still have the options here from Always, but they got to hope, you know, that whatever they need is not going to be too many hatches or anything. The plant attempted. Live, do something.
That's quite late, Live.
I don't even think it connected. No, he just took the damage.
Yeah.
Always ran the numbers. Too late of a throw from Live and pulled off the plant in the 3 versus 4. But the rotate round up above. Pasha has a huge job here. 2 of them tentative, slow. One even going above and above and above. To put the pressure down maybe on the hatch itself or get the players. They're on the counter defuse though. Live. He was slow to act and react before, and now at this point they do get him. Dan pops up. There's a big fight on Beepers, but it is one out. They instantly go for it again. Dan! controlling dirt and server. At this point, Perez can't get there in time. Virtus Pro pulled the wool over their eyes and put that diffuser on the ground.
Well done by Virtus Pro there. They realized that, hey, the smoke canister isn't instantly coming out. So always just sticking it, deciding to